Around 3 centuries ago, the world was suddenly shaken as the will of heaven descended. Countless secret realms and dungeon-like instances began opening across the planet. Along with them, hordes of ferocious monsters started pouring out. Humanity was pushed to the brink of extinction. But after the chaos, awakened job holders began to appear. They possessed powers far beyond ordinary humans and fought back the monsters, pulling the world back from collapse. To survive the growing disasters, humans had to enter secret realms for resources and gear. So everyone invested in training awakened, and anyone reaching 18 could awaken a class. Jobs were divided into combat, support, and survival types. Those who failed to awaken were considered useless, while combat classes were the most prestigious, and survival types were often looked down on. At a certain school, students suddenly began shouting and looking up at the sky. Some even yelled that top student Jiang Chen had triggered a class awakening phenomenon. Many were shocked, guessing it might be a gaudier talent, something never seen in centuries in Jiangcheng. What the hell? This was insane. In the sky, a massive divine tree appeared, radiating blinding light that covered the entire city. At the center of the phenomenon, Jiang Chen slowly exhaled as his awakening completed. A teacher rushed over excitedly, praising him as a genius and immediately asking what his awakened class was. Jiang Chen calmly smiled and said his class was not a combat type. The principal Wang froze and asked in disbelief if it was a support class. Jiang Chen then clarified it was a survival-type gaudier job called Spirit Cultivator. His ability focused on accelerating the growth of plants and small life forms. Hearing it was a survival class, the principal's expression changed instantly. He looked clearly disappointed, while another teacher tried to comfort him, saying at least it was safe and useful for research, though their earlier promise could no longer be fulfilled. Jiang Chen calmly thanked them without any change in expression. He then excused himself, saying he had things to do. The same students who just praised him immediately turned hostile, mocking him for such a massive phenomenon, only to get a useless survival class. They even compared him to Lin Xiaohua, who had awakened a mysterious combat job. Jiang Chen only sneered inwardly. Moments ago, he was Brother Jiang. Now he was being ridiculed. In this world, strength was everything. At that moment, a system notification suddenly appeared in front of him, congratulating him on awakening and activating the Zerg system. The system stated his Spirit Cultivator Gaudier job had met full requirements, unlocking the primordial hive mother and asking if he wanted to activate the summon system. Seeing the endless notifications, Jiang Chen felt this system was perfectly suited to him. The story then rewinds to before his current timeline. After dying in his previous life, Jiang Chen was reborn into this world of awakened jobs. After the Dark Era ended, the world was flooded with dungeons and monsters, while the strong were worshipped like gods. As an orphan with no support, he had to struggle constantly just to find his place in this harsh world. Before turning 18, he always believed his future would depend solely on his own strength. Unexpectedly, just 1 month before the awakening ceremony, a system appeared and stated that after class change, it would link with the Zerg system. This was basically a full early game cheat buff. Back in the present, after successfully activating the system, Jiang Chen began thinking about the Zerg race. This was once a species that caused catastrophic losses to humanity during the Dark Era, feared by everyone. Legend says in the great disaster back then, humanity paid an enormous price. Among the 12 strongest kings, 9 died just to finally seal the Zerg away. In this world where the strong devour the weak, power is everything that matters. To Jiang Chen, as long as he became strong enough, it didn't matter what power he used. Thinking that, he immediately agreed to activate the system. In that instant, a vast spiritual space unfolded around him, filled with endless light. While he was still guessing this might be his sea of consciousness, a glowing white divine tree suddenly appeared in front of him. Jiang Chen froze, not expecting his talent to take this form. The system then explained his abilities. First skill, all things evolution, requires sacrifices and can only be used once every 10 days on the same target. Second, all things fruition, which gathers progress through killing enemies and randomly produces special fruits. Third, growth acceleration, boosting organism development speed by 10 times with an 8-hour cooldown. After reading it all, Jiang Chen immediately realized this system was made to pair perfectly with his profession. Even if it wasn't direct combat focus, its synergy with the Zerg was insane. The system then asked if he wanted to summon the Broodmother. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen agreed. In the next second, a strange dark purple aura erupted around his body. The pressure it released sent chills down the spine. The system quickly announced the summoning was complete, and Jiang Chen now possessed a disaster-class Broodmother named 9 Egg Wings. Right in front of him appeared a massive creature, as huge as a mountain. What the hell, one look was enough to tell it wasn't normal. The system further explained that 9 Egg Wings was once a death overlord from the abyss, who caused terror during the Third Era before mysteriously disappearing. Its growth value was currently 0, but its loyalty to Jiang Chen was maxed out. To unlock skills and build the swarm, it needed continuous growth first. Jiang Chen barely processed the info, still stunned by its size. Then the broodmother spoke in a childish voice, calling him master, and whining that she was hungry and wanted to eat monsters. The system added that the growth acceleration talent had taken effect, and initial evolution would not consume sacrifices. Hearing that, Jiang Chen immediately decided to level it up first, since it cost nothing. While waiting, he deduced that this creature seemed to evolve through devouring. Damn, raising this thing was clearly going to be insanely resource-heavy. But at that moment, the giant insect's form suddenly began to change. After a burst of light, it transformed into a cold, expressionless girl with icy beauty. The system immediately congratulated Jiang Chen. 9 Egg Wings had completed life evolution and unlocked new abilities. One skill shared 10 times experience with its master. Another created corrosive toxic mist while boosting all host stats by 20. Before Jiang Chen could even process everything, the girl suddenly rushed forward and hugged him, happily announcing she had successfully evolved. The sudden scene made Jiang Chen blush on the spot. He never expected the insect to turn into a human girl. The system continued explaining 9 Egg Wings mechanics. Once conditions were met, it could reproduce the swarm. Passive experience gain, stat boosts, and growth acceleration were all active. While Jiang Chen was patting the girl's head as she acted spoiled, she kept asking to eat flesh and blood to grow stronger. Only then did Jiang Chen truly understand how overpowered the spirit cultivator class was. It didn't just accelerate the brood mother's growth, it also fed him experience and massive stat boosts. With a system like this, who even needed a combat class anymore? As long as he hunted monsters fast enough and kept devouring them, Jiang Chen would eventually build an entire Zerg army of his own. But then he immediately remembered the terrifying history of the Zerg. This race had once nearly destroyed the world, so if his ability was exposed too early, he could easily be hunted down or eliminated. So Jiang Chen decided to keep pretending he was just a normal survival-type job for now, secretly farming monster kills, using the brood mother's poison skills to steadily grow stronger. But deep down, he still wanted power strong enough to make everyone look at him differently. While he was thinking, the water beneath his feet suddenly began to ripple violently. 9 Egg Wings immediately sensed something was wrong and flew up to warn him. She panicked and called out to her master. Her tone was clearly tense. She could feel a dangerous presence rapidly approaching. Jiang Chen instantly opened his eyes and exited his sea of consciousness. What met his eyes was a man radiating an extremely terrifying pressure. The moment he appeared, the entire atmosphere turned heavy. The man looked at Jiang Chen and slowly asked if the awakening phenomenon that shocked the entire city was caused by him. Sensing the opponent's aura, Jiang Chen immediately realized this man was at least at Grand Master level. What confused him was why someone like this would personally come for him. The surrounding crowd began whispering in fear. Some even said that even from this distance they could feel the oppressive pressure, proving how terrifying this man was. And it seemed he was specifically targeting Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen became even more puzzled, since from the start, the man had been suppressing him with pressure, but hadn't actually made a move. While he was still thinking about what the man wanted to test, 9 Egg Wings suddenly spoke. She said the man in front of her gave off a very appetizing feeling. She even wanted to directly devour him on the spot. Damn, she really lost control the moment she sensed food. The system immediately issued a warning that the brood mother had detected a threat to the host. At the same time, the target possessed extremely high devour value, causing her hunting instincts to activate. Hearing that, Jiang Chen immediately realized things were bad. 9 Egg Wings was starting to show killing intent. A dark purple aura instantly spread across the surroundings, forcing the onlookers to retreat in panic. Only then did Jiang Chen understand that when devour value was too low, the brood mother's predatory instincts became extremely aggressive. He would need to feed her monsters as soon as possible. He also quickly guessed the man's intention. The opponent was clearly using pressure to test his ability, but accidentally triggered the brood mother instead. Fortunately, Jiang Chen managed to suppress her in time. After things stabilized, the system reminded him that the brood mother was only temporarily restrained. Since devour value was still too low, he needed to hunt and consume monsters quickly to raise it beyond 1,000. Witnessing everything, the man suddenly laughed and praised him. He said Jiang Chen was truly outstanding, able to withstand his test right after class awakening, and even resist his pressure. A gaudier talent with limitless potential. Hearing that, Jiang Chen quietly sighed in relief that his secret hadn't been exposed. Then he politely asked for the man's identity. the man introduced himself as Qi Gang, commander of the Night Watch organization. He said he valued Jiang Chen's potential and wanted to recruit him. The moment Jiang Chen heard the words Night Watch, he was instantly shocked. This was a special organization of the Great Xia that dealt with monsters, secret realms, and dangerous beast tides. Whenever disaster struck, the Night Watch was always the frontline force. Because they constantly fought on the edge of death, their casualty rate was terrifyingly high, and most people avoided them just by hearing the name. But for Jiang Chen, it was different. His brood mother needed constant flesh and blood to grow and evolve. Joining the Night Watch meant endless opportunities to hunt powerful monsters. Moreover, once devour value reached its limit, the broodmother could begin reproduction. Just imagining that scene already excited him a little. The wilderness was the perfect place for the Zerg to grow, so joining the Night Watch solved everything. Thinking about it, Jiang Chen had already decided in his mind that this was the perfect organization for him. Meanwhile, the surrounding students were buzzing non-stop. They all felt the Night Watch had an absurdly high death rate, something even normal people avoided, let alone someone with a survival-type class like Jiang Chen. Hearing this, Qi Gang had no choice but to explain that those rumors were outdated, and with Jiang Chen's gaudier talent, the organization would fully invest in training him. But before he even finished speaking, Jiang Chen directly grabbed his hand and decisively agreed. On the surface, he declared passionately that he wanted to help restore the Night Watch's glory. But inside, he was thinking completely differently. His future swarm would depend on this organization for food supply. Seeing Jiang Chen agree so quickly, Qi Gang was momentarily stunned and couldn't believe it. Jiang Chen quickly reaffirmed that he was serious, but cold sweat already formed on his forehead as 9 egg wings kept staring at Qi Gang like he was a walking meal. So he quickly made an excuse that he still had things to do and said he would report to headquarters in 3 days before disappearing in a rush. In reality, he was dragging 9 egg wings away from a moving meal named Qi Gang. Qi Gang, left behind, had no idea what just happened. He only felt surprised that he had expected a long recruitment process, yet the boy agreed instantly and vanished like the wind. At that moment, an elderly man with white hair suddenly rushed over from behind. Seeing him, Qi Gang laughed smugly and asked if the Martial Academy was here to snatch the recruit, saying they were too late. But the old man panicked and asked where the survival-type Gaudier awakened had gone. Qi Gang froze instantly, his expression full of disbelief. He blankly wondered if that young man was really a Gaudier survival class. Then what exactly was that earth-shaking phenomenon earlier? The scene shifted to Jiang Chen. Walking beside him was a purple-haired girl constantly nagging, telling Uncle Wang to be careful, or he might lose his life easily. She also worried that if they ran into heightier elites, the whole team would be done for. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Jiang Chen smiled lightly and tried to reassure them that there was nothing to be embarrassed about. Uncle Wang continued, saying that although survival classes weren't good at fighting, they were still highly sought after by companies cultivating spirit plants. He added that if Jiang Chen's parents were still alive, they would surely be proud of him. Hearing that, Jiang Chen sincerely thanked everyone for helping him and promised he would repay them in the future. Not wanting the mood to sink further, Uncle Wang quickly changed the topic and invited Jiang Chen to enter a secret realm together for leveling. Jiang Chen immediately agreed. After his confirmation, the system also displayed that a 4-person party had been successfully formed. Not long after, the group entered the secret realm. It was a crank dungeon. Its name was Undead Divine Temple, famous for having extremely high drop rates for items and equipment. The system also reminded them that experience would only be counted after clearing the dungeon, and if they left midway, all rewards and EXP would be lost. But just after hearing the introduction, Uncle Wang's expression changed. Undead soldiers appeared before them, and the situation felt like the dungeon difficulty had been forcibly scaled up to Gaudier. The purple-haired girl seemed to realize something, and said it was likely because Jiang Chen was a Gaudier awakened, causing the system to automatically increase difficulty for balance. Hearing this, Uncle Wang felt even more stressed, since Jiang Chen was only a survival-type class. The quiet blue-clothed girl finally spoke up, suggesting the team retreat. But Uncle Wang immediately rejected it. He said opportunities like this didn't come often, and they might as well risk it for valuable loot. At that moment, the undead soldiers all roared loudly, as if asserting dominance over the group. Uncle Wang rushed to the front line, swinging his weapon, while telling Jiang Chen to stay back, since these monsters were far more dangerous than normal crank enemies. He also ordered Jiang Chen to remain in the rear, while the team cleared a path toward the dungeon center. As soon as he finished speaking, Uncle Wang decapitated an undead monster on the spot. He then shouted for Xiao Shi to provide support buffs. The purple-haired girl quickly activated her talent, enhancing Uncle Wang's combat power. Empowered, Uncle Wang tore through the undead like a hot knife through butter, clearing the path ahead. Watching from behind, Jiang Chen silently sighed. To survive, people like Uncle Wang risked their lives fighting monsters every day. No wonder they always returned covered in injuries. He also remembered Xiao Shi working as a combat support, just to earn money for her brother's eye treatment. Yet she still continued to help him without hesitation. Thinking about that, Jiang Chen became even more determined to grow stronger and earn enough money to repay everyone. At that moment, 9 egg wings in his sea of consciousness became excited. She said there was an abundance of blood food here, making her extremely hungry. Realizing this was the perfect chance to test the brood mother's strength, Jiang Chen immediately activated a level 1 corrosive poison mist and allowed 9 egg wings to act freely. Hearing the command, she happily thanked her master and instantly rushed forward. 9 egg wings released a poisonous fog that engulfed the undead soldiers. The moment they touched it, their bodies were rapidly corroded and dissolved. Jiang Chen was slightly shocked at how overpowered her poison was, though the monsters here were too weak for fast growth. Observing Uncle Wang's team ahead, Jiang Chen couldn't help but admire how experienced they were. Their advancement through the dungeon was steady and efficient. However, he also realized his poison fog was wider range and not fully controlled yet, making it easy to accidentally harm allies. So he decided to stay behind, clean up the remaining monsters, and wait for a better opportunity. While he was still thinking, 9 egg wings suddenly issued a warning. She sensed that there were other living blood food nearby. At the same time, the system displayed a notification stating that a creature specialized in hiding in the shadows was secretly hunting weaker targets. Jiang Chen immediately noticed a red name appearing in front of him and guessed the opponent was far above his current level. But considering the current number, these monsters were not enough to pose a real threat. To Jiang Chen at this moment, they were nothing more than free training dummies. Thinking that, he directly gave the command to the brood. It turned into a stream of poisonous energy, then went completely berserk and charged forward, sweeping through all the undead. By the time they realized what was happening, the undead had already been wiped out and sent back to the ground by Jiang Chen. As expected, their strength was no longer on the same level as his. After eliminating a large number of monsters, Jiang Chen's devour value increased significantly. But right then, 9 egg wings reported that new blood food had just appeared again. Seeing undead continuously spawning without end, Jiang Chen began to feel that something about this dungeon was off. It seemed there were far more monsters hidden here than he had imagined. Worried about Uncle Wang's group, Jiang Chen decided he had to clear faster and go assist them. He turned to ask 9 egg wings if she could handle it. Seizing the chance to show off, 9 egg wings confidently said that all those monsters would eventually become her food. She patted her chest proudly and said Jiang Chen could leave everything here to her, without worry. The scene shifted back to Uncle Wang's group. The moment they saw his injuries, everyone panicked. But Uncle Wang forced a bitter smile and said he was a combat class, so those wounds were nothing. In reality, all 3 of them were already completely surrounded by undead monsters. The more they fought, the more undead kept spawning, and Uncle Wang began to feel uneasy. He cursed inwardly, knowing that if this dragged on, the whole team would eventually be exhausted. After some quick consideration, Uncle Wang told Xiao Shi and the others to regroup with Jiang Chen and retreat. But just as Xiao Shi was about to respond, the situation behind them suddenly changed. A monster appeared right behind Uncle Wang, its sharp claws lunging straight for his chest. Even though he reacted quickly, its speed was still terrifying. At the critical moment, a long-range attack suddenly shot in. In an instant, the monster was completely corroded before it could even touch Uncle Wang. Hearing Jiang Chen ask if they were all right, Uncle Wang quickly turned back in shock. The entire battlefield was now covered in Jiang Chen's poison mist, and the undead were being wiped out at an insane speed. Uncle Wang couldn't help but ask how a survival-type class could be this strong. Jiang Chen casually lied, saying he had a hidden poison-type skill. He then quickly told Xiao Shi and Xiao Li to take Uncle Wang and leave first, since his injuries were serious, and he would handle the rest. Hearing that, Uncle Wang became even more worried. He admitted gaudier talents were terrifying, but fighting alone like this was still too dangerous. Even Xiao Shi insisted on staying to help Jiang Chen. But Jiang Chen simply turned back and reassured them he would be fine. At that moment, the system suddenly displayed a notification that the conditions to trigger the dungeon boss had been met. Immediately after, the dungeon boss began to materialize. Watching Jiang Chen step toward the boss, Uncle Wang felt extremely worried, but he reminded himself that Jiang Chen wasn't reckless and chose to trust him. Before leaving, Uncle Wang suddenly threw his sword toward Jiang Chen and told him to return it later. Jiang Chen caught it and confidently said he would bring it back intact. The sword immediately displayed its stats. Sword of the Enforcer, boosting speed, energy, and attack rate, with a special passive effect. Jiang Chen instantly thought of using it to spread poison mist over a wider area. Without hesitation, he charged straight into the monster horde, using sword strikes combined with poison mist to sweep the battlefield. In his mind, he still remembered being top of the school in swordsmanship, so fighting with a sword felt like instinct to him. But while clearing the smaller monsters, he suddenly sensed killing intent from above. Reacting instantly, Jiang Chen dodged a sudden strike falling from the sky. After the first miss, the boss immediately swung its massive sword again in a violent counterattack. Jiang Chen quickly used Uncle Wang's sword to block, but the impact was too overwhelming, sending him flying back. The sword in his hand snapped clean in two. Damn it, this boss was way stronger than expected. Jiang Chen barely stabilized himself by planting his foot hard into the ground. Looking at the broken sword, he couldn't help but sigh that this dungeon boss was far more terrifying than he imagined. But then another thought appeared in his mind. How was he going to explain this to Uncle Wang? After all, he had just broken the man's precious sword, and the enemy in front of him was the level 15 undead king. After its first strike, the boss exploded forward at extreme speed, disappearing from sight. In an instant, it circled behind Jiang Chen and prepared to strike again. At that moment, Jiang Chen called out Nine Egg Wings' name, and an arm suddenly appeared, blocking the attack. Nine Egg Wings asked if she could wipe out everything here. Jiang Chen simply replied with one word, yes. As if receiving an execution order, she crushed the boss sword with one hand. A terrifying aura erupted from her body, forcing even the undead king to retreat in caution. Her eyes burned with killing intent. Immediately after, countless attacks rained down on the boss in a frenzy. The undead king couldn't even react before its body was torn apart into pieces. In an instant, Nine Egg Wings stood there, holding the boss head in her hand. Even Jiang Chen didn't expect her to overpower the boss so easily. He had thought the battle was just getting started. But at that moment, a floating crystal suddenly appeared above the boss corpse. The crystal began Fengquang Xishou mana from the surrounding area. Streams of blue energy were continuously pulled out from the monster's remains and gathered into it. Finally, all that mana condensed into a massive creature even stronger than before, the level 20 undead tyrant. Seeing this, Jiang Chen immediately realized the crystal was the boss' true core. He quickly reminded Nine Egg Wings that to kill it, they had to destroy the energy crystal inside its body. After completing its rebirth, the undead tyrant let out a furious roar toward Jiang Chen. Nine Egg Wings immediately used her extreme speed to dodge its attack. Then she leapt high into the air, preparing to strike from behind. But to Jiang Chen's shock, despite its massive body, the boss still managed to evade all of her attacks with perfect precision. Seeing this, even Jiang Chen felt pressured. A body that huge yet still able to keep up with Nine Egg Wings' speed was clearly abnormal. Jiang Chen suddenly thought of the plants spreading beneath his feet. If used properly, they might still give him a chance. Without hesitation, he decided to try immediately. This boss wasn't just insanely fast, it also had terrifying destructive power, like a rampaging rhinoceros. But to Jiang Chen, that attack style revealed a fatal weakness. Because from the start of the fight, he had already noticed something strange. The entire dungeon was filled with hidden roots beneath the ground. If he timed it right and activated his spirit cultivator talent when the boss got close, he could temporarily restrain its movement. Just as he finished his thought, the boss charged straight at him. At that moment, Jiang Chen's eyes glowed green, and runes appeared on his hands. His talent All Things Growth activated instantly, causing the ground to explode violently. Countless underground roots went berserk, shooting upward and wrapping tightly around the undead tyrant, forcibly locking its movements. Seeing the opening, Jiang Chen shouted for Nine Egg Wings to finish it. Nine Egg Wings immediately understood and obediently responded to her master. She then struck with her claws, directly piercing and shattering the boss body. The unexpected success made Jiang Chen feel pleased. He realized his talent, though not direct combat-oriented, was extremely overpowered when used correctly. Unfortunately, All Things Growth had now entered an 8-hour cooldown. But the battle was not fully over yet. Jiang Chen knew the core crystal had to be destroyed to completely finish the boss. As he thought this, the crystal began rising again, attempting to reconstruct another form. But this time, Jiang Chen reacted faster. He grabbed it and crushed it directly. Only then did the fight truly end. Immediately after, multiple system notifications appeared. The Crank Dungeon Undead Divine Temple had been cleared successfully. The system began evaluating each party member. Jiang Chen, as a spirit cultivator, received an S rank rating, while the others received A and B. Next, the system announced that reward equipment had been generated. In front of Jiang Chen, a series of weapons and gear floated in midair. He casually picked one up to inspect it. It was a loadier swordsman blade with decent attack and speed bonuses. Jiang Chen immediately thought it would be perfect as compensation for Uncle Wang. But after closer inspection, he realized almost all the equipment was combat-oriented, and he wondered if there was anything suitable for a survival-type class. So he continued checking more items. But the moment he pulled out a massive hammer, its terrifying weight slammed into the ground, creating a deep crater. The weapon was called King's Summoning Hammer, with extremely high stats and a 5-fold critical trigger rate. At that moment, a strange sensation suddenly surged through his body. Jiang Chen immediately realized something was happening. It turned out the dungeon was distributing completion experience. System notifications kept appearing as EXP flooded into him, revitalizing his body. He was now able to easily lift the massive hammer. In an instant, Jiang Chen jumped from level 1 to level 6. Thanks to 9 Egg Wings' feedback effect, all his attributes also increased significantly. He could already feel that if this continued, even close combat wouldn't be a weakness anymore. At that moment, 9 Egg Wings gently pulled on Jiang Chen's sleeve and kept calling out Master repeatedly. Then she pointed at the pile of rewards in front of them and asked if she could eat everything. Jiang Chen immediately rejected her. He explained that these equipment items had to be exchanged for money for Uncle Wang's group, and besides, eating them might even cause stomach problems. Hearing that, 9 Egg Wings turned and pointed at the massive boss corpse, asking if that one could be eaten instead. Only then did Jiang Chen remember the huge devour value contained in the boss remains. For the Zerg, this was extremely valuable resource that couldn't be wasted. Thinking that, he immediately allowed her to handle it. However, the undead tyrant's body was far too large. If they only used corrosive poison mist, it would take too long, and could even cause unexpected complications. 9 Egg Wings slowly walked up to the boss corpse and opened her mouth. Her body began to undergo a drastic transformation into a truly monstrous form. Compared to her current form, the boss corpse now looked like nothing more than a small toy. The sight made Jiang Chen's jaw drop in shock. He never expected the brood mother's devouring method to be this terrifying. Immediately after, 9 Egg Wings revealed her sharp fangs and began devouring the boss at an insane speed. The sound alone caused the surrounding ground to tremble violently. Jiang Chen could only feel lucky that they were inside a dungeon. If this happened in the city, there would be no way to hide it. Meanwhile, the system kept spamming notifications as devour value increased by 100, then another 100 non-stop. Watching the devour value skyrocket, Jiang Chen was shocked. As expected of a boss flesh, it was on a completely different level. It looked like he would need to hunt many more bosses in the future. But at that moment, hurried footsteps suddenly echoed in the distance. Jiang Chen immediately guessed that Uncle Wang's group had noticed the commotion and were returning. The system displayed that devour value had reached 8,876 out of 10,000. Seeing it almost full but interrupted, Jiang Chen felt a deep sense of regret and quickly urged 9 Egg Wings to revert to her normal form. Soon after, everyone arrived with worried expressions. But upon seeing that Jiang Chen had actually cleared the dungeon, they all broke into relieved smiles, thrilled by the massive gains. Jiang Chen awkwardly admitted he had accidentally broken Uncle Wang's sword. But the moment they saw the dropped loot, Uncle Wang laughed so hard he couldn't stop. Just those rare items alone were worth a huge fortune, and the broken sword was immediately dismissed. Meanwhile, Xiaoxi curiously asked how Jiang Chen had soloed the boss. He casually replied that his poison seemed to counter undead creatures. Although the dungeon had been cleared, Jiang Chen understood that once completed, it would no longer reset, and the devour value from the boss was extremely important. He was just one step away from unlocking his first swarm reproduction. If he wanted to continue hunting bosses, he would have to head into the wilderness. Uncle Wang then asked about Jiang Chen's future plans. He felt that, with his current strength, it would be a waste to pursue research. Even without reaching a high level, he was already terrifyingly strong. Hearing that, Jiang Chen no longer hid it, and directly said he had decided to join the Night Watch organization. The group was immediately shocked. Jiang Chen continued explaining that he had already arranged to report to the Night Watch leader in 3 days, and before that, he wanted to go to the wilderness to continue leveling. Although everyone worried it was too dangerous, Jiang Chen remained calm and said he already had a clear plan. He even half-jokingly added that instead of worrying about him, they should worry about the monsters outside. The scene then shifted to the wilderness outside the city. The train announcements echoed continuously, signaling that this was a dangerous border zone. Jiang Chen stepped off the train, wearing a fully concealed cloak commonly used by awakeners to avoid being recognized. The moment he arrived, he immediately felt the atmosphere change. Awakened individuals were everywhere, coming and going constantly. While walking, Jiang Chen quietly reflected on how much he had changed after awakening the system. His appetite had become completely different. Even eating simple food would slightly increase devour value. Even dry bread granted him a point. Meanwhile, 9 egg wings beside him complained that her master's food was terrible. Jiang Chen laughed and said he would soon take her to find real delicacies. Then he pulled out a map to study the surrounding terrain. Before setting off, Uncle Wang not only gave Jiang Chen a large amount of equipment, but also a spatial ring and a wilderness map. For his current stage, these items were extremely useful. The wilderness is affected by heavenly Tao energy, making electronic devices almost completely useless. Monsters also constantly change their nest locations, turning the place into a true apocalypse. That's why frequently updated maps are extremely valuable without them. Finding monsters is already hard enough, let alone hunting bosses. Jiang Chen quickly ruled out crowded zones like the Firebird Dungeon and Thunder Rhino area, since they would easily expose his identity. There was also a region marked as extremely dangerous that Uncle Wang had strictly warned him never to approach. After weighing all the information, Jiang Chen decided the goblin camp was the best option for now. The monsters there weren't too strong, but their numbers were high and competition was relatively low. Just as he was about to set off, a loud shout suddenly came from behind. Someone kept ordering him to stop and asked irritably why he was pretending not to hear. The man walked up and asked if Jiang Chen had seen a blonde girl appear near the outskirts, even placing a hand directly on his shoulder. Jiang Chen immediately brushed his hand away and replied coldly that he had never seen anyone like that, telling him to speak properly. Very quickly, the man noticed that his hand had begun showing signs of corrosion from poison. He was shocked that a guy who didn't even look above level 10 could injure a level 27 defensive warrior like him. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen calmly told him to go get treatment quickly, or the poison would worsen. Hearing that, the man only grew angrier. Jiang Chen casually added that he might as well get his brain checked too while he was at it, so he would stop being a nuisance. Enraged, the man loudly declared he was from the Xiao family and threatened Jiang Chen for daring to attack a member of their household. The moment he finished speaking, he launched an attack at Jiang Chen. Fortunately, Jiang Chen reacted fast enough to dodge it. Hearing the name Xiao family, Jiang Chen immediately recognized it as one of the well-known major clans. But judging from the man's aggressive attitude, this clearly wasn't going to end peacefully. Before he could think further, the man charged again, cursing and trying to finish him off. Seeing this, Jiang Chen told 9 crows that there was no need to hold back anymore. At his command, 9 crows appeared beside him, surrounded by dense black poison mist. Even after seeing the terrifying toxic fog, the man still failed to recognize the danger and kept shouting insults, thinking Jiang Chen was only bluffing. But just as the situation was about to explode, a cold voice suddenly rang out from a distance, warning Zheng Tai that he should handle things more discreetly. That single sentence instantly changed Zheng Tai's expression. He hurriedly lowered his head and explained he was only searching for someone under orders. The newcomer immediately cursed him as useless and nothing but trouble. Without hesitation, he punched Zheng Tai in the face, sending blood flying and forcing him to kneel on the spot. The cold young man said Zheng Tai was just a dog of the Xiao family and had no right to act in their name. Terrified, Zheng Tai could only keep nodding in apology. Seeing all this, Jiang Chen silently evaluated that this newcomer was even more dangerous than Zheng Tai. What frightened him most was that he hadn't noticed the man's approach at all. The man then walked up to Jiang Chen and calmly said his dog liked to bite randomly, asking if compensation was needed. Jiang Chen politely refused, but the young master showed continued interest and suggested going together to the wilderness. Jiang Chen immediately declined, saying he preferred to act alone. Watching Jiang Chen leave, the young master smiled faintly and murmured that this was indeed a gaudier survival class. Zheng Tai then asked if they should continue dealing with the earlier matter. The young master coldly replied that by the time Zheng Tai finished, it would already be too late. He said he had already located the target, who was hiding outside the city and likely trying to cross the wilderness to reach a relay station. He immediately ordered all Xiao family members scattered nearby to assemble and enter the wilderness together, stressing that the girl must not be allowed to reach the relay station alive. In ancient times, humanity built countless cities across the planet, but ever since the era of class awakening began, along with monsters, secret realms, and dungeons, most of the territory had been taken back. Now only powerful awakened dared to return to these areas to hunt monsters and gather resources. Those abandoned lands were now collectively called the wilderness. As Jiang Chen followed the trail deeper inside, he began to feel something was off, as if he had strayed away from the goblin nest he originally planned to find. At first, he still encountered a few scattered monsters, but the deeper he went, the fewer he saw. Eventually, there wasn't even a single one in sight. Those weak monsters only gave him minimal devour value, and if he couldn't find a boss soon, he might miss his Night Watch registration deadline. At that moment, heavy rain suddenly poured down from the sky. Jiang Chen immediately sensed a surge of mana fluctuations in the air, and guessed he had entered the territory of some beast nest. Instead of worry, he actually felt excited. Finding a nest meant boss hunting would be much faster. Just as the system confirmed his devour value had reached the threshold for first-time reproduction, a giant spider suddenly dropped from above. Sensing danger, Jiang Chen instantly looked up. Before him was a massive spider slowly crawling toward him. 9 Eggwings asked if she should take care of it, but Jiang Chen shook his head, sensing the creature wasn't too strong. As the spider swung its claws down, Jiang Chen easily dodged and seized the timing to leap upward. A single straight punch pierced through its body, killing it instantly. But before he could rest, 9 egg wings pointed elsewhere, warning that more monsters were approaching. This time it wasn't just one or two, it was an entire swarm. Countless giant spiders crawled toward Jiang Chen. Seeing this, he immediately drew his weapon and coated it in dense poison mist. He also told 9 Eggwings that she would be getting a full meal soon. Hearing about food, 9 Eggwings instantly became excited. The two split directions and began clearing the monsters. Jiang Chen swung his blade while feeling his experience continuously rise. As expected, wilderness monsters gave far better gains than dungeon ones. At this rate, he could easily gain several levels before returning. Soon, piles of spider corpses formed on the ground. Jiang Chen told 9 Eggwings to handle the remains, and she happily praised her master as the best. After clearing the battlefield, Jiang Chen and 9 Eggwings continued deeper into the wilderness. After a while, 9 Eggwings suddenly said she smelled something extremely appetizing approaching. Seeing her excited expression, Jiang Chen immediately guessed it was a boss. He quietly prepared his poison mist in case of danger, and signaled 9 Eggwings to move forward. But just as they rushed ahead, a painful cry suddenly echoed from the front, causing Jiang Chen to stop. As the mist cleared, a girl was seen lying unconscious on the ground. Jiang Chen froze for a moment, completely unsure what kind of monster this was supposed to be. After a while, the girl slowly regained consciousness, her eyes still dazed. At that moment, Jiang Chen spoke to check on her, causing her to jump in shock. Instinctively, she backed away and warily asked who he was, repeatedly telling him not to come closer. Jiang Chen could only awkwardly explain he was just an awakened here to hunt monsters with no ill intent. But after hearing that, the girl immediately pointed at him and accused him of ambushing her. Jiang Chen could only smile awkwardly and apologize, saying she just looked too much like a monster earlier. Hearing that, she nearly exploded in anger. Who would call a girl a monster like that? She then quickly checked her body to see if she was injured or missing anything. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen was secretly surprised that she had taken his attack head-on and still seemed almost unharmed. At that moment, the girl glanced at the ring on her hand and muttered that things were bad. She had wasted too much time and might already be getting tracked. Hearing that, Jiang Chen immediately realized she was probably being hunted. He called her back and asked what danger lay ahead that made her so tense. Caught off guard, the girl awkwardly claimed there were only a few monsters ahead and that she was weak in combat, so she planned to leave first while Jiang Chen continued hunting. Seeing her stiff expression, Jiang Chen silently concluded that her lying skills were truly terrible. But for Jiang Chen, if there really were monsters ahead, that was exactly what he wanted. They couldn't threaten him anyway, and they would only boost his devour value. The real trouble would be other awakeners. Out here in the wild, there were no rules. Killing and looting happened all the time. While he was still deciding whether to keep the girl and question her, Xiao Chu suddenly pointed ahead and said a huge wave was rushing toward them. Hearing a huge wave, Jiang Chen thought he was about to receive a grand monster feast, and he was actually excited. But when he saw the scene clearly, he froze. Endless swarms of monsters were flooding in, and in the distance, countless cold eyes were locked onto him. That was when Jiang Chen realized the girl had clearly lied. But once he confirmed they were real monsters and not humans, he relaxed again. If they came to him, that was just free devour value. Without hesitation, he ordered Xiao Chu to release the poison mist. And just like that, another massive hunt began. At his current speed, Jiang Chen was like a shadow slicing through the swarm, every strike cutting a monster clean in half. Each sword slash tore through flesh, spraying blood across the battlefield. But the longer he fought, the more something felt off. These monsters were clearly much faster than the ones before. Right then, one monster suddenly flanked from behind to ambush him. Luckily, Jiang Chen dodged in time. The moment it missed, he countered without mercy. In an instant, the monster's body was chopped into pieces and scattered across the ground. Even so, that uneasy feeling in Jiang Chen's heart didn't fade. He quickly realized these monsters weren't fighting randomly. They attacked in turns and retreated in formation, like something was commanding them from afar. At that moment, Jiang Chen understood. If a boss was controlling the entire swarm, then this place was truly dangerous. Thousands of monsters sharing one battle consciousness. No wonder no one dared to come here. To end this, he had to break through the lesser monsters and eliminate the boss behind them. This was going to be troublesome. Just then, Xiaoqiu suddenly said she could somehow understand the monster's language. Before Jiang Chen could react, she angrily shouted at the swarm, as if responding to their provocation. The moment her voice rang out, the monster's formation instantly fell into chaos. Seeing that, Jiang Chen quickly figured it out. Since Xiaoqiu belonged to the insect race, she had just severed the control link between the boss and the swarm. He never expected her control ability to work like this. Seizing the chance, Jiang Chen praised Xiaoqiu and told her to follow him to deal with the boss. She turned into poison mist and wrapped around his sword, while Jiang Chen accelerated straight toward the boss hiding behind the swarm. Without central command, the monsters would soon collapse on their own. The monsters in this area were no longer strong enough to pressure Senza, so he casually cleared them along the way. Only one final target remained this week. Senza leapt into the air to scout from above as streams of toxic energy began swirling around his arm. This was the prey that would grant the highest devour value. Without hesitation, he brought his blade down right at the center of its head. The corrosive poison rapidly destroyed its body, leaving it unable to resist. After absorbing it, what Senza awaited next was the reproduction process of the insect race. When the last spider finally lay still, he let out a breath. It was finally over. The level notification popped up. Level 14, strategy rating 127 stars. The enhancement effect was still active. Senza clenched his fist and felt the power surging stronger than ever. On his own, he was already comparable to a level 25 combat class. Now, none of the surrounding beasts dared to approach. The moment they saw Senza, they scattered in fear, but he didn't bother chasing them. The priority now was completing the reproduction. Looking at the corpses scattered across the ground, Senza ordered Xiaoju to clean them up. Devour value notifications kept popping up, each adding 150 points. Elite monsters were truly different. The value they gave was insane. If he wanted to speed up reproduction, hunting elites was clearly the best choice. Right then, the system notified him. Devour value had reached the limit. Activate the first reproduction? Senza froze for a second. He didn't expect to fill it up this fast. Xiaoju seemed to feel the change inside her body too. She told Senza she was ready to reproduce, and asked for permission to fight by his side with new power. Senza laughed and nodded. If you're ready, then start. The moment he finished speaking, the system confirmed the first-generation reproduction had begun. His growth acceleration talent also activated, boosting the development speed of all organisms. Senza was surprised. He didn't expect his class talent to support reproduction as well. More notifications followed. Congratulations, you've obtained Brood Nest at max level and unlocked the exclusive skill Domination Level 1. A strange mark appeared on the back of his hand. Before he could study it, the system started an 8-second countdown. Almost done, he thought, as he looked ahead, where new insects were beginning to appear. The system confirmed the first reproduction was successful. The sight was overwhelming. There were too many to count, so he let the system calculate. A total of 2,300 larvae were born. Even Senza was stunned. One female insect produced over 2,000 in the first batch. How insane would the next waves be? The newborn insects were extremely attached to Senza, but their skill sets differed from Xiao Jia's and even included new abilities. One had wide area corrosive poison mist, color-reflective camouflage from its wings, and a berserk mode that traded power for devour value. Senza patted its head and laughed. Self-destruction and camouflage too? That was ridiculously overpowered. After giving birth, Xiaoju happily rushed over to hug Senza, clearly waiting for praise. He turned and patted her head. She looked mostly the same, just smiling and saying she had completed her task. Senza was about to tell her to rest, but Xiaoju immediately asked what rest meant. Instead of explaining, she slipped straight into the mark on Senza's hand. The female insect had already returned to the brood nest at some point. Looking at the mark, Senza was amazed. It was a separate space designed to house the entire swarm. No matter how large the numbers grew, he could hide them all. Max-level skills really were different. When he checked inside the brood nest, Xiaoju was already fast asleep. Reproduction clearly drained her more than he thought. That was when Senza remembered his new skill, Domination. He activated it immediately. The moment it triggered, every insect soldier sensed his command. With just a thought, they obeyed. So that was how it worked. This was the ability to control the entire swarm. It felt so natural, like growing an extra pair of arms. Not only that, Senza could also synchronize his senses with the insects. Through their vision, he finally saw the world as they did. Everywhere he looked, Monsters were crawling all over the place. Watching the 9 tentacle wasps buzzing in excitement, Senza laughed. They were itching for a fight. Fine then, time to sweep the area. He also wanted to test his new skills. Soon a series of explosions echoed across the entire zone. The massive disturbance immediately drew the attention of nearby monsters. Surrounded by thick poison mist, Senza slowly stepped toward the gathering swarm. The goblins didn't even have time to react before being struck by toxin from a distance. Within moments, their bodies were corroded to death, leaving nothing behind. Looking at the corpses, Senza analyzed his current strength. With the swarm supporting him, he barely needed to act personally. The poison mist covered a wider range, devour speed increased drastically, and with domination, no normal target could escape the swarm's surveillance. Thinking of that, Senza smiled with excitement. It wouldn't be long before another generation was born. That's when Senza remembered he hadn't checked the next upgrade requirement. The moment he opened his status panel, he froze. Wait, what the hell is this? Meanwhile, somewhere else, a man rushed back to report to his boss. The leader immediately got annoyed, asking why he was late and demanding details about the spider nest. The subordinate trembled as he said the entire nest had been wiped out. Not a single spider survived. At first, they thought he was joking, but it was true. A chill ran down their spines. A massive earth wolf spider nest erased overnight? That was terrifying. They guessed it had to be the Night Watchers or some hidden force. Either way, their mission to obtain spider venom had failed. Just then, footsteps echoed behind them. A figure slowly approached and calmly said he had finally found them. The group instantly became alert and demanded his identity. He casually replied that he was here to level up his class and needed a few items from them. The leader burned with anger. One guy dared threaten all of them? Still, he forced a smile and said trades required equal exchange. Senza stayed relaxed and said he did bring something interesting. The others grew curious while secretly drawing their swords to intimidate him. Senza only smiled faintly. Then he took something out of his spatial ring and tossed it onto the ground. The moment they saw it clearly, their expressions changed. Senza calmly asked if his goods were high enough quality. Cold sweat rolled down their faces. Those were earth wolf spider corpses. But hadn't that nest been completely destroyed? Could it have been him? Now at level 17, Jiang Chen's icy gaze made the pressure even heavier. He warned them not to pretend he didn't know what they were thinking. Senza coldly told them to hand over the items and get lost before he changed his mind. They immediately threw everything down and ran. Once they were far away, he sent his poison insects to scout the surroundings. One by one, the 9 tentacle wasps crawled out and spread across the area. Senza took a break and ate something, but he noticed he was getting hungry much faster. Ever since gaining Xiaoju, he had felt it. Now, controlling the entire swarm made it worse. His devour value was only 2,768 out of 1 million. A headache hit him. He thought more insects meant faster devour gains, but the requirement for the next reproduction had doubled. It was absurd. Even a boss only gave a tiny portion. Absorbing all monsters around the city might not be enough. Then he remembered the rumor that the Night Watchers possessed a hidden monster secret realm. If he wanted the swarm to grow stronger, he would have to find them. Looking at the mark on his palm, Senza realized Xiaojiu still hadn't woken up. Reproduction had clearly put massive strain on her body. Suddenly, shared vision from a hidden 9 tentacle wasp sent back a familiar image. Senza immediately recognized the person. Oh, why was he here? Through the swarm's senses, Senza could clearly feel the tension of battle, and there were quite a few people involved. Something big was happening over there. Just as he stood up, someone invisible accidentally bumped straight into him. Senza looked closely and instantly recognized the person. Damn it, Jiang Huo again? He had barely spoken when the girl clutched her head in pain. When she looked up and saw Senza alive, she was shocked. It was the guy from the spider nest. She quickly begged him not to reveal that they had met before. Senza was full of doubt. She had been this close, yet he hadn't sensed her at all. He didn't even know how she appeared. But soon he understood. The people chasing behind were clearly after her. There was no avoiding this now. Just as he thought that, footsteps echoed nearby. The leader was slightly surprised to see Senza. Zheng Tai beside him immediately pointed at him. The man leading them began probing with hidden meaning in his tone, while Senza remained silent and observed. Zheng Tai aggressively demanded to know if he had seen a girl run past, even threatening him. But the leader raised a hand to stop him and sat down across from Senza. He smirked and said Senza's leveling speed was interesting. In just one day, he had reached level 16. Still, he was busy and didn't want trouble. As he spoke, he tilted his sword towards Senza, applying pressure, and asked again about a black-haired girl. Senza sensed a terrifying aura. This man was definitely above level 30. Even worse, he could see Senza's exact level. He must have special detection equipment. After a brief pause, Senza pointed in another direction and said someone had run that way, though he wasn't sure if it was the girl they wanted. The man let out a cold laugh and warned him to be honest. If he found out Senza helped her escape, Zhen Guoxiao would never let it go. Watching them leave, Senza finally recalled their identity. The Zhen Guo family was an ancient and mysterious force that only appeared during major chaos. Their experts were said to tear apart heaven and earth. Being targeted by them was the last thing he wanted. Once they were far away, Senza immediately decided he couldn't stay here any longer. It was too dangerous. The girl finally dared to breathe in relief, thinking she was safe. But before she could celebrate, Senza grabbed her hand and pulled her away. In a hidden spot, he questioned her directly. "Last time you almost tricked me. Now I helped you again. At least tell me what you did." Trembling, she explained, her family managed a merchant caravan. That man wanted the goods and killed everyone. She was the only survivor. To silence her, they chased her all the way here. After hearing that, Senza turned to leave. The girl quickly begged and promised to repay him someday. He coldly replied he had no time to get dragged into their mess. Just then, Senza sensed their aura returning. The girl's face went pale. Someone in their group had secretly left a tracking barrier talisman earlier. Their location was exposed. From outside came a killing intent-filled voice ordering them to step out. Senza understood. Even if he denied any connection now, they wouldn't believe him. Hearing more and more footsteps, he realized they had brought many people. Soon, Zhen Guoxiao led them in with overwhelming pressure. He looked at Senza and sneered, saying he knew he had lied from the start, then ordered both of them captured. The girl couldn't hold back anymore and accused them of robbing her family's caravan and killing everyone. Zhen Guoxiao only stared at her coldly, as if none of that mattered. Senza glanced at the girl. Under that icy gaze, she was too pressured to speak further. Still, she threatened that if they killed her, the Luo family would investigate and take revenge. Zhen Guoxiao only laughed in disdain. In his eyes, the Luo family was just a second-rate clan with some money. He arrogantly said that without the Xiao ancestors' protection in the past, they would have vanished long ago. To the Shenguo family, clans like the Luo family were nothing but low-class commoners. He even called them livestock meant to be exploited. Hearing that, Senza's eyes gradually turned cold, and anger rose inside him. Zhen Guoxiao continued sneering. What was there to argue about now? As he spoke, a special spatial field began forming in his hand. In an instant, a crimson barrier covered the entire area, radiating immense pressure. The girl's face turned pale. This was the Xiao family's Dragonbirth formation. Once sealed inside, escape was nearly impossible. Senza looked up at the barrier and silently judged this man truly troublesome. Zheng Tai loudly ordered everyone to follow the young master's command and clean up as usual, leaving no trace behind. But Zhen Guoxiao raised a hand to stop them. The Luo family girl would definitely die today. However, he showed special interest in Senza. A rare gaudier life class wasn't something most people could recognize, but he could, and so, he decided to give Senza a chance to live. The condition was simple: hand over the girl, and he would spare Senza's life and let him join the Xiao family. Senza burst out laughing. The girl beside him trembled, thinking he might actually give her up. But then Senza looked straight at Zhen Guoxiao and said, "These young masters really knew how to talk big." He refused without hesitation. "If you want to fight, then come." His aura exploded, openly challenging everyone in front of him. Zhen Guoxiao's face darkened. He immediately ordered them to kill both of them and warned his men not to underestimate Senza. He specifically told them to avoid Senza's poison, but Senza only smirked and said he wouldn't even need poison this time. Then he activated his talent. The ground trembled violently as countless vines and roots burst out at terrifying speed. In seconds, the entire group was tightly surrounded. Senza coldly muttered, "Growth of all things." The vines tightened until they could barely move. The enemy panicked. This wasn't just poison. It was something far more terrifying. Only Zheng Tai, with his higher level, managed to slash his way out. Senza calmly told him to keep cutting and see how soft those vines really were. Zhen Guoxiao finally realized the issue. He angrily scolded his men. This was clearly Senza's spell, not some ordinary skill. But Senza said it was too late to figure that out now. He summoned countless small 9-tentacle wasps into the air. The swarm immediately dived toward Zhen Guoxiao's guards. With extreme speed, the lower-level fighters were wiped out almost instantly. They had no time to react. Zheng Tai struggled while watching his weapon corrode and break apart. What shocked him more was that this wasn't just poison. It was beast control too. The kid could even command creatures. Above them, poison mist condensed into terrifying monster shapes. Only then did they realize the mist was formed from mutated beast corpses. Escape was no longer an option. Senza raised his hand to command the swarm, his gaze turning icy. "This time, you're trapped." Suddenly, Zhen Guoxiao shoved Zheng Tai aside and shouted for him to move. He shot into the air, preparing his strongest sword strike to kill Senza in one blow. The pressure from the technique was overwhelming. Even Senza was startled by his speed. He was faster than the poison mist itself. As the blade descended, Zhen Guoxiao's body transformed like a golden dragon diving from the sky. The Xiao family secret art, 10 Dragon Slash. After releasing the attack, he smiled confidently. Senza was strong, but too low level. One strike would end it. But the next scene made his eyes widen. At the most critical moment, the girl rushed in front of Senza and activated her unique hidden class, Eternal Earth Shield. A massive barrier appeared but cracked under the sword aura. Blood spilled from her mouth, and she nearly collapsed. Senza was shocked. He hadn't expected her to be a defensa type. Seeing them still alive, Zhen Guoxiao grew even more furious. He pointed his sword at them and roared that the girl must die. But Senza saw an opening. Dark poison mist gathered in his palm, ready to strike. At the same time, he commanded the swarm to ambush from behind. One subordinate screamed to warn Zhen Guoxiao. Realizing he couldn't dodge, Zhen Guoxiao grabbed Zheng Tai and pulled him in front. He used his own subordinate as a shield. All the 9 tentacle wasp's attacks landed on Zheng Tai. Soon, only Zhen Guoxiao remained standing. His body was heavily injured, blood dripping from his mouth. Senza coldly remarked that he truly was cunning, even using his own men as meat shields. Zheng Tai, before dying, couldn't believe what happened. He called out to his young master in despair. But Zhen Guoxiao remained cold. In his eyes, Zheng Tai dying in his place meant he had served his purpose. Then he looked at Senza and admitted the kid really did have strength. Zhen Guoxiao instantly swallowed a pill, and his aura exploded to a terrifying level. In his eyes, no matter how strong Senza was, this was his limit. He slowly raised his sword, killing intent surging behind him like a giant eye locking onto Senza. Zhen Guoxiao believed one more strike would be enough to end it. His skill erupted, and a massive golden dragon phantom appeared, shaking the space itself. Everyone ahead was doomed. Seeing him charge, Senza grew alert. Zhen Guoxiao's eyes turned crazed, and his sword aura became even more terrifying. Dragon Subduing Slash was unleashed again. The golden dragon roared forward, ready to tear everything apart. The girl stepped in front once more and used her strongest defense, Earth Guardian Shield, fully empowered. A spherical barrier wrapped around them, barely blocking the devastating attack. But within seconds, cracks spread across the shield. The girl gritted her teeth in despair. The Xiao clan's secret pill had multiplied his power, and the shield was about to shatter. Watching from behind, Senza had to admit his sword art was deadly. Every slash was a true killing move. Zhen Guoxiao kept roaring and spammed Dragon Subduing Slash non-stop, sword energy flooding the entire area. Senza realized he could not hold back anymore. He began summoning all the poison insects from his nest. Tiny black bugs crawled out of his body and turned into streams of dark mist, rushing toward the enemy. Seeing the overwhelming swarm, Zhen Guoxiao showed fear for the first time. Even the girl beside him was stunned. Was he really a Life-type user? Why did he fight like something so sinister? The Zhu Jiangxi revealed their growing forms. Senza's eyes turned into those of a predator. Go. Even Zhen Guoxiao was shaken by the insane numbers. Still, he forced himself to stay calm and countered with Dragon Subduing Slash. To him, they were just fragile insects. Senza let out a cold laugh. Oh really? Then he released even more poisonous mist. What happened next made Zhen Guoxiao's face turn pale. The poison gathered and formed new Zhu Jiangxi, as if they were resurrecting before his eyes. He nearly lost his mind. What kind of monster couldn't be killed? In panic, his sword strikes grew weaker and weaker. Senza watched coldly from afar. Let's see how long you can last. Even so, Zhen Guoxiao desperately kept using Dragon Subduing Slash to hold back the advancing swarm. Soon he realized something worse. The dragon energy he unleashed was being devoured. As the swarm overwhelmed him, the first bites finally broke through his defense. Zhen Guoxiao's face drained of color. His right hand was poisoned, and he could barely wield his sword. In desperation, he pulled out a red gem. The gem activated and formed a protective barrier around him. He roared that mere insects could never kill Xiao Yuanwu. Senza was slightly surprised by the shield. He tried using Devouring Sovereign, but it had no effect. Zhen Guoxiao laughed proudly, saying this was the Xiao clan's heirloom life jade. Once activated, it was nearly immune to all external attacks. He admitted Senza had truly forced him to use this treasure. His strength was beyond imagination. Even while trembling, Zhen Guoxiao stepped closer and invited Senza to join the Xiao clan. Agree to follow him, and he would gain power, status, even the Xiao surname. Hearing that, Senza felt annoyed. This pampered young master still did not understand the situation. When Senza stayed silent, Zhen Guoxiao switched to threats. Maybe he could not kill him today, but what about tomorrow, or later? With the Xiao clan's power, how long could Senza hide? Senza gave a sinister smile and repeated his own words. To hunt someone, there has to be a body left, right? What if you die without even a corpse? At that moment, the ground shook violently. A massive claw slammed down, and a voice called out to its master. Zhen Guoxiao turned in horror. Right in front of him, a massive ancient goo appeared, its aura so terrifying the air itself seemed frozen. From upstairs, Yingyu calmly called out, "Xiao Ju, if you're awake then come eat." She happily replied, since she was starving, while he stood there petrified before the giant creature. Xiao Ju shot forward like lightning, stabbing straight at him. The defense he trusted so much was pierced instantly like paper. A sharp cracking sound rang out as he was blasted away. One thought filled his mind. What kind of monster is this? Jiang Chen calmly added that his body and life jade would make perfect nourishment for Xiao Ju. The moment Xiao Ju saw her prey, she pounced again. Explosions thundered as the ground was torn apart, and debris flew everywhere. His eyes widened in disbelief. The shield was broken? Impossible. This was the Xiao clan's life jade, but the truth was right in front of him. Sadly, that was the last moment he stayed conscious. Xiao Jia's next strike ended everything. When she lifted her target, only a pool of blood remained. Jiang Chen coldly ordered that no one must know about today. Go back. Xiao Ju happily obeyed. She turned into human form and wrapped her arms around his neck, acting cute. So tasty. Thank you, master. You're my favorite. Jiang Chen checked the loot while the girl beside him was still in shock. Her mind raced with fear. She knew his secret now. Would he silence her? Just then he turned around. Oh right, there's still you. Cold sweat poured down her back. He looked straight at her and asked coldly, "So how should I deal with you? Give me one reason not to kill you." She trembled and stuttered, then hurriedly offered all her treasures. It was basically her entire fortune worth over $1 million. Jiang Chen glanced at the pile and said it showed some sincerity, but she knew too much, and she had lied before. Terrified, she swore an oath. She said her name was Luo Sandao, and vowed to be struck by lightning if she deceived him. Even Jiang Chen was stunned by that strange name. She quickly showed her ID to prove it. He took the card and checked the details, then skeptically asked if the photo was really her. She forced herself to mimic the photo and explained it was taken 2 years ago, before she lost weight. Jiang Chen almost laughed, but turned away to keep his cool. His expression suddenly turned serious, his gaze heavy with pressure. "Even so, I still can't trust you to keep this secret. Only the dead are truly safe." She panicked and pulled out a strange scroll. It was a silence contract. Anyone who revealed the written secret would die instantly. Out of fear, she even wrote an oath to protect everything about Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was secretly surprised such an item existed. After checking it carefully, he finally agreed to spare her. She thanked him repeatedly. Then he suddenly asked how much the scroll cost. She thought for a moment and said around 1 million. He instantly understood. The most valuable thing she had just handed over was actually this scroll. She quickly added that if he escorted her home, her family would reward him properly. Jiang Chen said he had to report to the night watch tomorrow and had no time, but she insisted her home was closer and even had a teleportation array. It would not delay him, so they headed to the Luo residence. As soon as they arrived, angry voices echoed. Stealing resources and trying to kill her? The Xiao clan has gone too far. The servants bowed their heads for failing to protect the young miss. The woman was still furious, but the family head advised patience. The Xiao clan was a nation guardian force, and merchants like them could not provoke it. Only then did Jiang Chen truly believe she was Luo Sandao. The Luo family thanked him for saving her, gave him a black card, and prepared breakfast. He accepted without hesitation, and the moment food was mentioned, his stomach growled loudly. In the end, everyone sat down to eat. He would just eat a little, yet the stack of bowls beside him was almost a mountain. As he ate, Jiang Chen realized the more insects he controlled, the greater the energy drain. Dishes kept coming non-stop. Luo Sandao's mother urged him to eat slowly, but kept piling more food on his plate, afraid he might go hungry. The Luo couple silently observed him. Their daughter said Jiang Chen was a Liphotype class, but anyone who could save her from the Xiao clan was no ordinary person. And with that handsome face, he clearly was not some useless freeloader. The two suddenly shared the same idea. If they could win Jiang Chen over against the Xiao clan, that would be perfect. Even better if he could protect Sandao for life. Thinking that, they grew overly enthusiastic and stood behind him promoting their daughter. Rare hidden class, great at managing wealth, perfect figure, a match made in heaven. They even started planning baby names, making Jiang Chen choke on his water, while Sandao blushed in embarrassment. Feeling he could not endure any longer, Jiang Chen quickly stood up and made an excuse to leave. After thanking them for the meal, he slipped away at lightning speed, ignoring their calls. Once he was gone, Sandao's parents scolded her for not seeing off her future son-in-law. Her father even laughed cunningly, revealing the black card they gave him had a tracker installed. Sandao could only hold her head in frustration. But after calming down, Jiang Chen's image kept flashing in her mind. Strong and handsome, yet terrifying when he fought. The scarier he seemed, the more attractive he felt. Meanwhile, the Xiao clan was already in turmoil. Xiao Yanshan flew into a rage when he discovered Xiao Yuanshao's life jade had shattered. He immediately ordered an investigation. At that moment, Xiao Beihan walked in with disdain, seeing Yuanshao as nothing but trash, who only reached level 30 and second awakening past 20. Xiao Zhengguo admitted his nephew lacked talent, but he was still Xiao clan blood. Killing him was a slap to an 8th turn powerhouse. Xiao Beihan took the task without hesitation and declared that after finishing the Heavenly Genius camp, anyone who dared touch the Xiao clan would be dealt with by him personally. Back at the Night Watch base, Jiang Chen entered the office and saw an unusually large crowd, thinking something major had happened. From afar, Qi Gang waved him over. Qi Gang pulled him in and introduced the core members. First was Yun Xiaoke, level 45 second turn support. Once the youngest record holder here until Jiang Chen surpassed her. She teased him about being handsome, lightening the mood. Next was Duan Feng, level 49 second turn archer, quiet and cold. Then Chu Belong, also level 49 second turn but far more lively, proudly claiming he once got close to a gaudier class. Finally came Tang Jin, a level 61 third turn fire mage and deputy leader. She patted Jiang Chen's head and joked that sticking with her meant endless good food. Jiang Chen shyly greeted everyone, wondering why a Liphotype class like his deserved such respect. Outside, people saw it as useless in combat. Qi Gang immediately disagreed. To the Night Watch, any gaudier class was priceless, unlike outsiders blinded by prejudice. They said from the moment Jiang Chen joined, he was family. That made him feel slightly guilty since he only came for resources and to hide his identity. Just as the mood turned emotional, Chu Bulong cut in and brought everyone back to business. Qi Gang put an arm around Jiang Chen and said he had signed him up for the Heavenly Genius training in 3 days to gain more resources. The minimum was level 20, so how far was he from it? Jiang Chen calmly replied that he was already level 17. The entire room froze. 3 days after awakening and already at this level was monstrous. Qi Gang laughed proudly, convinced that with a gaudier talent, gaining 3 more levels in 3 days was easy, and immediately confirmed his spot in the Heavenly Genius camp. Before the talk could finish, everyone in the base sensed someone secretly spying from outside. Qi Gang immediately looked at Jiang Chen. "Xiao Chen, who did you offend? A third-turn master is tracking you." Jiang Chen's heart sank. Could it be someone from the Xiao clan already? Sensing trouble, Qi Gang ordered Yun Xiaoke to act. She formed hand seals and set up a special barrier to block sound and surveillance. In seconds, the barrier covered the entire base. Qi Gang patted Jiang Chen's shoulder and told him to stop hiding things. Jiang Chen admitted he killed Xiao Yuanwu yesterday. He cleaned the scene, but wasn't sure about tracking methods. Everyone froze. That was Xiao Yuanshan's nephew, an 8th turn nation guardian. Jiang Chen scratched his head awkwardly, feeling like he brought disaster. But Qi Gang did not blame him. In his eyes, the Xiao clan had done evil for years. Killing one of them was justice. He analyzed that although Xiao Yuanshan was terrifying, Xiao Yuanwu was not the most valued heir. The old man likely would not act personally, and the Night Watch was not easy to bully. Seeing everyone stand by him, Jiang Chen felt something strange. For the first time in his life, he felt what family meant. Then Qi Gang noticed something odd. Xiao Yuanwu was level 30 second turn. How did a level 17 Liphotype like Jiang Chen kill him? Jiang Chen explained he had help. Luo Sandao from the Jiangnan Luo family, owner of a rare hidden defense class. Hearing Luo Sandao's name shocked everyone even more. She was the only daughter of the richest family in Jiangnan. Qi Gang laughed loudly. The Luo family might lack combat power, but their wealth was unmatched. If Jiang Chen had ties with them, he would have strong backing. Still, something felt off. A defense class had no attack power. Jiang Chen then revealed another secret. He summoned poison insects and admitted he also had a hidden poison class. Qi Gang's eyes lit up like he found treasure. He even reached out to touch the poison. Jiang Chen quickly warned him it was extremely toxic. Qi Gang stayed confident, boasting about his strong defense. Less than a second later, he was poisoned. His face changed instantly. Jiang Chen helplessly pointed out that his defense had already been pierced. Qi Gang argued he was just unprepared. He then called Yun Xiaoke to heal him, while she stood there trying not to laugh. Even while being treated, Qi Gang kept praising Jiang Chen. The stronger the poison, the happier he looked. But despite the excitement, he suggested canceling the Heavenly Genius camp. The resources were great, but the Xiao clan would be there. It was too risky. Jiang Chen immediately asked what resources were so valuable. Qi Gang sighed and explained. There would be beast essence, blood, rare gear, and precious items. Top ranks could win mysterious fruits or special realm tickets. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Plans formed in his mind. Those rewards were far better than hunting beasts alone. They might even evolve his poison insects again. He firmly declared he would join. He was confident in protecting himself. Qi Gang fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, near West Lake at the Xiao clan, The calm lake suddenly split in half, water and earth torn apart by a terrifying force. The one behind it was the Xiao clan's strongest prodigy, Xiao Bihan. The crowd trembled at his growing power, but Bihan coldly demanded the investigation results and told them to stop wasting words. That before his death, Xiao Yuanwu clashed with Luo Sandao. A man named Jiang Chen was with her. Xiao Beihan calmly said he knew the Luo girl, someone with zero combat power, then shifted focus to Jiang Chen. Further investigation revealed Jiang Chen was a Liphotype with gaudier talent, and currently at the Night Watch. Both he and Luo Sandao had registered for the Heavenly Genius Camp. No solid proof, but highly suspicious. Xiao Beihan gave a chilling smile. For him, suspicion alone was enough to kill. A gaudier Liphotype sounded interesting. Since Jiang Chen joined the camp, he would deal with him there in 3 days. Back at the Night Watch base, Qigong held a private meeting with Jiang Chen. Though registered, he was still uneasy, so he arranged a powerful ally, Mu Hantui, princess of the Mu family and descendant of a 7th-turn king-tier expert. Before the camp, they would enter a dungeon together to level up and coordinate. Qigong added that Mu Hantui was not only famous for her beauty, but also the same age as Jiang Chen. He even encouraged him to use his charm, leaving Jiang Chen awkward. Just then, a knock sounded. Mu Hantui walked in and questioned Qigong. Yesterday he refused to lend someone, so why change his mind today? The moment Jiang Chen saw her, he admitted the rumors were true. Her beauty was stunning. Qigong laughed and wrapped an arm around Jiang Chen. Yesterday he was mad at her grandfather, so he refused. Today his condition was simple. Jiang Chen would join the dungeon team. Mu Hantui looked displeased. She reminded him she already offered 10 free level 30 dungeon scrolls, yet he still added conditions. Qigong replied the dungeon allowed under level 50 only, so they needed a reliable fighter. She turned to Jiang Chen and asked his class and level. When he answered Liphotype level 17, she froze, then mocked him as dead weight. Qigong almost exploded, barely held back by Uncle Li. He loudly defended Jiang Chen as a gaudier talent. Uncle Li quickly mediated, explaining Mu Hantui had just been dumped and was in a terrible mood. She did not mean to target Jiang Chen. Embarrassed that her breakup was exposed, Mu Hantui snapped at Uncle Li to stop talking, then reluctantly agreed to bring Jiang Chen. He silently thought he learned way too much gossip today. Soon, the group entered the level 30 dungeon, Beautiful Village. Up to 5 players under level 50 could join. The objective was to clear all monsters, kill the boss, and destroy the central altar. Before entering, Mu Hantui took command. If separated or in danger, regroup at the teleport stone if immediately. Mutation chance was low, but if anything felt wrong, retreat. Chu Bulong whispered to Jiang Chen that a single level 30 dungeon scroll was worth at least 100 million. As she passed by, Mu Hantui mocked Jiang Chen again, telling him not to cry and drag the team down. He simply judged her temper as problematic. Staring at the dungeon gate, Jiang Chen felt uneasy. Meanwhile, Chu Bulong stayed optimistic, promising full protection. Inside, the scene shifted to a strangely peaceful village. Chu Belong wondered why no monsters appeared. Duan Feng suggested most were hiding in houses, so they should check one by one. Near the residential area, he assigned roles. Chu Belong would lure, he would snipe, Xiaoke would heal, and Jiang Chen with Mu Hantui would stay back. But upon reaching a stone tablet marked Bright Village, everyone sensed something wrong. Xiaoke felt a dark aura in the village that made her deeply uncomfortable. To stay safe, Xiaoke instantly casts another cleansing buff on the whole team before they move deeper inside. The moment Jiang Chen receives the buff, his mind clears up, his focus sharpens, and his speed and reflexes spike way beyond expectations. But right after that, black eerie energy starts gathering in the sky. Duan Feng senses something wrong and yells for everyone to retreat to the teleport stone. Then the system announces the Beautiful Village secret realm has mutated into Nightmare Rank Undead Village. The clear condition changes completely. Wipe out all undead in Guangming Village and defeat the final boss. The intro sounds even worse. The light is gone, darkness rises, and the gate to the undead kingdom is about to open. When the black mist fades, Jiang Chen realizes he has been teleported elsewhere. He can only smile helplessly. A normal dungeon just jumped straight to nightmare mode. His teammates are probably scattered too. He recalls Duan Feng's warning. If separated, return to the teleport stone immediately. With his current strength, soloing a nightmare dungeon is too risky, so he decides to head back first and kicks open a nearby door. The scene inside sends chills down his spine. The room is filled with memorial portraits and coffins scattered everywhere like a mass morgue. This definitely does not look like an exit. Suddenly, one of the portraits on the wall seems to curl its lips into a smile at him. Jiang Chen freezes, unsure if he imagined it or if it really just moved. Before he can think further, a nearby coffin creaks and slowly opens. Then all the other coffins burst open one by one. Level 30 undead crawl out, each with strange skills like charge, slash, and tear. Worst of all, they are immune to normal physical attacks. The moment he hears physical immunity, Jiang Chen frowns, and by then the undead have already surrounded him from all sides. He quickly spreads a layer of poison mist around himself and uses his movement technique to dodge non-stop. Then he blows open the roof and leaps into the air to create distance. But that quick test reveals something annoying. His poison is also treated as physical damage, so it barely works. Jiang Chen immediately concludes that only magic attacks can deal with them. Looks like he needs to find Xiao Ke as soon as possible. But right then, Xiao Ju suddenly appears behind him, eyes sparkling with excitement. She looks at the undead like a buffet table and sweetly asks if she can eat to replenish herself. Jiang Chen is surprised. He worries her attacks might also be nullified, so he tells her not to force it and retreat if it does not work. But the moment Xiao Ju dives down, the undead truly become her meal. She tears through them like a predator, finding her favorite food. Each undead can only wait helplessly to be devoured. She even rubs her belly and happily says it tastes great. Only then does Jiang Chen remember that Xiao Ju comes from the abyss, the same dark attribute as the undead. After her divine evolution, her life level far surpasses these low-tier undead, so suppressing them is natural. Now that he confirms they are edible, Jiang Chen releases all his insect army to join the feast. In an instant, countless insects flood the sky. He orders them to spread out and hunt, but stay out of sight. The system notifications start flooding in. Every undead killed pours in a wave of XP, plus the energy Xiao Ju feeds back to him. The XP alerts keep ringing non-stop. Before long, Jiang Chen levels up from 17 to 18 and gains extra attribute and potential points. He clenches his fist in excitement. In just a few dozen seconds, he earns over 500,000 XP. The speed is insane. To him, this dungeon feels like a private resource vault. After clearing the undead around him, Jiang Chen calmly walks back to study the strange portrait again. This time, the portrait no longer wears that creepy smile. He even stands in front of it and mocks it, not smiling anymore. At that moment, Xiao Ju reports that everything outside has been eaten clean. Jiang Chen praises Xiao Ju, then casually points at the portrait and asks if this thing is edible too. Instantly, the face in the picture shifts from gloomy to terrified. In less than a second, the entire portrait explodes into pieces. The system pops up a ridiculous notice. He just scared a level 35 elite undead guard to death and gained over 8,000 EXP. Jiang Chen stares at the broken pieces on the ground, completely speechless. Elsewhere in the dungeon, Duanfeng is surrounded by waves of undead. He keeps firing magic arrows to maintain distance. Without magic damage, he would have been crushed already. But what worries him most is not himself. It is Jiang Chen, a newbie barely over level 10. If something happens to him, how will he explain it to Qigang? Before Duanfeng can process anything, X notifications start popping up non-stop. A teammate kills a level 30 undead, and he gains over 4,000 XP. Then a level 35 elite falls, and the XP spikes again. He is completely stunned. While running from the undead, Duanfeng racks his brain. This is a mutated dungeon. Who could possibly farm at this insane speed? Su Bulong is impossible. His physical build is heavily countered. Xiao Ke has light attribute, but even she cannot kill this fast. As for Jiang Chen, that makes even less sense. His poison and growth skills should not work on undead at all. After thinking it through, he can only suspect Muhanchu. Could her true strength really be this terrifying? No matter who it is, someone clearing undead this fast is good news. The faster the kills, the higher the chance of saving people. Right now, Duanfeng can only pray that Jiang Chen is still holding on. Meanwhile, Muhanchu is barely hanging on. Her entire body is already pushed to the limit. She struggles forward, while a sea of undead chases right behind her. In her mind, there is only one thought: she cannot die here. As the only hidden class, she still has to enter the Heavenly Prodigy camp and surpass her family. But her stamina is almost gone. Even her origin speed boost is fading. For the first time, she truly panics and just wants to go home. At her most desperate moment, she notices something strange ahead. The once savage undead are now fleeing in fear. She instantly realizes something even more terrifying is up front. It must be the one slaughtering monsters like crazy. If she can hold on a little longer, she might survive. But her body finally gives out. She collapses from exhaustion and can only weakly cry for help toward the front. The voice quickly draws attention. When Mu Hanchu sees who it is, she freezes. Standing there is Jiang Chen. No way. How is this even possible? With no other choice, she raises her hand and begs him to save her. Hearing her plea, Jiang Chen pulls her up and coldly tells her to step aside. He even tosses her behind him like luggage. The impact makes her whole body ache. In his eyes right now, she is just in the way. Mu Hanchu is furious. This time Jiang Chen really went too far. But her anger fades instantly. In front of her, countless poisonous insects surge out like a tide and devour the undead. The scene is eerie and overwhelming. Is this really the so-called useless life class? It looks absolutely overpowered. She even starts doubting that Jiang Chen's true hidden class is poison. The more she watches, the faster her heart races. Mu Hanchu blushes and covers her mouth, wondering if she has somehow been poisoned by him. About half an hour later, Jiang Chen is still cleaning up the stubborn undead. On Duanfeng's side, he notices something strange. Ever since leaving that house, they are no longer being chased. He starts suspecting Mu Hanchu has some ability to suppress undead aura, or maybe she holds a special treasure. But overthinking will not help. What everyone worries about most is still Jiang Chen. Suddenly, Xiao Ke spots signs of battle ahead, and it looks like the fight ended long ago. The team rushes over. The area is filled with crushed undead bones. Seeing this, everyone grows tense. If Jiang Chen really died here, they would not be able to bear the consequences. They split up and search every corner of the area. Then all of them freeze at the same time. In front of them, Mu Hanchu is standing behind Jiang Chen, massaging his shoulders like a personal maid. Su Belong thinks he is seeing things and keeps asking Duanfeng if that is really Jiang Chen. Duanfeng is just as shocked. The granddaughter of a Feng king is actually standing behind Jiang Chen like a maid. This scene is hard to accept. While everyone is frozen, Mu Hanchu keeps massaging his shoulders. Jiang Chen finally stands up and greets them. He casually mentions the boss is in the back courtyard, but Duanfeng cuts him off. Right now, he cares more about whether this kid is really Jiang Chen. Seeing the tension, Mu Hanchu steps in front of Jiang Chen as if protecting him. Jiang Chen casually pushes her aside and says he is perfectly normal, just a bit charming. To prove it, he brings up that Qi Gang is the best cook on the team. Only then do they relax. It is really him. Jiang Chen then scolds Mu Hanchu for touching him all the time. She immediately apologizes obediently, leaving the whole team speechless. Su Belong admits defeat. He could never learn this move. While they are still processing, Jiang Chen tells everyone to hurry and deal with the boss, then kicks the door open and walks in. The moment they step inside, a terrifying pressure crashes down from above. A massive undead leader looks down at them like prey. The info appears. Level 40 boss. No joke. Duanfeng quickly assigns roles. He will hold the boss first. Mu Hanchu protects Jiang Chen. Xiao Ke keeps the buffs up non-stop. Su Bulong tanks and looks for damaged windows. One mistake against a level 40 boss means instant death. The monster shifts its gaze toward the team. It looks ready to attack. Duanfeng immediately shouts for everyone to spread out. But instead of attacking, the boss suddenly kneels on the ground. Everyone freezes. It looks like it is begging for mercy. Jiang Chen calmly walks forward and tells the team to rest since they are all injured. Then he looks at Xiao Ju with expectation. Seems like it is feeding time. In an instant, Xiao Ju transforms into her giant form, opens a terrifying mouth, and screams that she wants to eat. With just one strike, the level 40 boss vanishes. The system announces the kill and floods them with massive XP. Xiao Ju recovers her strength, and Jiang Chen jumps straight to level 26. The whole team can only stare in silence. Soon after, the dungeon clear notification sounds. Nightmare Undead Village has been conquered. Everyone is still in disbelief. The boss died that easily? Does that mean all the undead before were wiped out by Jiang Chen alone? Jiang Chen just smiles and casually says his poison happened to counter the undead. The system gives final ratings. Duanfeng gets C. Su Belong gets D. Yun, Xiao Ke gets D. Mu Hanchu gets E. Jiang Chen, now level 26, earns an SSS rating for clearing a level 30 nightmare dungeon. The team reward unlocks. Everyone receives an undead medal that can block one fatal strike. The team's eyes light up at the rewards. The loot alone is extremely valuable, and there is even a high-tier team bonus. Duanfeng admits he has never seen such profit before. Following Jiang Chen feels like free wins. Jiang Chen just scratches his head and laughs it off. When checking his own loot, even Jiang Chen is surprised. For a level 30 dungeon, the drop rate is insanely high. Rough estimate, the gear is worth over 100 million. Among them is a cloak with invisibility. Jiang Chen decides to keep it immediately. The rest does not suit him, so selling them for blood essence to feed his troops makes more sense. Right then, the system announces the mutated dungeon will close soon. Everyone must leave. Jiang Chen feels a bit regretful. His insect army's value has skyrocketed. With more blood essence, they might even evolve again. Back at the Night Watcher headquarters, the entire building erupts after hearing the mutated dungeon was cleared. Even the rumor that Jiang Chen made Mu Hanchu follow him like a subordinate spreads everywhere. Many people still cannot believe that Jiang Chen actually led the team to clear it. After that, Qi Gang tells the others to leave. He wants to talk to Jiang Chen alone. Once the room is empty, Qi Gang stares at Jiang Chen with heavy pressure, like interrogating a criminal. Confess and be lenient. Resist and be punished. Jiang Chen is confused and asks what crime he committed. Qi Gang immediately exposes the excuse about poison countering undead. He says that might fool Duanfeng, but it will not fool him. Then he presses Jiang Chen again. What exactly are you hiding? Jiang Chen feels a chill down his spine. Is the secret of the insect race about to be exposed? It is an ancient calamity. If humanity finds out, will they really let him go? Seeing his tense silence, Qi suddenly bursts out laughing, so the kid knows fear too. Where did that domineering dungeon sweeper go? Only then does Jiang Chen realize he was just being scared on purpose. Qi turns serious. If Jiang Chen does not want to reveal it yet, he will not force him. The more trump cards he has, the safer the Night Watchers feel. The future needs young people like him. Jiang Chen pats his chest and promises to get Qi at least one epic set in the future. Qi just laughs, clearly thinking it is a joke. But then Qi changes tone. There are things Jiang Chen must know. He opens a spatial gate and reveals 3 mysterious figures. Jiang Chen's expression instantly changes. Just one glance brings suffocating pressure. The weakest among them is a level 60 plus 3rd turn Grandmaster. 2 others are 4th turn Great Grandmasters above level 90. Qi even jokes that with his current strength, he would run if he met any one of them alone. Hearing that, Jiang Chen thinks they are here to deal with him. His nerves tighten. Qi laughs and says he is overthinking. These were assassins sent to kill Mu Hanchu. Unfortunately for them, her guardians eliminated them in the dark before they could act. Jiang Chen is even more confused. Why would a prodigy like Mu Hanchu be targeted? Qi hands him something. It is the Great Xia Prodigy Assassination List. The names on it are terrifying, many he has never heard before. At the top is Ying Zhan, then Ji Huangyue, then Jiang Wushuang. Even Xiao Beihan, ranked around top 20, has a bounty worth 2 heaven-tier rewards. When Jiang Chen sees Xiao Beihan listed as a descendant of a Zhen Guo from the Jiangnan war zone, he finally understands how serious this list is. Qi explains these are the strongest young talents of Great Xia, future members of the Heavenly Prodigy Camp across the 8 war zones. Xiao Beihan and Jiang Chen will both belong to Jiangnan. A Feng King is 7th turn. A Zhen Guo is 8th turn. A King Level exists at 9th turn. Just entering the top 100 of Great Xia prodigies proves the monstrous forces backing them. Qi uses Mu Hanchu as an example. Even as a descendant of one of the 12 Feng Kings of Jiangnan, she is only ranked 77, yet high-level grandmasters were sent to kill her. In the end, her family's shadow guards wiped them out instead. This shows how deep and dangerous the Prodigy War truly is. If Feng King forces are already this terrifying, then Zhen Guo families are on another level entirely. Jiang Chen understands the message. After entering the Heavenly Prodigy Camp, he must not be too flashy. The more talent he reveals, the more danger he attracts. Unless absolutely necessary, never expose all his trump cards. Qi adds that other prodigies have massive forces backing them. He may have a good master, but he is still only a 3rd turn Grandmaster, and might not always be able to protect Jiang Chen. Hearing this, Jiang Chen is genuinely moved. Instead of blaming him for hiding secrets, Qi is thinking about how to shield him. He also mentions that with Jiang Chen's dungeon performance, his ranking could surpass Mu Hanchu. Strangely, she chose to keep everything quiet for him. At that point, Qi suddenly smirks and asks if Jiang Chen did something to Mu Hanchu inside the dungeon. He even jokes that surrounded by undead, the kid still had that kind of appetite. Jiang Chen's face turns dark. He quickly makes an excuse and runs back to his room before Qi imagination goes any further. The scene shifts back to Jiang Chen's private room. He starts counting the spoils he just exchanged. 33 portions of Tier 3 blood essence and 14 of Tier 4. He sold almost all the extra gear to gather this much. By his estimate, it should be enough for the insectlings to evolve into 2nd generation. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen pours the blood essence onto the insect nest in his arm. He calls his little ones out for dinner. Tier 3 essence equals a 3rd turn level 60 expert, and refining 1 bottle costs hundreds of fierce beasts. Yet the moment the insects smell it, they rush in like starving wolves. At that moment, Xiaoju pops out too, hugs Jiang Chen's head, and drools while begging for a share. He can only sigh at her greedy face. At first, Jiang Chen plans to refuse since her next evolution is still far away, but Xiaoju starts rolling on the ground and throwing a tantrum like a child. He cannot stand it. In the end, he gives her extra blood essence. Xiaoju's eyes light up, and she keeps praising her master as the best. Then Jiang Chen uses the Tier 4 essence, equivalent to a 4th turn level 90 expert. With that, Xiaoju rises smoothly from level 18 to level 19. Inside the nest, the new generation of 9-winged blight begins reproducing like crazy. Each one lays 40 to 60 offspring, boosted by divine evolution. Soon the system announces completion. The total number directly surpasses 100,000. In the next second, countless 9-winged blight swarm out of Jiang Chen's arm like a black tide. The moment they appear, they start corroding the furniture in the room. Jiang Chen almost explodes from anger. He immediately shouts for them to return to the nest. Without his order, they are forbidden to come out. After stuffing them all back, Jiang Chen looks at the wrecked room with twitching lips. Just a few seconds, and the place is nearly destroyed. He turns to Xiaoju, who is still happily eating, and scolds her for only knowing how to eat but not manage her children. Jiang Chen then opens his status panel. Level 26. Identity, Insect Overlord. Profession, Divine Spirit Tamer. Talents, Growth of all things and Divine Evolution unlocked. Xiao Ju is now level 21, Genius Grade. The newborn 9-winged Blight Army has reached 100,000 with nearly 200-star combat power. Jiang Chen almost thinks he misread it. The newborn swarm already hits 197 stars. This growth speed is absurd. Soon they might rival an ordinary third-turn Grandmaster. Everything is ready. Now he just needs to enter the Heavenly Prodigy camp and push to level 30 for his second turn. And by then, he will gain another insect mother. Meanwhile, somewhere else, someone turns pale after hearing the news. They even consider inviting the master of the Heavenly Blade King to step in. Some think Jiang Chen's matter is not worth such a big move, but Qi Gong is extremely serious. He says it is only precaution. Jiang Chen will face Xiao Beihan in Jiangnan, and the Heavenly Prodigy camp hides no secrets for long. Qi Gong bluntly admits that something about Jiang Chen makes him uneasy. He fears that the so-called poison class might actually be a forbidden profession. The woman beside him is shocked. She finds it hard to believe. Ever since the catastrophe caused by the Devourer 600 years ago, Great Xia has been extremely wary of forbidden professions. Once discovered, they are eliminated immediately. She believes if Jiang Chen truly had such a class, it would have been exposed at awakening. In her view, Qi Gong is overthinking. Qi Gong can only hope his guess is wrong. The next day, Jiang Chen sets off alone toward the Heavenly Prodigy camp. But after walking for a while, he starts turning the map around in circles. His terrible sense of direction is still there. Just as he is struggling, a panicked cry for help echoes from afar. Jiang Chen looks up and sees an old man stuck in a tree. He immediately uses growth of all things to create vines climbing upward. Then he controls the vines to safely lower the old man down. Once on the ground, the old man pants like he just survived death. Turns out he tried to steal a bird nest, climbed too high, and got scared to come down. Jiang Chen is speechless, afraid of heights but still stealing nests. What a legendary old prankster. The old man stood up, thanked him, then asked how Jiang Chen wanted to be repaid. Jiang Chen didn't hold back and directly asked for the way to Tianjiao camp. The old man burst out laughing and said he was heading there too, so he could lead the way. After walking a bit, he curiously asked why Jiang Chen didn't use a storage space, then introduced himself as just a normal blade cultivator, not a class changer. He said he had no talent back then and failed his class awakening. He drifted for nearly 10 years and couldn't even afford a toilet in the city. When he lost all hope, he went into the mountains to end his life. Instead, he found an old hunter's house and a blade left behind. From that day on, he trained every day. 20 years mastering the draw, 30 years mastering the slash. In the end, he finally grasped something. Jiang Chen could only nod in awe. True masters really are this strange. The old man even asked if Jiang Chen wanted to learn the blade from him. But right after saying it, he awkwardly laughed and said it wasn't too late if he ever felt interested. Just then, Jiang Chen looked ahead and realized Tianjiao camp was right in front of them. But when he turned back, the old man was already gone without a trace. Jiang Chen could only sigh. That guy was seriously mysterious. As he stepped inside, Jiang Chen heard people shouting for the new recruits to line up and receive their identity bracelets. Once eliminated from the camp, the bracelet would be taken back. Soon, Jiang Chen received his own bracelet, marked with his name and origin from Chujiang City. At that moment, he suddenly noticed 2 girls standing in the distance, clearly waiting for him. One called him master the moment she saw him. The other used a strange, ambiguous tone that made Jiang Chen's head spin. Then they started arguing. Luo Sandao accused Mu Hanchu of reading too many Yuri novels and losing her mind. Mu Hanchu blushed and shot back, saying she finally understood what real feelings were. Jiang Chen stood between them, completely overwhelmed. Luo Sandao laughed loudly, happy she finally proved Mu Hanchu wasn't into her. Mu Hanchu then ran over, grabbed Jiang Chen's arm, and declared that the master she meant was him. In the end, the two somehow made up like nothing happened. One said they were best friends now. The other corrected her, saying they were best enemies since they were both friends and love rivals. Jiang Chen could only think that girls were the most confusing creatures in the world. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted beside the crowd. A patrolling instructor rushed over in anger, but before he could stop anything, the shockwave blasted him away. Even a third-turn Grandmaster was forced back just from the aftershock. That alone showed how terrifying the fight was. And the ones clashing were the top monsters of the Jiangnan war zone. The short-haired girl standing on the rooftop was the youngest trump card assassin of Tianji Tower. Her assassin class was infamous for its cruelty, and rumors said she had recently taken down a 4th-turn great grandmaster in Japan. The man radiating crimson blood aura was Bai Shuang, nicknamed Little Killing God. He was the disciple of the East Sea frontline commander, and hailed as the brightest genius in the military zone. Unfortunately, his mind was unstable. The longer he fought, the easier he went berserk. The one holding the green sword in the center was Xiao Beihan. His grandfather was one of the 7 nation guardians of Great Xia, and his profession, the Green Lotus Sword Immortal, was almost at gaudier level. Luo Sandao gritted her teeth the moment she saw him. She said the epic sword in Xiao Beihan's hand was stolen from her family. Jiang Chen quietly sized him up. No wonder he was a top genius. His strength was leagues above Xiao Yuanluo. But what shocked everyone even more was the person being surrounded by all 3 of them. Through the thick dust, a powerful punch suddenly tore through the air. That man was Jiang Wushuang, descendant of the Invincible. It was said he possessed 3 unique hidden classes at once, so strong that even 3 top geniuses working together couldn't push him back a single step. Hearing the name ranked 3rd on the Great Xia Tianjiao list, even Jiang Chen felt the pressure. He began to wonder if his insect swarm was enough to deal with monsters like these. Just then, Xiao Beihan descended from the sky, his aura locking directly onto Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's first instinct was to pull Luo Sandao aside to avoid the shockwave. Xiao Beihan let out a cold snort, clearly intrigued that Jiang Wushuang's punch had actually forced him back. But soon his gaze shifted to Jiang Chen, and he instantly recognized him. The moment he heard Xiao Yuanhua died by Jiang Chen's hand, he laughed with killing intent. He might despise that trash, but Jiang Chen still had to die. He planned to finish Jiang Wushuang first, yet fate brought them together early. Sensing danger, Jiang Chen quietly prepared to release his poisonous insects. In his eyes, everyone from the Xiao family was rotten to the core. He had promised Qi Gang to hide his trump card, but now he had no choice. Just as the fight was about to erupt, a massive blade aura sliced across the battlefield. A commanding voice ordered everyone to stand down. The chief instructor, Heavenly Blade King, had arrived. With just one slash, the ground split open into a deep ravine. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. Heavenly Blade King warned them coldly. Before Tianjiao camp officially opened, anyone daring to cause trouble would have to answer to his blade. Jiang Chen looked closely and froze. The man was the old guy who climbed trees to steal bird nests. One blade aura from him suppressed all 4 top geniuses. Even Jiang Chen's insects nearly shattered from the pressure. This old man was terrifying. Vice Commander Yang Guang stepped forward and reported that all 300 geniuses had gathered. The camp would officially begin in 10 days. The crowd instantly buzzed. No one expected Jiangnan Warzone to invite a King-level powerhouse to oversee this. Just standing dozens of meters away, his aura made them feel like they could be split in half at any second. Rumor had it, he had been in seclusion for years, but came down the mountain this time to choose a disciple. Suddenly, everyone dreamed of catching his eye. Some geniuses were so fired up they wanted to defeat Jiang Wushuang on the spot to impress him. Others swore they would succeed in becoming his disciple no matter what. Watching the reactions, Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask if this old man was really that famous. The others quickly explained. Though not a class changer, Heavenly Blade King could suppress many 7th Thurn kings. He was known as the strongest below Nation Guardian level. He once slayed a dragon with a single strike and shook all of Great Xia. Mu Hanchu added that even her grandfather deeply respected him. He once tried to let her study under him, but was politely rejected. Later, she learned even descendants of Nation Guardians and Invincibles had all been turned away. Luo Sandao laughed, saying even Jiang Wushuang and Bai Shuang weren't accepted. That showed how insanely high his standards were. In his lifetime, he had only taken 2 disciples, and that was over 20 years ago. Jiang Chen suddenly remembered the old man smiling and asking if he wanted to learn the blade. Comparing the legendary Heavenly Blade King with that bird nest-stealing old man, he honestly couldn't connect the 2 images at all. Heavenly Blade King slowly stood before all the candidates and introduced himself as the highest authority of this Tianjiao camp. His name was Ku Keitian. He went straight to the point. In his eyes, Jiangnan's Tianjiao camp had declined because the so-called geniuses were nothing but pampered vases. They looked impressive, but on a real battlefield, they were digging their own graves. And with global mutations growing more terrifying, what the war zone needed were true battle-ready warriors. So this time, he changed the rules. The goal was to force every genius to reveal their true strength and select the strongest of Jiangnan. The new rule was summed up in a few chilling words: casualty quota. Yang Guang's face turned pale. This was completely unexpected, but Ku Keitian raised a hand and cut him off, declaring harshly that he held full authority here. Whatever happened, he would take full responsibility. Sweat poured down Yang Guang's back. The higher-ups never mentioned such a brutal rule. These were all heirs of major forces. Push too hard, and the entire war zone could explode. Taking the microphone, Kukadian announced the final detail. In each assessment round, up to 10 deaths were allowed. Anyone who couldn't handle it could withdraw right now. The entire plaza exploded in noise. Everyone feared death, yet no one dared quit. If they backed out, their families would lose all face. Xiang Wushuang trembled inside, clearly unwilling to gamble her life. But others were thrilled, saying Tianjiao camp should have been this brutal long ago. Xiao Beihan glanced at Jiang Chen with interest. In his mind, this new rule felt tailor-made for him. The moment camp started, he could conveniently complete the 2 tasks his grandfather assigned. As for Jiang Chen, hearing the rule actually eased him. At least if he accidentally killed Xiao Beihan later, Zhu Ji and the others wouldn't have to worry too much about responsibility. Seeing no one withdraw, Ku Katian nodded in satisfaction and declared the assessment officially begun. The first round would eliminate half of the 300 participants. Across the camp were 150 promotion flags hidden at random. He didn't care what methods they used. At 6 a.m. tomorrow, results would be counted. Only those holding a flag could advance. Ku Katian even said they could fight however they wanted. Solo battles were fine. Teaming up to sweep the map was fine. Even tearing the camp apart was fine. What he wanted to see was real desperation and real passion. The moment they were dismissed, everyone scattered to search for flags. The weaker ones quickly agreed on one plan: grab a flag and hide. Avoid the monsters at all costs. But right then, Xiao Beihan revealed a killing smile. His sword slowly pointed straight at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen immediately told the 2 girls beside him to find flags first. He would stay behind and deal with Xiao Beihan. Before they could protest, he gave a direct order. Xiao Beihan laughed in disdain. In his eyes, someone not even at spirit inheritance level daring to play hero was pure joke. Jiang Chen didn't waste words. He knew clearly Xiao Beihan's sword aura far surpassed Xiao Yuanua's. Even though he was much stronger now, defeating him without exposing his trump card wouldn't be easy. Xiao Beihan lost patience, feeling words were wasted on a dead man. He slashed out a terrifying sword aura straight at Jiang Chen, but before it hit, countless flying daggers shattered it mid-air. A female voice called out his name. Tang Ying slowly stepped forward, hands filled with hidden weapons. Her assassin aura alone made it clear she wasn't someone to mess with. Xiao Beihan frowned in annoyance. Jiang Chen instantly recognized her as the assassin girl he had met before. Tang Ying directly scolded Xiao Beihan. She reminded him of the agreement between the 3 of them and Bai Feng to prioritize Jiang Wushuang after entering the camp. Yet he kept picking random fights, clearly avoiding Jiang Wushuang out of fear. Hearing that, Xiao Beihan exploded in anger and denied ever knowing fear. The moment Jiang Wushuang's name came up, he changed targets. Tang Ying said he had just entered the forest ahead, and Bai Feng was already chasing him. The 2 left while talking, leaving Jiang Chen alone and confused. The more he thought about it, the stranger it felt. Tang Ying seemed to be helping him on purpose, and just before leaving, she even winked at him, which made things even weirder since they barely knew each other. For a moment, Jiang Chen couldn't figure out what this woman was planning. Meanwhile, Tang Ying recalled earlier instructions. If she met Jiang Chen in Tianjiao camp, she should quietly look after him. With her current strength, she couldn't confront Xiao Beihan head-on, so she used Jiang Wushuang as an excuse to lure him away. After all, she was Tang Jin's biological granddaughter. Elsewhere, Huang Yongqiao, descendant of a 6th transfer venerable, was already waiting for Xiao Beihan. Upon meeting, he immediately offered 3 promotion flags and claimed his father served old nation guardian Xiao, hoping to curry favor with young master Xiao. But Xiao Beihan wasn't interested in the flags. If Huang Yongqiao truly wanted to show sincerity, he could help handle something else. Huang Yongqiao immediately bowed and accepted the order like a loyal subordinate. Hearing the plan, Tang Ying instantly realized their target was Jiang Chen. She felt uneasy. Now she could only hope Mu Hanchu and Luo Sandao could stall them. Just then, Luo Sandao ran over happily, holding 2 flags and showing them off. Looks like her luck was insane. She grabbed 2 promotion slots right away. Jiang Chen told them to hold on to the flags while he searched elsewhere, but both insisted on going with him to help. Before he could reply, an arrow suddenly shot down from above. He reacted instantly, flipping a table up to block it, and warning everyone that someone was here to steal flags. Mu Hanchu stepped forward as well. Twin swords in hand, she took a defensive stance, clearly ready to protect him no matter what. But the newcomer coldly said he didn't care about flags. He wanted lives. It was Huang Yongqiao, owner of the hidden profession Blazing Sun Extreme Flame Archer, Tier 3. His grandfather was a 6th transfer venerable under Xiao Zhangguo. He even bragged about testing how strong his own defensive barrier was. Another terrifying arrow rained down. Jiang Chen told the others to move aside and charged forward alone. Poison mist gathered in his palm. If it were just competition, he could ignore it. But if it was for his life, he wouldn't hold back. The casualty quota had to be filled anyway. With that thought, he used poison to dissolve every attack. Huang Yongqiao was stunned. He had heard Jiang Chen was only life-a-type. Who knew he also hid such terrifying poison abilities? He called for his hidden allies to attack together, but before they could act, the poison gas had already corroded them beyond escape. His teammates panicked and fled in all directions. Everyone realized this was an extremely rare hidden poison class. Once infected, it was game over. Even Huang Yongqiao fighting at range was suppressed. Charging in close combat would be suicide. From the observation deck, Ku Keitian watched the screen with clear admiration. In his eyes, Jiang Chen was a true monster, wielding both a gaudier life system and a unique hidden poison system. Yang Guang beside him was equally shocked. A second transfer genius eliminated that quickly. He couldn't believe Chujiang Nightwatch had never properly reported Jiang Chen's heaven-defying talent. Ku Keitian immediately ordered Yang Guang to report upward. He also demanded more Space-type Great Grandmasters be deployed for emergency rescue, in case the geniuses went too far killing each other. Yang Guang hurried to leave before the old man changed his mind. But just as he turned around, he was called back, nearly scaring him to death. This time, Ku Keitian only raised the difficulty. He ordered peak Tier 3 ferocious beasts to be released, each carrying azure cloud flags. Yang Guang secretly praised the move. That way the monsters would chase the beasts instead of slaughtering ordinary participants. Elsewhere, Zhang Wushuang was facing 3 attackers alone. Even surrounded, he remained calm. In his eyes, the 3 together still weren't enough to defeat him. If they kept pushing, he wouldn't mind killing them all. Xiao Beihan gave a cold smile. Though he mocked the idea of bullying with numbers, he admitted fighting weaker opponents like this was boring. Suddenly, a system announcement echoed. Participant 91, Huang Yongqiao, had died and was eliminated. The news stunned the entire camp. Huang Yongqiao wasn't top tier, but he was easily among the top 50, far stronger than Xiao Yuannuo. Yet he was killed so quickly. Tang Ying was especially shocked. According to her intel, Jiang Chen was only level 26 life-a-type, yet he had taken down a level 39 combat class this fast. Even she wasn't sure she could do that easily. Zhang Wushuang simply smiled, feeling this year's Tianjiao comp was truly full of hidden dragons. Before anyone calmed down, another announcement rang out. 10 peak Tier 3 beasts would be released, each carrying 3 azure cloud flags. Whoever claimed them would earn massive rewards, with first place receiving 100 million. The entire camp erupted and rushed to hunt beasts. Only Zhang Wushuang stayed still, remarking that Ku Keitian had come up with another test. As for Jiang Chen, hearing the 100 million prize made him admire Tianjiao camp's generosity. If he won first place and gained the resources behind it, his growth would skyrocket. But before he could search, a massive green shadow suddenly crashed down right in front of him. Just seconds later, the first ferocious beast crashed straight into their area. Luo Sandao's face changed instantly. This was a peak Tier 3 beast, equal to a level 80 to 99 third-turn Grandmaster. But strangely, its body kept twitching like it was paralyzed. Seeing that, Luo Sandao immediately thought about striking first. The moment Jiang Chen saw the beast, he warned everyone to back away. He clearly sensed something was wrong. Just as he was about to approach, a sword aura slashed down from the sky, forcing him to dodge sideways. The one who appeared was Xiao Beihan. He stood above with icy assis. In his view, Jiang Chen killing Huang Yongqiao and daring to fight for an azure cloud flag meant he had underestimated him. If he didn't deal with him today, it would become a future disaster. Jiang Chen didn't bother arguing. He released poison mist and charged in. Xiao Beihan leapt into the air and unleashed Heaven and Earth Wind Dragon Slash. A massive sword storm instantly pushed the poison back toward Jiang Chen. Only then did Xiao Beihan understand why Jiang Chen dared to be so bold. He hid a rare poison system, but in his eyes, no poison could withstand his sword wind. Watching from outside, the 2 girls grew anxious. One tried to rush in, but the other stopped her. Jiang Chen's poison was no joke. Charging in would only make things worse. Jiang Chen gathered all the poison mist into his palm once more. Then he unleashed Bone Poison Dragon Transformation. Streams of poison and white bone fused together, forming a dragon that roared forward. Yet Xiao Beihan remained confident. If he couldn't break the poison, he would simply overpower it. With that thought, he activated the forbidden spell, Green Lotus Sword Immortal. He even declared loudly that his sword aura would absorb every trace of Jiang Chen's poison. But Jiang Chen showed no panic. In fact, he almost laughed. The dense sword aura blocked all vision, making it perfect for his plan. Taking the chance, he released Xiao Chu inside the storm and let it devour the sword aura freely. Devour values kept rising non-stop. The little monster was feasting happily. Jiang Chen casually reminded it to come back and help once it was full. Within seconds, Xiao Beiyan's Green Lotus forbidden spell began to collapse. Not only was the technique shattered, the backlash slammed into Xiao Beihan himself. He dropped to the ground, staring at the poison dragon in disbelief. He couldn't understand what kind of twisted poison could swallow sword aura. With no other choice, he activated his life-protecting jade to block the poison from touching his body. Confidence returned slightly. As long as the jade held, the poison couldn't harm him. But Jiang Chen found this scene familiar. It was just like dealing with Xiao Yuannuo before. The only problem was the surveillance cameras everywhere. He couldn't let the insect fully reveal itself too openly. So he told Luo Sandao to raise an opaque earth barrier to seal off the battlefield from outside view. Luo Sandao immediately activated her ability, forming a thick wall of earth that covered the entire area. Xiao Beihan frowned, not understanding what Jiang Chen was planning. A wicked smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. He asked if Xiao Beihan knew how Xiao Yuannuo had died. Xiao Beihan scoffed, saying comparing him to that trash was laughable. Jiang Chen burst out laughing. The naive one was Xiao Beihan, comparing his current self to Jiang Chen's past self. As soon as he finished speaking, he let Xiao Chou reveal its true form and ordered it to crush him. Xiao Chou accepted excitedly. The moment Xiao Beihan saw the bizarre creature, his body stiffened. Xiao Chou moved at extreme speed, circling non-stop and crazily attacking Xiao Beihan's defenses. But Xiao Beihan was no weakling. Even now, he maintained protective sword aura to resist. Just then, the Tier 3 beast fully recovered and charged into the fight. Seeing the chaos escalate, Jiang Chen decided to go even bigger. He amplified the poison spreading around and used Bone Poison Dragon transformation again to erode Xiao Beihan's sword aura, assisting Xiao Chou. At the same time, he released the insect to deal with the beast too. Whoever showed up first got eaten first. Xiao Beihan was finally starting to panic. His sword energy kept getting corroded by the poison, and his attacks were losing almost all their damage. The Tier 3 beast was also going insane in pain, tortured by the parasitic poison insects inside its body. Meanwhile, Xiao Chu kept smashing the defense barrier from outside like a machine. Jiang Chen couldn't help but think Xiao Zhengguo really favored his grandson. Xiao Beihan's life jade was way tougher than Xiao Yuanwu's. But no matter how tough it was, Xiao Chu breaking it was only a matter of time. What used to take 3 seconds might now take a few more minutes. That was all. In the observation area, the supervisors realized something was wrong. On the screen, Xiao Beihan was clearly being pushed into a corner by Jiang Chen. Fang Chengyuan was ordered to lock on with his spiritual power. The moment things turned fatal, he had to use his spatial ability to rescue him. But the moment they mentioned rescue, Heavenly Blade King exploded in anger. Was Xiao Beihan untouchable just because he was Xiao Zhengguo's grandson? Yang Guang could only bitterly explain that if Xiao Beihan really died, it would spark a full conflict with Xiao Zhengguo. The news inside the Tianzhou camp was sealed for now, but once the trial ended, the outside world would know. Heavenly Blade King fell silent. He knew Xiao Beihan was still among the top prodigies, so the idea of Jiang Chen killing him sounded unbelievable. At the same time, he grew curious what Jiang Chen was still hiding. Back on the battlefield, the beast had completely collapsed. To others it was a monster, but against Jiang Chen's poison insects, it was facing a natural predator. Xiao Beihan was sinking deeper into despair. His defense kept cracking apart, and he couldn't believe it. One question filled his mind. What was that terrifying thing that could even pierce his life jade? Jiang Chen watched calmly and guessed Xiao Beihan wouldn't last much longer. Right then, a voice rang directly in his ear. Grandmaster Fang Chengyuan had arrived and warned him not to cross the line. Jiang Chen instantly realized the situation had changed. He cursed inwardly. If this dragged on, his secret would be exposed. Without hesitation, he called Xiao Chu back and decided to end it fast. He gave the order. One poison insect self-destructed to break the life jade, while the rest unleashed their full toxicity. Xiao Beihan watched the swollen insect about to explode, cold sweat pouring down his back. In a flash, his defense shattered, and the entire area was blown apart. Outside, Mu Hanshu kept shouting, trying to confirm what was happening inside. When the barrier disappeared, only one of Xiao Beihan's arms and his fallen sword were left on the ground. Jiang Chen walked over and let out a breath, so he was saved at the last second by the Grandmaster. Losing an arm was the price for now. The rest could wait. He casually tossed the sword back to Luo Sandao. The girl almost cried seeing her family's blade returned. Xiao Chu reminded him that 3 Azure Cloud Flags were enough to push him into the top 10. But Mu Hanshu and Luo Sandao refused extra rewards and told him to keep them, so he could crush Jiang Wushuang and take first place. In the observation area, Yang Guang angrily questioned Fang Chengyuan for failing to save Xiao Beihan in time. Fang Chengyuan could only smile bitterly. The poison inside was terrifying. The moment his spiritual power touched it, it was instantly corroded. Then came the explosion. By the time he used full force to teleport, it was already too late. Yang Guang couldn't believe it. How could poison even corrode spiritual power? It sounded completely unreasonable. Heavenly Blade King finally lost patience listening to them argue and shouted at Yang Guang to shut up. He stared at Yang Guang and bluntly pointed out why he was stuck at peak 5th transfer. The biggest problem was his obsession with pleasing others and failing to pass the heart trial. All he talked about was consequences and angering superiors. There was no backbone of a true cultivator. Heavenly Blade King grew even more domineering. If he dared to act, he would bear the consequences. Even 9th transfer experts die in the underground battlefield, so what was one Xiao Beihan worth? But Yang Guang still wasn't satisfied. He tried to bring up Xiao Zhengguo and the Warzone Command, but Heavenly Blade King cut him off. He ordered a full lockdown of all news inside Tianjiao camp. Before 6 a.m. tomorrow, no eliminated participant could leave, including Xiao Beihan. After giving the order, Heavenly Blade King decided to personally head to the Jiangnan Warzone Command to handle the situation. Right then, the system announcement rang out again. Participant 03, Xiao Beihan, was officially eliminated. The one who defeated him was Jiang Chen. The news left countless people stunned. The eldest grandson of the nation general was knocked out by a newcomer during entrance trials. Just hearing it felt unreal. On another side, Tang Ying and Bai Long had just finished off a wild boar beast together when they heard the announcement. Both froze on the spot. Tang Ying had rated Jiang Chen highly, but even she didn't expect him to actually take down Xiao Beihan. Meanwhile, Jiang Wushuang had just solo killed a tiger beast. Sitting on its corpse, he smiled with interest when Jiang Chen's name echoed through the announcement. At the Jiangnan Warzone Command, Commander Duan Xianghai was calmly drinking tea when Heavenly Blade King rushed in. One glance and he knew Tianjiao camp must have produced a very special seed. But before talking, Duan Xianghai snapped his fingers and set up a soundproof barrier. A protective layer instantly sealed the area, ensuring no one could eavesdrop. Seeing this level of caution, Heavenly Blade King understood the matter was serious. After sitting down, he asked a heavy question. Could poison corrode spiritual power? Duan Xianghai analyzed calmly. In theory, it was possible, but nearly impossible. Normal poison only affected physical matter, while spiritual power was formed from consciousness and intent. To corrode that, the toxicity would have to be unimaginable. Heavenly Blade King asked if he had ever seen such a thing. Duan Xianghai shook his head. Even a peak 4th transfer Poison King he knew couldn't pull that off. Then Duan Xianghai turned serious. If Tianjiao camp truly had a poison genius capable of corroding spiritual power, that person would be a living killing weapon. Still, he didn't jump to conclusions. He looked suspiciously at Heavenly Blade King. Ever since volunteering to guard Tianjiao camp, the man had been hiding something. Heavenly Blade King slowly asked in return, could poison develop up its own consciousness? Duan Xianghai burst into laughter. That sounded absurd. Poison was dead matter. How could it gain awareness? Unless it was never poisoned to begin with, only disguising itself as one. But the moment he said that, both men thought of the same thing. Duan Xianghai suddenly recalled a record from Ruin Number 0. It mentioned an ancient calamity called Jiu Qi Jiang, capable of transforming into poisonous mist. According to the records, Jiu Qi Jiang was born from the Nine Nether in a distant era, and once caused a catastrophe that nearly wiped out the world. Just hearing the name Jiu Qi Jiang was enough to remind people of one of the most terrifying ancient disasters. But Duan Xianghai soon laughed it off. A being of that level should have gone extinct long ago. If it still existed now, that would be beyond ridiculous. Heavenly Blade King also laughed and stood up, praising the commander's vast knowledge. Then he made an excuse to leave, saying Tianjiao camp still needed him. Duan Xianghai tried to keep him, still curious about that special seed, but Heavenly Blade King revealed nothing more. Heavenly Blade King stepped into a spatial gate and left, his mind still replaying the name Jiu Qi Jiang. The more he thought about it, the more dangerous Jiang Chen seemed. Just his god-level all-things growth ability was enough to put him on kill lists. Now there was this possible forbidden force. In Great Xia, if something like that was exposed, execution would not be impossible. At that moment, he felt Ji Gong had handed him a ticking time bomb. He recalled Ji Gong once asking him for help. Back then, Ji Gong said he had an invincible seed who simply hadn't matured yet. The boy had clashed with the Xiao family, so he hoped Heavenly Blade King would secretly protect him in Tianjiao camp. If possible, even take him as a disciple. Thinking about it now, Heavenly Blade King could only curse with a laugh. On the surface it sounded like care, but in truth, Ji Gong just wanted him to clean up the mess. After thinking it through, Heavenly Blade King decided forbidden power meant nothing by itself. Whether it saved the world or destroyed it depended on the heart. Buddha or demon was a personal choice. Since he promised to take Jiang Chen as a disciple, he would protect him no matter what. Still, he didn't dare ignore the ancient calamity theory. To avoid misjudgment, he ordered Hong Jiao to personally investigate Ruin 020 and dig deeper into Jiu Qi Jiang. Anything related to his future junior brother had to be handled carefully. He returned to the monitoring area and asked about the current trial. Yang Guang reported that the entrance exam had entered its final stage. Ordinary prodigies were still fighting over basic flags, and 9 beasts had already been released. Lei Zhe and Liu Bizi had teamed up to kill one. Tang Ying and Bai Feng were hunting their second. As for Jiang Wushuang, he was far more domineering. He had solo killed 3 beasts and was now heading straight toward Jiang Chen. The moment Heavenly Blade King heard Jiang Chen's name, he asked about him. Yang Guang said Jiang Chen had already killed 2 beasts, and the 9th one had just been released near his area. When Jiang Chen saw another beast appear, his eyes lit up like he had found treasure. All he could think about was farming more energy, so he prepared to send out his insect swarm again. Waves of poison mist surged forward and wrapped tightly around the beast's body. Xiaozi merged into the toxic fog and started devouring wildly. The devour value kept rising, and it was eating with pure joy. In moments, the beast was corroded before it could even get close. With the energy absorbed, Xiaozi leveled up from 21 to 22. Even Xiao Chu looked visibly excited. But right then, a massive fist descended from the sky, and everyone felt terrifying pressure. People shouted about an incoming attack. Mu Hanchu quickly raised Earth Heaven's shield to block it, but Jiang Chen told them to stop. He had already recognized the owner of that punch. It was Jiang Wushuang. Even so, the Earth barrier quickly echoed with frightening cracks. In less than a few seconds, the shield was blasted backward. Jiang Chen immediately sent his poison mist forward to intercept the punch from a distance. Even then, he was forced back several meters before barely stabilizing himself. When the fist's force faded, only his poison mist remained in the air. Jiang Wushuang was visibly surprised. He didn't expect Jiang Chen's poison to corrode even his fist wind. No wonder people were calling him a poison demon. Jiang Chen smiled back and said the third-ranked prodigy of Great Xia truly lived up to his name. One punch alone was suffocating. Jiang Chen then asked directly if he came to steal the beast. Jiang Wushuang laughed. The beast had already been eaten hollow by the poison. There was nothing worth stealing. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes and asked what he really wanted. Jiang Wushuang finally spoke the truth. He was simply curious and wanted to fight Jiang Chen personally. As he cracked his knuckles, his aura completely shifted. Jiang Chen instantly understood. This so-called exchange was a life-and-death gamble. Jiang Wushuang admitted it openly. For him, the most interesting battles were always to the death. Jiang Chen stopped holding back and sent his poison insects charging first. Seeing him accept the challenge only made Jiang Wushuang more excited. A battle-hungry smile spread across his face as power gathered into his fist. He threw a devastating punch straight into the poison mist. The fist wind tore through the air, forming a massive crushing line that shot forward. Jiang Chen's expression changed. He could only block while retreating. In his heart, he had to admit Jiang Wushuang's punch was terrifyingly domineering. The poison was still corroding him, but the speed was painfully slow. Only Xiao Chu looked anxious. Jiang Chen wiped the blood from his mouth and even joked, "If you could eat that chunk of meat, you might level up like crazy." Xiao Chu appeared in his consciousness, filled with nothing but the desire to eat and grow stronger. But to Jiang Chen's shock, it was trembling in fear. It even said it was willing to die for him, because it had no chance of winning. Hearing that, Jiang Chen froze. It seemed the only option left was self-destruction. But Jiang Chen quickly changed his mind. If he couldn't win, he would retreat. He would never let Xiao Chu die. Losing it meant losing everything. Jiang Wushuang looked at him and mocked, running out of steam already. "And you still beat Xiao Beihan?" Jiang Chen suddenly sat down, pressed both hands to the ground, and activated his talent. In an instant, a massive barrier covered the entire battlefield. Inside the cage, Jiang Wushuang remained calm. He looked up and smiled. "So this is your god-level talent. No wonder Xiao Beihan got crushed." The observers outside realized Jiang Chen had blocked the monitoring system again. Heavenly Blade King immediately ordered everyone to be ready to rescue at any moment. Someone argued Jiang Wushuang was clearly dominating, so no need to interfere. Heavenly Blade King snapped back. "I said save Jiang Chen. Who said anything about Jiang Wushuang?" The man went silent. It was obvious favoritism. Outwardly, he said level 46 versus 26 was incomparable. Inwardly, he just thought, that's my disciple. I'll protect him. Jiang Chen raised his hand. Thick smoke spread everywhere. Then a swarm of crazy oath sheep appeared, and Jiang Wushuang finally realized this was the real trump card. As the sheep charged, Jiang Wushuang spun his arm and unleashed Mountain Shifter. Jiang Chen countered instantly with Sweep Assault. The battle sheep rushed forward like mad warriors. Facing the wave, Jiang Wushuang clenched both fists and released Endless Mountain Range. The ground exploded. Flames erupted and burned the sheep that tried to get close. But Jiang Chen didn't stop. He kept signaling like a battlefield commander. Only then did Jiang Wushuang notice 2 sheep hiding near him. Jiang Chen clenched his fist as a signal. The two sheep self-destructed instantly, but Jiang Wushuang still shot into the sky in time to escape the blast. Before the smoke cleared, his figure was already floating above. At that moment, Jiang Wushuang finally understood how Xiao Beihan had lost. He gathered overwhelming force into his fist from above. The terrifying pressure forced Jiang Chen onto one knee. His body felt like it would shatter. This punch was several times stronger than before. This was the true power of an invincible bloodline. The earlier self-destructions hadn't even injured him. Jiang Chen calculated silently. Did he need dozens of explosions to make a difference? These sheep weren't easy to raise. This was painful. But cornered, he detonated 10 at once. The vacuum explosion shook the space itself. Yet Jiang Wushuang dodged cleanly and laughed like nothing happened. Jiang Chen immediately controlled vines to counterattack. Jiang Wushuang waved them away and calmly declared the battle was over. Jiang Chen frowned in confusion. Jiang Wushuang admitted that at Jiang Chen's current level, forcing him to use 80% of his strength was already impressive. He looked forward to fighting again when Jiang Chen matured. Only then did Jiang Chen realize the pressure earlier was just a test to find a worthy rival. Jiang Wushuang yawned, saying he was sleepy. The excitement was gone. He told Jiang Chen to take the final beast. Jiang Chen thought he was giving up first place, but Jiang Wushuang simply said he wanted to sleep. Then he turned around and left to find a spot for a nap. Jiang Chen shouted behind him to stop acting cool. He said he wasn't prideful. If there were benefits, he would take them all. Jiang Wushuang just laughed. He knew he hadn't misjudged him. The old monsters watching the fight also changed their view of Jiang Wushuang. He didn't bully the weak. True demeanor of an invincible descendant. As for the elder who argued with Heavenly Blade King earlier, he was already poisoned and lying still. Meanwhile, they prepared to send the 10th beast to Jiang Chen so he could secure first place. At the same time, inside ruin number 0, a woman stood in the high-pressure zone and complained this place wasn't for anyone below 6th transfer. She was Nian Hongjiao, disciple of Heavenly Blade King and senior sister of Ji Gang, a 7th transfer king-level expert. Thinking about her junior brother enduring that forbidden force alone, she rushed deeper into the undead-infested zone ahead. The moment she approached the monsters, she drew her sword and slashed forward with a strike, sharp enough to cut the air itself. She finally stopped before an ancient stone stele, radiating heavy pressure. The lingering aura after hundreds of years was still terrifying. This had to be what she was looking for. On the stone stele were 2 ancient words, Insect Hall. This was where all the records of the ruin were stored. Without hesitation, she released her divine sense and began scanning the information inside. Streams of data flooded her mind, all related to ancient exotic insects. She pushed her divine sense to the limit and read at extreme speed. Minutes later, a familiar image appeared. Her expressions changed instantly. She had found it. Zhu Zhang, an ancient calamity insect born from the extreme yin land of 9 Nether. In the 4th century, it caused a near world-ending disaster. Now believed extinct, its body was dark purple with 9 wings, carrying terrifying poison that could transform into deathly aura and corrode everything, from matter to spirit and even the void. Nian Hongjiao felt her scalp go numb. So her junior brother truly carried a forbidden entity. This was far more serious than she imagined. She had to report to her master immediately. Back to Jiang Chen, the final beast was lying on the ground, barely alive. Its body was being eaten away bit by bit. After devouring 4 beasts and Huang Yongqiao, his devour value had risen sharply. If he absorbed another slaughter core, he might soon complete his 2nd transfer. Jiang Chen turned to the other 2 and said 10 flags were enough for first place. The extra 2, 1 each for them, should guarantee top 10. They were so grateful they almost knelt. Meanwhile, Tang Ying and Bai Long finally finished their own target elsewhere. The entrance slaughter trial was coming to an end. In most people's eyes, Jiang Wushuang was almost guaranteed to rank at the top. Then the announcement echoed everywhere. The trial has ended. All who possess promotion flags gather at the plaza immediately. Eliminated participants must leave Tianjiao camp within 3 minutes, disobey and be executed. The repeated announcement made Jiang Chen pause, so it was really over. That meant every beast in the area had been cleared, but leftovers were still food. Jiang Chen immediately ordered the Zhu Zhang to hunt down any remaining beasts and devour everything before anyone noticed. As for Xiao Beihan, now missing an arm, he lay recovering with pure hatred in his heart. He swore that once he returned to the Xiao family, his grandfather would make Jiang Chen pay. Soon, Heavenly Blade King appeared at the Grand Plaza and announced that all who passed would follow him to the Forbidden Trial Zone. The words Forbidden Zone shocked everyone. There had been no prior notice. The 8 great forbidden zones of Hoaxia were known for treasures and extreme danger. Some felt reassured with Heavenly Blade King leading. Others wondered how such a large group would even enter. Heavenly Blade King gave no explanation. He drew his blade and pointed forward, unleashing heaven-opening slash. At the same time, he recalled Hong Jiao's report. Jiang Chen truly possessed the forbidden Jiu Shi Jiang. Dawn was approaching as their group accelerated rapidly toward the destination. Heavenly Blade King kept swinging his blade at blinding speed. While the prodigies were still watching, the ground beside them suddenly split apart. A massive chunk of land was lifted straight into the air. He was turning it into a mobile battlefield. Then he activated blade riding flight. A giant sword carried the enormous landmass and everyone on it, flying directly toward the Jiangnan Forbidden Zone, Yunmeng Marsh. The sight left everyone speechless. Lifting the entire Tianjiao camp and flying it to a forbidden zone was madness. Only Heavenly Blade King could do something like this. This was the power of Great Shia's peak expert. Along the way, people began discussing Yunmeng Marsh. Some knew nothing. Others had heard stories from their elders. Though ranked last in danger among the 8 great forbidden zones, its true terror was not beasts or deadly terrain. The marsh was filled with countless overlapping dimensional fragments like floating bubbles. Some spaces inside were larger than Blue Star itself. They shifted chaotically, making it easy to get lost forever. Hearing that, others wondered. If space was so distorted, then time inside must also differ from the outside world. There were rumors of an ordinary class changer who entered Yunmeng Marsh over 100 years ago. 2 hours passed outside, but he emerged as a 7th transfer king. According to him, he had lived there for 200 years. Even one person's grandfather had vanished there for 3 days, while 3 years had passed in reality. Only now did everyone realize that in Yunmeng Marsh, both fortune and danger are completely random. Some believed Tian Dao Wang must know a safe route since he led them himself, but Jiang Chen felt something was off, like Tian Dao Wang rushed them here to hide something. At the same time, Tian Dao Wang was calculating in silence. If Hong Jiao had traced the Jiu Qi Jiang, then Xiao Zhengguo would soon know too. Once the secret spread across Daxia, he would lose control, so he had to use Yunmeng Marsh to gather allies fast. Back at the old base, a group arrived and froze at the massive crater-turned lake. Tian Dao Wang had literally moved the entire Tianjiao camp away, the next-generation elites of Jiangnan War Zone, and it looked way too much like rebellion. Just as panic spread, Duan Xinghai rushed in from afar, cursing loudly. Gu Keitian had just dumped a massive mess on him. The message Tian Dao Wang left behind was short. Emergency situation. He took the kids to the Forbidden Trial Zone and would return after the Tianjiao selection. All consequences would be his to bear. Seeing Duan Xinghai arrive, the crowd relaxed, thinking someone came to chase them back. But inside, he was fuming at Tian Dao Wang for walking away so cleanly and leaving him the chaos. One parent rushed forward, in panic, saying his son was still up there, and asking what if something happened. Duan Xinghai waved it off, telling them to calm down. It was just a trial, they would return after selection, no need to blow it out of proportion. Even so, he felt uneasy. For a single champion seed, Tian Dao Wang dragged the whole Tianjiao camp into the Forbidden Zone. This was definitely not simple. The more he thought about it, the more it felt like Tian Dao Wang was avoiding something. Then the name Jiu Qi Jiang suddenly came back to him. Elsewhere, Qi Gang received a secret message. Tian Dao Wang said Jiang Chen might carry a taboo, so he took him into the Forbidden Land to hide. He also told Qi Gang to gather King-level allies fast, because when he returned, a brutal war might erupt. After reading it, Qi Gang felt his head splitting apart. Jiang Chen had killed a royal Tianjiao, severed one arm of Xiao Beihan, and now was tied to a taboo suspicion. This was suffocating pressure, but Qi Gang still chose to move forward, even telling his father and gaining his support. On their side now stood Tian Dao Wang, Hong Jiao, his father, and Commander Duan. 4 king-level fighters together meant they still had a chance against any storm. Qi Gang agreed immediately. His senior sister followed their master into the Forbidden Zone, and he would search for more king-level allies. Even if he had to lie or beg, he would pull more people to Jiang Chen's side. His resolve burned like the year he stormed the Xiao family to snatch a bride. This time, he was ready to go all in again. The people beside him laughed. It had been years since they saw Qi Gang with that same fire. Back with Tian Dao Wang, he suddenly asked Hong Jiao how they should handle Jiang Chen's issue after returning. But Hong Jiao answered completely off topic. She said Jiang Chen's Jiu Qi Jiang was insanely cool, and she even wanted to raise one herself. Tian Dao Wang was speechless. This girl really never grew up. Hong Jiao innocently explained that Daxia had always rejected taboos. Everyone knew that. But she countered with one question. If things escalated, could her master cut down General Zhengguo with a single slash? Tian Dao Wang instantly turned and scolded her for speaking recklessly. The more he thought about it, the more helpless he felt. A legendary lifetime, yet all his disciples were freaks. Hong Jiao obsessed with killing, Qi Gang stubborn as stone, and Jiang Chen gifted with gaudier talent but obsessed with taboos. Hong Jiao then curiously asked why her master was so determined to protect Jiang Chen. Tian Dao Wang recalled the past. He said he took Hong Jiao as a disciple, just because she looked cool in red armor. And Qigong was even funnier. Back then he saw Tian Dao Wang outside a club, and thought he was a client looking for girls. Back then, when the Xiao young master forced Tang Jin into marriage, Qigong stood up and fought to the end just to protect her. To Tian Dao Wang, things like that never needed a reasons. If he wanted to act, he acted. Now it was the same with Jiang Chen. From their first meeting, Tian Dao Wang already liked the kid, and once someone became his disciple, he would protect them to the very end. Hong Jiao laughed and said her master was the toughest yet most protective man alive. Tian Dao Wang told her to stop teasing, but then she turned serious and said if they truly wanted to save Jiang Chen, there was only one path left. The person she mentioned was one of the 3 undefeated pillars of Da Xia, the supreme commander of its military. Jiang Wushuang's grandfather, the invincible martial god Jiang Huangji, currently stationed at the 10,000 Races battlefield in the Po-Jun region. With just one punch, he shattered the ground, sending rubble flying everywhere. Any foreign race that dared touch Da Xia's people would die without a body left intact. The pressure from martial god Jiang Huangji alone was suffocating. After sweeping the battlefield clean, he ordered his subordinates to keep guarding the border carefully and allowed them a short rest. Right then, he received a message from his grandson. Jiang Huangji frowned slightly. Wasn't Wushuang at the Tianjiao camp? Why contact him now? The next second, Tian Dao Wang appeared right in front of him, catching him slightly off guard by the sudden visit. Jiang Huangji asked if Wushuang caused trouble at camp. Tian Dao Wang shook his head and said the kid performed well. He came only to discuss a deal. Tian Dao Wang went straight to the point. Jiang Chen was a gaudier life system genius, but he carried the taboo Zhu Qi. He wanted Jiang Huangji to protect the boy. Hearing the name of that ancient calamity, Jiang Huangji's expression shifted before he let out a cold laugh. Da Xia always killed taboos without hesitation. This was no joke. He even asked back if Tian Dao Wang truly thought the martial god was some all-powerful being. Tian Dao Wang calmly said to hear the terms first. Then he brought up the Taisu Hall inside Yunmeng Marsh. He said across all of Da Xia, only he knew the path there, and he could even bring Jiang Wushuang in to receive a portion of its great fortune. The moment Taishu Hall was mentioned, Jiang Huangji's eyes changed. That was a legendary opportunity tied to the heavenly Tao. If Wushuang entered it, his strength would skyrocket. But in exchange, Jiang Huangji set a harsh condition. He would protect Jiang Chen, but the boy could not use Zhu Qijiang in the Tianjiao tournament. And if he failed to win the title of Da Xia's #1 Tianjiao, Jiang Huangji would personally throw him onto the 10,000 Races battlefield to fend for himself. Tian Dao Wang hesitated, but Jiang Huangji pressed on. If he truly wanted to save Jiang Chen, this was already the best option. After thinking it through, Tian Dao Wang finally agreed. Being sent to the 10,000 Races battlefield was still better than returning and being executed by Xiao Zhengguo's faction. Meanwhile, Jiang Huangji calculated in his heart. Zhu Qijiang was indeed an ancient strange insect, but in this era it could hardly cause the same catastrophe. And this year, Da Xia had 3 gaudier geniuses already. Jiang Chen ranked 4th and was from the life system. Without the taboo, he might not even beat Jiang Wushuang, let alone win first place. And even if Jiang Chen stirred up trouble, with his martial god power, any evil in this world would be erased within seconds. Back with Jiang Chen, he asked if they had truly entered Yunmeng Marsh, and whether anyone remembered the original route. Mu Hantu explained that, in a place filled with constantly shifting dimensional fragments, memorizing paths was nearly impossible. Tian Dao Wang relied entirely on sensing aura to guide them. She also said Yunmeng Marsh had 10 layers. The outer 9th and 10th were relatively safe, but the deeper you went, the easier it was to lose your way. Her grandfather had vanished in the 7th layer. Hearing this, Jiang Chen felt his thoughts tangle. Since eyes and memory were useless here, he told everyone to stay calm and try sensing with spiritual perception instead of vision. At that moment, Jiang Chen suddenly noticed movement in his sea of consciousness. The world ancestral tree was leaning toward a certain direction, even though there was no wind at all. He immediately wondered if that was the true path forward. It seemed something ahead was drawing the world ancestral tree's attention. While scanning the area, he suddenly spotted a bright red fruit nearby. Could this be a condensed fruit from the world ancestral tree? Right then, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations. You have obtained the red fruit ability. Effect: randomly copy one ability from a target and fuse it into yourself. No class restriction. During copying, mutations may occur, making it stronger or weaker. Must complete within 3 hours. Miss the deadline and it's gone. He felt dizzy for a second. A copy skill with no class limit? Every Tianjiao here was a monster. That meant he could pick anyone, and the most valuable targets were obviously Jiang Wushuang, Bai Feng, and Tang Ying. But thinking deeper, it was risky. The copy was completely random. If he pulled a trash skill, that would be unbearable. With only 3 hours, this was a pure gamble. At that moment, Tian Daowang appeared and cut off everyone's thoughts. They had entered the 6th layer of Yunmeng Marsh, the Taisu realm. Ahead was Taisu Hall. This time, he would lead personally. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Hearing that, Jiang Chen suddenly came up with a bold idea as he looked at the old man. Tian Daowang once said he only knew one blade technique and even wanted to take him as a disciple. If that was true, then copying him first solved everything. Soon, the group arrived at a grand structure atop a mountain. This was Taishu Hall. Tian Daowang explained excitedly. A legend once stepped straight into king level here. Even the Great Dreamer, one of Daxia's 3 undefeated, had comprehended Dao here. He then introduced the 3 trials of Taisu Hall. First, the 1008 steps. Each step carried a chance to receive a heavenly Dao reward. Second, the Taisu Stele. Even Tian Daowang had never touched that stele. So far, only the Great Dreamer had entered it. As for the final trial inside the hall, no one had ever reached it. This stair climb would also be the final assessment. Out of 150 people, only the top 10 would represent Jiangnan War Zone in the final Daxia Tianjiao tournament. The atmosphere instantly exploded. Just as Sandao was about to rush forward, Jiang Chen stopped her. No need to hurry. Taishu Hall wasn't going anywhere. Everyone else was clearly adjusting their state before starting. She calmed down, realizing he was right. Each person only had one chance here. Of course they needed to enter in perfect condition. From above, Tian Daowang nodded in approval at the calm juniors. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen thought to himself, forget adjusting state. The real priority was copying Kai Tian before time ran out. Hopefully the old man wasn't bluffing. The system notification appeared. Target selected, Kai Tian. Reminder, mutation chance during replication. The ability may downgrade or upgrade. He took a deep breath and went all in. No need to upgrade. Just don't let it drop in quality. Another notification rang out. Beginning replication of Kai Tian. He felt overjoyed. The old man truly wasn't lying. He really only had one blade move. But soon his body began to change. The progress bar rose slowly, and it felt like something was carving itself into his soul. In his mind, he saw a figure gripping a blade with both hands, slashing down with heaven-splitting force. His eyes widened. The sensation was too real. It felt like he was the one training the blade. 10 years of bitter cultivation flashed through his consciousness, as if truly experienced. Then 20 years of accumulation followed. Then 40 full years passed in a blink. Kai Tian had only one move. He raised his hand and slashed downward. One blade strike. Man follows earth. Earth follows heaven. Heaven follows Tao. The slash tore the ground apart and split the mountain ahead in 2. The power was insane. In his perception, he had lived an entire lifetime practicing the blade. His hair even seemed to turn white. The system kept updating. Progress exceeded 120%. Congratulations, Human Blade, Purple Grade. Congratulations, Earth Blade, Purple Grade. Evolved into Heaven Blade, Gold Grade. Finally awakened Divine Ability, Great Dao Blade, Red Grade. He almost burst out laughing. Not only did he copy Kai Tian, he split it into 4 complete realms in one go. Jiang Wushuang's group had long finished climbing. Only Jiang Chen was still stuck below. No movement at all. She even suspected he fell asleep. The old man also felt something was wrong. Regulating breathing shouldn't take this long. Just then, both noticed the sword beneath their feet trembling slightly. Hong Jiao's face changed. Master, my blade heart is reacting. The old man's gaze locked onto the changes around Jiang Chen. Not just yours. Even my blade heart is being affected. Hong Jiao thought of a possibility. Did Ji Gang finally succeed? Back then he was a rare genius, but too stubborn. He insisted on splitting Kai Tian into 4 forms, and got stuck at 3rd turn Grandmaster for years. Maybe he finally broke through. The old man said in a low voice. Either Ji Gang succeeded or something even more terrifying happened. He recalled the aura that flashed around Jiang Chen. It felt unbelievably familiar, but he immediately denied it. Impossible. It must be a phenomenon from Taishu Hall. Hong Jiao pointed downward. Master, look. Junior brother is moving. She suddenly felt nervous for Jiang Chen and wondered how high he could climb. She remembered reaching step 301 back then after risking her life. Ji Gang stopped at 298. As for the Great Dreamer who climbed straight to the top in one go, that was pure monster level. At the same time, the rankings kept updating. Jiang Wushuang reached 289. Bai Feng from East Sea hit 253. Tang Ying of Tianji Tower stopped at 248. Lazy Ze from 10,000 Demon City reached 211. The young Taoist Lu Piaoji hit 208. Mu Hantu reached 199. Luo Candao stood at 170. As Jiang Chen moved forward, People kept talking. Some regretted not bringing spirit-enhancing's medicine. Others complained the early stages were all illusion trials that countered their gunner class. They said later stages increased gravity like carrying a mountain. Seeing the poison demon prepare to climb, Sweet Mao joked maybe another Jiang Wushuang would appear. Jiang Chen evaluated calmly. The first trial tested mental illusions. His spiritual power wasn't weak, so it shouldn't be too hard. But the moment he stepped in, his eyes changed. The scene before him was completely unfamiliar. An old man holding a sword walked forward slowly, killing intent filling the air. Jiang Chen, you dared touch my Xiao family's grandson. Today you die without burial. It was Xiao Zhengguo. The sword slashed down. Jiang Chen blocked with both hands and Ju Qi Zhang. The gap in power was too great. He was sent flying instantly. The Bell Seed couldn't stop it. Then familiar figures rushed out to shield him. Xiao Chen, run. From Uncle Ji to Yi Tang, they all stood in front. But under Xiao Zhengguo's overwhelming strength, they were erased almost instantly. He coldly declared, anyone who blocks me dies. Blood splattered across Jiang Chen's face, and he screamed in despair. Outside the illusion, his real body trembled violently. Hong Jiao froze. No way. Did junior brother get stuck on the first layer? The old man explained the staircase tested everything. Mind, body, speed, strength. Most geniuses had refined themselves with treasures since childhood. Jiang Chen grew up wild. This trial would put him at a huge disadvantage. Hearing that, Hong Jiao grew even more worried. If so, their bet with Jiang Wushen was basically sending Jiang Chen straight to the battlefield. Inside the illusion, Jiang Chen knelt before Xiao Zhengguo, eyes filled with despair. He even gave up, wanting to be killed, believing he caused everyone's death. But suddenly, Xiao Zhengguo's sword was wrapped tightly by vines. A voice echoed, World Ancestral Tree. This is only an illusion. Jiang Chen snapped awake, cold sweat covering his body. This illusion was way too real, but thinking deeper made him ashamed. Uncle Ji died and he didn't fight back. He even knelt and begged for death. That was pure weakness. Embarrassed and angry, Jiang Chen lowered his head and kept climbing, muttering that this illusion was designed to torture people. He called the World Ancestral Tree to follow him upward. The opening was already this brutal. As he stepped onto the next stair, the system popped up. Congratulations. You obtained 5 star essence fragments. 1,000 fragments form 1 complete star essence. Level 1 to 3 skills need 10 star essence to upgrade. Level 4 to 6 need 100. Jiang Chen quickly did the math. Just 1 fragment on the market was worth tens of millions. And this was only the beginning. He didn't need it for upgrades, but selling it could feed his bugs for a long time. What confused him was that after reaching the second layer, no illusion attacked him anymore. The moment he stepped forward, he felt an invisible force wrapping around his mind like a shield. He instantly understood and grinned. The World Ancestral Tree had blocked Tai Shu Hall's illusions entirely. Jiang Chen almost wanted to hug the tree. This was a full carry. The crowd below stared at him like he was a freak. On the first layer, he cried like the world was ending. Now on the second, he was smiling like a lunatic. Some even suspected he was about to be eliminated and mentally unstable. If so, the poison demon was truly the weakest. Hearing the gossip, Jiang Chen sneered inside. Fine, let me show you what a casual climb looks like. But then he thought about the old monsters watching above. Maybe he should pretend to struggle a little. But seeing Jiang Wushuang nearly reach layer 300, he changed his mind. If he kept acting now, he'd lose everything. First priority, surpass that guy. Hong Jiao shook her head seeing Jiang Chen stuck on layer 2. Looks like junior brother really can't handle it. He might not even pass layer 10. But the old man beside her suddenly said, wait, look carefully. The next second, Jiang Chen stepped onto layer 3 and kept climbing like walking on flat ground, not slowing down at all. He even started humming while climbing. Everyone was stunned. He struggled like crazy just moments ago. Now he shot past layer 100 effortlessly. Some wondered if he actually enjoyed painful illusions and stayed longer on purpose. Typical poison demon. Nothing about him made sense. Jiang Chen quickly passed Luo Candao and Mu Hantiu. As he walked by, he waved casually and kept singing, saying the song was for his little sister to motivate her to reach layer 300. The two reacted differently. Mu Hantiu blushed and clenched her fists, thinking she had to keep climbing no matter what. Luo Candao forced a smile, thinking his benefactor was strong, just with questionable music taste. Even Hong Jiao felt something was wrong. She asked her master if Tai Shu Hall's trial malfunctioned. Jiang Chen had already passed 200 layers and hadn't slowed down at all. Even the old man had never seen something this bizarre. Jiang Chen kept leaving others behind. The cultivators watching were completely confused. Some even thought they were inside an illusion, because his speed was ridiculous. Then Jiang Chen noticed the 3 strongest geniuses were all stuck at layer 299. None of them moved forward. The old man explained that every 300 layers formed an extreme checkpoint. a brutal barrier. Even top geniuses struggled to pass. Hong Jiao admitted she nearly exhausted herself back then to cross it. After the checkpoint, every layer became much harder. Now they just had to see who would break it first. The three geniuses turned around when Jiang Chen arrived. One laughed and said he didn't disappoint. Another looked shocked at how fast he caught up. Jiang Wushuang suddenly released a powerful aura. Invisible chains seemed to appear around him. He glanced at everyone and declared he would take the first step. Jiang Chen felt his city-tier talent resonate with Jiang Wushuang. He was secretly shocked. Did Jiang Wushuang also possess a city-tier talent? That had never been mentioned. Or were those chains sealing his true strength? Suddenly, the sound of chains snapping echoed. In the next moment, Jiang Wushuang broke free and stepped directly onto layer 300. A special aura immediately flowed into his body, like a reward from Taishu Hall. Bai Long was startled. So crossing layer 300 came with extra fortune, as expected of Jiang Wushuang. From above, Jiang Wushuang calmly explained that the Taishu Hall has 1,008 floors, and every 300 floors is a major checkpoint with huge rewards waiting at the top. He then looked at Jiang Chen and said his background was too weak, lacking rare treasures since childhood, so he should climb slowly and not rush his breakthroughs. Before he could even finish, Jiang Chen casually stepped onto the 300th floor right beside him, stunning everyone below. Jiang Chen glanced at him and shrugged, asking why he made it sound so hard when it felt pretty normal to him. The moment he reached the 300th floor, the system rewarded him with an origin crystal, and his eyes lit up instantly. Inside his soul space, the little insects went wild, screaming for him to keep climbing, because there was something delicious above. Jiang Chen froze and asked if they meant the Taishu monument at the top, and they immediately confirmed it was that stone stele. Right after that, a surge of powerful energy flooded into his body. Jiang Chen shot up the stairs like he was on fast forward, complaining that they didn't need to rush him like he was being chased. The three people behind him were completely dumbfounded. Even Jiang Wushuang's veins bulged as frustration filled his eyes, refusing to accept being left behind. In the next second, Jiang Wushuang revealed his true strength as multiple fierce arms grew from his back, declaring Jiang Chen would never surpass him. Bai Long was shocked seeing this, realizing Jiang Wushuang had pushed his war god body to an insane level. Meanwhile, Bai Long himself snapped, staring at Jiang Chen and Jiang Wushuang with killing intent, annoyed by these monsters. Without hesitation, he activated his skill. God Demon Blood stains the sky. Bai Long's aura exploded again, leaving the crowd below speechless at how all of them were going crazy. Hearing the murmurs, Tang Ying only turned back with a faint smile, saying he was just a normal assassin. The crowd barely relaxed before sighing again, thinking they and Niu Bi were the weakest in this group. But in the next second, black smoke covered Tang Ying as he transformed into a massive snake and shot forward. The two below almost cried, realizing even his lies were terrifying, and these four were true unmatched geniuses, especially the calm but chilling Jiang Chen. Hong Jiao watched in shock as Jiang Wushuang grew 8 arms. Bai Long went berserk, Tang Ying revealed his true form, and Jiang Chen crushed everyone's mentality. Then everyone realized something unbelievable. The junior brother was about to reach the top and become the second person in history to do so. Jiang Chen stepped onto the summit and reached out, successfully touching the Taishu monument. But when Hong Jiao saw his next move, his face changed as he shouted for him to stop. Jiang Chen summoned all his Zerg and generously told them to eat whatever they wanted. In an instant, countless Zerg swarmed out like dark clouds covering the sky. Hong Jiao panicked, recognizing the legendary 9-winged insect Qi as they surrounded the Taishu monument. In less than a blink, the Taishu monument vanished without a trace, leaving everyone frozen in shock. Even the old man was shaken, unable to believe Jiang Chen had somehow taken the entire Taishu monument away. Meanwhile, Jiang Wushuang was still far from the summit, staring up at Jiang Chen with a complicated look. In the end, he admitted defeat and said he lost this time, but at the Great Xia Genius ranking, he would fight with everything he had. Seeing even Jiang Wushuang hit his limit, Bai Long and Tang Ying chose to retreat, knowing pushing further would damage their foundation. Mu Hanchu looked at Jiang Chen with shining eyes, thinking her master was unbelievable, and at least their mission was complete. The Taishu Hall ranking appeared. Jiang Chen ranked first with 1018 floors, followed by Jiang Wushuang, Bai Feng, Tang Ying, and the others just past 300. Just as everyone prepared to leave, Hong Jiao noticed Jiang Chen still standing motionless at the top. Inside his space, his purple palace jumped from level 22 to 25, devour points rising by 1,000 every second as Xiao Chu dragged the Taishu monument back to the nest and feasted. The Zerg's phagocytosis value also skyrocketed, and at this rate the third generation would soon be born, making Jiang Chen suspect a deep link between the monument and the nine-winged insect Qi. After checking the monument's info, he learned it was the Abyss Suppression Stone, a high-tier relic from the Abyss Origin domain. No wonder Xiao Chu went crazy for it. Then Jiang Chen suddenly realized something serious. The Tai Shu monument had vanished in front of everyone. A notification sounded in his head, congratulating him for becoming the Tai Shu Realm Master, the sole owner who could freely teleport there and control the Tai Shu Hall. With too many people around, Jiang Chen decided not to enter the hall yet and jumped down from the summit. But before he could leave, the old man grabbed his wrist and told him to follow. The crowd immediately started whispering, thinking the Heavenly Blade King was detaining the poison demon over the missing monument. The two soon arrived at a completely secluded place, with no one watching. The old man asked directly how Jiang Chen made the nine-winged insect Qi devour the Tai Shu monument when even the great dreamer could only comprehend it. Hearing that name, Jiang Chen's back turned cold, thinking his secret was exposed and he might be silenced. But the old man laughed and said changing its color into poison insects would not fool anyone, and Hong Jiao also chuckled at his stiff expression. Jiang Chen then explained both the nine-winged insect Qi and the Tai Shu monument came from the abyss and shared the same origin. After hearing that, the old man's tone turned serious, reminding him how Great Xia treats forbidden professions. He said Jiang Chen had two choices: stay in Yunmeng Marsh forever to survive, or return to Great Xia and face countless enemies, even state suppression and invincible level experts. Jiang Chen broke into cold sweat and finally understood. The old man had prepared a backup plan long ago, yet he could not figure out why someone who met him once would go this far. While Jiang Chen was lost in thought, Hong Jiao urged him, saying their master was waiting for his answer. After a few seconds of silence, Jiang Chen said he carried forbidden power, but everyone he killed deserved it, so he had nothing to be ashamed of. The old man burst into laughter, praising his courage and saying, as long as the heart is righteous, there is nothing to fear. When Jiang Chen heard Ji Gang's name, he froze, and Hong Jiao reminded him that she was his senior sister, and Ji Shu was actually their second senior brother. She then revealed that Ji Gang once tried to snatch a bride from the Xiao family and was nearly killed by Xiao Zhengguo before being exiled to Chujiang City. The old man waved it off, saying the past no longer mattered, and no matter if the enemy was invincible or state suppression, they would face it together. Only then did Jiang Chen realize he was truly accepted as a disciple, and he stuttered out the word master before kneeling. Master, please accept this bow from your disciple. The scene then shifted to another location. Many powerful figures had gathered for an urgent meeting. Duan Xianghai, commander of the Jiangnan war zone, opened the meeting and went straight to the main issue. Investigations confirmed Jiang Chen's poison came from the nine-winged insect Qi, and under Great Xia's forbidden laws, such awakeners must be executed. Mu Hanlian, Mu Hanxi's grandfather, argued that the ancient catastrophe could not happen again and suggested strict monitorings instead of execution. Tang Wanchun, Tang Jin's father, agreed and said the forbidden law was outdated and should evolve with Great Xia's current strength. The opposing faction mocked them, accusing them of siding with Jiang Chen and even dragging Mu Hanchu and Tang Jin into personal attacks. As the argument intensified, a terrifying sword intent suddenly tore into the conference hall. A cold voice echoed, saying Jiang Chen must die, and anyone who shields him should first face the sword. Seeing Xiao Zhengguo appear, Duan Xianghai broke into cold sweat, realizing the situation was spiraling out of control. Elsewhere, Gu Kadian received news that Xiao Zhengguo had deployed the Heavenly Punishment Squad to ambush the nearby mountain. Ji Gang said if war truly broke out, he and Tang Jin would draw their blades without hesitation and settle all old and new grudges at once. Chu Bulong cursed loudly, saying he would not miss such a battle, while Yun Xiaoqi tried to play it cool, though everyone knew they were family. Just then, someone pointed into the distance, saying the juniors had returned as the ambushers began to move. The commander immediately ordered the Heavenly Punishment Squad to prepare for battle, as Xiao Zhengguo raised his hand toward the sky. The squad members drew their bows in unison, divine crossbows heating up as energy rapidly gathered. At the same time, Xiao Zhengguo's sword shot forward at terrifying speed. On the way back, Hong Jiao joked that this battle reminded him of Ji Gang's old bride snatching incident, but the old man said they should at least pretend to reason first. Hong Jiao laughed, saying his master talked about reason, yet his killing intent was even heavier than anyone else's. He turned to ask Jiang Chen what he thought, only to see his junior standing there in a daze. In reality, Jiang Chen was inside the Zerg nest space, as the system kept sending notifications about 5 million third-generation, 9-winged insect chi being born. Hong Jiao patted his shoulder and told him not to fear the coming battle, because their master and senior sister were backing him. Jiang Chen nodded and said he was not afraid, but remembered Ji Gong was waiting on another mountain and wanted to deliver something first. The old man did not stop him and said they would pass by there anyway, so Jiang Chen immediately leaped away. Those watching him leave had mixed feelings. Some regretted not fighting him. Others were shocked he wielded forbidden power and conquered the Tai Shu Hall. A few worried whether Mu Hanch's grandfather would intervene, but everyone knew battles at that level were beyond them. Jiang Chen quickly flew to Ji Gang and the familiar faces. He smiled and handed Ji Gang the origin crystal, saying it was better than the epic gear he once promised, and Ji Gang was stunned because it was the key to reaching the 7th turn. Then Jiang Chen handed out gifts to everyone, giving Tang Jin's mother a silk scarf, Duan Feng a stronger bow, Chu Belong a dark gold blade, and even Yun Shaoqi a full platinum set. The atmosphere instantly turned warm, like a family reunion. But in the distance, Xiao Zhengguo sensed Jiang Chen's aura and ordered the Heavenly Punishment Squad to prepare. Someone reminded him that over 100 geniuses from the Tianjiao camp were with Gu Keitian, and no mistake could be allowed. Xiao Zhengguo replied coldly that if Gu Keitian dared to block him, he would kill him too. Below, Duan Xianghai urged Gu Keitian to hand Jiang Chen over to avoid disaster, fearing a clash between two pillars of Jiangnan. From above, Gu Keitian sneered, saying he had fought for Jiangnan his whole life and had safely brought back 150 geniuses from the Tai Shu Hall. The crowd erupted again at the mention of Tai Shu Hall, and some openly said they would never side with the Xiao family. Duan Xianghai also guided public opinion, pointing out how those 150 geniuses had all risen rapidly after this trip. But Xiao Zhengguo suddenly cut everyone off with a cold shout, releasing overwhelming pressure and declaring Jiang Chen guilty under Great Xia's forbidden law, even labeling Gu Keitian an accomplice. The people below watched the sea and sky twist in chaos, realizing this was true state suppression power and deciding it was safer to stay neutral. Gu Keitian called Jiang Chen forward and told Hong Yao to handle the Tianjin camp aircraft. Hong Yao leaped into the air, telling everyone to stay inside the barrier, while Jiang Chen calmly said if they truly failed, saving them later would not be too late. The blade then flew back into Gu Keitian's hand, as if answering its master's call. Floating in the sky, Xiao Zhengguo coldly asked if Gu Keitian truly wanted to draw his blade against him, boasting about his 8-turn strength and dozens of water-forbidden spells. Just as tension peaked, a massive wall of ice appeared between them like a giant shield. Duan Xianghai hurriedly stepped in, warning that if they fought, not only the genius camp but all of Jiangnan would suffer. At that moment, Xiao Beihan suddenly proposed settling his grudge with Jiang Chen in a life-and-death duel for the sake of the greater good. He looked at his newly restored arm with killing intent, vowing to repay the debt of losing it to Jiang Chen and stepping forward on his flying sword. Duan Xianghai nodded, saying the younger generation's grudges should be solved by themselves. Jiang Chen did not buy the kindness and told Xiao Beihan to state his conditions clearly. As expected, Xiao Beihan demanded Jiang Chen not use his forbidden power before reaching 9 wings. Hearing this, Xiao Zhengguo laughed proudly and pressured everyone in the name of Jiangnan's stability. Gu Keitian exploded in anger, calling them hypocrites and challenging Xiao Zhengguo to fight him directly instead of bullying a junior. Jiang Chen quickly stopped his master, saying they should stay calm, so others would not think their side was unreasonable. He smiled and said even without forbidden power, he could still defeat Xiao Beihan. Then he casually asked Gu Keitian to teach him the Keitian blade right there on the spot. Even Hong Yao was stunned, since she spent 10 years barely grasping the basics of that blade art. Xiao Beihan burst into laughter, asking if he was supposed to wait 10 or 20 years. Jiang Chen calmly replied he only needed 5 minutes. Gu Keitian almost fell over, scolding his disciple for talking, as if the Keitian blade was some cheap technique. Xiao Beihan grew even more confident, looking at Jiang Chen like he was a fool. But in the next second, Jiang Chen reached out and grabbed Gu Keitian's blade. He bowed seriously and asked his master for guidance. The moment he touched the blade, Gu Keitian's expression changed as the weapon began to resonate. Only then did he realize the one who stirred the blade intent in Taishu Hall that day was Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen then leaned closer and whispered his plan to his master. After a brief pause, Gu Keitian agreed and decided to teach the blade art right there. Below, Duan Xinghai quickly set up a sky thought arena for the life and death duel. He declared that no one except Xiao Beihan and Jiang Chen was allowed to interfere. Xiao Beihan confidently stepped onto the arena and mocked Jiang Chen, claiming last time he only won because of forbidden power. Waves of sword ki shot toward the arena, but were all blocked by an invisible force. Jigong tried desperately to break the barrier with his sword, but failed, blaming himself for bringing Jiang Chen into the genius camp, while others reassured him Gu Keitian would not act recklessly. While chaos erupts outside, Gu Keitian calmly teaches Jiang Chen the core of the open heaven blade. He says it's not about moves but willpower. Let go of obsession, ignore life and death, face your true heart and swing without hesitation. He looks at him seriously and asks, "Do you see it clearly?" Then he slashes once. The blade splits the sky in two, and the saber aura shoots straight ahead. Seeing the terrifying attack, Xiao Yuanshan thinks it's aimed at him. He roars and activates full defense, even mocking that the old man can't touch him. Some even accuse Gu Keitian of breaking the rules, since this was supposed to be one-on-one. But soon they realize the saber aura only brushes past Xiao Zhengguo and keeps going. He was never the real target. In the distance, space itself is suddenly torn open like paper. A miserable scream follows. A massive dragon leg is severed, and blood sprays from the cracked space, sending chills down everyone's spine. The dragon roars in pain before Xiao Zhengguo and warns it will return to settle the score with Gu Keitian. Only then do they learn a black dragon has been hiding beneath the Yangtze River. If it wasn't exposed today, the consequences would have been disastrous. Some guess the dragon planned to stir chaos. Judging by its cultivation, it was at least mid-stage 8 revolutions. Even Xiao Zhengguo shows fear. That alone proves how terrifying Gu Keitian truly is. After that strike, Gu Keitian laughs proudly and asks Jiang Chen if he looked cool. Jiang Chen nods quickly, making him even more smug. Then he asks again, "Did you understand it?" Jiang Chen doesn't answer. He channels his spiritual energy and turns to borrow Jigong's sword. He casually takes the sword before Jigong can react. Gu Keitian looks confused and asks why not use his own saber. Jiang Chen just smiles and says, "Master will understand soon." He even claims when he makes his move, it will be even cooler. Gu Keitian can only laugh helplessly. Seeing Jiang Chen step onto the arena, Hong Yao rushes over to question her master. To her, this is sending her junior brother to his death. She even scolds Jiang Wuxian for taking benefits but not showing up. But as she tries to move forward, an invisible force locks her in place. She can't move at all. Gu Keitian explains the life and death arena is sealed by special rules. Only Jiang Chen and Xiao Beihan can enter. As for Jiang Wuxian, he has been here all along, just hidden in space. With just a trace of aura, he suppresses both a king and a guardian general. Everyone feels a chill. Hong Yao suddenly remembers she just badmouthed him. Gu Keitian adds that Jiang Wuxian values the bigger picture and doesn't want chaos in Jiangnan. Hong Yao asks if that means sacrificing Jiang Chen, but Gu Keitian confidently says who said Jiang Chen will lose. He just taught him the open heaven blade. Xiao Beihan laughs out loud. In his eyes, the open heaven blade is a top supreme art. There's no way someone can use it after seeing it once. Jiang Chen stays calm and says whether it's real or not, they'll know after one fight. Xiao Beihan snorts and says He's just pretending. Without forbidden techniques, what can Jiang Chen possibly use to fight him? Someone quietly asks Jiang Wushuang if Jiang Chen still has a chance. If forbidden techniques were allowed, even he might struggle. But the rules strictly ban them, so most believe Jiang Chen is doomed this time. After his past defeat, Xiao Beihan devoted himself fully to martial arts. His strength has grown tremendously, and the sword in his hand is Yue Po, ranked 20th among great Shiist divine weapons. Xiao Beihan points his sword at Jiang Chen and arrogantly tells him to strike first. He even mocks the broken blade in Jiang Chen's hand, saying dying to Yue Po is an honor. Jiang Chen coldly tells him to stop talking nonsense. Then he bows to his master and says, "Please guide me on this strike." The moment he swings, the power of the open heaven blade explodes. The blade intent carries the power of humanity and surges toward Xiao Beihan with shocking force. Even from far away, the spectators are hit by the aftershock. Some clutch their heads and scream. Others feel their souls being torn apart. Hong Yao quickly steps forward and tells those with weak souls to close their eyes. She stares at Jiang Chen in pure disbelief. Even Gu Keitian is stunned. He never expected the kid to master the open heaven blade after seeing it once. Though the strike targets the soul and memory, Xiao Beihan grits his teeth and blocks it with Yue Po. He snorts, still refusing to bow. Wiping blood from his lips, Xiao Beihan sneers. He says Jiang Chen's open heaven blade lacks fire. The Xiao family is famous for spiritual power. Then he raises Yue Po, and a giant moon appears behind him. With one slash, the moon turns into a massive sword light and crashes toward Jiang Chen. Facing it, Jiang Chen swings again and reminds Jigong that the last move was only the human blade. He says the next one will be true destruction. Then the earth blade descends. Its light splits the moon in half mid-air. Xiao Beihan instantly coughs blood. His eyes fill with shock. One strike alone rips the ground into deep ravines. The power makes everyone's scalp go numb. Duan Xinghai's face changes. The life and death arena is about to collapse. He can't believe a second revolution could unleash this. He hurriedly casts ice techniques to reinforce the barrier again and again. Inside the arena, Xiao Bihan struggles against the terrifying aftershock. He knows if he fails, he dies today. At the critical moment, he looks to the sky and unleashes a supreme forbidden spell. Clouds from the northwest roll in like they answered his call. Every student's sword starts trembling and flies from their hands. No one can control their weapons. It feels evil and absurd. Countless swords gather around Xiao Beihan. Together with Yue Po, they form the move 10,000 swords return to origin. Hundreds of thousands of sword lights cover the sky and rain down like a destructive meteor shower. The crowd outside panics. Some curse that these two are about to destroy the entire base. Ice users are urgently summoned to keep the arena from collapsing. Standing in the sea of swords, Xiao Beihan laughs wildly. He shouts that Jiang Chen has already lost. Without forbidden power, the open heaven blade is useless. He declares Jiang Chen will be crushed into ashes by his spell. Jiang Chen only responds with a colder gaze and asks, "Who exactly are you looking down on?" Then Jiang Chen unleashes another strike. The heaven blade erupts with power that nearly splits the arena in half and slashes straight at Xiao Beihan. Xiao Beihan's eyes bulge as his body begins to disintegrate. He shakes his head in madness, unable to believe this is happening. His desperate scream echoes within the sea of blade aura before being swallowed whole. Xiao Yuanshan stands frozen in grief. Ji Gong trembles in excitement. Human blade, earth blade, heaven blade. What he once only dreamed of, Jiang Chen has achieved. Hong Yao is speechless. In just 5 minutes, her junior brother not only learned the open heaven blade, but improved it in his own way. Some sigh that Jiang Chen may become the most terrifying genius of this generation. Others feel bitter. They searched a lifetime for the door, and he broke through in 5 minutes. The spirit beasts behind him roar in celebration. To them, their master is unbelievably powerful. High above, a powerful figure watches Jiang Chen with interest and suggests sparing him for now. Keeping him as a whetstone for other prodigies may be more useful. But even if that person holds back, Xiao Yuanshan will surely go mad. Two figures observe from the sky, the invincible sword god Ji Lingqiu and the invincible martial god Jiang Xuanji. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhengguo is suppressed so hard he cannot move. He can only grit his teeth and beg Jiang Wuxian to withdraw his aura so he can avenge his grandson. Ji Lingqiu stays neutral, clearly unwilling to step into this mess. Jiang Xuanji coldly reminds Xiao Yuanshan that if he lost, he must accept the result. But Xiao Yuanshan clearly refuses to accept this. Jiang Chen walks straight toward him and grins, asking his master if that show was good. He declares that today he will cut down all who deserve to die. Gu Keichin panics and raises his hand to stop him. He never thought his disciple would dare draw a blade on Xiao Zhengguo. Jiang Xuanji shakes his head. In his eyes, arrogance leads to ruin. This time, even he may not be able to protect Jiang Chen. Xiao Yuanshan is furious and curses Jiang Chen for not knowing life from death. A mere second revolution dares challenge him. What a joke. Jiang Chen stays calm and gathers power on his sword. The great Dao blade slashes out with overwhelming force. Righteous intent descends upon heaven and earth, killing intent aimed at evil. The blade carries the weight of endless years. Even the sword in his hand cannot endure it and shatters apart. The spectators lose their minds. One move rivals a full-force 5th Revolution Mountain Sea Realm strike. This talent is heaven-defying. Some even sigh that if Jiang Chen joined 10,000 Demon City, he would be treated like a treasure. Yet Xiao Yuanshan remains disdainful. He coldly says he never feared Jiang Chen's master, let alone a junior who just entered martial arts. With a casual flick of his finger, Jiang Chen's attack is crushed like paper. He lets out a mocking laugh, clearly unimpressed. But in the next instant, his expression changes. Tens of thousands of 9 nether talismans suddenly fill the battlefield, making everyone's scalp tingle. Jiang Chen smiles and says he never claimed that strike was meant to kill. The great Dao blade was just a cover. The rules only banned forbidden arts against Xiao Beihan. They never banned him now. Then he detonates 100,000 9 nether talismans. A massive explosion erupts, followed by endless chain blasts like the end of the world. Xiao Yuanshan is swallowed by fire and shockwaves at the center. But Jiang Chen doesn't stop. He keeps triggering wave after wave as if he wants to level the entire area. Duan Xinghai and the others see things spiral out of control and can only flee, shouting for everyone to get out. Xiao Yuanshan steps out from the sea of blood with bloodshot eyes. True killing intent now fills his heart. He vows to erase Jiang Chen completely. Without hesitation, he casts the water forbidden spell Blood Explosion at Jiang Chen. A layer of bloody mist wraps around Jiang Chen. The sinister aura makes it clear this is a top-tier forbidden spell. Jiang Chen quickly realizes his blood is being forcibly controlled. With a slight squeeze of Xiao Yuanshan's hand, all the blood in his body compresses violently. Blood begins pouring out of Jiang Chen non-stop. The sight alone is terrifying. Outside, Ji Gong slams against the barrier in rage and panic, unable to rush in. Hong Yao and Gu Keitian charge toward Jiang Chen, shouting in desperation. Even Sandao and Mu Hanchu grow frantic. To them, Jiang Chen is no longer just a genius but a true benefactor. But halfway through, an invisible force drags them back. A voice roars that rushing in now is suicide. From below, trembling cries of grandpa and father echo out. Some nearly beg their clans to find any treasure that could save Jiang Chen's life. But there is only helplessness. Blood explosion is overwhelmingly tyrannical. Once struck, death is almost certain, and this time it was cast by a guardian general. Some can only hope the Heavenly Blade King can force Xiao Yuanshan to stop. Gu Keitian has completely lost control, screaming for the old man to release his disciple. Xiao Yuanshan coldly laughs and says it is too late. Jiang Chen is just waiting to explode. The show is over. Hearing this, Gu Keitian and the others strike together, their blades slashing straight at Xiao Yuanshan. He condenses water power into a steel-like defense and sneers. In his eyes, Gu Keitian's blade is strong, but not enough to kill him. Gu Keitian roars that today, no matter the cost, he will cut this bastard down together with his disciple. Inside the battlefield, Jiang Chen clutches his twisted body, screaming in pure agony. Everyone outside anxiously calls his name. Xiao Yuanshan laughs loudly, mocking that Gu Keitian's disciple has reached his limit. Get ready to collect the corpse. Then he activates blood explosion once more. Jiang Chen's already compressed body swells grotesquely as his blood is manipulated again. A heaven-shaking blast erupts. Flesh and blood scatter across the sky. The crowd goes numb. Hong Yao and many others break down in tears, unable to believe Jiang Chen just died like this. But some grit their teeth and remind themselves, that madman never plays by the rules. This time must be the same. Xiao Yuanshan throws his head back and laughs in triumph. He claims he has finally avenged Xiao Beihan. Gu Keitian's killing intent surges to the sky. He charges forward, declaring he will kill Xiao Yuanshan even at the cost of his own life. Duan Xinghai watches the two great powers about to clash and sighs helplessly. He begs the martial god to intervene, or Jiangnan will turn into hell today. At that moment, an invisible force locks both men in place. Jiang Wushan coldly says if they want a life-and-death fight, take it somewhere else. But suddenly, a familiar voice echoes across the battlefield. It calmly says, go ahead and keep fighting here. At the same time, countless 9 nether talismans gather into a pitch-black mass in the sky. Then Jiang Chen reappears before everyone. Gu Keitian and Hong Yao are stunned. Jiang Chen looks at Xiao Yuanshan and sneers. Did you really think it'd die that easily? I have more trump cards than you can imagine. Xiao Yuanshan is truly shaken. He saw Jiang Chen explode with his own eyes. Yet now he stands there unharmed. Not just him. Everyone is frozen. No one understands how Jiang Chen came back from death. The spirit beasts jump in joy. Their master was just giving everyone a heart attack. Someone quickly notices the aura of death lingering on Jiang Chen. It's the revival effect of the death spirit metal they obtained in the secret realm. Jiang Chen raises his hand. Endless 9 nether talismans circle him like black crows covering the sky. He coldly declares that since Xiao Yuanshan failed to kill him, now it's his turn. He calls out all hidden forces. 1,000,000 9 nether talismans appear at once like a descending calamity. Seeing the sky swallowed by black clouds of monsters, Xiao Yuanshan finally turns pale. This is disaster level. He can't believe Jiang Chen dares to go this far. Everyone stares at the endless swarm in disbelief. Jiang Chen has only recently taken command, yet he has raised such a terrifying army. Some can only sigh. They truly underestimated him. Even the old foxes who plotted before begin to rethink everything. Jiang Chen has no intention of stopping. He declares that even if he sacrifices every 9 nether talisman today, he will drag Xiao Yuanshan down with him. Then he orders them to self-destruct. Realizing things are bad, Xiao Yuanshan prepares another forbidden spell. But suddenly his body is locked in place. In an instant he understands. The martial god is suppressing him. Meanwhile, countless 9 nether talismans rush into the center and begin detonating non-stop. Amid the earth-shattering blasts, Sandao asks his father why the martial god is helping Jiang Chen. His father gives a simple example. If someone owes you a little, you kill them. But if they owe you 1,000,000,000,000, you treat them like an ancestor. Everyone instantly gets it. He explains further. An ordinary pseudo-forbidden wielder, Great Xia can eliminate without hesitation. But someone like Jiang Chen, who mastered the open heaven blade and raised millions of 9 nether talismans in such a short time, is different. This kind of genius is beyond normal rules and worth full investment. Only then do they realize Jiang Chen's madness was deliberate. Hearing this, Sandao finally understands Jiang Chen's entire plan. Xiao Yuanshan is nearly insane, screaming that everyone in Great Xia deserves to die. Yet even cornered, he refuses to surrender, and claims he still has one final trump card. Sadly for him, before Jiang Xuanji's projection, even burning his entire cultivation would not break free. With death at his door, Xiao Yuanshan no longer cares about pride. He just wants to escape Great Xia. In despair, he unleashes a soul-forbidden spell and charges straight at Jiang Chen. He roars with killing intent, determined to drag Jiang Chen down with him. Jiang Chen is startled. He did not expect the old man to break through both the martial god suppression and the sea of explosions. But just as Xiao Yuanshan is about to reach him, an invisible attack strikes his soul from afar. Xiao Yuanshan coughs blood, eyes filled with disbelief. A cold voice declares it is over. Take one more step and your soul will be erased. The one speaking is the invincible sword god Ji Lingqiu. Jiang Chen seizes the chance and commands the 9 nether talismans to rush forward again. The mad explosions slam into Xiao Yuanshan's already broken body. He screams and even begs, reminding everyone he once served as a guardian general, fought beast tides, and battled the ancient god church for Great Xia. But it is too late. His body is devoured piece by piece until nothing remains but a floating soul. Even then, he cannot believe Jiang Chen truly dares to kill him. Jiang Chen just sneers. Your body is already gone. Why ask such a stupid question? Only now does Xiao Yuanshan truly fear death. He bows and begs for mercy, offering the entire Hao family in exchange for his life. Jiang Chen turns to look at his master and Ji Gang, as if asking their opinion. Xiao Yuanshan then desperately begs Jiang Wushan for help, even offering to serve as a vanguard in the underground battlefield. Jiang Wushan finally speaks with a cold verdict. He lists all of Xiao Yuanshan's crimes, from indulging his clan to seizing resources. Xiao Yuanshan dares not argue and repeatedly admits guilt. Jiang Wushan declares that his past merits cancel his crimes, but all Xiao family assets will be confiscated. As for Xiao Yuanshan, his soul will be branded, and he will be exiled to the underground battlefield as a vanguard until death. Trembling, he accepts. Jiang Xuanji personally imprints a soul mark onto Xiao Yuanshan. If he dares flee or betray, his soul will explode instantly. Jiang Chen watches in shock. This is the power of one of Great Xia's 3 invincible martial gods. Just a projection alone suppresses a guardian general into submission. Jiang Chen thinks to himself that his goal is achieved. Xiao Yuanshan is effectively ruined. But the next second, Jiang Xuanji appears behind him and asks directly if this judgment is enough to calm his anger. Jiang Chen quickly turns and shows respect. He forces a smile and says he was not that angry. He only made things big on purpose. Jiang Xuanji nods in approval. In his eyes, Jiang Chen not only has heaven-defying talent, but also knows when to advance and retreat. Duan Xinghai looks at the poison covering the sky and says if it lingers, this place will soon become a true abyssal contamination zone. The martial god snorts, unimpressed. With a snap of his fingers, the entire space is purified instantly. Jiang Chen is stunned. The terrifying poison of the 9 nether talismans is erased with a casual gesture. 9th revolution invincible, truly is monstrous. Jiang Xuanji then addresses everyone. He declares that Great Xia can suppress all threats. From today on, the law excluding forbidden bearers is abolished. Loyal ones are allies. Traitors are enemies, with or without forbidden power. Xiao Yuanshan is the proof. He even mentions Jiang Chen by name. Though born ordinary, he is righteous and loyal. Even with the 9 nether power, he will never harm Great Xia. Mu Heron steps forward and guarantees him in the name of the Mu family. Tang Wanchuan follows, representing the Tang family in support of Jiang Chen. The Jiangnan War Zone publicly invites him to join the army with top benefits. Jiangnan Martial Academy also promises to provide the strongest resources for whatever he wishes to learn. Luo Sandao watched the factions fight over Jiang Chen and panicked, yelling at his father to speak up before someone snatched him away. His father only shouted half-heartedly, leaving Luo Sandao covering his face, totally defeated by his dad's poor timing. Hong Jiao stood beside her master, still feeling like she was dreaming, because Wu Shen not only saved the day, but erased the forbidden rule, and even the Feng Wang elders backed Jiang Chen, so she guessed her junior had planned it all before drawing his blade against Xiao Yuanshan. Her master laughed and said the junior's schemes ran deep, and that Wu Shen had long known about Xiao Yuanshan's crimes, but seeing Jiang Chen's insane potential made him act immediately. Hong Jiao finally understood, once the 9 corrupt miasma was exposed, hiding would only make things worse, so it was better to reveal everything and force others to fear him, since even the underground races dreaded such a disaster. Though Jiang Chen had nearly used it all up, but with his brain he surely kept a core sample in reserve. Down below, Jiang Chen heard every promise of support, from the Tian Dao Wang disciple to Jiangnan Feng Wang and the Qi family, and he smiled because everything was going exactly as planned. Jiang Xuanji looked at Jiang Chen and declared the matter settled, reminding him to control the forbidden power wisely, and Jiang Chen bowed at once in agreement. Then Wu Shen dropped another bomb. In 10 days, the Great Xia Genius Tournament would begin, and the champion would be crowned the first divine son of Great Xia, with Shenguo-level resources and inheritance, leaving everyone stunned. However, Wu Shen added one condition. Jiang Chen was forbidden from using the 9 corrupt miasma in the tournament, and Jiang Chen briefly wondered if this had something to do with Jiang Wushuang. After thinking it through, Jiang Chen dismissed the idea, because if it were only about Jiang Wushuang, Wu Shen would not have removed the ban, so he accepted the condition and promised not to use it, and Wu Shen nodded in satisfaction. Even so, Jiang Chen kept calculating, since as long as he completed his mission he could obtain a new core sample, and perhaps Wu Shen was limiting him on purpose to test his true limits, which only made him more determined to go all out. With everything settled, Wu Shen said it was time to handle the aftermath, and while everyone wondered what was left to clean up, he tore open space and called out the Great Dreamer to get to work. The moment that name was spoken, the entire venue shook, because the Great Dreamer was the commander of the Night Watch of Great Xia, and one of the 3 supreme undefeated powerhouses. Soon a girl stepped out of the spatial rift, looking like a sleepy child, yawning non-stop as if she had just woken up. After rubbing her eyes and seeing the massive crowd filled with 6th-rank spiritual power users, she sighed that this job would not be small. Jiang Xuanji assigned her to erase all memories related to the 9 corrupt miasma and the Feng Wang level from everyone present, and when she heard she could sleep for a whole year after this, her eyes instantly lit up. The Great Dreamer complained that being Night Watch commander was such a hassle and asked Jiang Xuanji to find someone else, but he casually said they would discuss it later and told her to focus first. Then she slowly raised her hand and snapped her fingers. A strange power spread across the space, and countless lights like butterflies began fluttering everywhere. The scene felt like Zhuangzhou turning into a butterfly inside a hazy dream, and no one could tell whether Zhuangzhou had become the butterfly, or the butterfly was dreaming it was Zhuangzhou. In an instant, the crowd's eyes turned dull, their eyelids growing heavy as sleep dragged them down. Within moments, everyone fell into a dream, and when Hongjiao asked why Jiang Wushen and the Great Dreamer went this far, her master said it was all to protect Jiang Chen, because Great Xia was far from stable. Beyond the 8 unfathomable forbidden zones, there were 3 underground realms, with countless races watching like hungry wolves, not to mention the ancient god church festering within. Hongjiao understood most of it, but she still wondered why even her junior's memory had to be handled. The Great Dreamer explained it was not sealing his memory, but reinforcing Jiang Chen's soul to prevent remote curses or spiritual assassinations, since his realm was still too low and his soul too fragile. But right in the middle of her work, the Great Dreamer suddenly froze. She realized Jiang Chen was completely unaffected by her power, which made no sense at all, and to make it worse, he was lying there pretending to sleep peacefully. Inside, Jiang Chen was panicking, because a wave had just tried to pull him into sleep but the world tree blasted it away, so seeing everyone below Feng Wang knocked out, he decided to keep acting to save her face. Inside the small lamb space, Xiao Qiao was crying miserably after losing so many of her offspring. But only seconds later, she cheered up after reaching level 30, meaning she could produce more 9 corrupt miasma, and Jiang Chen could only sigh at how fast her mood flipped. Suddenly, the Great Dreamer appeared right beside him and called his name, telling him to stop pretending because she knew he was awake. She ordered him to get up immediately. Jiang Chen sat up awkwardly and stuttered out a greeting, calling her Sister Huan Yue. Hearing that, the Great Dreamer beamed like a child and proudly told Jiang Xuanji he had called her sister, while Jiang Xuanji silently mocked the 800-year-old maiden in his head. Then the Great Dreamer happily pinched Jiang Chen's cheek. She claimed him as her little brother and declared that in Great Xia she would back him, and if anyone bullied him, he could just call her name in a dream, leaving Jiang Chen too suppressed to even move. She then tossed him a special ring, saying his soul was strong enough now, and this ring could block all spiritual detection, curses, and soul probing as her gift. Before leaving, she reminded Jiang Chen to visit her in dreams often, because she was going back to sleep. Watching her disappear, Jiang Chen stood there stunned, because one casual sister just earned him an undefeated backer, and Hongjiao even wondered if it was too late for her to try the same. Jiang Xuanji then reminded Jiang Chen that in 10 days, if he could win first place without using the 9 corrupt miasma, he would prove he deserved all of Great Xia's resources, since a new era was coming and time was running out. Jiang Chen bowed in thanks, but Jiang Wushen coldly said he earned it himself before leaving to deal with the black dragon beneath the Yangtze River. After it all ended, the crowd turned to a chaotic son-in-law battle, with offers of granddaughters, company shares as dowry, and even someone shouting that Xiao Chu was pregnant with Jiang Chen's child. Jiang Chen was terrified, and when Hong Jiao secretly asked her master if she had a chance, he knocked her on the head to wake her up. Only late at night, back at his private residence, did Jiang Chen finally relax, having sent everyone away and now ready to focus on Xiao Qiao's reproduction. He activated divine evolution to speed things up, and Xiao Qiao held her belly in excitement as the system announced 1 hour of acceleration that could produce 5,000 new 9 corrupt miasma. At the same time, Jiang Chen began his second advancement quest, and the system showed he reached level 30 with a 237-star combat rating, qualifying him to enter the Tongshan Tower in Magic Capital, clear floor 50 alone, and seize the boss blade within 1 day. He quickly made a plan: sell all his billion-worth gear tonight for beast blood to raise a second generation of 9 corrupt miasma, then tomorrow head to Magic Capital and storm the tower with hundreds of thousands of them. Just then, his eyes stopped on the world tree. A new red fruit had appeared, and the system announced a red ability called Eye of Nihility, allowing him to see through, probe, mark, detect stealth and illusions, and even red skills within a 10-kilometer radius based on his soul power, though it would drain mental energy if overused. Jiang Chen instantly felt how broken this skill was and decided to test it. He glanced outside the house. The person in sight was Tang Ying pacing nearby, and the Eye of Nihility revealed everything. Her unique hidden class, Nightmare Hunter, level 43 with a 149-star rating, a top assassin genius, and the Tang family's treasure, even showing she was stressed because her grandfather forced her on a blind date, and she had no idea how to approach the target. Jiang Chen quickly looked away, feeling this was getting dangerous, and even more data popped up on his phone, so he shut off the lights, and decided tomorrow's tower challenge mattered more. By instinct, Tang Ying also glanced toward his room, but the lights were already off, and the next morning Jiang Chen arrived at Magic Capital, before the famous Tongshan Tower. Outside, countless people were still discussing Ji Xuanyue, whose record from half a year ago remained unbroken, and to many she was not just Magic Capital's pride, but an untouchable goddess. Jiang Chen looked at the ranking board and memorized Ji Xuanyue's name. The top genius of Great Xia truly lived up to her reputation, even stronger than Jiang Wushuang, dominating every second advancement record alone, and he swore to challenge her someday. Just then, the system notified him it was his turn to enter, and Jiang Chen stepped inside without hesitation. The moment he reached the first floor, the system warned that monster strength would automatically scale to the challenger's level. Jiang Chen activated Eye of Nihility and saw a level 40 elf with nearly 800,000 HP, skills like Spirit Arrow, Poison Blood, and Illusion, with a 42-star combat rating. Facing such a high-level monster on the first floor surprised him, since reaching floor 50 might mean level 90 enemies. No wonder even Ji Xuanyue stopped at 40, but to him they were just food for the 9 corrupt miasma. So he released Xiao Qiao, who immediately demanded meat, and he coaxed her to wait for better prey. While Jiang Chen began climbing, elsewhere a young man was meditating in silence, the #1 genius of Great Xia, Ying Zhan. At that moment someone brought fresh intelligence for him. Ying Zhan assumed it was about Jiang Wushuang or Ji Xuanyue and showed no interest, believing even among divine classes the gap was heaven and earth. But this time the name mentioned was Jiang Chen, the new disciple of Gu Keitian and a divine spirit breeder. Ying Zhan thought it was a joke, since a life class meant nothing to him, but when he heard Jiang Chen killed Xiao Beihan, and even drew his blade against Zhenguo yet survived, his expression changed. Ying Zhan stood up and carefully read the report, the 9 corrupt miasma, the Kachin Peach, and the attention from Jiang Wushen, all making him genuinely intrigued. Sadly, Jiang Chen was banned from using the 9 corrupt miasma in the upcoming Genius Tournament. Otherwise, Ying Zhan would have been far more excited. At the same time elsewhere, someone was training like crazy by non-stop hunting monsters. That woman was Great Xia's second-ranked genius, Ji Xuanyue. Waves of monsters fell beneath her blade with 0 resistance. One onlooker said her strength was already close to the strongest Grand Master, but another immediately argued that was too narrow-minded, since even Jiang Wushuang had fought a 5th-turn expert, and Ji Xuanyue was stronger than him. In their eyes, she was at least on par with a true 5th turn, and her close combat training now was just to prepare for Jiang Wushuang, though some even claimed he was not worthy to stand beside Ying Zhan, let alone compare to their young lady. Just then, the commander of Magic Capital's war zone, Ji Honggen, walked over holding a cat and called for Ji Xuanyue to rest, making everyone bow respectfully. The moment she saw her father, Ji Xuanyue's cold expression softened, and her eyes lit up. She excitedly said she had grown much stronger today, But Ji Hongan only laughed and said the genius ranking was nothing worth torturing herself over. He told her to learn from him and let things go when needed, and she instantly shot back that a man who let things go for 30 years, yet became Magic Capital's commander, and Great Shia's fourth Feng Wang had no right to talk about slacking. Exposed so perfectly, Ji Hongan forced a smile and handed her his phone, saying the files on the geniuses were ready, especially the section on Jiang Chen. He then asked if she was confident, warning that Jiang Chen was unpredictable, and perhaps even more troublesome than Ying Zhan. Ji Hongan added that even Sword God, Ji Lingqiu had sent a warning, and if that century-old youth told them to be careful about Jiang Chen, then the threat was real. But Ji Xuanyue did not overthink it, saying she would head to Tonkin Tower to attempt floor 50, because only by clearing it could she secure first place in the Genius Tournament, leaving Ji Hongan sighing at her competitiveness. Just then, someone rushed in with news. Jiang Chen had broken Ji Xuanyue's floor 10 record, which had once taken her over a minute. The messenger added Jiang Chen did it in just 37 seconds, and Ji Xuanyue almost refused to believe it, since at equal level it should take at least a minute. Before she recovered, more news arrived that her floor 20 record had also been broken by Jiang Chen. Her fighting spirit instantly ignited, and she even suspected Jiang Chen came to Magic Capital early just to crush her records before the tournament, so she declared she would go to the tower and face him head-on, leaving Ji Hongan utterly helpless. Meanwhile, inside Tongxin Tower, Jiang Chen kept receiving reward notifications after breaking the floor 20 record, gaining a 6th turn Spirit Arrow skill book and a fragment of the ancient Thunder God treasure map with 16 pieces needed to unlock a secret realm. The system quickly asked if he wanted to challenge floor 21. Jiang Chen chose to continue without hesitation, and outside the spectators exploded as they saw him surpass the Ji family princess, even defeating the level 50 boss of floor 20 with shocking speed. Elsewhere, Luoso Sandao jumped up from his bed in disbelief, thinking it was clickbait until he saw Jiang Chen's name on the ranking board. The second advancement speed ranking was completely dominated by Jiang Chen, 37 seconds for floor 10, 1 minute 18 for floor 20, and even floor 30 taken in 2 minutes 32 seconds, making Magic Capital residents furious that a Jiangnan Warzone genius had stolen all their glory. After reading the comments, Luo Sandao was so furious he almost smashed his phone, because to him Jiang Chen was a benefactor, and Magic Capital had no right to insult him. He immediately called Xiao Qiu to gather people, ready to head to Magic Capital and back Jiang Chen up if things escalated. Meanwhile in Magic Capital, the crowd grew louder, urging Ji Xuanyue to fight and reclaim their Warzone's glory, and she officially declared she would take back every second advancement record from Jiang Chen. The moment she stepped into the first floor of Tongqian Tower, she could clearly feel how different she was from her second turn. Her skills and gear were fully upgraded now, so reclaiming the rankings felt certain. In just 2 minutes, Ji Xuanyue reached floor 10 and cleared it in 59 seconds. But when she saw the time, her expression changed, because even at full power she was over 20 seconds slower than Jiang Chen. After thinking it through, she concluded her divine ranged class was weaker against swarms on lower floors, so she skipped ahead to floor 41 where only high-level bosses remained, believing in a one-on-one fight, Jiang Chen would lose his advantage. After 5 intense minutes, Ji Xuanyue unleashed everything against the floor 50 boss. She cast Golden Blaze Firestorm, sending countless blazing strikes crashing into the massive monster. The system announced she broke the floor 50 free record with 5 minutes 29 seconds, and she finally relaxed, convinced she would defend Magic Capital's honor and defeat Jiang Chen again at the Genius Tournament. But inside floor 50, Jiang Chen was calmly staring at the pile of beast flesh, calculating that once the larvae finished eating, he might produce a third generation, and with his second turn quest complete, he was happiest about the second mother parasite about to appear. Outside, as Ji Xuanyue exited the tower, people noticed her and began whispering. But instead of cheers, the atmosphere felt awkward, and their uneasy faces made her heart sink. When she looked up at the board, her expression froze, because floor 50 now showed Jiang Chen clearing it in 4 minutes 9 seconds, over a minute faster than her. Her competitive spirit exploded, and she immediately chose to challenge again, even swallowing a growth pill that damaged her foundation just to force herself stronger. Meanwhile, on floor 50, Jiang Chen watched the larvae multiply after eating their fill, confused why the promised blade reward had not appeared. The system then explained the floor 50 reward was a random epic between armor and blade, and this time he got epic armor, leaving him speechless and forcing him to grind floors 41 to 50 again for the blade, while Xiao Qiao happily devoured the boss. On the other side, after taking the pill, Ji Xuanyue faced the floor 50 boss once more and unleashed flowing gold meteor with even greater power. This time, she crushed the record with 3 minutes 7 seconds, reclaiming floor 50 and finally feeling secure, convinced the on-minute gap was too large for Jiang Chen to overcome. But inside floor 50, Jiang Chen suddenly went back in one more time. Xiao Qiao was overjoyed, staring at the multi-legged boss like she had found a new toy. Jiang Chen saw her fooling around and told her to hurry up and eat so they could have another baby. The moment she heard about a second one, Xiao Qiao pouted like she was afraid of losing her only child status. Jiang Chen just laughed and asked where she learned that from, then teased her that even with a new baby, she would still be the strongest big sister, and if she did not like it, she could just beat the newcomer. Hearing that, Xiao Qiao instantly cheered up and even proudly said she would personally train the new baby if one was born. Then she opened her mouth and bit down, instantly finishing off the floor 50 boss. Her level jumped straight from 35 to 37. Outside, the leaderboard was still showing Ji Xuanyue's floor 50 record at 3 minutes and 7 seconds. Her hardcore fans in Magic City started bragging non-stop. They mocked Jiang Chen and told the Jiangnan war zone to go back home. Luo Sandao and Mu Hanchu were furious and shot back, saying Jiang Chen was just casually clearing a quest and never treated this as a competition. Even Xiao Chu stepped up and said her master had not gone all out yet. And just 1 second later, the leaderboard updated. Jiang Chen's floor 50 record jumped to 2 minutes and 58 seconds. The Magic City crowd went silent. Luo Sandao burst out laughing and said, "See, this is not even Jiang Chen's true limit. Crushing Ji Xuanyue was just a side job." Ji Xuanyue collapsed to the ground, like she had been struck by lightning. She could not understand how she gave it everything, and still got surpassed. But the shock was not over. Jiang Chen's record kept refreshing, from 255 to 249, and finally stopped at 247. Each update drained more color from Ji Xuanyue's face until she was completely numb. When she saw the final number, disbelief was the only thing left in her mind. Right there in the hall, she broke down crying in front of everyone. The moment her sobs echoed out, Ji Honggen rushed over to see what happened to his daughter. As soon as he arrived, he declared that whoever made his princess cry would not walk away safely. Ji Xuanyue immediately accused Jiang Chen, exaggerating how outrageous he was. After hearing it, Ji Honggen promised that once Jiang Chen came out, he would deal with him personally. But when he looked up at the leaderboard, something felt off. A mere second-tier advancement quest should not cause constant record updates like this. He instantly thought about the secret of the Tongtian Tower and the treasure of the Divine Emperor Qiao Lei. Still, it did not make sense. The Ji family spent years gathering 4 map pieces, so how could Jiang Chen possibly complete a treasure so fast? Unfortunately, he had no idea that inside the tower, Jiang Chen was actually completing the full treasure map of Divine Emperor Qiao Lei. During the fusion, Jiang Chen quickly figured out the mechanism. To gather all map pieces, you had to keep clearing hidden quests within time limits matching your advancement level. Soon, the system announced success. It was a mythical-grade treasure map of Divine Emperor Qiao Lei, a race once ranked among the top of all races in ancient times before splitting into humans. This treasure was one of 12 artifacts containing the divine weapon Amber Blade. Once activated, it would reveal a secret realm with no limit on participants, level, or time. But one warning was repeated 3 times. Extremely dangerous. After reading about the Amber Blade, Jiang Chen felt it suited him perfectly, but the constant danger warnings stopped him from rushing in. He already had the materials and sword for his second advancement, so finishing the job change came first. Once the system confirmed all conditions, the advancement process began. Not long after, the Divine Mind Spirit Tamer completed his second advancement. He gained 100 free attribute points, and a new reward type appeared called Fortuitous Chance. Seeing this strange new reward, he was curious what it did, but that could wait. First, he would draw the Parasite template. Because he completed the second advancement, he unlocked the right to draw a random Parasite template. This time, he was surprised to obtain a Calamity-tier parasite called Crimson Armored Elephant Beetle. According to the description, it once existed in eternal hell, parasitizing the souls of fallen gods and demons and feeding on resentment to grow. After countless eras, it vanished along with the destruction of eternal hell. This parasite had 2 insane traits. Every 10 levels, it would reproduce between 14 to over 100 offspring, and every 30 levels, it evolved once, letting the host randomly draw one of its abilities. Jiang Chen looked at the tiny creature in his hand and found it interesting. Its rank was the same as Xiao Qiao, but it looked much smaller and way less friendly. Without hesitation, he activated Divine Evolution on it. In just a moment, the parasite transformed into a human form. This time, it became a little boy, making Jiang Chen laugh. He looked much more mature than Xiao Qiu, so Jiang Chen casually named him Xiao Jia. Thinking about it, changing gender made sense since this species reproduced by division. When Jiang Chen checked the stats, he was stunned. The crimson-armored elephant beetle had talents like invulnerability, rampaging elephant strength, spear-sharp horn, and demonic wings. The most terrifying skill was Infernal Furnace, which could refine life essence, natural energy, even the sun, moon, and stars into nourishment. After reading that, even Jiang Chen had to admit it was absurdly broken. If he ever drew that ability, he could just keep consuming energy and grow without limit. Xiao Jia then said that if Jiang Chen helped him complete his first rebirth, he could unlock the first skill draw without waiting for level 30. The only requirement was 10 drops of divine or demon blood essence. Jiang Chen was speechless. The kid was just born and already targeting gods and demons for food. In the end, he told Xiao Jia to enter the nest and meet his sister first, and he would ask his master about the blood essence later. Meanwhile, in another place, Shanghai's group saw the news on their phones and their expressions changed instantly. He ordered Gu Keitian to head straight to the Tongshan Tower in Magic City. Some were confused, saying it was only a second advancement quest. But Shanghai said he just saw Ji Xuanyue crying on livestream, and with Ji Honggen's temper, anything involving his daughter would explode. Hearing that, Gu Keitian stopped hesitating and urged everyone to speed up. At that exact moment, Jiang Chen was teleported out of the quest area. As soon as he appeared, the crowd began whispering. It looked like real drama was about to start. On the other side, Ji Honggen stared at Jiang Chen with a dark expression. He declared he would personally teach this brat a lesson. Ji Xuanyue tried to stop him, but he only smiled and said he knew his limits. Jiang Chen was still confused about why everyone looked tense, when suddenly Gu Keitian and Duan Xianghai grabbed him from both sides. He barely managed to call out to them before they urged him to run first and talk later. Right then, Ji Honggen cast a sealing skill and rushed forward to block their path. He shouted at Duan Xianghai to stop, accusing Jiang Nan of making his daughter cry and trying to run away. He even demanded 3 major dungeons from Tianlong River be handed over to Magic City and threatened to rename the place Xuanyue Gorge. The Jiangnan side immediately used Ica-type skills to block the attack. They fired back, saying do not even dream about taking territory. Jiangnan was not the same anymore, and in this year's genius ranking, Magic City might be the one forced to give up land. After that, they vanished right in front of Ji Honggen. Seeing them escape, he told Xuanyue to wait for him, and declared he would go to Jiangnan to settle this. According to him, even kneeling and apologizing would not be enough. He wanted Jiang Chen brought into the Ji family and let his daughter torment him daily. Xuanyue could only blush and tell her father to stop talking nonsense. Ji Honggen comforted her, saying he would do anything, as long as she was happy. But in the end, Xuanyue said to let it go. She had thought it through. Keeping Jiang Chen as he was would be better, because he would become her motivation for the upcoming genius ranking. As for Jiang Chen, the atmosphere around the 3 of them was so heavy that all their faces looked stiff. When Ji Honggen returned home, he froze. 3 people were already waiting inside. He even asked if this was really his house. Gu Keitian forced a smile and said, they came to ask for help. Deep down, he sighed. Just for Xiao Jia's first meal, even a master's pride had to be set aside. Hearing this, Ji Honggen became more polite and told the Heavenly Blade King to speak freely. Gu Keitian finally got to the point. Jiang Chen needed 10 drops of divine or demon blood essence for his advancement, and only the Ji family had it. He stressed that adult conflict should not involve the kids, and even offered Tianlong Gorge in exchange. Ji Honggen waved it off, saying Tianlong Gorge was not worth even 1 drop of divine blood. Still, out of respect for the Heavenly Blade King, the Ji family agreed to give it. In return, he wanted a favor owed, and one more shocking condition. Jiang Chen had to marry Ji Xuanyue and marry into the Ji family. Xuanyue jumped up and protested, saying her father was talking nonsense. But Ji Honggen calmly argued that if Jiang Chen stayed by her side, she would grow stronger every day to protect Magic City. It sounded reasonable, yet something felt off to her. Duan Xiangxai slammed the table in anger and cursed Ji Honggen for scheming too hard, even threatening to tell Mu Henyin and Tang Wanchen to deal with him together. Gu Keitian also warned Ji Honggen to watch his words, but Ji Honggen just laughed and said if not marriage now, then at least an engagement first. Xuanyue grew even angrier and made it clear she would not accept this marriage. If her father wanted to marry, he could do it himself. Ji Honggen shamelessly replied that feelings could grow later, since young people nowadays liked the marry first love later trend. In the end, Xuanyue stormed off and left him to handle it alone. Ji Honggen still refused to give up and suggested Jiang Chen stay at the Ji family for a few days. If it truly did not work out, they could talk later. Surprisingly, Jiang Chen calmly agreed and said everything would follow Uncle Jis' arrangement. In his mind, it was simple. Xuanyue did not even like him. Staying a few days cost nothing. What mattered was getting the divine blood essence as soon as possible. In the blink of an eye, night arrived. Jiang Chen finally held all 10 drops of divine blood essence in his hand. This thing was so powerful that if an ordinary person absorbed it successfully, they could step straight into the king realm. But most would explode on the spot, body shattered and soul erased. Ji Honggen specially warned him that the blood contained terrifying willpower, so he must not be careless. Jiang Chen thanked him and summoned Xiao Jia. The moment Xiao Jia appeared, he looked depressed like the whole world had abandoned him. He complained that Xiao Ju did not like him, and even tried to kick him out of the nest. Jiang Chen asked if he got beaten. Xiao Jia denied it and said he would never hit a female parasite. Then he admitted he could not win anyway, so he left first. The logic made sense, but the vibe felt completely off. A creature from eternal hell acting this pitiful was honestly hard to take seriously. Jiang Chen stopped caring about their kid drama and told him to eat first. The moment Xiao Jia heard that, all 10 bottles of divine blood essence were opened. In less than a breath, he drank every single drop. Immediately, an evolution notice sounded. The crimson-armored elephant beetle completed a life-tier leap and began drawing a new ability. Jiang Chen felt nervous watching this. It was time to test his luck again. Deep down, he hoped for something related to the infernal furnace. Soon, new information appeared. Divine elephant prison suppression body, a special physique divine art. The human body was made of 840 million tiny particles, each hiding the power of a giant elephant. If fully awakened, it could shake heaven and earth, pluck the moon, and devour stars. Most importantly, the crimson-armored elephant beetle could transform into origin essence and merge into the host's particles. In simple terms, this was the full upgraded version of Infernal Furnace. Jiang Chen's heart pounded after reading it. With a physique this broken, if Xiao Jia reproduced for a few more generations, he might truly have the right to clash with Jiang Wushuang, and Xiao Jia could fuse directly into his body for instant power. Best of all, no more fighting Xiao Ju for space. It was basically perfect. At that moment, Xiao Jia popped out of Jiang Chen's body, clutching his stomach and whining for divine meat. What surprised Jiang Chen was his suddenly cute, stuttering tone. Turns out he was copying Xiao Ju to win her approval. Meanwhile, at the ancient god cult headquarters in Jiangnan Divine Hall, Di Qishi asked if the judge had sent back news. His subordinate confirmed that Jiang Chen had truly mastered the heaven-opening blade, and even derived 4 forms. The final move, called Great Dao, was likely at divine art level. Not only that, all information linking Jiang Chen and the national general Xiao Yanshan was tightly sealed. Even their super souls could not probe deeper, and were forced back by backlash. After hearing this, Di Qishi guessed the Great Dreamer had intervened and decided not to dig further. He then updated the Great Xia kill ranking, placing Jiang Chen at 4th. The bounty for the top 4 was raised again. Killing any one of them would earn a blessing from the ancient god, with a chance to reach 6th turn star level. After Di Erxi, Di Sanxi, and Di Wuxi were killed by Ji Lingqiu, the ancient god cult had stayed silent for too long. In their eyes, after receiving the ancient god's grace and divine mechanisms, it was time to repay that favor. Di Qishi then descended deep underground and bowed respectfully before a terrifying existence. He introduced himself as a member of the ancient god cult. He came to propose an alliance, but the being coldly replied that it did not trust humans. Di Qishi laughed and explained that though they had human bodies, their souls belonged to the ancient god. They were apostles. He also mentioned the other side's backer, a top 100 race in the underground realm, must have once received orders to cooperate. After all, they shared the same goal. The being clearly disliked small talk and told him to state his purpose directly. Di Qishi got straight to it. He wanted them to launch a beast tide against Chujiang City in Jiangnan War Zone, right when the Great Xia Genius Assembly began. The ancient god cult would use the chaos to perform a sacrifice and welcome an ancient god's descent. By then, whatever conditions the Vermilion Emperor wanted could be discussed. The next morning, Ji Xuanyue stood outside Jiang Chen's room and knocked hard. Jiang Chen opened the door looking extremely confident, like he was ready for something big. Xuanyue blushed in anger and asked where he thought he was going. Jiang Chen teased that unless they were going on a date, did she plan to enter his room instead? Was that not moving too fast? She immediately shouted at him to get lost. Then she coldly told him to follow her, because her father had something to say. At the Ji family training yard, they saw Ji Honggen lying there lazily enjoying himself. The title Carefree King was clearly not for show. He pointed at the young people ahead and introduced them as the top genius seeds of Magic City War Zone, soon to be Jiang Chen's opponents. The leader was Hua Yunfei, owner of the unique hidden class, Star Spirit Sacrificial Priest. Ji Honggen was about to explain his abilities when Hua Yunfei quickly cut him off, complaining that revealing secrets to the enemy was basically betrayal. Ji Honggen laughed it off, saying he had just woken up and slipped, but his attitude showed he did not treat Jiang Chen as an outsider. Not that it mattered, since Jiang Chen had the eye of nihility anyway. Ji Honggen then got to the main point. With only 8 days left before the Great Xia Genius battle, he decided to open the Jiuli Divine Treasury for them to train and push further. Hearing this, Hua Yunfei's eyes lit up. The Jiuli Divine Treasury was one of the top secret realms in Great Xia. Jiang Chen quietly wondered if this old fox was trying to lure him in with benefits. Ji Honggen explained that they would enter the third Jiuli Divine Treasury of the Ji family. In truth, it was the corpse of a colossal ancient god, tens of thousands of meters tall. Once inside, they would move through its body. About 80% had been explored, but it was still extremely dangerous. The head region was strictly forbidden. Anyone who entered would die for sure. The moment he heard ancient god corpse, Xiao Jia inside Jiang Chen got excited and said he was hungry. Jiang Chen was speechless. That cute tone really did not match his cold face at all. Still, whether Xiao Jia could feast depended on Ji Honggen's next move. Ji Honggen waved his hand and told everyone to get ready. Seeing Jiang Chen standing still, he asked if he did not want to go. Jiang Chen denied it instantly, but inside he was thrilled. No extra conditions meant a free buffet for Xiao Jia. On the way, Hua Yunfei asked why an outsider like Jiang Chen could enter the Divine Treasury. Ji Honggen smiled meaningfully and said maybe not family yet, but who knows about the future. He even told Jiang Chen to take good care of Xuanyu inside. He said only by supporting each other could they go further and see more. Xuanyu immediately shot back that who protects who was still unclear. When they arrived before a massive gate, the guardian warned that this area was extremely dangerous and outsiders must stay away. Ji Honggen stepped forward, rare seriousness in his tone. He introduced himself as Ji family head and requested entry for his juniors. Only then did the guardian allow them in. Just seeing how cautious the Ji family was proved how terrifying the Jiuli Divine Treasury truly was. Jiang Chen silently noted to study the one he owned in the future. Soon, the heavy stone gate slowly opened. A terrifying pressure surged out and froze the air. Inside felt eerie and dark. Ji Honggen explained that the earlier phenomenon came from the Divine Soul Sea, within the unexplored 20% of the ancient god corpse. He warned that mutations likely occurred there, and no one must go deeper. Each person had to hold a teleportation flag tightly and leave immediately if danger appeared. Xuanyu nodded and told her father not to worry. Then the group stepped into the Divine Treasury. Once inside, Hua Yunfei explained this was only the leg region of the corpse. The path they walked was actually one of its meridians. He had come many times, so this area was mostly safe. Just watch out for blood beasts. Killing them gave huge experience and strengthened the body. Jiang Chen looked around in shock. Just one meridian was dozens of meters wide and tall. How massive must the full body have been? Xiao Jia grew even more excited and asked if all this food was specially prepared for him. He even flattered Jiang Chen non-stop. For a meal, even a hell creature learned to butter people up. Not long after, Xiao Jia flew off to hunt. Jiang Chen told him to be careful and not get noticed. Whatever he ate was his. As the group moved deeper, a ferocious beast suddenly appeared. It was a level 35 blood beast, with skills like Blood Mist, Illusion Realm, Blood Explosion, and Blood Arrow. Jiang Chen noted the level here was indeed high, but Xiao Jia ignored it and flew elsewhere for better food. Meanwhile, Hua Yunfei excitedly rushed forward, activated Heroic Spirit Aura, and instantly killed the blood beast. After that, he bragged he could kill over 10 blood beasts in a blink and asked if Jiang Chen could do the same. Jiang Chen nodded politely, but inside he felt he had finally met a genius with questionable IQ. Seeing Hua Yunfei so smug, Xuanyu coldly said there was nothing worth bragging about. Yet he nodded eagerly at everything she said. Jiang Chen almost laughed. This guy was a full simp. Xuanyu continued leading and said they were heading to the heart region of the corpse. That place gathered many blood beasts and was perfect for training. But unlike humans, this ancient god had 3 hearts. Suddenly, Xiao Jia's voice echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. He said Xuanyu was wrong. The Jiuli ancient god actually had 4 hearts. As long as the last one remained intact, it could still revive. Jiang Chen's face changed instantly. Was this corpse truly alive? Before he could react, Xiao Jia said he had found the hidden 4th heart, and it was still undamaged. Jiang Chen almost cursed on the spot and called Xiao Jia back immediately. But the little guy was busy eyeing the heart, wondering if he could just eat it. Jiang Chen had to bribe him with a buffet promise before Xiao Jia finally agreed to return. Right after that, Jiang Chen warned everyone that this place was dangerous and they must not go any deeper. He told them to get their teleportation flags ready and prepare to retreat at once. Hua Yunfei just laughed in mockery. He thought Jiang Chen was scared of those blood beasts and sneered at his so-called courage. Even Xuan Yue started to question if he was being serious. Seeing explanations were useless, Jiang Chen made a decision in his head. If they refused to listen, then he would have to sacrifice this brainless fool. Without hesitation, he threw a punch straight at Hua Yunfei's face. His plan was simple: injure him, and the group would have no choice but to retreat for treatment. Xuan Yue was stunned and asked what the hell he was doing. Jiang Chen calmly said his fists were just itching for a fight. After taking that punch, Hua Yunfei completely lost it. He shouted that he had disliked Jiang Chen for a long time, and now this was a death wish. His massive ancestral spirit appeared behind him. Even Jiang Chen had to admit it looked pretty fierce. Just as the fight was about to erupt, Xiao Jia finally flew back. Jiang Chen didn't wait any longer. As Hua Yunfei charged, he tested the divine elephant prison suppression body. One punch was enough to blast a huge hole through the opponent's ancestral spirit. Everyone nearby was stunned. One punch destroyed an ancestral spirit. Was he even human? Before Hua Yunfei could recover, Jiang Chen appeared behind him and threw another punch. This time, he smashed Hua Yunfei straight into the flesh wall ahead, creating a massive crater. The group was completely dumbfounded. Jiang Chen hadn't even used the sky-opening blade or the 9 nether barrier, yet he knocked Hua Yunfei out with pure physical strength. Seeing their shock, Jiang Chen quickly made an excuse. He said Hua Yunfei's injuries weren't fatal yet, but without treatment they could leave hidden damage before the Heavenly Prodigy tournament. Xuan Yue suspected he injured Hua Yunfei on purpose out of fear. Jiang Chen warned that if they kept arguing, Hua Yunfei might truly become crippled. With no other choice, they finally agreed to retreat. Everyone raised their teleportation flags and activated them. But the space around them stayed silent. Nothing happened. Their faces turned pale as they realized the teleportation flags had failed. Jiang Chen guessed that when Xiao Jia sensed the hidden heart, it had sensed them too and sealed the area. After all, it was an ancient god fiend, and beyond 9 revolutions might be a true god. If that guess was right, their enemy could be at the 9 revolutions level, or even higher. Even Jiang Chen felt a chill, but he forced himself to stay calm. After thinking it through, he realized the enemy only sealed the space and did not kill them. That meant it was definitely restricted and couldn't act freely. So he changed direction and rushed toward the hidden heart. If they wanted to survive, they had to deal with it before it fully awakened. He called Xiao Jia to lead the way. Only then did Xuan Yue realize Jiang Chen must have sensed something earlier. She chased after him, asking for an explanation. The others didn't dare split up and followed Jiang Chen. Liu Fei carried Hua Yunfei while Zhang Yi treated him on the move. But after running a short distance, countless ferocious beasts blocked their path. These blood beasts were far stronger, ranging from level 70 to 120. They wielded blood mist, blood domain, blood explosion, and blood arrows. Worse, the group was surrounded front and back. Seeing a level 120 beast already meant level 150 might be waiting behind. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen ordered Xiao Ju and the insect swarm to block the front. Xiao Ju rushed out like it was dinner time. At the same time, Jiang Chen told Xuan Yue to hold off the rear while he personally tore a path forward and ended this at the source. She stopped him immediately, saying this was the ancient god's meridian, so self-destruction would never break it. They had to hold their ground and wait for him to return. Jiang Chen poured all his strength into his fists and kept smashing the flesh wall ahead. But the terrifying part was that the flesh regenerated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Someone warned it was useless. Even if they shattered the ancient god's body, it would regenerate. Jiang Chen still chose to gamble. He knew if he couldn't break the inner meridians, the outer defense was impossible. Opening a path from inside was far more realistic. His relentless punches rained down without pause. Finally, a massive crack was forced open. Seeing the chance, he moved instantly. He told them to survive at all costs and dashed through the gap. But the moment he passed, it sealed shut behind him. Liu Fei and Song Ming took the left flank as tanks. They had to hold the line. Xu Mangmang, Ning Bo, and Zhang Chujing handled firepower on that side. Xu Jiao and Xuan Yue guarded the other. Life or death now depended on them. Still, she reassured everyone that Ji Ling Chu would come to rescue them soon. Outside, something was clearly wrong. 3 minutes earlier, an unprecedented energy surge appeared. Then all contact was lost. The ancient god's corpse had completely sealed itself off. Strangely, the corpse was still in the same space and had not vanished. The connection at the foot remained within the formation's range. Ji Honggan felt a headache coming. The Ji family spent centuries opening that entrance at the foot. Breaking in from outside was nearly impossible. They had no choice but to recall the old ancestors and inform Gu Keitian in Jiangnan. Back to Jiang Chen, he was still slaughtering monsters non-stop. Human Blade, Earth Blade, and Heaven Blade came out one after another. Xiao Jia joined in, hunting with excitement. Xiao Jia complained while fighting that he was sick of this disgusting flesh. A better meal was waiting ahead. Elsewhere, someone was secretly watching Jiang Chen's massacre. They were shocked by his talent. Man Long admitted he rarely saw such a terrifying human. Duan Tu recalled how he faked his death to escape tribulation and hid his heart for centuries, only for this kid to uncover it. Man Long grew wary. The insects Jiang Chen summoned were Calamity 9 nether insects, and his techniques were no joke. Still, with the space sealed, he believed Jiang Chen was doomed. Duan Tu felt even more uneasy. Jiang Chen had too many secrets. What if he truly reached the heart? For now, he could only create more blood beasts, but even that might not stop him. If the heart was destroyed, both of them would perish. Man Long reassured him. Even with limited origin left, killing one human was more than enough. Meanwhile, the pressure on Jiang Chen kept rising as more blood beasts swarmed in, even level 150 ones. He guessed Xuan Yue's side must also be in danger, so he sped up. Suddenly, Xiao Jia stopped and said, "The heart was just beyond this path." Jiang Chen was thrilled. The ancient god's heart was hidden in the most dangerous spot possible. But then the blood beasts ahead suddenly scattered. The stranger it got, the worse it was. As he rushed forward, darkness suddenly covered his body. His sea of consciousness was extinguished instantly, and he couldn't even sense the tree. Acting on instinct, he turned around and saw a black dragon with spiked arms behind him. The creature wrapped around him and locked him in place. What the hell was this thing? Man Long had revealed his true form as a black dragon. Anyone could see the kid was in serious trouble. Jiang Chen struggled, but it was useless. His body grew colder, and his consciousness began to sink. Outside, Xiao Jia panicked seeing him frozen. He kept calling father, but Jiang Chen could only open his eyes and couldn't make a sound. At the critical moment, the ring from the dreamer suddenly lit up and blocked the curse aimed at him. The Heart of Stars took the damage and was heavily damaged. Only then did he realize the ring was the Heart of Stars left behind by the dreamer. The attack targeted his soul directly and even bypassed the world tree. Without it, he would be dead. He slowly drew his sword and walked toward the black dragon with a chilling smile. Even a gaudier 9 Revolutions artifact had been shattered, proving how terrifying the enemy was. But since they failed to kill him, it was his turn now. Duan Tu urged Man Long to strike again, refusing to believe Jiang Chen could survive a second curse. But Man Long clearly hesitated. He admitted that curse had already exceeded his limit. His soul was worn down by time, and forcing another strike would send him into eternal sleep. Duan Tu coldly asked whether he should save Man Long then, or simply erase him. Man Long looked up and saw killing intent in Duan Tu's eyes. Duan Tu said flatly that if Man Long had become a burden, he might as well die. Man Long panicked and begged, saying he could still control monsters. Duan Tu only sneered and said he had a better idea. The next second, Duan Tu devoured Man Long. He declared that even if the heart was destroyed, he would use Man Long's last origin to plant karmic causality in Jiang Chen's soul and lure him back here. One day, Jiang Chen would become him. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen finally reached the ancient god's heart. Its massive size alone was suffocating. He immediately asked Xiao Jia how long to break the seal. Xiao Jia confidently said it was easy and would be done soon. He bit through the sealed blood vessels, one by one, slowly dismantling the restriction around the heart. But Jiang Chen suddenly felt something wrong. His heartbeat began syncing with the ancient god's heart, as if they shared the same rhythm. Before he could figure it out, Xiao Jia happily announced the seal was broken. Jiang Chen stared at the beating heart, and the strange feeling only grew stronger. The ancient god's heart was clearly weakening, yet he felt like his own heart was slowing with it. Then a strange voice echoed in his mind, urging him to go to the brain domain where a great opportunity awaited. He quickly checked himself and found nothing wrong with his heart, yet the urge to head to the brain domain was forcefully embedded in his mind. At first, he thought it was guidance from heaven, but he forced himself to calm down. The brain domain was extremely dangerous, and saving Xuan Yu's group came first. Xiao Jia complained he couldn't eat anymore. Jiang Chen decided to refine the rest into essence blood to take away. He checked the status and was thrilled to see Xiao Jia had reached level 30 and could reproduce 3 more waves. But time was short, so he chose to regroup first. In the darkness, Duan Tu continued watching every move. He laughed sinisterly, knowing the karmic curse had taken root. Jiang Chen would eventually return. If he still cared about his teammates, Duan Tu was happy to keep playing. Outside, the team was still desperately holding the line. Shouts to maintain formation echoed as 5 Revolutions blood beasts pushed in from the left. The heavily injured were protected at the rear. Xuan Yue was almost out of strength and knew they could barely wound the beasts now. Even the 9 nether insects were overwhelmed and unable to provide support. Then an even stronger monster charged in. Despair filled the air. At this rate, the whole team would be wiped out. Xuan Yue slowly closed her eyes and raised her hand, accepting the end. But at the final moment, the flesh wall exploded. Jiang Chen burst out like a descending war god and killed the monster in an instant. Seeing him alive, Xuan Yue could hardly believe it. Jiang Chen smiled lightly and apologized for coming back late. Jiang Chen immediately activated Star Blessing on everyone. The ring could not block curses anymore, but its healing power was still insane. The pain faded fast. Wounds closed at a visible speed and everyone finally felt relief. He recalled Xiao Jia's larvae since this battle had drained them badly. Xiao Ju cried and complained that he took the new brat out and forgot about her. She fought until exhausted, and even got injured. Jiang Chen laughed and comforted her, then sent her to the Taishu monument to recover. Xiao Ju was still salty, and swore she would teach the little brother a lesson later. Meanwhile, Xiao Jia clung behind Jiang Chen, clearly scared of that big sister. While moving, Jiang Chen quickly gave orders. After confirming everyone was stable, he said he had opened a path in the meridian and told them to retreat with him. The defense mages would hold briefly while the rest moved fast. This time, everyone obeyed. He told Xiao Jia to merge with the divine elephant prison suppression body. The moment the fusion completed, one punch shattered the flesh ahead. He shouted for everyone to cross the gap immediately. As the mages prepared to pass, Xuan Yue stared in shock. Earlier it took dozens of punches to break through, and now one strike was enough. His strength had clearly surged again. Seeing her frozen, Jiang Chen lifted her onto his shoulder and rushed forward. He yelled that if she delayed, the gap would close. Sure enough, the opening sealed right after they crossed. Everyone felt chills. 1 second slower and they were done. Gratitude filled their eyes. Jiang Chen told them to move deeper into the crack before the blood beasts arrived. Xuan Yue, still on his shoulder, blushed and demanded he put her down. After reaching a safer spot, he set her down. The team finally caught their breath. He decided to let everyone recover first. Once seated, he asked Xuan Yue where the formation linked to the Ji family's divine treasury was. She pointed ahead and said breaking that core would open a path outside, but its defense was even tougher than the ancient god's meridians. Jiang Chen simply said they had to try. Then he sat down and began condensing his blood qi. His consciousness entered the sea of consciousness and called Xiao Jia out to reproduce. The moment Xiao Jia appeared, Xiao Ju glared at him until he shrank into a corner. She cried that this was her territory, and now someone else invaded it. Xiao Jia pitifully asked why he did not have his own home. Jiang Chen promised to get him one after they escaped. Only then did Xiao Jia obediently begin reproducing. His body split at a terrifying speed. Under all things growth and divine gift acceleration, the hell-red armor elephant insects reproduced 3 waves. Each wave created 108 insects and took about 30 minutes with acceleration. When Jiang Chen opened his eyes, over 300 new insects stood before him. Just the ancient god's heart gave this much benefit. The brain domain must be even crazier. Meanwhile, Xiao Jia was being bullied by Xiao Ju and screaming for help. Xiao Ju turned human and cried that Jiang Chen favored his little brother, yet she looked ready to eat him, which was unacceptable. Ignoring the chaos, Jiang Chen fused all the red armor elephant insects into his body. The power of over 300 stacked together made him monstrous. He felt confident enough to face Jiang Wushuang. After testing the strength, he said he would try to break the outer defense. He told everyone to stay ready and seize any chance instantly. Outside, the powerhouses were discussing countermeasures. The passage was fully sealed. Breaking into the divine corpse from outside in a short time was nearly impossible. The only hope was for those inside to break out, but the odds were slim. In the end, they prepared for the worst. If an uncontrollable disturbance erupted inside, they would destroy the divine treasury and push the entire inner dimension into eternal chaos. Someone reminded them that Xuan Yue was still inside. The reply was cold. One life could not compare to billions in Great Xia. If that thing escaped, the consequences would be irreversible. At that moment, Gu Keichen stepped out with his blade. He said the sword god could choose righteousness, but he was just a rough old man. Even against an 8 or 9 revolutions enemy, anyone who touched his disciple would face him. He snorted and said it might be dangerous, but at least he would deserve to be called master. Just as tension peaked, a terrifying shockwave erupted from inside the ancient god's corpse. Everyone's faces changed. Some even suspected it was divine power. Before they could think further, they were urged to prepare a rescue. Inside, Jiang Chen kept throwing punches like a madman. The divine elephant prison suppression fist slammed down again and again. The people behind were horrified by the recoil alone. Xuan Yue quickly told them to retreat, or they would be crushed before the defense even broke. Jiang Chen pushed harder until the outer defense finally tore open. He shouted for everyone to run. But this time the regeneration was even faster. The gap began sealing almost instantly, throwing everyone into panic. Jiang Chen went all in. He called Xiao Ju to mobilize a swarm and launched another coordinated blast. Crashes and cracks echoed as if the entire space was about to collapse. The opening widened again. He kept yelling for them to move, but the flesh was already regenerating at insane speed. He cursed under his breath. The ancient god's recovery was simply outrageous. At the most critical moment, a sword light tore through the defense from outside and slashed inward. The moment it appeared, everyone recognized it. It was their master and great ancestor. They shouted for the group to get out fast. Everyone rushed through the gap in desperation, thinking they were doomed. Then they realized Jiang Chen and Xuan Yue were still behind. As the crowd escaped, the opening shrank rapidly again. Jiang Chen kept urging Xuan Yue to leave first, but she grabbed him, saying the passage would soon be too small for both. If they delayed, they would be trapped together. Jiang Chen had no choice. He used all things growth to create vines and fling her out. Xuan Yue screamed his name as she was dragged away. No matter how she struggled, she was pushed completely outside, leaving Jiang Chen alone inside the corpse. The gap sealed shut. Xuan Yue nearly lost her mind, seeing Jiang Chen still trapped. Her great ancestor sighed in relief at her safety, but she kept begging them to save Jiang Chen. He reassured her that with another coordinated strike, there might still be a chance. The powerhouses immediately prepared to break through again, but as they raised their weapons, their expressions froze. The defense had changed. It was stronger and felt active, as if controlled from within. That meant something inside had awakened. Some concluded it was nearly impossible to break it now, but Gu Keitian refused to accept that. He swung the sky-opening blade again to test the barrier. Others stopped him from wasting strength. The mutation was too serious. If it showed signs of breaking into the outside world, they would seal it and push it into eternal chaos. Xuan Yue could no longer hold herself together. She broke down crying and kept calling Jiang Chen's name. The others stood there in silence, full of guilt. Everyone knew Jiang Chen had traded his own life to save them. But instead of escaping, he pushed forward. His mind was locked on the ancient god's brain domain, sensing a huge opportunity waiting there. Meanwhile, Duan Xu kept guiding him in secret. He planted thoughts in Jiang Chen's head, urging him to come and complete his rebirth with a new body. Not long after, Jiang Chen arrived before a massive ancient door. A deep sword mark was carved into it. Even after 100 years, the lingering sword intent was chilling. He knew this had to be left by the sword god, and behind the door was the brain domain. Before opening it, he told Xiao Jia and Xiao Ju to hide his trump cards. They could only appear when he called. The moment the door opened, countless eerie whispers flooded his mind like crashing waves. It felt like thousands of voices talking at once. Annoyed by the noise, he shouted and forced them all to shut up. Then, inside his sea of consciousness, he finally saw the one who had been waiting. The figure stared at him strangely and said he had been waiting here for an endless time. Jiang Chen demanded his identity. The man calmly replied that he was Duan Xu, the ancient god, and also Jiang Chen himself. Jiang Chen froze. Before he could react, Duan Xu transformed into a perfect copy of him. With a creepy smile, Duan Xu said they were originally one being. Now they just needed to merge. Staring at a face identical to his own felt incredibly unsettling. Tired of the nonsense, Jiang Chen slashed out with the great Dao blade. This time Duan Xu didn't dodge. He crushed the blade aura with his bare hand and even praised how far the new era's martial arts had evolved. Jiang Chen was shaken seeing his attack shattered so easily. Duan Xu coldly complained that Jiang Chen had wasted what little origin power he had left. Duan Xu said if he didn't still need Jiang Chen's body, he would have refined him long ago. Then he summoned waves of terrifying spirit monsters. The weakest were at 6th revolution, and several were even at 9th revolution. No wonder even the sword god almost died here. This was bad. Still, Jiang Chen forced himself to stay calm. With no way out, he called Xiao Jia, Xiao Ju, and all his insects to fight. But suddenly his face changed. The connection with his swarm was completely cut off. His body felt locked in place. Duan Xu sneered and said he had finally caught him. This would end now. Pretending to be kind, Duan Xu said he would live better in Jiang Chen's place after taking his body. Then he forcefully invaded Jiang Chen's soul. At the most critical moment, the ancestral tree of all things inside Jiang Chen blazed with light, as if it had met Duan Xu's natural enemy. Duan Xu had no time to react. A brand new fruit formed on the divine tree. When Jiang Chen regained awareness, he was sitting inside his sea of consciousness. Just moments ago, he was being possessed by the ancient god. What shocked him more was that the ancestral tree had produced a special rainbow-colored fruit. According to the info, the tree shouldn't be able to create a rainbow fruit at its current level. It wasn't ripe yet, but it was formed from an extremely powerful soul as a seed, containing that being's origin and Tao. A strange note said the more souls it absorbed, the faster it would mature. Jiang Chen instantly understood. The fruit came from the ancient god's soul. Duan Shu tried to seize him, but ended up as fertilizer for the tree. Curses were beyond the tree's reach, but soul and spirit energy were its specialty. Just as he was thinking, a familiar voice called out. Xiao Jia cheered happily that father had finally woken up. Jiang Chen looked over and saw Xiao Jia riding a massive, ferocious monster, proudly, saying it had cleaned up all the enemies here. It even excitedly asked if its new mount looked cool. Jiang Chen almost fell over when he saw it clearly. The monster was a 9th Revolution Ming demon, something even Ji Lingqiu once struggled against, and now Xiao Jia was riding it like a pet. And not just one. Every spirit monster around had been completely subdued by Xiao Jia. Xiao Jia bragged that his mount was super obedient. Even if Xiao Ju didn't like it, father definitely would. Jiang Chen had to ask if he really controlled all of them. Xiao Jia nodded proudly, then pulled Jiang Chen up to sit on the Ming demon's head with him. He explained that in his race's inherited memories, Ming demons were born from the eternal hell and often used as mounts. Just brand them and they obey. Jiang Chen was stunned. A 9th Revolution Ming demon treated like a normal ride. Jiang Chen asked if they could bring it outside. Xiao Jia said yes, but if exposed too long, the heavenly Tao would erase them, since they didn't belong to this world. Even so, Jiang Chen felt it was worth it. Just using them briefly in a crisis would already be a terrifying trump card. Then he remembered there were 4 or 5 9th Revolution Ming demons before, so why was only one left? Xiao Jia quietly admitted he had eaten the others. Jiang Chen was speechless. The kid had just eaten earlier, and now he was hungry again. In the end, Jiang Chen could only pat his shoulder and say good job. Then he told him to get down so he could think quietly. His heart was bleeding. Such heaven-defying monsters, and his son treated them like an all-you-can-eat buffet. Still, at least one was left. Suddenly, Kai Tian Dao's voice echoed from outside the door. Jiang Chen understood. The ancient god's soul was sealed, the Ming demons were taken, and the outer defenses were about to collapse. He guessed his master and the Ji clan would rush in soon, so he urged Xiao Jia to keep eating. If he couldn't finish, pack it up. They were leaving. Xiao Jia casually said if he couldn't finish now, he could come back next time. He still wanted to visit again. Jiang Chen could only sigh. The kid really saw this place as a buffet. Jiang Chen knew very well that Ji Lingqiu becoming the 9th Revolution sword god must be linked to this place. If he saw the current scene, who knew how he would react? Xiao Jia reported he could only shrink the food for storage now. Jiang Chen told him to stash it with his sister first. Over at Xiao Jia's side, she looked at the pile with a twisted expression. She clearly wanted to complain, but didn't know how to start. In the end, Xiao Ju just held her nose and groaned. The smell was unbearable. She immediately scolded Xiao Jia like an older sister losing her mind. Outside, once everything valuable was cleared out, Jiang Chen prepared to retreat. He urged his master to save the others and leave as soon as possible. The outer sword formation was completely broken now. No one thought it could open, yet not only was it open, it wasn't closing. Ji Lingqiu sensed something wrong. The ancient god corpse's defense was rapidly weakening, like it was about to vanish. He decided to head deeper to investigate, calling out loudly for the little god to come out. At that moment, Jiang Chen rushed out from inside like he was fleeing disaster. The moment he saw his master, he urged him to leave immediately. From afar, Ji Xuanyue ran over and hugged him in relief. Jiang Chen froze for a few seconds, clearly not expecting that reaction. Before she could speak, he gently pushed her away and told everyone to get far from here. Ji Xuanyue had no idea what was happening, but Jiang Chen looked extremely urgent. Jiang Chen leaned close and whispered to Kai Tian that if they delayed any longer, everyone would die here. The tension was obvious. Gu Kai Tian didn't ask questions. He summoned his flying sword and left at once. As long as the green hills remain, there's no fear of no firewood. One by one, they all departed. Only Ji Xuanyue stood there with tears in her eyes. Her father glared at Jiang Chen, furious that the boy showed no tenderness after receiving divine demon blood. But Ji Xuanyue had already chosen Jiang Chen in her heart. To her, he was the one who risked his life to save her. How could she not be moved? The more she thought about it, the more she convinced herself that Jiang Chen acted cold on purpose, just so it wouldn't affect the upcoming Heaven's Chosen ranking battle. Ji Xuanyue secretly vowed to show her perfect self at the Heaven's Chosen tournament for him. Meanwhile, Ji Lingqiu found Jiang Chen's escape too suspicious and went back to check. The moment he stepped inside, he froze. The entire area was wiped clean. The treasury was gone, and even the guarding monsters had vanished. Thinking about Jiang Chen fleeing earlier, he instantly understood. That brat definitely did something shady. What hurt most was that he left nothing behind. But the more he thought about it, the stranger it felt. Even he struggled against those 9th Revolution monsters. Yet Jiang Chen cleared them all. That was no simple feat. In the end, he could only comfort himself that this must relate to Great Xia's future. Still, he cursed Jiang Chen for underestimating his generosity. On the way back with Gu Kai Tian, Jiang Chen awkwardly admitted he had emptied the sword god He treasury. Just hearing it was shocking. Gu Kai Tian could only look at the sky and sigh. The eldest disciple wrecked Qinglan Warzone, the second dared to snatch a bride, and now the third specialized in looting other people's vaults. Jiang Chen then asked about the Heaven's Chosen tournament in 3 days. With his current strength, where did he stand against Jiang Wushuang, Ji Xuanyue, and Ying Zhan? Gu Kai Tian said facing Ji Xuanyue was no longer a big pressure, but Jiang Wushuang had grown rapidly, especially with his 8-armed war god body. He couldn't be underestimated. As for Ying Zhan, that was another level. He wasn't just the top young genius. He was considered the strongest talent Great Xia had seen in 800 years. Most people awaken at 18. Ying Zhan opened his origin at 3. At 9, he was acknowledged by the human emperor sword. At 12, he entered a forbidden zone. At 15, he returned. Then he secluded himself 3 more years in the capital's forbidden land. His rank wasn't third revolution, because he trained not only in the job system, but also in supreme techniques of the myriad races. Right now, Ying Zhan was soaking in a ferocious beast blood pool, his blood-fiend body near completion. The first thing he asked upon waking was news about Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen wondered if he could also cultivate techniques of the myriad races. Gu Kai Tian wasn't sure. That path was nearly untrodden, and foreign techniques opposed the heavenly Tao. Ying Zhan was a rare exception. He added that even if Jiang Chen had special talent, he couldn't teach those supreme arts. Ying Zhan could because he descended from the human emperor of Great Xia, who once seized those inheritances. Now humanity could only guard the entrance to the myriad races. Gu Kai Tian said, if Jiang Chen reached number 1 on the Heaven's Chosen ranking, he might use that authority to access techniques from the capital. Jiang Chen nodded, and the scene shifted back to his home. This ancient god corpse trip was a full sweep. That night, the old soldier wasps and scarlet armor elephants entered another breeding phase. While resting, Jiang Chen suddenly sensed movement from the ancestral tree. The ancestral tree of all things bore fruit again, and the insect swarm was growing at a terrifying rate. Jiang Chen checked the info and found he obtained a blue lightning fate fruit. After absorbing it, he awakened a unique hidden class, Lightning Sovereign. His first red-grade talent, Lightning Blink, let his body turn into electricity and move within his own electric field. The second, Thunder Fusion, absorbed all lightning and converted it into internal energy. The third, Purple-grade Divine Punishment, turned his palm into a high-voltage source and unleashed thunder in an instant. Jiang Chen was thrilled. He had truly become a dual-class powerhouse, a gaudier spirit tamer with control over lightning. At the same time, the scarlet armor elephants finished breeding 30,000 offspring, while the old soldier wasps produced 12 million. The two swarms immediately fought over territory like a marketplace. More importantly, the massive power from the newborn insects surged into Jiang Chen, and he felt his strength skyrocketing. Jiang Chen's status updated instantly. He was now level 36, second revolution, titled Insect Poison Overlord, holding 2 classes, Gaudier Spirit Tamer and Lightning Sovereign. His talents and skills were stacked with red, purple, and gold grades. The mother insect Xiao Qiu was level 36 Calamity with 12 million old soldier wasps. Xiao Jia reached level 32 with 30,000 scarlet armor elephants. With the swarm surge and new lightning power, Jiang Chen's combat stats skyrocketed. His physique nearly doubled. Even though the Heaven's Chosen tournament banned old soldier wasps, Jiang Chen alone was terrifying. Lightning fists and thunderblade arts were enough. If pushed, he could unleash Xiao Jia and the 9-wheel ghost hell. Game over. The scene shifted to Qinluo war zone deep in the Qinling Mountains. Big shots from multiple war zones had gathered. Some complained about traveling all the way from Guanghai. The journey alone was exhausting. A few looked at Guanghai's grand lineup with envy. Both were nation guardians, yet the aura gap was huge. Someone mocked her for being the queen of sarcasm. Guanghai openly admitted they loved showing off. They even sneered that others only put on flashy acts. After the verbal clash, they finally got to business. This year's Heaven's Chosen ranking had completely shifted. The capital remained strongest, but Madu and Jiangnan rose fiercely, especially Jiangnan, with Jiang Wushuang and now Jiang Chen surpassing Madu overall. Someone sighed that Jiangnan once stood with them against the capital and Madu. But things were different now. Even Liao Yuanshan had been reassigned to the underground crypt. Something big was brewing. In the end, they decided to unite first and eliminate Jiangnan. 6 war zones once failed against the capital. Competing for second place sounded more realistic. One by one, they raised their hands. Qinglan agreed, Wushuang agreed, Tianfu agreed, even Yan Qinglan joined. Only Yun Jiantian stayed silent. Then he shocked everyone by saying Guang Hai would not join this so-called alliance. He bluntly called them birds of a feather. The tension spiked instantly. Yun Jiantian declared that Guang Hai would take first place this year. Everyone thought they misheard him, but Yun Jiantian laughed loudly, clearly relieved to finally say it out loud. Before leaving, he said he wouldn't join them, but he also wouldn't leak their plan. Consider it the last bit of courtesy. After he left, the room buzzed. Some thought he'd lost his mind. Others suspected Guang Hai held a secret trump card. Soon they ignored him. What mattered was their four-zone alliance against Jiangnan. The scene shifted to Chujiang City atop Mount Wu. The ancient god cult reported secretly about their divine son. The plan was smooth. He had infiltrated Guang Hai's Heaven's Chosen ranks and even earned Yun Jiantian's trust. In their eyes, the divine son had already secured the championship. Just imagining Great Saiya's highest glory stolen by the ancient god cult drove them insane with excitement. According to the seventh seat, the layout was already in motion. Now they only had to wait for the tournament to begin and draw all attention. Once everyone focused on the battle, a beast tide would swallow Chujiang City and offer it as sacrifice for the ancient god's return. The plan reeked of evil. The scene returned to Jiangnan Warzone at the Central Plaza. All the Heavens Chosen gathered before the notice board. Tomorrow, the grand battle would officially begin. The commander repeated the rules again. Jiang Chen couldn't help thinking this was aimed at him, since he hadn't been in Jiangnan before. This year had 8 war zones and 80 Heavens Chosen. 2 rounds. First was team battle inside the eternal secret realm of Qinluo. Full chaos. Only 4 war zones with the most survivors advanced. The goal was teamwork. No matter how strong you were, losing your teammates meant failure. They warned no hiding. Stand still too long and lightning strikes you. Every hour the map shrinks. Anyone outside is eliminated. Death is real inside, but you revive after leaving. The moment he heard lightning, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. As the lightning sovereign, this was basically his home field. The second round was individual ranking. Around 30 survivors would fight freely in rotation. Win and advance. Lose and you're out. After explaining the rules, the commander asked each team to pick a captain. Jiang Chen thought it had nothing to do with him, then felt everyone staring. Lua Sandao and Mu Hanto almost shouted together, voting Jiang Chen as captain. They even threw heart gestures, stirring the crowd. Others quickly agreed. Jiang Chen could only give an awkward smile. Still, some supported Jiang Wushuang. Tang Ying said Jiang Chen was strong, but Jiang Wushuang felt more steady and reliable. One girl even chose Jiang Chen just because he was handsome. He scratched his head awkwardly. He didn't even remember their names. A few introduced themselves. One girl was Li Bong. Another proudly said his name was easy. Wang Zi, literally prince. Jiang Chen tried to refuse, claiming he had weak nerves and couldn't handle pressure. The acting was obvious. The Heavenly Blade King exposed him instantly. If you want to act in front of me, train 800 more years. Since everyone trusts you, accept it. He said Jiangnan had been suppressed for years. Whether they could rise depended on these young talents. Then he opened a spatial staircase as a blessing. At the top, he would personally lead them to Qinluo. The scene shifted to Qinluo Warzone at the entrance of the Eternal Secret Realm. Big figures and Heavens Chosen from all war zones filled the stands, all eyes focused on the arena. Someone noticed the Heavenly Blade King in the Nation Guardian seats. More shocking was Ji Hongen's sitting there too, even though he was never officially titled. Ji Xuanyue blushed and explained to Jiang Chen that Madu had no true Nation Guardian, so her father temporarily filled the role. Then someone teased her for staring at Jiangnan's captain non-stop. Suddenly, the sky tore open as a massive warship arrived. It was the capital's team. The ship's power was nearly equal to an 8th Revolution Nation Guardian. A young man jumped down from the ship. His aura alone drew everyone's attention. It was Ying Zhan. Other war zones sighed at the capital's extravagance. Guang Hai refused to lose in terms of showmanship. When Guang Hai arrived, the crowd was stunned. Yun Jiantian went all out. The grandeur even surpassed the capital. Yun Jiantian laughed proudly, saying Guang Hai had risen from the coffin and returned with unstoppable momentum. He boldly declared that first place on this year's Heaven's Chosen ranking would belong to Guang Hai. The rules are confirmed again. 8 war zones enter as 8 mixed squads inside the secret realm. Every hour the safe zone shrinks, and anyone who stands still gets struck by heavenly lightning. Team Jiangnan quickly steps into the realm. Jiang Chen looks at the vast land ahead and knows this is the real battlefield. As captain, everyone turns to him for the next move. Jiang Chen speaks fast. Everyone here is a top genius, so if they want to win, they must strike first. Someone tries to argue but gets shut down for disrespecting the captain. Jiang Chen doesn't mind and even nods at Bai Feng, making it look like He's about to reveal some grand master plan. Then he tells everyone to wait while he takes something out of his storage space. The team instantly assumes he prepared a secret strategy long ago. But what Jiang Chen pulls out is a pile of marinated meat. He calmly sits down and starts a fire like it's a picnic. The whole team freezes. One thought crosses their minds. Is this a barbecue party? Mu Hanyu is stunned. She believes her master always has a reason, but hosting a barbecue in a life-or-death battlefield is wild. Others are hiding or scouting, while Jiang Chen looks like Hez on vacation. Someone reminds him that standing still too long means getting struck by lightning. Jiang Chen casually says, grilling for a bit should be fine. After all, you need a full stomach to fight. Hearing this, Jiang Wushuang suddenly looks enlightened. He even sits down to help start the fire, leaving everyone more confused. The team starts doubting themselves. One Jiang Chen was hard enough to read, now Jiang Wushuang joins in. Is this barbecue hiding some earth-shattering secret? Suddenly their eyes light up like they've grasped the truth. They look at Jiang Chen with pure admiration, convinced Hez executing a gaudier strategy beyond normal minds. In the end, the whole team follows Jiang Chen's plan and sits down to grill together. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen is not thinking that deep. Hez just hungry because his insect army eats like crazy. He also wants to use the heavenly lightning to charge himself up, but seeing their worshipping faces, he realizes they misunderstood him badly. Mu Hanyu walks over with admiration, saying she finally understands his deep intention. Jiang Chen is speechless because he has no idea what she thinks she understands. Mu Hanyu confidently says if everyone claims to understand and she doesn't, wouldn't that make her foolish? Jiang Chen nearly chokes at that logic. Somehow it still sounds reasonable. Jiang Wushuang thinks more and grows more terrified. He recalls ancient records of peerless geniuses. This kind of tactic appeared only once before. In his eyes, Jiang Chen is using calm to defeat chaos, playing weak to strike hard. The more Jiang Wushuang thinks, the more shaken he becomes. Standing still so openly means becoming a target for all. Without absolute confidence, no one would dare. To him, Jiang Chen carries true invincible aura. Jiang Chen just feels confused, being stared at like that. He has no clue what wild theories are forming in Jiang Wushuang's head. Jiang Wushuang even admits seriously that he is inferior to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen almost falls over hearing that, but before he can respond, a burnt smell rises. The meat skewer in his hand is completely charred. Outside the realm, the audience watching the live broadcast is also speechless at Team Jiangnan. While other teams rest or scout, this group throws a picnic in the secret realm. Some even joke that Jiang Chen learned this weird habit from Hong Yao. Big sister really led her little brother astray. But in another area, some people laugh with excitement. They mention that years ago, when Ren Huang was young, he also stood still, waiting for heavenly lightning. Back then, 4 squads came to investigate, and Ren Huang slaughtered them all alone. That battle is still remembered for its overwhelming dominance. Some sigh that hundreds of years have passed and no successor of Ren Huang has recreated that glory. Others sneer, saying Jiang Chen is just copying poorly. Then a cold voice fires back, asking what right a deserter has to judge anyone. Someone quickly pulls Elder Gu back, telling him to stop provoking them. At that moment, the screen shows a big shift. Qin Luo, Yu Shuang, Qinglan, and Tian Fu are forming an alliance, and it looks like they're targeting Jing Cheng. Many think Jing Cheng might really fall this time. Others scoff, saying those so-called geniuses don't know their place, daring to tug the tiger's whiskers. But soon they realize the alliance's real target isn't Jing Cheng, it's Jiangnan. Laughter breaks out, too scared to bite the hard bone, so they pick the soft one instead. Inside the realm, the Alliance scouts locate Team Jiangnan 10 kilometers northwest. What leaves them speechless is that Jiangnan isn't hiding at all. They're calmly having a barbecue with zero defense. Some suspect a trap. Others think they're just eating. The more they talk, the more confused they get. Tianfu's captain, Lua Xun, cuts off the debate. No matter what Jiangnan is planning, they stick to their strategy. 20 geniuses are joining forces, with backup behind them. This must be a quick victory. The team splits into 3 groups. Lua Shun's group will restrain Jiang Wushuang. Wu Qingqing's team will handle Jiang Chen. She believes that even if Jiang Chen controls natural disasters, he can't freely use them here. As long as they don't let him stall, he's easy to deal with. The last group, led by Dan Lishuang, will wipe out the remaining Jiangnan members. She confidently declares she'll personally send them all packing. Lu Hong uses his space ability to move the team. Once the plan is set, the alliance speeds toward the target. Outside the realm, the audience is sweating. The enemy is only 500 meters away, yet Team Jiangnan keeps eating like nothing's wrong. Even Gu Kaiten starts to panic. Jiang Wushuang hasn't reacted, and Jiang Chen is still chewing like it's lunchtime. But inside, Jiang Wushuang looks calm. He believes Jiang Chen noticed the enemy long ago. In his mind, that casual skewer toss was a secret signal to counterattack. The next second, Jiang Wushuang throws a punch that shatters space. The Alliance had set up 3 layers of void seals linked by formation cycles. He crushes them all by force. The Alliance is shocked and furious. They didn't expect their plan to be seen through, even treated like a joke. But now that they're here, no one dares retreat. They grit their teeth and charge. Team Jiangnan admires Jiang Chen even more. To them, the captain calculated every single move in advance. Jiang Chen can only give an awkward smile. He really didn't think that far. But since the enemy delivered themselves, he won't hold back. He orders 2 members to guard Li Bong and Wang Zi at all costs. After giving instructions, Jiang Chen steps onto the battlefield to stretch his muscles. On the way, he glances at Jiang Wushuang's fight and quickly sees the guy is completely dominating. No help needed there. On the Alliance side, those facing Jiang Wushuang are drenched in cold sweat. His strength is terrifying. They can barely hold on. Liu Hong immediately opens a space gate to call for reinforcements. But the longer they fight, the more everything drifts away from the original plan. Right then, Jiang Chen descends from the sky with a sword in hand. Seeing Liu Hong trying to assist with space powers, he coldly declares it won't happen. One slash comes down. Liu Hong panics and dives straight into a spatial rift to escape, not daring to slow down for even a second. Liu Hong dodges the strike but grits his teeth in anger. He immediately questions Wu Qingqing for failing to restrain Jiang Chen. On the other side, Wu Qingqing is stalled by Tang Ying. Tang Ying sneers, saying both are assassins, one ranked first and one second, so today they settle it for real. Dan Lishuang is also locked in fierce combat, but Xiao Shen blocks her path, declaring she must step over his corpse first. She coldly replies she'll purify him before dealing with the rest. Other parts of the battlefield fall into total chaos. Fox Fist, Taiji 8 Trigrams Formation, Yan Huang Sword, and Splitting Void Palm collide non-stop. Lasan Dao activates Eternal Earth Shield, raising a massive barrier over the field. He becomes Jiangnan's toughest defensive wall. Li Bang sticks close behind him, hiding within the shield and firing frost arrows for support. Mu Hanyu doesn't hold back either. She charges straight into the enemy with her sword. Wang Zi summons Yuan Gui to guard him while he fights freely. Even with mental defenses up, the enemy gets blasted away by one slash from Mu Hanyu. They simply can't block it. Liu Hong peeks out from his teleport gate and starts sweating. If this drags on, they're finished. Before he can react, Jiang Chen splits the space gate in half with one strike. He mocks Liu Hong like He's playing whack-a-mole. Liu Hong realizes He's completely locked down. The weaker enemies try to gang up on Jiang Chen. He sweeps the battlefield with the Katian blade, cutting down small fries while still fighting with ease. Without rear support, the alliance quickly falls into a disadvantage and starts coughing blood. Jiang Wushuang coldly declares that even 8 more enemies wouldn't matter. With his current strength, 10 more are nothing. Panic spreads as their formation collapses while Jiang Chen roams freely. Suddenly he looks up and sees dark clouds gathering. The Thunder Tribulation clouds have finally arrived. The Thunder Punishment descends, and Dan Lishuang is called by name. The alliance urges her to bring the lightning down fast. Jiang Wushuang realizes this is their true trump card and shouts for everyone to kill Dan Lishuang first. Luoshun laughs arrogantly, saying it's too late. He unleashes Illusion Chaos, Blade Domain Kill Field, and Sea of Fire Destruction in rapid succession. The combo locks Jiang Wushuang in place. Luoshun knows illusions won't hold him long, but a short delay is enough. His calculation is simple. By the time Jiang Wushuang breaks free, Jiangnan will already be wiped out. He pushes Dan Lishuang to hurry. Dan Lishuang casts Water Dragon Rain to block the others, but counterattacks force her back. Seizing the gap, she raises both hands and activates the forbidden spell, Water Dragon Ascension. As the spell begins, strange marks appear above everyone's heads. People shout to retreat. Jiang Chen quickly realizes the entire team is marked. Then a massive thunder dragon crashes down from the sky. It is the true form of heavenly lightning. Everyone understands they are locked by thunder punishment. With power rivaling Peak Kings and such a wide range, escape is almost impossible. On the other side, Tang Ying laughs wildly, thinking his 3 slashes left his enemy dying. He believes victory is certain. Wu Qingqing only smiles faintly, saying victory no longer matters. In Daxia, losers of the Genius War are forgotten. She steps back into a space gate. Outside, Dan Lishuang taunts her for hiding in the void, but only gets a cold reply that all will be purified. Mu Hanyu feels this might be the end, but Jiang Chen snaps back, saying anyone who wants to die can go ahead, because he refuses to fall here. Jiang Wushuang roars in rage, saying if Jiangnan falls, the 4 main zones won't advance either, and will be hunted down forever. The others coldly reply that survival comes first. At that moment, Jiang Chen suddenly shoots straight into the sky toward the descending thunder punishment. Everyone below is stunned, unsure if He's desperate or truly challenging the lightning. Liu Hong's group watches through a space gate and bursts into laughter, thinking Jiang Chen has gone insane. But Jiang Chen just looks at the Thunder Dragon and laughs. He says He's been waiting for this, then asks if this is their strongest trump card, because it looks weak. Everyone feels something is wrong. The 9 thunder dragons, meant to strike all targets, suddenly rush toward Jiang Chen alone. Dan Lishuang turns pale. She completely loses control of the forbidden spell and has no idea why the thunder dragons broke free. Jiang Chen calmly says the reason is simple. Her water is no longer pure. Then he activates Lightning Sovereign and absorbs all the thunder into his body. The crowd below is speechless. Wu Qingqing finally realizes their side is the real loser. Jiang Nan erupts in cheers. The more they watch, the more they feel Jiang Chen still hides countless trump cards. Jiang Chen declares the real hunt starts now. Holding the Keichen blade with Lightning Blade, he chases the space user, curious whether teleportation is faster or his lightning. His speed becomes so terrifying that even the void is sliced apart. At this point, the Alliance falls into true despair. They know the battle is lost. Outside, people shout for them to break through and run. Jiang Chen has turned heavenly lightning into his own weapon. Jiang Wushuang is about to break free too. Their only option is to preserve their core members and retreat. But escaping means breaking our shield first, and that is not easy. Lasan Dao instantly raises Eternal Earth Shield again and reinforces it, trapping the enemy inside. Wu Qingqing yells for everyone to focus fire and shatter the barrier. Before she can move, Tang Ying blocks her path, staring with pure provocation. If she wants through, she must step over his corpse. On the other side, Dan Lishuang is dragged into combat as someone charges with the Tiangong sword. She sneers, saying he's not worthy to be her opponent. Another shouts for his teammates to stop hesitating. Turning their backs now is the same as admitting defeat. Mu Hanyu burns with fighting spirit. She says if her master is slaughtering the battlefield, she must at least earn some merit. Her teammates echo her, vowing to take at least one enemy down. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen keeps cutting down enemies like clearing mobs. In a blink, 2 more are sent off by his blade. Lu Hong panics and uses void assassination, ordering everyone to prioritize restraining Jiang Chen. He casts Space Rift again, but has always one step too slow, and another ally dies. Jiang Chen laughs, saying one slow beat means one more death. They simply cannot match his speed. Then someone uses double pupils to lock onto Jiang Chen's traces and link consciousness with Lu Hang to provide exact coordinates. They even combine it with the secret art origin burning. But just as they prepare to strike, Jiang Chen appears right in front of them, smiling like he has waited for this moment. The man instantly knows has finished. A terrifying slash falls. Keichen blade fused with Great Dao Lightning Blade crushes everything. Jiang Chen casually says that strike was meant for someone else. He just didn't want to steal their fun. Lu Hong cries for help, but when he sees Jiang Wushuang break free and stand up, despair deepens. Jiang Nan's members rush in as well. Everyone knows there is no retreat now. Jiang Wushuang arrives and slams one enemy to the ground with one hand like crushing an ant, breaking their morale completely. Jiang Chen appears beside Jiang Wushuang. The two glance at the remaining enemies and feel it's not even enough, so they decide to end everything with pure speed. Right then, Dan Lishuang unleashes Bilua water to seal and purify the field. Li Bang gets dragged in and screams for Jiang Chen. The moment he hears it, Jiang Chen vanishes with terrifying speed. In a blink, he shatters the attack with the Keichen blade and pulls Li Bang out. Even Dan Lishuang is stunned by that speed. Jiang Chen then uses All Things Grow to summon vines, dragging his teammates back to safety and handing Li Bang to Lasan Dao for treatment. During the clash, one enemy finally spots the secret. Around Jiang Chen is a 50-meter electric field, and he's using it like a lightning highway. He immediately shouts for Dan Lishuang to cut off the electric field and cripple Jiang Chen's speed. She understands at once. Dan Lishuang casts Jijin water, forming a massive water wall that isolates the entire electric field. Jiang Chen just smirks. This won't stop him. He swings the Keichen blade to split the barrier, but the water instantly restores itself like nothing happened. Dan Lishuang laughs proudly, saying water overcomes steel. The stronger his blade, the more it gets neutralized. Soft defeats hard. Jiang Chen calmly replies that if the blade doesn't work, he won't use it. He calls Xiao Qiao to store it away, and even tells it not to hold it in its mouth. Dan Lishuang stays confident, repeating that the harder the force, the easier water suppresses it. Jiang Chen clearly doesn't buy it. She mocks him for being stubborn. Jiang Chen says nothing and clenches his fist. The next second, he unleashes Zhenmu Divine Fist. One punch blasts upward and shatters the entire water barrier. The fist force keeps charging toward Dan Lishuang. She still believes her Jijin water is the strongest defense in existence. The result leaves her frozen. The defense is pierced instantly, and she eats Jiang Chen's full combo without time to react. Jiang Chen coldly says this is the outcome she chose herself. He even jokes that she shouldn't die too fast, since he might need some water later to wash his hands. Seeing Jijin water destroyed, Liu Hong turns pale. Meanwhile, Jiang Wushuang looks annoyed that Jiang Chen ended things too quickly. The more he thinks about it, the angrier he gets. He charges the remaining enemies like a berserker. They know there's no escape and fight desperately. Lu Hong ignores the consequences and activates Origin Burning, then casts Double Pupil's Heavenly Vision. Jiang Wushuang sneers, saying the same trick won't bind him twice. Jiang Chen has Shu Ra guarding him, so illusions can't even touch him. The enemies launch one final suicidal charge, shouting that even in death, they must drag someone down for the sake of their 4 zones. Too bad they're flattened by Jiang Wushuang before doing anything. He coldly vows to wipe out all 4 zones, and he means it. After finishing, Jiang Wushuang praises Jiang Chen's strategy. Jiang Chen tells him not to celebrate yet and points into the distance. Only then do they notice the secret realm's kill zone shrinking. The team quickly clears the battlefield and retreats. Outside, the audience is shocked. Jiang Chen also has a lightning profession, likely a top-tier hidden class. With his talent and the 9 seals, many believe he could enter the myriad race's gold ranking. Jiang Wushuang also earns high praise. Luo Shun and Dan Lishuang may have lost, but their performance is still impressive. Some compare it to their own team and complain that Huang Yue is still lost while leading hers. Others laugh, saying even geniuses can have 0 sense of direction. Several experts finally realize Jiang Chen hid his lightning class. Even Heavenly Blade King is surprised, though he pretends he knew all along. Deep down, he's thinking this disciple even hid it from his own master. Everyone agrees lightning is the most destructive profession. Many envy Heavenly Blade King for picking up a monster like Jiang Chen. Someone sighed that if the Jiangnan commander were here, he'd probably be so happy he'd start doing military boxing on the spot, while other war zones began updating their survivor counts. The results shocked everyone, as many war zones had already lost half their elites, all top geniuses, and they could only admit they were far behind Jiangnan. Some even said that when it comes to ruthless tactics, Jiangnan wins hands down, since those who tried to ambush from the shadows ended up getting wiped out instead. More and more people started believing Jiangnan was truly aiming for first place this time, and even the capital could get overturned if they slipped up. The people nearby looked annoyed and snapped that instead of bragging, they should look at their own broken lineup first. Someone directly questioned Yun Zhantian, accusing him of playing dirty too, but he just smiled and said only fools waste opportunities. Onlookers could only hold their heads as the situation grew more chaotic by the minute. Inside the secret realm, fierce battles were still erupting, and someone even shouted that they would kill Song Changge on the spot. High in the sky, a mysterious figure silently watched the entire chaos below. He thought Senza alone was enough to deal with them. No need for him to act, while his eyes lingered on Song Changje, the #1 genius of Guanghai. Looking at the women below, he felt the ancient god church had prepared a perfect identity for him, even though many Guanghai geniuses once resisted his arrival. In the end, everyone had to admit he was both powerful and refined, and a strong yet humble man was hard to resist. He calculated that once he claimed first place on the Heaven's Chosen ranking, those proud girls would eventually fall for him, and even if their bloodlines and souls were average, they were still worth collecting. After settling things, Song Changge asked where to head next as the secret realm began shrinking, and the group chose to deal with Mado first, while the girl beside him fully followed his lead. Desolate City was now the final safe zone, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides with brutal terrain, and the only entrance was a single bridge below. The capital team decided to make a last stand at the bridge, knowing that if they held it, one man could block 10,000, and they would just wait for prey to come. Ying Zhan, the capital's #1 genius, rallied his team and declared their goal was to wipe out the other 7 war zones so the top 10 of Great Xia would all belong to the capital. At this point, only 4 war zones still had all 10 members intact: the capital, Jiangnan, Mado, and Guanghai. People were stunned that 4 war zones had already been erased, and began suspecting Jiangnan or Mado, since they believed no one else could pull that off. Ying Zhan felt winning by waiting was boring, so he changed plans and decided to lead his team out to hunt instead of sitting still. Elsewhere, a group complained that 4 war zones were wiped out in less than an hour, and when someone blamed the captain for bad navigation, others quickly defended their goddess. The man fell silent, still hoping to earn merit before Jiang Shen, but before any real fight, the map had already shrunk, though luckily Jiangnan was still intact. As they kept moving, strange noises erupted ahead and birds scattered wildly, making everyone feel something was wrong. Ji Xuanyue raised her hand to signal a stop, scanned the area with killing intent in her eyes, and directly called out the one hiding to show himself. Song Changge stepped out of space itself, wielding the Gaudier-class Divine Sunslayer and the divine weapon Extreme Flame, and praised Ji Xuanyue's sharp senses as worthy of Great Xia's second-ranked genius. Though he said it was a pity to face such a beauty, Song Chang'e coldly declared that on the heaven's chosen battlefield, it was kill or be killed. The moment Ji Xuanyue learned he was from Guanghai, she attacked first, firing an arrow wrapped in heavenly fire meteor straight at him without another word. The Guanghai team felt the terrifying aura of a Gaudiar class, but they still convinced themselves that as long as Song Chang'e was here, nothing could go wrong. Song Chang'e floated in the air and calmly remarked that his opponent did have some skill. Then he wrapped the entire extreme flame with thin threads using his ability, shocking everyone as even fire itself was being controlled. He even introduced himself like granting a final favor, revealing that besides Divine Sunslayer, he also held the first Gaudier class called Sky Dominion Star Master, and his remaining class was Great Heaven Execution Divine Shadow. Instantly, countless clones filled the battlefield, and he explained that while each class alone might not surpass Ji Xuanyue, together they were on a completely different level. The crowd below felt their scalps go numb at the sheer number of clones, and when someone tried to sense the real body, they discovered every clone was a teleport anchor. Ji Xuanyue immediately switched tactics, deciding to break out instead of fighting head-on, and ordered her teammates to prioritize protecting her. The Guanghai side was confused when the whole team suddenly surrounded her, but then Ji Xuanyue unleashed Blazing Sun's soaring sky. A massive golden crow of fire shot upward, dragging a storm of flaming meteors, yet Song Chang'e sneered and said flashy moves meant nothing against his near-endless clones. With that, he raised his hand and activated heavenly mechanism threads. Endless threads wove into a vast net that trapped the golden crow mid-air, and before anyone reacted, he coldly stated he was not suppressing it but dismantling its energy structure. The net tightened like a shrinking cage, crushing the golden crow until it nearly exploded, making Ji Xuanyue's heart ache since she had just upgraded this skill. Her teammates shouted that the net was still closing in, and the enemy clearly wanted to wipe them out, so Ji Xuanyue ordered everyone to go all out. She lifted the devouring flame bow high and told her team to find an escape route from above. Far away, Jiang Shen sensed the battle fluctuations and instantly recognized the golden crow fire rain, realizing Ji Xuanyue's group was in serious trouble. Without hesitation, Jiang Shen declared he would rush to support first and told his teammates to catch up. Viewers watching the screen were horrified to learn Song Chang'e possessed dual Gaudier classes, something almost unseen in Great Xia's history. People finally understood why he ignored every alliance offer before, and Yun Jiantian arrogantly claimed Song Chang'e looked down not on one person but everyone here. The Mado war zone began to truly worry, some fearing for Ji Xuanyue's safety, while others insisted not to believe Yun Jiantian, yet since Jiang Shen was on his way. Back in the secret realm, Mado's situation grew worse as the light of the extreme flame phantom bow dimmed, and the team could barely hold on. Ji Xuanyue felt despair creeping in, unwilling to accept that all her preparation would end before Jiang Shen could see her worth. At that moment, Hua Wenfei played his final card, summoning heroic spirit sacrifice and swearing to protect his goddess, even at the cost of his life. He roared like a madman, determined to tear open that cursed net no matter what. But Song Chang'e only looked down coldly and said, heroic spirit sacrifice alone was not enough to break his heavenly mechanism threads. Then his gaze shifted aside as if waiting for the real show. Hua Wenfei pushed beyond his limits as his body began to collapse, clearly burning himself to gain explosive power. He used his own flesh as a sacrifice, letting his body explode into fragments and merge into the heroic spirit. Under that self-destruction, a crack finally tore open in the heavenly mechanism threads, and the whole team saw a path of escape. But before they could celebrate, Song Chang'e rose higher and activated Star Master again, dropping another net that left everyone speechless. While controlling the heavenly mechanism threads, he mocked them for thinking a life sacrifice could buy escape, asking who said his net had only one layer. He stopped playing around and unleashed the full net, aiming to crush Mado's final defense. Ji Xuanyue almost gave up and silently apologized to Jiang Shen, feeling she had let him down. The Guanghai side had not even finished celebrating when a figure riding thunder tore across the sky from afar. In an instant, several women on the enemy side were wiped out cleanly by that streak of lightning. Song Chang'e's face changed as his teammates fell too fast, and he realized it was heavenly punishment lightning, yet he could not understand how it was moving. From the distance, Jiang Shen shouted for Ji Xuanyue to hold on a little longer. Hearing his voice, Ji Xuanyue regained hope and burned the origin of the extreme flame bow to keep resisting. While she stalled, Jiang Shen directed heavenly lightning straight at Song Chang'e's true bodies, shocking everyone with the purity of his thunder. Song Changge stared at the lightning with envy, thinking this new era favored humans too much since they gained origin runes through class change. Even so, he countered with golden threads. But Jiang Shen calmly split tasks, breaking the net while telling others to rescue people. The heavenly mechanism threads kept regenerating and surging toward Jiang Shen, forcing him to frown at the annoying recovery speed. Jiang Shen changed tactics and sneered, wanting to see who was faster, weaving or destroying. After only a few strikes, the entire net was cut in half again, and he mocked Song Changge for weaving too slowly. Ji Xuanyue was nearly out of strength, and weakly said she could not hold on, so Jiang Shen told her to come to him. Song Changge still looked confident, admitting Jiang Shen had strength but saying underestimating him was a mistake, then activated heavenly mechanism threads, sky entanglement. Jiang Shen glanced at the messy threads in annoyance, summoned Xiaojia to handle them, and even told it to stay low-key. He then unleashed a powerful reverse spiral punch, leaving Song Changge stunned by the strange light that corroded his threads. Without hesitation, Jiang Shen rushed forward to shield the girl behind him and urged everyone to retreat. But the lightning in his body was nearly drained, so he told her to leave first, while he stayed to block. Just as tension peaked, Ying Zhan appeared from afar and locked down the surrounding aura, declaring no one would leave today. Luckily, Jiang Shen's reinforcements arrived as well, and he quickly assigned targets, letting Jiang Wushuang stall Song Changge while he handled Ying Zhan. Jiang Wushuang wasted no words and punched forward to challenge Ying Zhan, who responded with clear disdain. Ying Zhan blocked the attack and coldly said the so-called war god body was not enough in his eyes. Insulted face to face, Jiang Wushuang grew serious, broke his restraints, and began releasing his true power. Massive arms manifested behind him once more as the undefeated war god physique fully awakened. Ying Zhan finally acknowledged some strength, mocked whether Jiang Wushuang could uphold his grandfather's dragon-slaying legacy, and the two clashed violently while the others supported from the outside. Jiang Shen then turned to Song Changge and coldly asked if he had watched enough, because now the real battle would begin. Song Changge laughed as he looked around, saying the 4 strongest god-level geniuses of Great Xia were all here, and even with only 30% of his power, he could crush them all. Hearing that, Jiang Shen instantly sensed something was wrong and demanded to know what 30% really meant. The next second, the seal on his origin was lifted as holy wings spread behind him, his aura transformed, and he revealed his true form as a member of the Sky Azure God Clan while activating the Jiangqin's secret realm. The moment they heard Sky Azure God Clan, everyone's faces changed, since it was a terrifying race from the catacombs. Chaos broke out as someone shouted for everyone to self-destruct and escape, but they realized their bodies could not move at all. Song Changge finally showed his true nature, saying he had fully taken control of the secret realm, so no one could escape or receive outside help, and if he refined their souls, they would die for real. He then looked beyond the realm as if speaking to Jiang Xuanji and Ji Lingkong, recalling how his sister died on the northern battlefield, and vowing to wipe out Great Xia's younger generation in revenge. Those outside could only watch through the screen without sound, but from his lips alone they knew the situation was disastrous, as every genius was trapped inside. Someone recognized this as the Sky Azure God Clan's innate divine ability, Heavenly Mechanism Soul Guide, a sinister art forged from fused souls that crushed opponents' spirits. Fierce arguments erupted outside, as some accused Yun Zhantian of betraying Great Xia, but he repeatedly denied knowing anything. Others were so furious they wanted to kill him on the spot, yet even that would not guarantee saving the trapped youths. Just as despair filled the air, a streak of light shot in from afar at extreme speed. The ones who arrived were the Sword God and the Martial God, and they coldly scolded the crowd for panicking so easily. Heavenly Blade King immediately asked how many ancient winged insects Jiang Shen had bred, and upon hearing 100,000, he thought a mass self-detonation might turn the tide. But the last million insect explosion had happened just over a week ago, and gathering another 100,000 so soon was nearly impossible. Another elder warned this was definitely not a lone incident, as the Sky Azure God Clan could not have infiltrated Great Xia so deeply without a larger plan. Others agreed, fearing simultaneous attacks on key regions, especially the forbidden depths of the Qinling like the White Bone Temple. Then they realized in horror that this was not a single crisis, but multiple disasters erupting at once. Before them appeared a massive, eerie projection, which upon closer look was the shadow of the White Bone Temple. Chanting echoed everywhere, sounding like Buddhist scripture, yet sending chills down their spines as it spoke of abandoning self and attachment to reach enlightenment. A hoarse old voice followed as the monk called himself a humble one, and continued preaching his Diamond Sutra. Ji Lingqiu pointed his sword at the sky and demanded what the old monk at Whitebone Temple was trying to do. The monk only smiled and said that by listening to his scripture, the juniors would immediately comprehend the great Tao. Only then did they notice the eliminated geniuses nearby acting strangely, their eyes dull as if hypnotized, clearly the monk's real targets. Luckily, Jiang Xuanji shouted to snap everyone out of it and warned them to stop thinking about the scripture. The youths jolted awake like from a dream, staring at each other in confusion, having no idea what just happened. From above, the old monk slowly spoke again, saying Jiang Xuanji was blocking others from enlightenment and would suffer heavenly punishment. The moment he finished, 2 people in the crowd suddenly self-detonated, and the monk sighed that a few more breaths would have sent even more to bliss. Ji Lingqiu's killing intent exploded as he charged forward to shatter that demon monk's bones, and everyone realized the secret realm chaos was likely part of a bigger plan. Jiang Xuanji looked around and saw warning smoke rising all across Great Xia, knowing this disaster was massive, and ordered all king-level experts back to their posts. Everyone moved at once, some even swearing to die defending Great Xia and volunteering to block the Eastern Sea clans. Another coldly told Jiang Wuxian that if his disciple died inside, he would enter the catacombs and slaughter the Sky Azure God clan for revenge. But suddenly, Jiang Wuxian froze, while staring at the screen as something inside the secret realm changed drastically. Everyone followed his gaze and saw Song Changjie actually kneeling before Jiang Shen, leaving the entire crowd stunned. Rewind 5 minutes earlier, Ying Zhan was still forcing the Blood Dragon flying armor to fuse power, while Jiang Wushuang pushed his war god body to the limit. Meanwhile, Song Changjie floated above with a smug smile, mocking their struggle and declaring he would refine the 3 sisters first. He then unleashed Heavenly Mechanism Soul Guide into their spirits, as energy chains tightly bound the 3 girls. At that moment, Xiao Chua's voice rang in Jiang Shen's mind, craving the high-grade flesh, but Jiang Shen stopped it since he could not expose the ancient winged insects yet. He knew he still had trump cards, but without understanding the enemy fully, acting recklessly could cost his teammates their lives. Jiang Shen opened the Eye of Void and learned Song Changjie was actually Mu Lanfeng of the Sky Azure God Clan, heir number 019 at 6 wing level, guided into Great Xia by the ancient God Church and hiding with a Heaven Flame Pearl. Hearing about the primordial God Clan, Jiang Shen quickly thought of a counter and asked Xiao Jia if it still had the divine demon blood from Jiuli Shensai. Xiao Jia honestly replied that it had already eaten every drop, but it said it could refine new blood essence that would be more stable, with fewer side effects, so Jiang Shen decided to use it to break the seal. A terrifying pressure burst from him as his locked body began moving again, shocking Song Changjie, though he still dismissed Jiang Shen as a stray fish. Jiang Shen raised a soundproof barrier, and Song Changjie laughed, asking if he was afraid of screaming too loudly when killed. Jiang Shen coldly called him Mu Lanfeng and questioned his ruined plan, making him turn pale at his exposed identity. An ancient aura spread from Jiang Shen, as he said Mu Lanfeng was not qualified to know who he was, and that presence reminded Mu Lanfeng of high-level beings of the Nether clan. Jiang Shen then belittled the Sky Azure God clan, saying even an heir like number 19 lacked vision, and upon hearing his secret exposed, Mu Lanfeng truly panicked. Right now he has only one thought: the man in front of him must rank even higher than the Tianqing Divine Clan Patriarch. His voice trembles as he asks if Jiang Chen is a member of the Primordial Divine Clan. At that moment, Jiang Chen secretly activates his god-demon bloodline to make it real. He coldly says something this obvious shouldn't need asking. Can't he feel the ancient god aura on him? Then he pretends to be furious and scolds the ancient god church for ruining his plan without proper investigation. The crushing pressure almost forces Mu Lanfeng to his knees. The guy turns pale and drops down to beg for mercy. He keeps apologizing and even tries to pull connections, saying the Tianqing Divine Clan is just a branch of the Primordial Divine Clan, so they share the same origin. Jiang Chen quickly calculates in his head. If he pushes too hard and the other side fights back, the secret might leak. Better to play along and trick him cleanly. As long as the giant winged insect stays hidden, he breaks no rules. So he softens his tone and says he will spare him this time for the sake of their shared lineage. Mu Lanfeng is so relieved he almost cries on the spot. Then Jiang Chen sets the perfect trap. He says with his identity exposed, leaving Great Xia safely will be nearly impossible. The best choice is to hide inside his inner world for now. Once everything is settled, he will personally send him back to the underground realm. Mu Lanfeng feels deeply moved. He thanks him again and again, then obediently enters Jiang Chen's inner world without a single doubt. The moment the man disappears, Jiang Chen reveals a dangerous smile. Thanking someone too early never ends well. He immediately calls Xiao Ju out and says he has prepared a delicious meal today. The second Xiao Jiu sees Mu Lanfeng, its eyes light up and it almost drools. It even politely thanks its mister for such high-quality food. Xiao Jiu returns to its true form and ends Mu Lanfeng with one simple strike. The poor guy dies without ever realizing he was tricked. He does not even get a final breath. Outside, Jiang Chen finally lets out a quiet sigh of relief. A huge threat is gone, yet the other two are still standing there, completely confused. To the crowd, they only see Song Changjie kneel before Jiang Chen, and then suddenly vanish. The battle has not even started, and the opponent already hands himself over. No one has a clue what Jiang Chen said to make him so obedient. Ji Xuanyue stands beside him like a statue. She knows he just saved her life again. The other two sisters rush over and hug him, calling him their one true god. On Ying Zhan's side, no one wants to fight anymore. When someone asks if they should continue, Ying Zhan curses on the spot. The man just saved them all. How could they still attack? Seeing the secret realm is about to close, Jiang Chen suggests everyone head to the central area to rest. They have fought enough. Now it is time to grill some food and wait it out. In the ruined center, they eat and chat. Someone comments that Jiang Chen sure eats a lot. He calmly replies that the consumption was huge, so he has to replenish. Meanwhile, his level quietly jumps from 39 to 48 in one go, a full 9-level leap. As for Xiao Jiu, it practically devours everything. Almost all the spoils go straight into its stomach. Just when it is fully stuffed, Xiao Jiu suddenly feels something stuck in its mouth. It digs it out and pulls out a strange thread. Jiang Chen instantly recognizes it as Mu Lanfeng's heavenly secret soul thread. Though only a damaged first-tier divine weapon, its power is terrifying. It can shatter an enemy's soul with soul force, absorb nearby spirits to grow stronger, and even summon soul entities to fight. It was woven from tens of thousands of souls and nurtured inside a divine soul for 100 years. Most importantly, it can still evolve. The more divine souls it devours, the higher its rank. The only problem is, it cannot acknowledge a master yet and needs more souls to mature. Holding the heavenly secret soul thread, Jiang Chen finally understands why Mu Lanfeng refined others so slowly. The weapon was not fully complete. Even so, it is a powerful trump card. For now, he tosses it into his sea of consciousness and lets Shu Yi nurture it before claiming it later. After all, raising insects is way more profitable than raising equipment. Not long after, the system suddenly pops up a notice. The heavenly secret soul thread is fully nurtured and ready to bind. Jiang Chen is stunned. He has not even fed it more divine souls yet. Only then does he realize how overpowered Shu Yi truly is. It protects his divine sense, blocks the great dreamer Huan Yue, and even turned an ancient god who tried to possess him into fruit on a tree. Now it can even raise divine weapons. It is basically all-purpose. After completing the binding, the heavenly secret soul thread officially belongs to Jiang Chen. He even thinks that, if he gets the soul guard blade of the Jiuli Divine Emperor someday, he will just toss it to Shu Ye for easy processing. Right then, another batch of fruit grows on the tree. Jiang Chen's eyes light up. The rank is not that high this time, but the quantity makes up for it. The system keeps sending notifications. The first fruit grants triple experience for 3 hours. Then 2 blue function fruits appear, each allowing a class advancement quest to be skipped. As long as the level is enough, the annoying mission can be ignored. Jiang Chen is extremely satisfied. He has dual classes, so 2 free passes fit him perfectly. He is already level 48, and the third advancement is not far away. These items will save him a lot of trouble later. His status panel now looks completely different. Second advancement, level 48, Insect Overlord. Main class is God Tier Spirit Nurturer, and he also holds the hidden class Thunder Overlord. His talents are monsters like Growth of All Things, Divine Evolution, and the Ancestral Tree of All Things. His skills shine in purple and rainbow. Behind him stands a terrifying insect army. Xiao Chu has reached calamity level with 12 million offspring, and Xiao Jia commands 30,000 red armor elephant insects. Just looking at his combat power feels suffocating. Thinking about the triple experience card in his hand, Jiang Chen immediately plans to grind after leaving. At this rate, the third advancement might come sooner than expected. Scene shifts to the ancient god church hall. In a secret chamber, a man codenamed Lian Ren watches the screen and laughs excitedly. In his eyes, there is no need to wait for the ranking match. The divine sun can already wipe out all the god-level prodigies of Great Xia. They soon stop observing and begin the next phase of their plan. Orders are sent to all allied forces, including the Underground Realm, the Sea Clan, the Forbidden Zones, and mutated regions. They are told to cause chaos across Great Xixia and drag Jiang Xuanji, Ji Lingqiu, and the other powerhouses into battles everywhere. Once Chujiang City loses its defenders, it will be left exposed. When the seal beneath the city finally breaks, the ancient god will gain a true chance to descend into this world. At that thought, the followers below shout in unison. They believe the filthy human blood in their bodies will finally be cleansed. That night in Chujiang City, Qigong quickly reports the situation. Except for Yunmeng Marsh in Jiangnan, all 9 major forbidden zones of Great Xia have erupted in unrest. Not just the forbidden zones. The Sea Clan and the Underground Realm are moving too. 89 major regions across Great Xia enter Level 1 War Alert. Chujiang may not be famous, but it cannot be careless. Thankfully, the Grand Defensive Array has been activated. In less than 30 minutes, it will be fully operational. Even in the tension, they still worry about Jiang Chen. Earlier news says the Jiangnan team made top 3, and with Jiang Chen and Jiang Wushuang there, first place is very likely. Still, the number 1 prodigy ranking must wait for the final match. But right then, massive explosions echo across the city. Everyone's faces change instantly. Duan Feng rushes over with urgent news. All teleportation hubs have been destroyed, and communication systems are cut off. Worse, a massive beast tide is surrounding Chujiang from every direction. A chill runs down everyone's spine. With teleportation and communication gone, the city is now an isolated island. The large-scale unrest was only a diversion. The true target has always been Chujiang. The more dangerous it gets, the calmer they must be. The commander quickly assigns tasks. Some accelerate the Grand Array and prepare nuclear weapons. Some activate emergency plans and search for long-range voice transmitters. The rest gather all awakened in the city to form a flesh and blood defensive line at the front. I will head to the front line and hold back the beast tide. The rear will be in your hands. At that moment, Jiang Chen's group finally exits the secret realm, but the area is completely empty. Not a single person in sight. The silence feels wrong. Then the remnant soul left by Jiang Xuanji appears before them. He quickly explains that all forbidden zones, the Sea Clan, and the underground realm across Great Xia have erupted. Every top powerhouse has been deployed elsewhere. Half an hour ago, E-City in Jiangnan sent an urgent message. Chujiang City is under heavy beast tide assault. Jiang Chen's face changes instantly as he asks about his master and senior sister. Jiang Xuanji can only say the southeastern coast is being attacked fiercely by the Sea Clan. All high-level experts are suppressing that front. If the coastline falls, the disaster will spread across Great Xia. Sadly, no one can spare forces for Chujiang anymore. In the eyes of the higher-ups, it is just one of the 108 cities in Jiangnan, ranked near the bottom. After an emergency meeting, they chose to abandon Chujiang to protect the greater picture. Jiang Chen immediately objects. He believes this might be a lure tactic to draw the tiger away from the mountain. Jiang Xuanji replies they have considered that, but other regions are far more critical, and no one can confirm where the real trap lies. He admits Jiang Chen's master did not want him to know this. The remnant image was left only to ask him one final question. Jiang Xuanji's tone turns serious. What choice will Jiang Chen make now? For him, Great Xia is the priority. That is the greater picture. Jiang Chen answers without hesitation. For him, Chujiang is home. No matter how small it is, he will never abandon it. He is going back. One by one, others step forward. Some say the Jiangnan team cannot stand by. Some swear to follow their captain through blades and fire. Even outsiders volunteer to help. Seeing everyone stand with him, Jiang Chen feels deeply moved. But someone warns them. This beast tide is deadly enough to kill even king-level powerhouses. They have only just reached solar rank. Their future is limitless. Knowing the death rate is high, do they still want to go? A few step back in hesitation. They admit they are too weak and fear becoming burdens. A prodigy from the capital mocks them openly. Saying cowardice like that is what truly disgraces the title of genius. Jiang Xuanji asks one last time if this is their final decision. Jiang Chen calmly replies that even if 10,000 stand in his way, he will still move forward. More step out. One declares battle in the name of the human emperor's descendant. Ji Xuanyue vows to give everything. Even the prodigy from the Grand Demon capital refuses to stay behind. Looking at the spirited youths, Jiang Xuanji finally laughs. This is the new generation of Great Xia, exactly 10 of them. He declares them the official top 10 on the prodigy ranking. Everyone else is eliminated. The remaining ranking matches are cancelled. From now on, standings will be based on real battle merits. He tells them to keep their recording bracelets safe. Final rankings will depend on their achievements in this war. Before leaving, Jiang Xuanji gives a stern warning. Even if all of them die, Great Xia will rise again. But if they die, it only proves they were unqualified. Do not sacrifice meaninglessly. Survival through their own strength is what matters. But the moment he finishes speaking, he realizes the kids are already gone. From afar, teasing voices echo back. The old man is too slow. They understand the war god's good intentions. No need for such outdated provocation, and they are not dying so easily. Jiang Xuanji laughs in anger, scolding them for calling him old. He says when they return, he will show them how he fights. Yet deep down, he admits this generation is truly rare. If they all survive and grow, Great Xia's future will change. Those who chose to withdraw can only lower their heads and cry. Some call themselves cowards and keep apologizing. Others comfort themselves that as long as they live, there is hope. A few even think that if the others all die, maybe they can sneak into the rankings. Scene shifts to the East Sea front line of the Jiangnan war zone. The beast tide keeps surging endlessly. Just looking at it makes your scalp go numb. The more they observe, the stranger it feels. The scale is unprecedented, yet the overall combat power is oddly one-sided. It seems the Sea Clan is hiding something behind the night. I have a feeling this chaos is only bait. The real goal might be to pull all strong forces away to cover another plan. Could the true target be Chujiang City? No one dares confirm it. It is not only the Sea Clan forbidden zone in turmoil. 5 other cities across Great Xia are also under beast tide assault. All remote towns far from major bases. Chujiang is just one of them. No one can guess their real intention. Jiang Wuxian just reported that Jiang Chen's group has teleported from the main base of the Qin Luo war zone straight to E-City in Jiangnan. They are now rushing from E-City to Chujiang. Damn it. I clearly said not to tell him about Chujiang's beast tide. Jiang Xuanji really cannot be trusted. No, I have to go back. Sacrificing one disciple for the greater picture is one thing, but using both of them as sacrifices is unacceptable. Old Gu, calm down. Besides Jiang Chen, Yingzhan, Ji Xuanyue, Jiang Wushuang, and the entire Jiangnan team are heading there too. Look ahead. The 8 Transmission Sea Emperor has appeared. If you leave now, the front line will collapse. Once it falls, all of Jiangnan is finished. His anger erupts completely. The moment the monster shows itself, he charges forward. You damn beast. Today I will bury you here. Meanwhile in Chujiang, the defensive barrier is active, yet monsters keep smashing it from all sides. The southeast corner is breached. Reinforce it now. The northwest is cracking too. Hold the line. I am Yin Hongying, commander of Chujiang's defense corps. Battalions 4, 2, 9, and 11. Follow me to seal the gap. Buy time for barrier repairs. From now on, if a regiment commander dies, the battalion commander takes over. If a battalion commander falls, the company commander steps up. Even if it costs our lives, we hold time for the rear. Qi Gang has fully mastered the blade technique passed down to him. One strike of the heaven-opening blade tears the monsters apart. Tang Qin has not rested for a second. Her burning world Red Lotus keeps sweeping away incoming beasts. Heavenly Soul, Heavenly Stem Armor, Berserk Mode. Priest Qingguang, buff us now. Bulang, watch out for the sky-devouring crow behind you. Damn it, I am pinned. I cannot dodge. At the critical moment, Duan Feng fires from above and kills the monster instantly. He arrived just in time. Vice Captain Duan Feng is truly reliable. If we die today, we die here. Maybe the Chujiang Night Watch is about to vanish. The captain cuts him off. Do not say that. We still have Xiao Shen. As long as he lives, the Chujiang Night Watch will never disappear. Ha 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 ha. 2 Grand Rank Fleshbone Younglings and 2 6th Rank Demon Apes are charging this way instead of breaking the barrier. Looks like a real death battle is coming. But no one is afraid. They even welcome it. The final order is clear. If the shield breaks, 8 nuclear bombs will launch and drag everyone down together. Well said. Do you remember the oath when we joined the Night Watch? They shout in unison. When night falls, we become the dawn. They charge forward with roars shaking the battlefield. Yan Huang's new flame, burn for us. No need for glory, only the guiding star. With faith in our hearts, we die without regret. Heaven opening blade, blade of the great Tao. Every bit of combat power explodes at once. All skills are unleashed to crush the surging monsters. But at the peak of the clash, a gigantic monster storms into the battlefield. Everyone be careful. It is a 6th rank shocking sky giant ape. The pressure from its body locks down the entire area. No one can dodge. They can only use their bodies to block it. Then we fight with everything. But after such a long battle, their strength is almost completely drained. In the end, the whole team is blasted backward by its overwhelming strength. The monster raises its giant foot, ready to crush them all in one stomp. Am I going to die here? Regret floods his mind. He has not seen Xiao Shen reach the top of the prodigy ranking. He has not shown his master that he broke into 4th advancement and mastered the heaven-opening blade. Just when everyone thinks death is certain, the giant monster's head is suddenly sliced clean off. It flies into the air. Everyone freezes. Who did that? A figure slowly walks out onto the battlefield. A familiar voice echoes. Night Watch of Chujiang, Jiang Chen, is back. The moment he lands, he activates growth of all things. Uncle Qi, everyone fall back into the barrier and heal. Leave this to me. Xiao Shen, am I seeing things? Qi Gang can hardly believe it. But then he explodes in anger. You idiot. Coming back now is suicide. This is a beast tide. The Chujiang Night Watch is almost wiped out. Jiang Chen stays calm. Uncle Qi, when I used the 9-winged insect against Xiao Chengguo before, everyone's memories were erased. I do not blame you. The next second, countless 9-winged insects swarm forward and devour the 6th rank beast at terrifying speed. The sight numbs everyone's scalp. Is this really Xiao Shen's old insect? It is a full disaster now. Jiang Chen smiles helplessly. Since you lost your memories, it is hard to explain. They stand there speechless. A 6th rank beast equals a 6th advancement powerhouse. Yet in front of Jiang Chen it is shredded like weeds. With this horrifying insect army and his control, Chujiang might truly be saved. Jiang Chen speaks again. I am not alone. My teammates are here too. This is not just rescue. It is the final competition for the prodigy ranking. The merit battle starts now. Everyone is stunned. A normal team needs minutes to kill a 4th or 5th rank beast. Jiang Chen's insects kill a 6th rank in under a minute. How can anyone compete? Luckily, kills by insects only count as 1/10 merit. Otherwise, the rest would get nothing. This is insane. It is my first time fighting a beast tide. Someone shouts excitedly mid-battle. A teammate snaps back. Focus. These beasts are nothing like the ones in Prodigy Camp. Watch for sneak attacks. Xiao Chu, just fight. I have your back. The speaker pats his chest confidently. This is my master's hometown. Even if I die, I will protect it. Let those god-level monsters fight over the ranking. I only care about my master. Tang Jin is not holding back either. She unleashes blazing sun-soaring golden crow fire rain. Last time in the secret realm I did not go all out. Today I make up for it. Jiang Chen is already this strong. I cannot drag the team down. Jiang Wushuang erupts with full aura. Invincible war god. Invincible heart. His eyes are deadly serious. Jiang Chen, a hero cannot be you alone. I lost to you before, but tides can turn. On the other side, Yingzhan draws his strongest sword. I once thought I did not need this against you, but now, to beat you, I must go all out. As the sole successor of the human emperor, the #1 spot will be mine. Watching the new generation slaughter beasts like mad, the others can only stare. This generation is full of monsters. Someone sighs bitterly. Looks like we are really old. Jiang Chen observes quietly. Jiang Wushuang is stronger than in the secret realm. Even Ying Jian has drawn the human emperor sword. With the 9-winged insects guarding me, I still cannot relax. With that thought, he dives deeper into the beast tide. Uncle Qi, Aunt Tang watch closely today. I will not only wipe out this beast tide, I will take the top of the prodigy ranking too. Qi Gang laughs loudly. Xiao Shen, I believe you can. Then Qi Gang turns to the others. They are holding the line outside. Follow me and repair the defensive array in case of accidents. Everyone responds and moves at once. In the shadows, the ancient god church members panic. Jiang Chen, how are they still alive? One turns pale. Did something happen to the divine sun? Looking at the scale of the 9-winged insects, their spines turn cold. What kind of intelligence report was that? The intel department deserves to be wiped out. Ill head down the crack at the bottom of Chu River and report to the ancient god. One of them decided fast. Inform Di Yuan Zhuhuang right now and tell her to act ahead of schedule. Only she can suppress these insects. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen was still sweeping the battlefield with the sky-opening blade. Every slash dragged thunder behind it, and flesh exploded everywhere. Xiao Qiao's voice rang out from afar. Master, I just ate another one. Jiang Chen laughed. If you can eat, then keep eating. His experience points kept skyrocketing. 2172, 2172. His level shot from 48 all the way to 57 in no time. Jiang Chen felt the massive EXP from the beast tide and couldn't hide his smile. At this rate, both he and Xiao Qiao were already level 57. This beast tide was basically delivering resources to his doorstep, and he still had 2 Third Awakening quest cards unused. Looks like tonight he could finish Third Awakening and unlock a new insect template. Dad, there are so many remnant souls here. Want me to gather them for you? The little one instantly sensed countless leftover spirits across the battlefield. Jiang Chen chuckled. Why don't you just eat them? The little guy shook his head. You promised to take me to a god and demon buffet. I'm not interested in these. Jiang Chen was speechless. Raised too well, now it's picky. The orb on the myriad heavenly soul vine needs remnant souls to grow. Go collect them. But stay hidden. You're my trump card. Unless it's life or death, don't show yourself. The little one obediently vanished. At the same time, the Great Xia contribution rankings kept shifting. First was Martial God Jiang Xuanji, second, Sword God Ji Lingqiu, third, Dreamer Huan Yue. Heavenly Blade King Gu Katian ranked 28. Jiang Chen had climbed into the top 300. Ying Zhan and Jiang Wushuang were still below. Ying Zhan stared at the rankings with an ugly expression. In such a short time, Jiang Chen had entered the top 300 of all Great Xia. Meanwhile, even with the human emperor sword, he was still outside the top 400. This won't work. He immediately changed strategy. Contribution isn't just kill count. Strategic impact matters too. With a beast tide this huge, there had to be a teleportation array behind it. If he found and destroyed it, his ranking might skyrocket. Back at the front line, the barrier had just been repaired. They watched from afar. Boss, the formation is stable. Qigong nodded but kept staring at Jiang Chen. That kid is pushing too deep into enemy lines. Someone laughed. With millions of 9-banner insects clearing the path, he looks like a ruler inspecting his own territory. Maybe has farming levels. Qigong suddenly realized something. What if he steps into Third Awakening this time? Everyone was stunned. What? Hez already about to reach Third Awakening? Except for the boss. We just completed ours. After Third Awakening, all inscription classes receive a massive boost. Some can even evolve, but the Third Awakening quest is terrifying. Some people get stuck for years and still can't pass it. Third, Sixth, and Ninth Awakening are like 3 giant mountains crushing every awakened one. Many never cross them in their entire lives. But this generation of prodigies is different. Ying Zhan, Ji Xuanyue, and Jianghua Shuang all completed Third Awakening before the Prodigy Tournament. They could step into Fourth Awakening anytime. Compared to them, Jiang Chen was 1 step slower. Just as they were talking, the phantom of a massive tree suddenly appeared in the sky. Wait, is Jiang Chen starting Third Awakening already? That fast? But what shocked them more was that he skipped the Awakening quest and directly began strengthening his origin inscription. Someone thought of the legendary item that bypasses Awakening quests. But Qi Gang's face changed. Not good. Strengthening origin will drag his consciousness into the origin space. His body will be extremely vulnerable. Quick, follow me and protect him. The others were equally shocked. Breaking through in the middle of a battlefield was insane, but no one hesitated. They all rushed out to guard Jiang Chen. Lord Ren is breaking through. We must keep him safe. Xiao Chu and the others hurried over. Even some competitors from the Prodigy rankings chose to stand guard for him. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Ying Zhan finally found the teleportation array hidden behind the beast tide. One end connected to the surface, the other led deep underground. So it's the yin-yang earth-crossing beast. He instantly understood the mechanism. Kill the core beast controlling the array, and the entire teleportation route will collapse. Trying to drag me into the chaos world? Dream on. Even facing a level 7 beast, Ying Zhan was full of confidence. I am the successor of the human emperor. He held 13 forbidden spells in his hand. With that many trump cards, killing a level 7 wasn't impossible. He still believed the top spot of the Prodigy ranking would be his. But just as he was about to move, a chilling killing intent rose behind him. The moment he turned around, his face changed. The 8-turn Earth Abyss Spider Queen was floating above him. It looked down with interest. This kid looks delicious. Ying Zhan instantly realized how bad this was. This was the monster that had escaped Sword God Ji Lingqiu multiple times. He was no match for it. Even his forbidden spells might not work. What worried him most was that Jiang Chen was still breaking through. I have to run, but I also need to warn them. Without hesitation, Ying Zhan activated his blood fiend body and used blood explosion to push his speed to the limit. Seeing him flee, the Spider Queen casually raised a hand and spat out countless eerie threads. Trying to run? How naive. The threads wrapped around Ying Zhan's arm like living chains. He gritted his teeth and sneered. You think this can hold me? In the next second, he cut off his own arm to break free. Blood sprayed everywhere. To go even faster, he even detonated both his legs. A massive burst of blood mist propelled him forward like a rocket. The Spider Queen laughed in delight. What a vibrant body. She immediately shifted targets. Jiang Chen was mid-breakthrough, his consciousness inside the origin space. Perfect timing. Kill him now and end the threat. The creature beside her let out a sinister chuckle. Gu Keichen was still slashing wildly on the battlefield. Sky-opening blade split it in two. The strike carried overwhelming force, but only severed part of the enemy's tail. He exploded in anger. Damn Sea Tribe cowards. You run the moment we fight, then sneak back to harass. If you don't dare battle, stop showing your face. A message suddenly came through. Old Gu, good news. The 9 banner insects have suppressed the beast tide, and Jiang Chen just entered the top 300 of Great Shia's contribution rankings. Even Gu Kateyan was stunned. That kind of result was hard even for multiple grandmasters combined. But before anyone could celebrate, a strange phenomenon filled the sky. It felt like a red alert across heaven and earth. Is that the legendary heavenly origin alarm? Someone turned pale. It was a warning system set by the human emperor. It only activates when an 8-turn or higher appears where no Great Xia powerhouse is stationed. Then the image of an 8-turn monster appeared in the sky, the Earth Abyss Spider Queen, and her target was Chu River. This was a disaster. Gu Keishan's face changed instantly. That beast crawled to the surface again? He barked orders. Tell Hong Jiao to take over the level 7 Sea Beast battlefield and return to Chu River immediately. Just keep my junior brother alive. Don't fight head-on. At the same time, inside the underground bunker at the Qianlong Pass, the atmosphere turned tense. The martial god has given an order. Any of the underground races who dare step forward will be killed. The roar of Great Shias might echoed across the battlefield. A 9th-rank demon glared at Jiang Xuanji. You've gone mad. The 9 banner insects are a world-ending plague, and you dare raise them inside Great Xia. Tens of millions of them. Aren't you afraid the underground races will unite and wipe Great Xia out? The speaker was Tu Yang, a 9th-rank primal demon. Jiang Xuanji smiled coldly. Unite? Have you settled your grudges first? You think a few 9-banner insects can truly make all races cooperate? I don't believe it. He stared at the demons. You're only working together because this incident is too big. His battle intent erupted. Since when does Great Xia need demons to point fingers? He looked at Tu Yang. Did the last axe I gave you teach you nothing? At that moment, they too saw the warning phenomenon in the sky. Tu Yang burst into savage laughter. Ha, it's finally here. Today we won't just wipe out the 9-banner insects. We'll crush all of Great Xia's prodigies as well. Jiang Xuanji replied coldly. Done talking nonsense? He immediately gave the order. Qinglong Regiment Commander, Divine Head Fei, head to Chu River for reinforcements. Everyone acknowledged at once. The demons burst into mocking laughter. Reinforcements? By the time you get there, you'll be collecting corpses. Tu Yang raised his hand and launched a full assault. Demon Sky Legion, advance. Today we crush Great Xia's defense line. In your dreams, both sides charged and clashed violently. Kill them all. Terrifying auras flooded the battlefield. Meanwhile at Chu River, the Spider Queen didn't attack yet. She turned to the ancient god cult. Are you sure Jiling Chu is tied down? If he shows up before I kill the target, I'll slaughter your entire cult. They quickly explained. Jiling Chu is being held by a 9th-rank blood dragon in the 10,000 Great Mountains. He cannot escape. Even so, the Spider Queen stayed cautious. She released tens of thousands of spiderlings to scout for the sword god's aura. Jiang Chen was still immersed in his breakthrough. The others desperately guarded him. Don't let that monster get close. Just then Jiang Wushuang saw Ying Zhan covered in blood. Ying Zhan, what happened to you? Ying Zhan gasped and shouted, Run! The Earth Abyss Spider Queen is here. Everyone's face turned pale. The biggest problem was, Jiang Chen couldn't move inside the phenomenon. They could only hold the line and wait for him to finish. Someone suggested, you prodigies should retreat into the barrier and heal. The formation just got repaired. It might hold a few minutes. Some immediately wanted to withdraw. Facing an 8-turn was suicide. But others shook their heads. No, I just divined it. This isn't a dead end. He was still willing to gamble. If we really have to fight, we can only invite old Wang. He took out a strange gourd. The others were confused. What treasure is that? The young man hugged the gourd and shouted, Old Wang, I'm about to die, save me. A lazy voice came from inside. An 8-turn spider spirit? Even I can't beat that. One suck and I'm dried out. Run with me while you still can. What? Even old Wang gives up. Before the young man could react, the gourd sucked him inside. Wait, what kind of master is this? Those still blocking in front of Jiang Chen were furious. Useless cowards. The moment it's dangerous, they run. Ji Xuanyue clenched her fists. I won't retreat. If needed, I'll detonate every treasure in my storage and fight it. Jiang Wushuang also made up his mind. He was afraid, but he couldn't run. Leaving the girls behind and fleeing alone would shatter his pride. As they fought, they anxiously looked at Jiang Chen standing motionless. Xiao Chen, wake up. We're not afraid to die. We're just afraid we can't protect you. 2 minutes earlier, inside the origin space, Jiang Chen was shocked by the changes. After using the quest-free card, his consciousness was dragged here. If he gave up now, he would have to redo the 3rd awakening quest later. He calmed himself quickly. Outside, millions of 9-banner insects were guarding. Nothing major should happen. They were all level 30 now. He looked up at the starry sky ahead. Are these all profession inscriptions? And upgraded versions? A system voice echoed. You have used the quest-free card. 3rd awakening for Thunder Sovereign completed. Beginning origin inscription filtering for the lightning element. Countless stars fell and shattered. The remaining ones radiated far stronger lightning than before. Jiang Chen understood. What remained were higher-tier professions. Maybe even gaudier. Filtering complete. Beginning connection. In the end, only 9 brilliant stars revolved around him. Hidden unique profession Thunder Sovereign upgraded to gaudier Thunder God. Even Jiang Chen was stunned. Thunder God? That name is insane. New skills flooded his mind. Eye of Thunder Judgment forms a lightning eye in the void to lock targets and attack their spirit. 3,000 Thunder Tribulation summons heavenly lightning to bombard a 300-meter area. But the most terrifying was his exclusive domain, Eternal Thunder Realm. Once deployed, it creates a 100-meter lightning world, erases other elements, suppresses all enemy attributes, and can even devour weaker domains. Jiang Chen's heart pounded. 1 gold, 2 readier skills. Absolutely broken. So this is the Thunder God's domain. Jiang Chen knew many only gained a domain at 6th awakening. He even wondered how it compared to his master and senior sister. But suddenly another star flared brightly. The vanished stars lit up again with strange light. The system spoke. Quest-free card used. 3rd awakening for God Spirit Breeder completed. Filtering origin profession. Gaudier profession. God Spirit Breeder. Even Jiang Chen inhaled sharply. First skill, Great Tao Simplicity. When learning cultivation methods, there is a chance to trigger simplification. Skills can automatically level up while being used. Second skill was even more insane. Evolution to complexity, an upgraded version of all things growth. It accelerates life forms and reproduction at terrifying speed, breaking normal limits. Growth speed increases 50 to 200 times, and quantity can multiply from 2 to 10-fold. Jiang Chen felt his scalp go numb. This was even more broken than Thunder God. Great Dao simplicity meant he could learn techniques from all races like Ying Zhan. Evolution to complexity was a massive buff for the insect race. Next time the 9 banner insects reproduce, at least 1 billion. If it triggers tenfold, that's 10 billion. A real calamity was forming. At that moment, a figure appeared inside his consciousness space. Jiang Chen stared in shock. Xiao Chan? He hadn't even used all things growth or fate nurturing heaven, yet she had already taken human form. Outside, the situation was critical. The Spider Queen spiders were also calamity-tier insects and completely suppressed the 9 banner insects. Countless larvae were forced out and torn apart. Everyone realized they couldn't rely on the insects anymore. Prepared to risk it all, at least hold her back. Their strongest skills erupted. Sky-opening blade, burning origin, golden crow fire rain, invincible war god body. The battlefield exploded. Those guarding Jiang Chen raised their final defenses. Eternal Earth Shield, Eternal Frost Shield, Void Barrier. Someone even shouted at the Spider Queen, "Witch, take one more step and I'll detonate my divine weapon." But against an 8-turn, all resistance was fragile. The Spider Queen sneered. "You children think you can stop me?" One sweep of power sent everyone flying. "Damn it, we can't hold anymore." Beside Jiang Chen, Xiao Qiao was crying in panic. "Master, wake up. That witch is too scary. So many babies have been killed." At the most critical moment, his consciousness returned. The moment he opened his eyes, he comforted Xiao Qiao. "Your dad isn't down yet." Without hesitation, he activated all things growth to restore his state. He ordered everyone to retreat to the city and let the 9 banner insects cover them. He intended to stay and fight alone. Everyone tried to stop him. Some wanted new tactics. Some swore to die with him. He cut them off and forced them to leave and heal. With them here, he couldn't go all out. After all, he had faced nation-level 8-turn before. The Spider Queen mocked him, calling humans arrogant and foolish. Xiao Ju worried he would self-detonate everything again. Jiang Chen said no need. Blowing it all up would hurt him too. Xiao Ju just had to handle the small spiders. The Spider Queen was his. The monster laughed in disdain. "Even the 9-turn sword god couldn't kill me. What can a mere 3rd awakening do?" Jiang Chen calmly shot back. "What does the sword god have to do with me? Right now, I am a 3rd awakening grandmaster." The reply made the Spider Queen laugh, as if hearing a joke. Her allies urged her to hurry before Jiling Chu arrived with reinforcements. She still didn't care. While she underestimated him, Jiang Chen secretly asked Xiao Jia for a complete drop of ancient god blood. Xiao Jia worried his body couldn't handle it. Jiang Chen was certain. Seconds later, his body trembled violently, as immense energy erupted from within. His aura instantly turned terrifying and overbearing. Everyone nearby went pale. That was clearly 7th turn pressure. When they learned he had swallowed ancient god blood, they panicked. A 3rd turn body should explode from that power. But Jiang Chen felt his body holding steady. Touching 7th turn for the first time filled him with satisfaction. After stabilizing, he declared he would kill the Spider Queen today. Only then did she realize his confidence came from forcefully boosting to 7th turn. Even so, she sneered. "Temporary power isn't enough to challenge me." Her spider tail fired out a web skill. Bone Wither Soul Bind descended, yet Jiang Chen treated it like nothing. He casually dodged every strike as if he had seen them in advance. The Spider Queen was shaken. She had already calculated his path, yet still missed. It almost felt like he could read her predictions. Not giving her time to think, Jiang Chen charged forward and activated Thunder God with overwhelming pressure. Then he unleashed Eye of Thunder Judgment. A massive eye opened in the sky and gazed down. Just the light from it made distant spectators suffocate. Someone shouted not to look, or their origin would be damaged. Only then did they realize his lightning had reached God Ear, the first dual god in Great Xia. He locked the Spider Queen in place, like prey under the eye. Under that gaze, her soul throbbed in pain. She realized it targeted the Spirit Sea, and beasts were weakest there. She could only endure. Forced to defend, she activated Heavenly Silk Blood Shield around herself. The moment the mental assault eased, she roared and counterattacked. "Our bodies are the true weapons." She lunged in for close combat. Skills rained down, but Jiang Chen used Lightning Flash to evade them all. The Spider Queen grew more confused. He kept dodging before attacks even formed. Like he could see the future, she convinced herself it was luck. Inside the Eternal Thunder Realm, Jiang Chen moved almost at light speed. The Spider Queen unleashed 8 desolate bloodfall to cover the entire field. Jiang Chen instantly saw through it. She was spreading webs through the electric field to gather feedback and predict his position. In a blink, her claw was right in front of him. She grinned, certain he couldn't dodge this time. But the one who failed to dodge was her. Jiang Chen drew the sky-opening blade and fused it with Great Sun Thunder Slash. The blade descended with terrifying might and severed one of her legs. She screamed in agony. Everyone watching froze. That strike was on par with their master. Some began to suspect Jiang Chen hid a perception-type profession. Otherwise, how could he keep reading an 8-turn like this? But that made no sense. At 8-turn, even heavenly secrets are concealed. Yet the price was heavy. The forced 7th turn power was overloading his body. That slash had reached his limit. If this dragged on, his body would collapse first. He had to finish it with one decisive blow. The Spider Queen glared with killing intent. An 8-turn reduced to this by a junior. She mocked him, saying no wonder Great Xia hid underground for centuries. Jiang Chen, however, was pleased. The angrier she became, the more reckless she would be. Provoked, she finally exploded with full power. Last time Curling Cow damaged my origin, so I held back. But since you want death, I'll grant it. A horrifying pressure spread across the battlefield. Just the aura alone made everyone struggle to breathe. This was the true domain of an 8-turn. Many feared Jiang Chen was finished this time. But instead of panicking, he looked like he had been waiting for this moment. Deep down, he even smirked when the opponent finally used origin power to open a domain. Too bad it was a step too late, because his skill was already locked and ready. He slammed his hand onto the ground and activated the Eternal Thunder God domain. In the next second, countless massive lightning bolts crashed down, twisting Zhu Huang's body under insane pressure. It screamed in agony, unable to understand how he knew it would open a domain. What shocked it even more was that someone below 8 revolutions could wield a domain this powerful. He calmly replied that the reason was simple. First, Zhu Huang was too slow. Second, his domain completely suppressed Zhu Huang's. Zhu Huang still refused to believe reality, but he had no interest in talking anymore and coldly declared this would be the final goodbye. Then he unleashed the 3,000 thunder tribulations. The terrifying lightning didn't strike the body, but targeted Zhu Huang's soul directly, leaving it howling in pure agony. In the end, the monster collapsed. Its spirit was nearly blasted out of its body. Only then did it beg for mercy, swearing it would never cause trouble again. But he wasn't that naive. He knew a beast was still deadly even as a soul. The tribulation needed more time to erase it completely. So he ordered Xiao Qiao to guard it and devour it once it was no longer a threat. Following the command, Xiao Qiao rushed forward and began chewing Zhu Huang's body bit by bit. Just watching it was horrifying. After that intense battle, his vision started to blur. His body had clearly hit its limit. Just as he was about to fall, Xiao Qian appeared and called out his name in panic. She blamed herself for being useless in the fight, but he shook his head and said without her foresight ability, he could never have defeated Zhu Huang. Hearing that praise, Xiao Qian instantly blushed, just like a shy girl being acknowledged by someone she cares about. The system then displayed information about Xiao Qian's Guangyin Spring Autumn Worm origin. This creature was born at the source of the River of Time and existed on the same level as time itself. Its Eye of Time could burn lifespan to see 3 seconds into the future. It also had absurd traits like eternal binding, multiple offspring forms, locked talents, and a special reproduction ability that traded lifespan for massive swarms. Honestly, it sounded completely broken. He told Xiao Qian not to worry. After some rest, he would recover. He also reminded her to stay hidden and never reveal herself unless absolutely necessary. Meanwhile, the people outside were still blocked by his domain and were completely shaken. They couldn't understand how a 3rd revolution could use a domain, something only higher tiers should possess. The more they thought about it, the more they felt Jiang Shen was a monster. Ying Jian watched with complicated emotions. He remembered that without the healing pill, he might have been crippled by now. Both were god level, yet the gap between him and Jiang Shen felt utterly hopeless. He bitterly muttered that Jiang Shen always made others uncomfortable. Even as fellow descendants of the human emperor, he refused to accept being left so far behind. Jiang Wushuang patted his shoulder and said they would surpass Jiang Shen one day. If talent wasn't enough, they would dive into ancient ruins and find new opportunities. Someone suddenly cut in and said their benefactor's talent had already surpassed ordinary limits. Standing before him, all their efforts looked like a joke. The words sounded casual, but stabbed straight into Ying Zhan's pride. At the same time, deep beneath the Chu River altar, a member of the ancient god church knelt before a statue and respectfully reported to the ancient god that a major change had occurred above. He said Great Xia now had someone who could control millions of 9-filth parasites. This was completely beyond imagination. Hearing this, the ancient god was shaken. In past eras, the 9-filth parasites were a taboo feared by all races. If Jiang Xuanji truly allowed his clan to grow to this level, they would become the common enemy of every race. The follower hurriedly swore he would never dare lie. The ancient god then opened a spatial gate to witness the battle firsthand. When it saw Zhu Huang defeated, its fury exploded. In its eyes, Jiang Xuanji and the entire great Xia human race deserved death. The follower hurriedly bowed and explained that he had already arranged for Zhu Huang to act. He only came to report in case something unexpected happened. Before he could finish, the ancient god lifted him by the throat mid-air. It coldly ordered him to open his soul and accept its power. For a short time, he would gain 9th revolution strength in this world. The ancient god commanded him to wipe out all 9 filth parasites and kill every controller. It also demanded the entire city be sacrificed for the next descent. The follower instantly knelt and accepted the order, swearing he would never fail the will of the god. The ancient god didn't care for flattery. It roared that Zhu Huang had lost for nothing, so stop standing there and bring back the 8th rank soul as an extra sacrifice. That same night at the underground line of Qianlong Pass, Jiang Xuanji was still locked in fierce battle. As he fought, he laughed with killing intent. Tu Yang once claimed reinforcements wouldn't even have time to collect bodies. Now Zhu Huang's corpse lay on the demon side, and the irony was bitter. Suddenly, a massive spatial gate opened, an ancient god aura flooded the field. The being sneered and asked Jiang Xuanji if he truly thought Za Huang was their final trump card. Jiang Xuanji immediately turned toward the aura and ordered an extreme level alert. A 9th revolution enemy had officially descended. He also realized the demons were behind everything. Tu Yang started his usual taunts. He suggested a game of hide and seek. He would hide, Jiang Xuanji would search. But if Great Xia dared interfere at the front lines, he would lead an army to siege the city. Jiang Xuanji snapped back that if they wanted war, he would go all the way. At once the god-slaying army began condensing their war souls for a full assault. Orders spread through the ranks. The target was the demon race's primordial territory. Kill for 10 days without stopping. In moments, the battlefield turned into a sea of blood. Even Tu Yang was shaken. For decades, Jiang Xuanji only defended and never launched a large-scale counterattack. Starting an all-out war now was equal to igniting a war of all races. He even asked if a small Chu river was worth this. Jiang Xuanji answered fiercely, "For Great Xia, anyone who invades must die, even at the ends of the earth." Tu Yang touched his people, so today his life would be the sacrifice banner. Meanwhile, at the Chu River battlefield, a mysterious woman appeared outside Jiang Shen's domain and looked down coldly. She observed with a faint smile. Jiang Shen's lightning domain was impressive to crush Zhu Huang like that, but in her eyes, this immature domain meant nothing. With a casual wave of her hand, his domain shattered instantly. Everyone below finally broke free. The moment they sensed the aura, they knew it was pure ancient god power. Jiang Shen immediately understood the danger. The opponent was 9th revolution. The pressure alone froze him in place. Even if he could move, his body had no strength left to fight. The woman slowly introduced herself. She was the 7th seat of the ancient god church, codename Lian Ren. She even politely greeted him on their first meeting. Before finishing her sentence, she dived down to crush him. At the same time, the 9 filth parasites inside his body were forced into the open. Only then did everyone realize this was truly a 9th revolution existence. Lian Ren gently tightened her grip, and countless 9 filth parasites outside exploded like fireworks. She even smiled and asked if the view was beautiful, treating lives as entertainment. Xiao Ju trembled in fear and kept calling for father to save him. Jiang Shen could only calm him and tell him to hide and not come out. Lian Ren continued tightening her control, crushing him bit by bit. Seeing the unwillingness in his eyes, she told him to turn that anger into fireworks too. The spectators outside were in despair. The 9th revolution aura locked them completely. Everyone knew today might be their last. At the very limit, he shouted for Xiao Jia to appear and released Ming Mo. After that roar, a colossal monster stepped out from the space within his body. The moment its aura appeared, heaven and earth trembled. The moment she saw that form, even Lian Ren's face changed. It was clearly a 9th revolution Ming Mo. What shocked her more was that Jiang Shen could keep such a monster inside his sea of consciousness without backlash. Jiang Shen coldly warned the 7th seat not to touch his 9 filth parasites. Then he directly ordered Ming Mo to kill her. Ming Mo opened its massive mouth and charged at Lian Ren. Faced with that crushing aura, she panicked and begged the ancient god for protection. Xiao Jia reminded Jiang Shen that even if she wasn't a match, it would still take time to kill her. The problem was Ming Mo could only exist for 10 seconds before the heavenly Tao erased it. Time was almost up, so Jiang Shen decided that if necessary, they would die together. At the most critical moment, Hong Yao suddenly rushed in from afar and slashed with the heaven-opening blade. She shouted that senior sister Her was here to save her junior brother. Right after that, Shen Tufei of the Azure Dragon Battalion arrived with the god-slaying army and suppressed the field. Xiao Jia sensed the heavenly Tao descending and told Jiang Shen to recall Ming Mo immediately. The monster vanished from space the next second. Xiao Shen then opened his mouth wide and sucked all the remaining power back into his body. Hong Yao had arrived at the final second. Lian Ren, who had everything under control, was suddenly pierced through by a single sword. Gravely injured, she begged for mercy and claimed she would reveal an important secret. In despair, Lian Ren kept pleading and swore she would confess everything she knew. Everyone paused to hear her out. She hurriedly revealed that deep beneath the Chu River lay an altar built over a spatial rift. She said if the lives of Chu River City were used as sacrifice, their blood and souls would be absorbed by the ancient god primordial demon race. Once the ritual was complete, that monster could revive and descend upon Great Xia. After speaking, she trembled and asked if that was enough. She even swore in the name of the ancient god that she hid nothing. But before she finished her oath, a massive, horrifying mouth appeared behind her. In the blink of an eye, the creature swallowed Lian Ren whole without a trace. It calmly commented that those with ancient god aura tasted decent. Seeing this, Zhu Huang's soul was terrified and tried to flee. At that moment, Xiao Ju suddenly remembered there was still prey left and appeared with a hungry look. He lunged at Zhu Huang and devoured him like an all-you-can-eat buffet. In Jiang Shen's mind, experience points skyrocketed by the millions. Hong Yao stood there speechless. Even she couldn't understand what kind of monsters her junior brother had raised. Meanwhile, warnings from Tianyuan kept sounding, signaling that Great Xia was about to be shaken. Just as things calmed down, Jiang Shen's body suddenly mutated. Sharp spikes began growing from his body, sending chills down everyone's spine. Hong Yao panicked and shouted his name. Jiang Shen gritted his teeth and endured the pain as his body spiraled out of control. The others rushed over with anxious faces, asking what was happening. After checking, they guessed it was a backlash from forcing ancient god blood beyond its limit. They decided to send him immediately to the military hospital at Jiangnan Base, where the best priests and medicine were. But the teleportation gate had been destroyed, making travel difficult. Someone offered to escort them personally, but Qi Gang stopped him, saying the underground rift still needed guarding, and Chu River couldn't lose more combat power. Qi Gang then ordered Xiao Ke to accompany and care for Jiang Shen on the way. He also commanded all 9 filth parasites to gather at once if they wanted to save their master. In a short time, countless 9 filth parasites swarmed in and surrounded the area. Before leaving, Qi Gang assigned the cleanup of the Chu River battlefield to the others. Many were so worried they broke into tears, but someone shouted at them to stop crying. A man who could defeat a 9th revolution wouldn't die so easily. Instead of whining, they should wipe out the remaining beasts so he wouldn't have to worry. Jiang Wushuang clenched his fists with renewed resolve. Even if he couldn't be as strong as Jiang Shen, killing a few more enemies was better than standing still. Ying Zhan nodded as well. The further he fell behind, the harder he had to chase. Deep beneath the altar, Hong Yao and Shen Tufei kept unleashing skills to destroy the sacrificial site. The ancient god inside went mad with rage, roaring that anyone who dared destroy his altar would pay the price. Before he could finish threatening them, Hong Yao split him in half with one slash. She cursed loudly, declaring that if she didn't beat him until he cried for grandma, she wouldn't be surnamed Hong. Truly a disciple trained by the heavenly Blade King. The ancient god shouted that even if the altar was destroyed, their strength was nothing to him. Shen Tufei didn't wait for the full sentence and added another brutal strike. Being cut again and again drove the ancient god insane. He yelled that none of them had any manners. Then he scolded his useless subordinates and claimed that even if this sacrifice failed, he still had plenty of time to invade Great Xia again. Hong Yao snorted that he was just trash trying to run. Still, everyone knew they lacked the power to truly kill the ancient god. The priority was to inform the martial god and awaken the great dreamer to seal the rift. 1 week later, at the military hospital in Jiangnan Base, Jiang Shen finally woke up. The smell of disinfectant and the equipment around him reminded him he had collapsed after forcing ancient god blood. The moment he opened his eyes, Xiaoju rushed over and hugged him. He chattered excitedly that the outside world was in chaos and that he was about to give birth to another batch. Jiang Shen laughed and praised him, but then he realized the current house was too small. If more were born, there wouldn't be space. He told Xiaojiu to wait until they moved to a bigger home. Hearing about a bigger house, Xiaoju brightened up and returned obediently to his inner space. Jiang Shen silently calculated that with the evolutionary swarm ability, the next batch might be hundreds of millions. He could only hope Shu Ra would build a nest that could hold at least 1 billion 9 filth parasites. At that moment, Xiao Shen poked his head out and complained too. He said his side was also about to split into a new generation and asked when they could move. With his massive body, squeezing like this was unbearable. Yang Shen coaxed Xiao Shen to wait until his sister moved out and take her old room. Xiao Shen immediately objected, saying a real man couldn't keep using leftovers. Yang Shen changed tactics and promised to take him to the Thunder God Treasury for a divine demon buffet. The moment food was mentioned, Xiao Shen changed attitude instantly. He agreed and said a real man could live anywhere as long as there was good food. Jiang Shen held his head in defeat. Raising a swarm was truly exhausting. Xiao Shen then stared at the liquid in the nutrient chamber and asked if he could drink it all. Before Jiang Shen replied, he ranked it himself. If divine demon meat was first class, this was at least third class. After getting permission, Xiao Shen opened his mouth and sucked the chamber dry like soda. Jiang Shen curiously asked how it tasted, joking if it smelled like his feet. Xiao Shen suddenly stopped, making him think it was bad. But Xiao Shen calmly said that if father had endured hardship, the children should try it too. Then the small worms rushed in and devoured the rest, turning the chamber into a creepy swarm. Only then did Jiang Shen suddenly recall what happened on the battlefield. Xiao Chan was born at the source of the river of time, an existence tied to time like an ancient origin. He began to suspect her level might rival the ancestral tree of all things. So far, he had only used her basic foresights. As a high-level origin, she must have more hidden talents. The talent panel still showed question marks, so he guessed he needed to complete the life rank advancement to unlock them. With that thought, he called Xiao Chan out. The space before him rippled softly. Xiao Chan stepped out of the void and gently called him husband. As soon as she appeared, she instinctively moved close, making him awkwardly ask why she always stood so near. Xiao Chan blushed and apologized, then obediently stepped back. He finally asked what had puzzled him for a long time. Other divine grants needed evolution to take human form, yet she was born human. Why? Xiao Chan softly explained that normal growth needs time to mature, but she was different because she herself was the embodiment of time. Hearing that, he suddenly understood. He had forgotten her temurulated nature. Still, to unlock her true talents, he had to complete the life rank advancement. He activated Divine Grant Evolution to check the requirements. The information appeared quickly. To advance the Guangyin Spring-Autumn Worm, he could choose one of several offerings: 10 drops of light water, a branch of the River of Time, 3-time fragments, or 3-time attribute divine weapons of at least tier 4. Every item sounded absurdly rare. He scratched his head. He had never even heard of most of these. In the end, he decided to ask his master for clues. Since he had rested long enough, he pressed the green door button and stepped outside. The moment he opened the door, someone was already waiting. The nurse called out Major Jiang, leaving him confused. She explained that the top 10 prodigies of Great Xia had all been granted the rank of major. She sighed, saying when he was brought in, he was nearly dead. The entire hospital thought he wouldn't make it, so waking up this fast was a miracle. After confirming Hill's body was stable, she planned to store the remaining soul and life liquid from the nutrient chamber. It was rushed from the capital and extremely precious. But when she looked inside, her face froze. The chamber was completely empty. Jiang Shen awkwardly explained that he felt thirsty after waking up, so he drank it. Deep down, he could only accept that when the kids waste resources, the father takes the blame. Just then, Kai Tian walked in looking relaxed. She laughed and said she knew from the start that Jiang Shen was tough, only a week in bed and already up. The nurse hurried off to inform Duan Xinghai. When Duan Xinghai heard the chamber was emptied, he almost fainted. Kai Tian teased that it was just some water, but once they mentioned each portion cost 200,000 merit points, everyone felt like crying. Even so, Kai Tian patted his shoulder and praised him for drinking it. She said that liquid was so precious that soaking in it alone could extend lifespan. No wonder Xiao Jia was so interested. Finally, Kai Tian explained the true value of merit points. Money might not buy everything, but with enough merit, even rare treasures could be exchanged. His eyes lit up instantly. Jiang Shen refused to give up and asked if he could exchange for light water. His master immediately crushed that hope. It was a legendary treasure few had ever seen. He then asked about a branch of the River of Time and time attribute divine weapons. All rejected. If he wanted to exchange, he needed 3 tier 4 or higher weapons. It sounded like pure daydreaming. Running out of options, he remembered time fragments and asked Duan Xinghai if they had any. Duan Xinghai scoffed that now he remembered him. He explained time fragments were formed when ancient dimensional ruins collapsed. All of Great Xia only had 2. One cost 150,000 merit points. The moment he heard they had some, Jiang Shen wanted both and even asked if there were more. The answer was no. Ancient ruins were isolated spaces, and only when they self-destructed did time condense into fragments. Still, Duan Xinghai said they could ask the Great Dreamer after she returned. Hearing about Huan Yue, Jiang Shen asked where she was. She was still suppressing the rift in the abyss, but seemed close to returning. Seeing he was safe, They urged him to prepare for the investiture ceremony in 3 days. He wanted to refuse and stay low-key. Unfortunately, after all those shocking achievements, the word low-key no longer suited him. Back home during the day, Jiang Chen drops onto the couch and starts planning his next moves. The 9-winged insects and red-armored elephant bugs need more breeding. Xiao Jia is close to a new skill, and the myriad ancestor tree just bore fruit. He wants everything settled before Huan Yue returns. First, he extracts the ability from the red-armored elephant bug. After choosing the Calamitetier sample, he gains the divine art, Ming Shen Ai, a terrifying spell that gathers countless insects into a Yellow Springs phenomenon. But even level 1 needs over 120,000 bugs to activate. Just reading that makes Jiang Chen shiver. A spell labeled the strongest in magic attack would probably blow the roof off this house. Next time, Hell need a wild boss to test it on. Done with Xiao Jia, he turns to Shu Jia and prays for a super-deer insect nest. The result does not disappoint. The fruit grants a brand new nest with a capacity of 10 billion insects. As expected, Shu Jia never lets him down. With a new home ready, Xiao Chu and Xiao Jia are thrilled. They move the entire swarm into the new nest and prepare for larger-scale breeding. After settling the swarm, only one thing remains: the soul fruit. During the last battlefield, Xiao Jia secretly gathered remnant souls and nurtured them. Now the fruit is finally ripe. The rainbow fruit activates, revealing a complete godhood of the Chu Li race. The system immediately asks if he wants to fuse it. With just a slight sense of it, Jiang Chen feels power so vast his soul nearly explodes. Without Shu Jia guarding his sea of consciousness, he would be dead. His master once said reaching god rank requires condensing godhood. Shu Jia just grew one for him. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen fuses the godhood into his mind. In that instant, he gains a new gaudier class, Battle God Ba Tian. He also unlocks divine arts like Unbeaten Divine Fist, Battle God Transformation, and the Emperor's Earth March technique. The name sounds flashy, but it is perfect for close combat. Combined with the Divine Elephant Prison Suppression body, it could even surpass Kong Wu Shuang's War God physique. Soon, breeding notifications flood in. The 9-winged insects reach 800 million, and the red-armored elephant bugs hit 6 million. Even Jiang Chen can't believe this speed. Evolutionary reproduction is just broken. His Calamity Insect Legion is finally complete. His status updates again. Third rebirth, level 6x6. 3 gaudier classes, Source of Myriad Things, Thunder God and Battle God Ba Tian. His talents and divine arts are overwhelming. He now commands 800 million 9-winged insects, 6 million red-armored elephant bugs, and over 100 holy light insects. Final combat rating, 647 stars. A true humanoid monster. As he thinks, a noise outside snaps him to his feet. He almost believes Huan Yue has returned. He opens the door to see his master and the commander standing there with strange expressions. They say they just brought the dreamer by to visit and remind Jiang Chen to protect himself. Every word sounds suspicious. Hearing that, Huan Yue coldly tells the 2 old men to leave. They do not even step inside before she shuts them down, though they still throw Jiang Chen a few meaningful warnings before leaving. The door slams shut mid-sentence. Outside, the 2 old men joke that an older wife brings fortune, decades older boosts a career, and centuries older is like a divine pill. Honestly, any normal guy would have run already. The moment they are inside, Huan Yue pushes Jiang Chen onto the chair and stares at him dangerously. Now he finally understands his master's strange warning. After getting close to examine him, she senses the aura of an ancient god on his body. Then she notices her own outfit today is very different from before. Huan Yue narrows her eyes and asks directly if he has become a god. Jiang Chen forces a smile and says it is probably just leftover aura from absorbing ancient god blood before. Only then does she relax. A third rebirth stepping into god rank is simply impossible. Jiang Chen quietly sighs in relief. For now, the godhood must stay secret. He is already too eye-catching. Seeing him tense, Huan Yue teases him a little before getting serious. She heard Jiang Chen is looking for a time fragment, and there is still one place that might have it. That place is the Overseas 3 Islands. Jiang Chen has never heard of it, so he immediately asks what it is. Huan Yue explains that it lies southeast of Great Xia. It was once an ancient ruin that fused with reality, forming 3 islands named Peng Lai, Fang Jiang, and Ying Zhou. 500 years ago, Great Xia produced its first 9-turn invincible human emperor. Soon after came Yan Zun. One supported war, the other opposed it, and their conflict eventually split them apart. After that fallout, Yan Zun took many followers and left Great Xia. He established his own force on the Overseas 3 Islands. More importantly, Yan Zun brought many treasures with him, including a time fragment. Jiang Chen's eyes light up, and he even asks if Yan Zun is dead yet. Sadly, it is not that simple. A 9-turn lives up to 3,000 years, so Yan Zun is still alive. Huan Yue warns him not to even think about invading. The islands may be smaller than Great Xia, but they are packed with 7th and 8th turns. Jiang Chen wonders why they never attacked Great Xia then. The answer is simple. Great Xia is protected by national destiny, so they dare not start a full war. Although ties were cut, young geniuses from both sides kept competing for centuries. That tradition only stopped 50 years ago when Great Xia closed its borders. The reason is painful. Great Xia lost for 100 straight years and could not save face, so they shut it down. But this year is different. A monster named Jiang Chen has appeared. If the tournament reopens and he wins, he could claim the time fragment. Even so, Huan Yue tells him not to rush. The rules say all participants must be under 30, which puts him at a disadvantage. But for Jiang Chen, as long as he gets the fragment, nothing else matters. Huan Yue is pleased with his resolve, but warns him not to underestimate the island geniuses. She tells him to stay inside the city for the next few days, and not wander around. Recently, many Heaven-tier assassins have accepted missions to kill him. Not just Sakura Nation or Shiva Nation, even the Vatican Holy Knights have shown up. This situation is serious. August 13th, year 793, Jiangnan Base. Today is the largest medal ceremony in Great Xia's history. Everyone is talking about Jiang Chen's insane feats. A third rebirth daring to clash with 8th and 9th turns, truly defying the heavens. During the chatter, someone asks junior brother Qi if he is really resigning to train in the underground world. He confirms it calmly. The approval is done. He will leave right after the ceremony. He is not alone. Many others decide to follow. What started as private plans turns into a group departure. Jiang Chen's rise has deeply shaken Great Xia's younger generation. The underground world is a battlefield of countless races, full of danger and opportunity. Survive it, and you transform completely. Everyone knows that staying in Great Xia means never catching up to Jiang Chen. So many geniuses choose to enter the underground world and gamble everything. It is perfect for those who grow through battle. Even former rivals begin setting dates to fight again down there. The ceremony officially begins as Duan Xinghai steps up to speak. As Jiangnan Warzone commander, he says he must first deliver 30 minutes of formalities. The crowd instantly erupts in complaints. They are already sore from sitting, and he still wants to drag it out. Seeing the reaction, Duan Xinghai awkwardly laughs and skips ahead. Then the 3 leading 9 turns of Great Xia appear together to award Jiang Chen and announce his title. From a gate of light, Huan Yue steps out and grabs Jiang Chen's hand, pulling him onto the stage. She even teases him in front of everyone, leaving Jiang Chen to offer only weak protests. Huan Yue pats his shoulder and asks why he looks so tense. But one glance at Jiang Chen's face says it all. He is genuinely under pressure. When the badge is pinned to his chest, it bursts into dazzling light. The crowd below is stunned. Some senior sisters nearly faint from excitement. Others feel their lives were wasted standing beside a monster like Jiang Chen. Today, his fame explodes across Great Xia. Even the spirit beasts nearby start roaring and cheering. The atmosphere is so intense it feels like the stage might blow apart. Huan Yue gives him another look and praises how well his outfit suits him. The way she says, it makes Jiang Chen wish he could disappear on the spot. After the teasing, the ceremony returns to order. Huan Yue asks everyone to shout his title together, and the entire plaza roars 2 words: Insect Demon. Jiang Chen is speechless. Who came up with a name like that? He dresses sharp today, only to be called Insect Demon. Absolutely unacceptable. Then Huan Yue turns serious. On behalf of the military and the Night Watch of Great Xia, she officially grants him a new title, Calamity Lord. The moment he hears it, Jiang Chen feels much better. Huan Yue even admits with a proud smile that she worked hard to change his title for him. But it does not stop there. Great Xia also grants him the noble rank of Sea Suppression King, giving him authority over the surrounding seas. His status now stands almost equal to the nation's invincible figures, with freedom to act and power over life and death in many regions. The crowd is completely shaken. An 18-year-old holding this level of authority is simply unbelievable. Ji Hongun quickly understands the deeper meaning. Great Xia is clearly preparing to reconnect with the overseas 3 islands. On paper, those sea territories now fall under Jiang Chen's domain. Someone even asks Gu Kai Tian if he is worried about his disciple being pushed into such a sensitive position. The old man only laughs loudly, not concerned at all. In Gu Kai Tian's eyes, the day to reclaim the overseas 3 islands is approaching. What others cannot achieve, maybe his disciple can. At that moment, Huan Yue hands Jiang Chen a special token called the Wushuang token. But just as the ceremony reaches its peak, a yin-yang master riding a white tiger suddenly appears. He claims to be from Takamagahara of Sakura Nation and says he is here to congratulate Jiang Chen with a public challenge. Only 3rd rebirth, yet his combat power reaches peak 5th turn. Even a small nation has terrifying geniuses. Huan Yu's gaze turns icy the moment the ritual is interrupted. In her eyes, this is no different from courting death. But Jiang Chen raises his hand to stop her. For him, this kind of pest is not worthy of Huan Yu's move. He will handle it himself. The yin-yang master lands gracefully and claims he challenges openly out of respect for Great Xia's ceremony. Jiang Chen only smirks. If an assassin steps into the light, it means he is just a pawn sent to test the waters. Angered, the man points at Jiang Chen and says whether he is bait or not will be decided in battle. He even demands Jiang Chen not use the 9-winged insects or admit defeat. Jiang Chen finds it amusing. Such cheap provocation is childish. Still, he agrees. Filling the plaza with venomous insects during a grand ceremony would ruin the image. Without another word, Jiang Chen activates the Thunder God domain and unleashes 3,000 lightning tribulations in the middle of the plaza. Massive bolts of lightning crash down from the sky, targeting the assassin and his white tiger. Yet the man stands there unharmed, strangely confident. Only then does Jiang Chen realize he has been striking nothing but illusions all along. As the real tiger lunges forward, Jiang Chen counters with a punch. Empowered by the divine elephant prison suppression body, the blow sends the tiger's teeth scattering across the ground. Its massive body is blasted backward like a rag doll. But before anyone can celebrate, the tiger dissolves into black smoke mid-air. Another fake. In that instant, the real assassin appears behind Jiang Chen, blade pressed to his neck. He smirks, claiming every lightning strike hit illusions. He is even immune to lightning, born to counter thunder. But just before the blade lands, Jiang Chen vanishes in a flash of extreme lightning speed. He avoids the fatal blow, though a corner of his coat is sliced off. The assassin mocks him, saying lightning speed means nothing to a top assassin. He adds that Jiang Chen is already poisoned. The entire plaza turns pale. Many think Jiang Chen has been outplayed, and Huan You's eyes turn ice cold. Killing intent rises. Jiang Chen raises his hand to stop anyone from interfering. He declares that if he cannot handle this himself, Today's ceremony means nothing. The assassin laughs louder, mocking him for not using the 9-winged insects or ancient god blood, even mentioning summoning a 9-turn demon to suffer heavenly backlash. Jiang Chen simply smiles calmly, but everyone can tell he is truly angry now. Perfect timing to test his new skill. The assassin soon realizes something is wrong. His poison has no effect at all. Jiang Chen chuckles and reminds him he was once called Poison Demon. This little toxin is nothing. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen unleashes Ming Shen's spear. The assassin blocks with his sword, but his face changes instantly. The black spear carries a terrifying dark aura unlike anything he knows. Sensing danger, the assassin tries to open a path and escape, leaving behind a threat to meet again. Jiang Chen coldly replies, does he really think he can leave alive? The space gate he just opened is ripped apart by the Ming Shen spear. The scene shocks everyone. The spear moves like a living creature. It not only chases its target, it locks onto his aura and pursues relentlessly. In a blink, the black spear pierces straight through the assassin's body within the chaotic void. Jiang Chen clenches his fist slightly. The assassin's body shatters and falls from the sky. A 5th-turn assassin is executed cleanly before all of Great Xia. The stands explode in shock. Jiang Chen killed a 5th turn without even using the 9-winged insects. That black spear alone sends chills down countless spines. Ji Hong'en quietly asks Gu Kai Tian if he has been hiding more tricks. The old man can only laugh helplessly. Even he has no idea how many trump cards his disciple still holds. Others question the origin of the black spear. Based on Ji Hong'en's judgment, it likely belongs to the dark element and may even tie to a god-ear class. If so, Jiang Chen now holds 3 god-ear classes. Truly heaven-defying. Even Huan Yue cannot hide her praise. Though she keeps a calm face, she says the battle barely meets her standard. Next time, finish it in one move for a cleaner show. The crowd is so thrilled that countless mages begin casting fireworks across the sky. Cheers of Calamity Lord and Sea Suppression King echo non-stop through the plaza. Today, the title Sea Suppression King is forever engraved in the hearts of Great Xia's people. After the awards, major factions line up to present gifts. The Great Xia Treasure Pavilion, led by Luo Ba Dao, even offers Jiang Chen a rare divine weapon. Others regret it bitterly. Everyone wanted to be first, but Luo Ba Dao seized the chance. Just a few late words cost them the advantage. When Jiang Chen opens the box, a violent aura bursts out instantly. The moment he grips the blade, he senses it is far from simple. It even carries a will to devour its own master. But Jiang Chen is not easy prey. He summons Xu Jia to suppress the blade. If it wants to act fierce, it met the wrong opponent. In a short moment, the once savage divine weapon becomes completely obedient. Jiang Chen swings it lightly and declares that from today on, he is its new master. Seeing Tianzui blade submit so easily, Luo Ba Dao freezes for a few seconds. Luo Xinyao looks proud, as if she always knew Jiang Chen could tame it. Her father casually calls him his future son-in-law, making Luo Xinyao blush and deny it fast. Still, that reaction says a lot. Luo Ba Dao then explains seriously. Tianzui is a 4th-tier divine weapon, ranked 11th in Great Xia. a brutal blade that must take a life every time it is drawn. If its killing intent is not satisfied, it devours its own master. He even mentions that years ago, he gifted this blade to Jiang Chen's master when he was titled Heavenly Blade King. The moment the past is brought up, a few warning coughs echo above. Huan Yue laughs, saying Gu Kai Tian once loved Tian Zui deeply, but lacked the strength to subdue it, and almost got bitten back. Jiang Chen suddenly feels awkward, remembering he mocked others for being weak. Gu Kai Tian turns red and starts defending himself. He loudly claims it is normal for a disciple to surpass his master. The crowd bursts into laughter. His defense is completely broken. Next, Muhei Neon from Jiangnan Warzone presents the Sea God Pearl, a water-type treasure seized from the sea race 30 years ago. It holds an entire ocean inside, and at full power can form a real sea, or simply smash someone with it like a brick. Either way, it is terrifying. Jiang Chen quickly thanks Elder Mu. The old man smiles and says they are family anyway, even hinting he might become his grandson-in-law. The atmosphere instantly turns awkward again. Other major forces rush forward, not wanting to lose face. Some gift 8th turn demon cores, others offer rare divine demon blood essence. The presents pile up like a mountain. In contrast, the Night Watch members sitting outside stay quiet. They feel too poor to offer anything worthy. Some even joke that usually Jiang Chen helps them instead. At that moment, Qi Gang stands up on behalf of the Jiang Prefecture Night Watch. He solemnly presents a strand of origin faith to Jiang Chen. Nian Hongjiao doubts if such a simple gift is too plain, but her master explains that faith can be the cheapest thing, yet also the most precious, because it represents pure trust. Qi Gang reveals that this strand was condensed from the faith of nearly 8 million citizens of Chujiang City. It can block a nation-level strike. Jiang Chen is moved to the brink of tears. Only now does he understand why Qi Gang had been disappearing without sleep these days. He was secretly preparing this gift before entering the underground world. Then Jiang Chen's master and senior sister step forward. They hand him a special blade talisman forged from the origin of the heaven-opening blade. Once activated, it can unleash a nation-level slash, a true life-saving trump card. Jiang Chen bows in thanks and even asks if he has full control over it. Gu Kai Tian answers firmly. Since it is gifted, it belongs entirely to him. To everyone's shock, Jiang Chen immediately gives the blade talisman to Qi Gang to take into the underground world. Qi Gang feels both annoyed and amused, as if being labeled the weakest one. But Jiang Chen is serious. Call him selfish or arrogant, he does not care. He simply does not want any of them to get hurt. To him, they are his only remaining family. Hearing that, Qi Gang finally accepts the talisman. He promises that one day he will fight beside Jiang Chen as an equal. As for the faith strand, Jiang Chen must accept it. It carries the will of millions. In the end, Jiang Chen also hands over all his old gear and newly received gifts to Qi Gang to distribute. Though Qi Gang tries to refuse, he can only agree under Jiang Chen's firm stance. Watching Jiang Chen shoulder everything again, everyone feels a lump in their throat. They cannot keep relying on him forever. Jiang Chen just smiles and says, "Family needs no formalities. That only strengthens their resolve. This time, they will risk everything to grow stronger and stop being a burden." Just as emotions were peaking, the sky suddenly turned blood red, and a spatial crack tore it apart. A booming voice echoed down, asking if he was too late, and everyone instantly looked up at the massive disturbance. Some were shocked at first. Wait, did another assassin just show up? But they quickly realized the one, stepping out of the gate, was none other than Ji Lingqiu. The moment he appeared, he brought insane spoils with him. The Blood Dragon Swamp was flattened, and the head of the Blood Dragon King was delivered as a gift to the great Xia Calamity Lord and the Sea Suppressing King. Beast meat piled up like mountains, enough to feed the little creatures for a long time. The title Sword God was clearly not for show. After this battle, Blood Dragon Swamp would probably be erased from the Forbidden Lands list. A disciple watched in awe and wondered when he could reach that level, and his master coldly told him to focus on proper training first. Then Ji Lingqiu raised his voice and declared, "Long live Great Xia." Countless people below roared in response, their momentum shaking the heavens. As the cheers for Yanhuang faded, the scene shifted to the chaotic space-time cavern. The major races gathered to discuss the owner of the 9 banner who appeared in Great Xia. Even after the 10th ancient divine beast slaughtered millions, they still did not dare take this lightly, especially with Zhang Xuanji leading the Divine Soldier Legion through 13 demon cities. Yuanshi Jialing Demon Lord stood up and said Great Xia must be eliminated before it was too late, calling for all races to unite. But Yunshu, Immortal Elder of the ancient Immortal Clan, flatly refused. He said the Immortal Clan would not join, since Great Xia kept its courtesy, and a 400-year alliance with humanity could not be broken, though someone sneered that the Immortal Clan had long colluded with the Cavern forces. Yunshu, Immortal Elder, fired back, saying this so-called alliance was always about Li. For centuries, they backed the 3 overseas islands to swallow Great Xia, but now the situation might no longer allow it. The Demon Lord retorted that the immortal clan should be grateful they were even invited, since true powerhouses like the Primordial God clan did not bother showing up. Seeing the tension rise, Xuanzang, dragon god of the Dragon Clan, stepped in to mediate. He said they were here to discuss alliance, not argue, and the Dragon Clan agreed to attack Great Xia, but the real question was who would lead. Taking the underground cities was one thing, but striking directly at Great Xia headquarters was different, because the Great Dreamer guarded it. If she gathered the mental power of tens of billions, her combat strength could reach ancestor god level. Charging in now would cost over 109th rank lives at minimum. No race wanted to pay that price or become a shield for the Demon Clan, and some even mocked them to take the lead first. Zhu Yi, Demon King from the Demon Beast clan, added that the Heavenly Dao sealed 9th rank beings, so reckless moves could get them crushed. But the 10th rank seal was already half open and would fully break in half a year, freeing the ancient monsters of all races. Meanwhile, Great Xia only had 3 9th revolutions, and they were not fully stable yet. This was the perfect timing, so they agreed to stick to the old plan, secretly support human rebels, and slowly devour Great Xia from within, though the Demon Lord warned them not to regret retreating too soon. Finally, they mentioned the 9 banner holder was only at 3rd revolution for now, and not a real threat. The Demon Beast clan had hired top assassins across the Origin Star, and even if that failed, the 3 overseas islands and the Great Xia Astral Assembly would reopen in 3 months. The headquarters had already granted dragon blood to the Sea clan on the Origin Star. When the Grand Assembly begins, their top dragon prodigies will join the fight, and with layers of preparation like this, the 9 banner holder was practically sentenced to death. The scene cuts back to Jiang Chen. After being stuck at home for 3 days, he finally asked when he could go out normally again, and the Blade King said most infiltrating assassins were already dealt with 8 6th revolutions and 3 7th revolutions still under pursuit. Jiang Chen thought he was free, but the Blade King shook his head. 1 8th revolution assassin was still at large, and higher-ups feared even stronger killers might be sent next. That answer annoyed Jiang Chen. Was he supposed to live guarded like a cripple forever just because people wanted him dead? With all his skills and trump cards, he believed he could handle it himself, and staying locked up would only slow his growth. Then Jiang Chen suddenly said he wanted to show his master something. He pulled Tang Ying out of the shadows on the spot, leaving her red-faced as she awkwardly explained she was just delivering items and stayed behind. After Tang Ying left, the Blade King asked how long she had been hiding there. Jiang Chen said she had been there for quite a while but was too shy to show herself, and even though she tried to hide her aura, it was useless in front of them. Jiang Chen then brought up Song Chang'e, also known as Lan Feng of the Tianqing Divine Clan. He asked if his master knew how he managed to fake that guy's death. Jiang Chen explained that within 30,000 meters, a single glance let him read all of a target's information. The Blade King was stunned, and finally agreed to let him hunt the assassins, since Great Xia was short on manpower due to overseas threats. Jiang Chen immediately said he would start hunting tomorrow. Passive defense was pointless. Better to strike first, and the Blade King only warned him not to underestimate his enemies. Just then Mu Hanqiu walked in with tea, acting so respectfully that both men froze. She even politely invited the Blade King to drink like a proper attendant. It turned out San Dao was also busy helping Jiang Chen make his bed. Meanwhile, Jixuan was roasting suckling pig with fire abilities just for Jiang Chen. The Blade King was speechless, thinking the kid was clearly enjoying the crowd, but Jiang Chen calmly said they volunteered. Then he announced that starting tomorrow they should stop serving him, and instead enter the secret realm to hunt soul beasts for him. The stronger and more the better, and everyone instantly fought to go first. In the southwest of the border city, inside Samakobi, foreign assassins held a secret meeting. The bad news was almost all infiltrators sent into Great Xia were wiped out, but the good news was Great Xia seemed less alert, and Jiang Chen had begun showing himself. More importantly, they had to avoid infighting between factions. If the mission succeeded, each nation would receive a key to enter 9th Revolution, though some complained the participation numbers were unequal while rewards were evenly split. Someone shot back immediately. Your captain is only ranked 3rd on the assassin boards, while even Mr. Sato from Yinghua personally came. He held the number 1 spot on the divine board for over 10 years, and your captain just entered 8th Revolution, while Sato has been there for a decade. Kato Kazuka, the 7th Revolution assassin, ranked 7th on the divine board, added that without their divine artifact, the ancient summoning horn, none of them could handle Jiang Chen's sea of summoned creatures. Even so, someone remained unconvinced. He admitted the artifact was strong, but the so-called god assassin Sato sounded like an exaggerated legend, probably famous in name only, and the group laughed for a few seconds. Then the heads of the two who mocked him dropped to the ground. The strike was so fast no one saw a thing. The one who appeared was Saito Kenichi, the 8th Revolution assassin ranked number 1 on the divine board. After casually killing the two who mocked him, he coldly asked if anyone else had objections. His subordinates immediately bowed and apologized, blaming poor discipline, but Saito brushed it off and moved straight to assigning roles. Park Yi from Korea, ranked 5th on the divine board, stepped forward. He revealed they had already planted 2 assassins deep inside Great Xia to lure Jiang Chen here, and he was confident a crystal sphere he brought could suppress Jiang Chen's lightning power. Saito only snorted, saying elemental origin tricks were nothing to brag about, but if it truly countered lightning, then it had value. He then claimed responsibility for dealing with the 9 banner, and warned that Jiang Chen also possessed a dangerous dark ability. Sama from Shiva Nation, a 7th Revolution assassin ranked 4th, spoke up next. He said dark power did not belong to this world and was linked to the 9 Nether or Hell, and his ability could seal those dark rifts, blocking Jiang Chen's dark skills, including that terrifying black spear. After hearing everything, Saito nodded and said 2 problems remained. First, how to handle the 9th Revolution Ming Mo. Second, this place was too close to Kunlun and the cavern entrance, so how could they avoid alerting great powers? At that moment, someone slowly took out an item and told everyone to look carefully, calling it the sacred artifact of their temple. The item was named Holy Light Elixir, capable of concealing all aura and energy fluctuations. More importantly, it was not normal stealth. It separated them from the original space and pulled them into a mirrored world of light, making detection almost impossible. Once activated, a layer of blue light spread outward, shocking everyone present. They explained that even great beings in the cavern could not easily leave their bodies to search this place. As long as Jiang Chen was dragged into the mirror space first, even a 9th Revolution would struggle to find him from the outside world. As for Ming Mo, the solution was simple. The moment it appeared, they would use another layer of Holy Light Elixir to isolate it briefly, and 10 seconds would be enough for Heavenly Tao to descend and crush it. According to the plan, Jiang Chen would lose the 9 banner, be unable to use lightning or darkness, and Ming Mo would be locked down. Even if he forced a breakthrough with ancient god blood crystals, Saito was confident he could kill him in one strike. During the day at Jiangnan Base, many were surprised to see the Calamity Lord patrolling outside, moving atop toxic mist with an overwhelming presence. Jiang Chen understood clearly that to lure out all the assassins, he could not keep hiding. If you want to catch big fish, you have to be the bait. On the way, the children curiously asked why other kids carried school bags. Jiang Chen explained they had to attend school, and the kids immediately asked why they did not. The question nearly choked him. He awkwardly said they would talk after handling something important, and when they asked what that was, he hushed them and whispered that he was going to find their mother. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen had already locked onto 2 targets from afar. One was Kim Minji, a 6th Revolution Korean assassin skilled in charm and disguise, and the other was Kwon Jae-yoon, a 7th Revolution expert in stealth, escape, and poison. Jiang Chen quickly realized fighting inside the main base would endanger civilians. He decided to lure the assassins to a remote area where he could eliminate them cleanly. On the other side, Minji secretly observed Jiang Chen and concluded he was moving too openly without escort, clearly relaxed. According to their plan, they would try to kill him first, and if they failed, they would lure him into the final ambush in the Gobi Desert. When Minji turned to ask for backup, she realized Kwon Jae-yoon had already vanished. Only a cold message was left behind, telling her to stop talking and hurry up. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen reached a desolate area and nodded in satisfaction. He even slowed down his insect army on purpose, as if worried the assassins might lose track of him. The moment he stepped into the empty zone, the 2 women began their act. One collapsed on the ground, while the other screamed that her sister was bitten by a venomous snake. Jiang Chen almost laughed. The acting was stiff, and they even used a dice snake as a prop. Still, he played along and flew over like he had taken the bait. The girl grabbed the chance and cried for help. Jiang Chen acted even harder, praising her beauty and declaring he would definitely save her. Minji secretly activated her charm. Jiang Chen clutched his chest and claimed his heart had been stolen, even going as far as proposing on the spot, making the 2 giant insects watching feel awkward. He warmly told her to come closer so he could suck out the poison. Minji tearfully thanked him, but behind his back, Kwon Jae-yoon quietly raised her claws to strike. At that exact moment, Jiang Chen revealed a dangerous smile and asked, "Who said she was saved?" He instantly unleashed Divine Elephant Prison Suppression Fist, the terrifying punch blasting straight toward Minji. Seeing the thickening toxic mist around him, Kwon Jae-yun's face changed. She realized they had been tricked and had no choice but to use the final plan. She suddenly begged for mercy, claiming she had a hidden treasure to offer, then turned and ran. Jiang Chen quickly noticed her abnormal speed, even faster than Ying Ji over long distance. As for the treasure, Jiang Chen knew it was bait. They wanted to lure him into an ambush, but that suited him just fine. Better to wipe them out in one go. Meanwhile, in the cavern, at Pojun City north of Tianyuan, inside Demon Valley, Prodigy Ding Chuncheon of Batch 778 was running and shouting for his team to retreat. He claimed he had diverted water from the Sea of Desire, and everyone turned pale. Once that water touched you, escape was nearly impossible. Ding Chuncheon laughed wildly and mocked the 6th-rank enemies behind them, saying they were too slow even to breathe his dust. After a frantic escape, they finally outran the rising tide. Teammates cursed him for risking his life, and he explained the Tianqing Divine Clan had sent reinforcements for revenge, so he flooded the entire area instead of fighting head-on. Prodigy Nanggong Yan of Batch 790 appeared and asked if he was not afraid of backlash from the Sea of Desire. Ding Chuncheon laughed and said as a water element dark mage he could handle it, and over 90 enemies had drowned, though the divine air still escaped by sheer luck. Soon they prepared to return to Great Xia for the competition against the 3 overseas islands. Some were excited to win glory, while others worried because those islands developed along completely different systems and seemed more advanced overall. Hearing the hesitation, Nanggong Yan immediately refuted it. She said 50 years was enough to change everything, and even if they could not win, Great Xia would not fall without a fight. Someone mentioned this competition was restarted largely because of a rising star at headquarters named Jiang Chen. He ranked first in Batch 793, was their junior, held a dual divine profession, and even possessed the Forbidden 9 banner. Not only that, Jiang Chen's 9 banner had grown to millions of insect troops. Even Jiang Wuxian once revised Great Xia's forbidden laws because of him, and everyone praised Nanggong Yan for always having the fastest intel. Nanggong Yan casually complimented the other prodigy back, saying he was once ranked 2nd in Batch 788. He immediately complained about bringing up rankings, and admitted it was better not to challenge her. In this tournament, nearly all top prodigies from Batches 781 to 792 would participate. Only Jiang Chen would represent Batch 793, and many talents from those years had already died, with less than half still alive. Fortunately, the champion of Batch 781, Fengyun Wuji, was still alive and chosen as team leader. 3 years ago, he killed the Demon Clan's 2nd-ranked prodigy, and 2 years ago, he slew 3 6th-rank ambushers before vanishing. Now Fengyun Wuji had returned to Pojun City to meet Jiang Wuxian before rejoining the team. Hearing he was alive gave everyone a huge sense of hope. In Pojun City, Jiang Wuxian looked at Fengyun Wuji and sighed. 10 years ago, he was just a passionate youth, and now he was the sword demon feared by all races, though Wuji calmly said he was only lucky to survive. Jiang Wuxian assigned him to lead the team against the 3 overseas islands. Wuji admitted their transfer systems had evolved differently, and might even create god-level beings, so victory was uncertain, but Jiang Wuxian said this was only the opening move. Wuji then asked if Jiang Chen was the key piece of this opening. Jiang Wuxian confirmed it, saying if the game ended perfectly, even handing the 3 overseas islands to Jiang Chen would be acceptable. Hearing that, Fengyun Wuji immediately promised to protect Jiang Chen. Jiang Wuxian was surprised, since Wuji followed the path of the emotionless sword. But Wuji replied that no matter how heartless his sword was, the words Yan Huang were carved into his blood. Jiang Wuxian felt reassured and asked them to pass by Maduo City near the Gobi Desert. He had sensed a strange aura there that vanished quickly, likely an ambush targeting Jiang Chen. When asked why not stop Jiang Chen, Jiang Wuxian smiled. He said Jiang Chen needed real trials, had too many hidden trump cards to die easily, and while he could protect him, he could not stop him from walking his own path. Pressed further, Jiang Wuxian simply raised his hand and said, "Heavenly secrets cannot be revealed." The scene shifted to the Gobi Desert. Jiang Chen was still chasing Kwon Jae-yun. He admitted her speed was annoyingly fast, and after changing direction 3 times, she vanished completely, leaving no aura behind, not even detectable by the Void Eye. Without wasting a second, Jiang Chen called Xiao Chan and asked to see 30 seconds into the future. In an instant, the future flashed before him. A whole group was waiting in ambush ahead, even an 8-turn expert. But instead of worrying, Jiang Chen smirked. With the barrier sealing everything, it would be easier to slaughter them all. Above him, the assassins were still hiding inside the holy light barrier. Some whispered if the barrier range was enough and why Jiang Chen refused to move. They started suspecting he sensed something. Others shut it down, saying if he knew, he would have run already. Most likely he was just cautious because the target vanished. Someone suggested expanding the barrier to drag Jiang Chen in, but that was rejected immediately. The holy light barrier was already at its limit. To extend it, they had to move closer and recast it, which would expose them. While they were still arguing, one assassin suddenly turned pale and warned everyone not to move. Jiang Chen's reinforcements had arrived. From afar, Ding Chunqiu shouted anxiously as he ran, warning Jiang Chen about the ambush and telling him to wait for support. Jiang Chen was speechless. He already knew about the trap. Now these so-called geniuses were charging in like volunteers. If they got dragged into this, it would only make things worse. So he decided to end this even faster before anyone else got involved. Ding Chunqiu saw the space ahead cracking, but had no idea what Jiang Chen was doing. The more he shouted, the faster Jiang Chen rushed forward, leaving them stunned and wondering if they were being treated as enemies. The space around the barrier was completely locked. Even the flow of time was twisted. Breaking in was impossible. He could only stand outside and hope Jiang Chen survived. Inside, mocking laughter echoed. That Dao de Fool rushed in first to save others. Once the holy light sealed, no reinforcements could enter. Like a turtle walking straight into a trap. Stop hiding and come out to fight. The assassins sneered back. Their job was to stay hidden, not charge head-on like berserkers. Who had ever seen an assassin fight solo in the open? But Jiang Chen didn't waste words. If they wouldn't show themselves, he would force them out. The barrier only sealed the outside. Their stealth was just visual tricks. As he spoke, he released the 9 fiend insects to sweep the area like hunting beasts. Kato quickly used his flute to control the monster worms. The speed was insane. One slow reaction and he might lose an arm. Xiaoju rushed out to report that the newborn larvae were already being controlled. But Jiang Chen saw through it. Kato was struggling to control millions of worms and couldn't wipe them all out. The only solution was to keep breeding until Kato and that cursed flute collapsed. The 9 fiend insects multiplied endlessly and the battlefield turned chaotic. Jiang Chen mocked them, asking if they thought this was all he had. Kato's face changed as he yelled that the intel was wrong. Without backup, he would lose control. Suddenly, countless daggers shot out from the void. Worse, they didn't just cut the body. They targeted the soul as well. A double-layer assassination. Jiang Chen instantly unleashed the full divine elephant prison suppression body. His aura exploded as he ordered his subordinates to wipe them out. The hidden assassins were finally forced to reveal themselves. Every hidden trump card had been dragged into the open. Without hesitation, he activated the eternal thunder god domain. A massive thunder eye rose behind him, radiating heavenly punishment. Thunder, tribulation, and evil radiance erupted together, crushing the entire battlefield. Bei appeared and started absorbing the thunder elements. Jiang Chen laughed. Seems like they came fully prepared. Next, the Eye of the Nether God was summoned, its sharp aura tearing through space. On the other side, someone used the secret art. One thought becomes Buddha, one thought becomes demon, channeling Buddhist power to suppress the evil in front of him. He declared that his 2 junior brothers had sacrificed themselves to summon the guardian of the nether prison. Today, all dark power would be erased from this world. Jiang Chen burst out laughing. These people really had no idea what they were facing. This was not ordinary darkness. The true nether prison was standing right here and they still couldn't see it. Even the nether king sighed, saying this was bad. At that moment, Xiao Jia was summoned back. Jiang Chen calmly told him the quality was low, but it would do for now. Xiao Jia glanced at the man, and he instantly felt a chill down his spine. He realized this was not dark power at all. It was true hellish aura. To stop Xiao Jia from ruining everything, Jiang Chen quickly cast the golden light spell as a protective layer around himself. Then he clenched his fist. 6 million units of power fused into the Eye of the Nether God, and the aura exploded. One punch pierced straight through the opponent's body. Blood sprayed everywhere. Just watching it hurt. He didn't stop. He rushed toward the girl next, killing intent soaring. Everyone panicked when they realized his next target was Bei Zion. She turned and ran in fear. The others shouted for someone to stop him, or the lightning system would spiral out of control. Kato was barely holding the field together. He yelled that they couldn't hold on much longer. The 9 fiend insects were about to break free. Right then, a squad of knights charged into the battlefield on warhorses. Their killing cries shook the air. The Holy Hall's reinforcements had arrived. Jiang Chen simply raised his hand and recalled Xiao Jia to merge back. 5 million units of power fused into his body again. When the enemy sword slashed down, he blocked it head-on with the divine elephant prison suppression body. The knights' attacks hit him and bounced off like striking divine steel. Their entire charge was useless. Everyone was stunned. He clenched his fist again and mocked them for being so weak. Then he reminded them how 400 years ago, the Holy Hall paid a heavy price here. 3 red archbishops had died at the Great Xia border back then, and now they dared to come again. As he spoke, he casually punched one to death and said he would visit the Vatican someday. Seeing his overwhelming strength, the enemy couldn't believe it. They shouted that this monster couldn't be fought in close combat, and called for Sato to act. In the middle of battle, Jiang Chen noticed strands of black aura clinging to him, so this was Sato's curse. He immediately ordered his subordinates to focus on one target, kill Sato first. Hidden in the distance, Saito felt his curse failing. He couldn't believe it. No one had ever resisted it before. A sense of danger crept into his mind. Next time, he would have to be more careful. Jiang Chen also realized the enemy would change tactics. This had to end fast. He couldn't afford to be surrounded. Without hesitation, he summoned the bird armor and the 9-turn nether demon. The nether demon appeared as his mount, its pressure overwhelming. Saito's face changed instantly. That terrifying thing had finally shown up. Decius moved at once. Riding forward, he took out a holy scroll and activated a holy light barrier. The scroll unfolded mid-air and sucked the nether demon inside, like a spatial seal. Jiang Chen immediately ordered the nether demon to break out. But no matter how it struggled, it was useless. It vanished completely. Even the 9-turn nether demon was sealed. This was trouble. With no choice left, he shifted his focus to the knights and charged with the divine elephant prison suppression fist. The enemy knew he couldn't dodge. He burned holy energy and used the secret art mirror manifestation. A massive mirror appeared in front of Jiang Chen's punch. The moment they collided, the rebound force exploded and sent Jiang Chen flying back. The mirror reflected all attacks. The enemy quickly raised the mirrors as shields and prepared to counterattack. Jiang Chen realized a frontal assault was a bad idea, but their backs were completely exposed. Jiang Chen smirked, took a deep breath, and prepared the divine elephant prison suppression fist again. All the power from the Eye of the Nether God and 6 million scarlet-armored elephant insects poured into that strike. Xiao Jia returned at that moment, and the people afar thought the danger was over. They finally relaxed. He clenched his fist and charged once more. The knights assumed he was dazed by the rebound and reused the same trick, waiting to reflect it. But when the punch hit the mirror, it made only a soft sound. Something felt wrong. There was almost no force behind it. Before they could react, a shadow shot out from his arm and flashed behind them. In an instant, a knight in the rear was pierced through and killed. Everyone's faces turned pale. Jiang Chen only smiled, cold and dangerous. And that was just the beginning. The next attack struck the back of the mirror and shattered it instantly. As expected, it could only reflect from the front. Someone realized the Eye of the Nether God was linked to his body. That meant his defense was weakest at that moment. Suddenly, a ghost-faced skull appeared behind him, trying to swallow him whole. The sky darkened, and the pressure crushed all sense of direction. Countless golden needles shot toward him, aiming to finish him off, but a powerful layer of light shielded his body. All attacks were repelled. Watching his life-saving item shatter, Jiang Chen understood. The power of faith had triggered its passive protection. That strike was terrifying. Hiding behind a rock, Sato's face grew uglier. He couldn't understand why this kid still wouldn't die. Was there another trump card? Furious, Jiang Chen threw another punch and said coldly that these people were trampling on the trust placed in him. Then the Eye of the Nether God was summoned again. This time, the spear pierced through the Korean assassin's abdomen, shattering the energy core inside her and stopping her from recalling the lightning system. He called Xiao Ju and ordered him to stop slacking and release all the insects. If he hesitated, no food for 3 days and no entering the house. The little bugs panicked like kids caught by their father. In moments, countless young 9 insects flooded out like a tide and rushed straight at Kato. Kato frantically played his flute to raise barriers, but the insects were endless. He kept coughing blood. In the end, he burned his own soul and screamed that he would sacrifice himself for Yinghua Nation. This was their last chance. Meanwhile, Saito burned his origin power and unleashed Forest Knight Curse Kill and 10,000 swords through the heart. Jiang Chen snorted. Using the same move twice would not work. This time, he summoned Xiao Chan. She answered calmly and told him to leave it to her. The sky filled with raging ghost skulls attacking from every direction. Jiang Chen moved with thunder speed, dodging non-stop. His figure blurred like it vanished. He left the forbidden curse to his subordinates, and in a blink, broke the seal and escaped the danger zone. Sato watched his strongest attack get dodged so easily and stood frozen. He couldn't believe it. Just then, Xiaoju happily reported that Kato was finished. Jiang Chen nodded in approval. Well done this time. He threw the Eye of the Nether God into the sky, directly locking onto Saito Kinichi's soul and cutting off his escape. Saito turned and ran in panic. What chilled him most was that Jiang Chen not only found his position but locked onto every hiding point. His world-class stealth was useless. Jiang Chen coldly ordered the 9 fiend insects to deploy 3,000 tribulation paths and seal all escape routes. Outside the barrier, people were still arguing. Some mocked that Jiang Chen was probably dead. Others were confused how someone so legendary could act so recklessly. A few believed he still had the 9-turn nether demon, so the outcome was uncertain. In their eyes, even if they all rushed in, victory was not guaranteed. Jiang Chen was only at 3-turn. Talent without brains would drag everyone down. Sending someone like that against the 3 overseas islands was a ticking time bomb. Jiang Wuxian looked disappointed. Wu Qi turned to leave, thinking if Jiang Chen couldn't be saved, there was no point wasting effort. Right then, the surrounding barrier suddenly cracked. Wu Qi instantly turned back. From the thick smoke, a figure slowly stepped out. The aura of an 8-turn spread across the field. Everyone outside went on guard, ready for battle. But as the smoke cleared, the one standing tall was still Jiang Chen. Saito was kneeling on the ground. The crowd froze. No one understood what had just happened inside. 1 minute earlier, Saito had already dropped to his knees with both hands raised, begging for his life. Jiang Chen walked over calmly and laughed. He said this was a familiar tradition. If Saito dared play tricks, he would die instantly. But surrender alone was not enough to buy his life. Jiang Chen took out a soul contract scroll and told Saito to sign it. Become his servant, and he could live. Saito hesitated. To him, this was pure humiliation. But Jiang Chen offered something even bigger, a chance to break through to 9-turn. Saito was shaken. Jiang Chen summoned the Taishu stone tablet, a treasure countless Huaxia cultivators dreamed of. Its light shone into Saito's consciousness. He felt like he saw the door to a new realm. His whole body trembled. Before he could comprehend further, Jiang Chen withdrew the tablet. Saito almost went crazy from regret. Seeing that expression, Jiang Chen knew he had hooked a big fish. Without another word, Saito knelt and acknowledged him as master. From today on, he would serve Jiang Chen. They formed a soul contract. If Saito betrayed him, Heavenly Tao would strike him down the moment Jiang Chen willed it. Jiang Chen nodded, satisfied. No matter how far Saito ran, he could still take his life. Then he said he had a plan that needed Saito's role. Saito misunderstood immediately. He thought Jiang Chen wanted to seize all of Yinghua Nation and swore to serve with everything he had. Jiang Chen was speechless. He only wanted an insider, yet this guy was already dreaming of domination. Still, Yinghua respected strength. The harder they were beaten, the more loyal they became. Soon the holy light barrier began to fade. More importantly, the nether demon was gone. Xiaoji appeared and explained that since the nether demon failed to escape within 5 seconds, it had been eaten. Jiang Chen nodded. At least the resource didn't go to waste. Saito turned pale. Even the 9-turn nether demon was eaten. His new master was a monster. Jiang Chen cut him off. Ask less if you want to live peacefully. As the holy light material shattered, Jiang Chen told Saito to return to Yinghua and prepare. Do well, and he would raise him to Grand General. Then Jiang Chen sensed a powerful sword intent aimed at him. It was Wu Qi. Wu Qi looked at him and asked, Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen answered calmly. Wu Qi then asked if the man behind him was 8-turn assassin Saito Kenichi, leader of the Yinghua God ranking. Jiang Chen confirmed everything. When Wu Qi heard Saito was now his subordinate, even he was stunned. Jiang Chen then asked Wu Qi's identity. Wu Qi introduced himself as Fengwen Wu Qi, genius of class 781 of Great Xia. The 3 behind him were top elites of earlier classes. They had returned to represent Great Xia in the Battle of the 3 Overseas Islands. The others nearby were confused by this strange exchange. Some wondered if Jiang Chen had truly been in danger. Others said this was already a form of probing. Surviving that long underground was unbelievable. Hearing some women keep targeting him, Jiang Chen couldn't help but tease back. The 2 sides stood in awkward silence. Someone asked if they should break it, but was stopped. For people like them, silent observation was the real conversation. After a while, they finally spoke properly. Wu Qi admitted Jiang Chen's strength exceeded expectations, especially the 9 fiend insects. Jiang Chen replied that Wu Qi's sword intent was just as powerful. Even though Wu Qi was 6-turn and Jiang Chen only 3-turn, Wu Qi admitted that in a real fight, he wasn't sure he would win. No wonder Jiang Wuxian saw Jiang Chen as the next successor. Wu Qi reminded him that in the upcoming match against the 3 overseas islands, he might not be allowed to use the insect swarm like this. He should be prepared. He also promised to protect him, as Jiang Wuxian instructed. Just then, a teammate said it was getting late, and they should return to the main base in Madoni. There would be time to talk later. Jiang Chen turned and told Saito to return to Yinghua Nation and follow the plan they discussed. Saito obeyed respectfully on the surface, but sneered inside. Those youngsters really thought his master was only strong because of the 9 fiend insects. They had no idea what a true monster was. On the way back, Jiang Chen reflected. Wu Qi reached peak 6 turn at only 20. That was terrifying. Without the insect system, could he have done the same? Especially in the upcoming Astronomy Grands Assembly, where all external forces would be banned. If he relied only on himself, how much chance would he have? He decided that within 2 months, he must raise Tyrant Heaven War God from level 1 to level 3. At that moment, Xiao Qian appeared with news. The tree of all origins had borne a new fruit, glowing with strange colors. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Last time, this multicolored fruit gave him a godhood, awakened Tyrant Heaven War God, and opened the path to 10 turn. What would it bring this time? Xiao Qian explained that before, the divine fruit grew by absorbing remnant souls collected by Xiao Jia on the Chu River battlefield. But this time, after Saito submitted, the tree absorbed battlefield souls on its own and formed the fruit. Tree Master had evolved again. The system then announced he unlocked a permanent unique item called Faith Steel Mark. Its activation condition was terrifying. Slay a god, crush the backbone of a civilization, and destroy its foundation. When used on a race, it would carve fanatical faith into their souls and life origin. Once marked, even through reincarnation or reproduction, they would never escape absolute worship. Jiang Chen was shaken. This was the power to conquer an entire race at its root. No matter how strong they became, they would remain loyal forever. But the condition was brutal. To use it, he must kill a god and shatter a civilization's spine. Still, such heaven-defying power deserved a high cost. He even thought about the 3 overseas islands. Perhaps only by killing Yan Zun could the requirement be met. After a brief thought, he chose to bind the item to himself. Seeing him stand still too long, Xiao Qian asked worriedly what happened. He shook his head and said he was just planning ahead. He recalled his master's words. A new era was coming. While still at his peak, he had to build his own force. 400 years ago, the human emperor was betrayed and died underground. But with Faith Steel Mark, hidden threats could be erased at the root. The 3 overseas islands would be the perfect first experiment. Xiao Qian agreed immediately. His status panel updated completely. Jiang Chen 3-turn level 6-9. Identity, Insect Overlord. Titles included Calamity Monarch, Seaquake King, and Last Descendant of Jiu Li. Abilities, Origin of All Things, Thunder God, Tyrant Heaven War God, plus multiple divine gear and bloodlines. His 3 main brood mothers were Xiao Jiao level 6-9, with over 800 million 9-fiend insects, Xiao Jia level 43, with 6 million scarlet armored elf insects, and Xiao Tian level 2 of the Time Spring Autumn insect line. As soon as he returned, Gu Kai-chan grabbed him and scolded him. The Heavenly Punishment Team was traumatized. After years of pursuit and traps, Jiang Chen stormed in alone, crushed everything, and even recruited an 8-turn. Then Gu Kai-chan demanded the truth. How did he turn the tables? Was it all because of the 9 fiend insects? Jiang Chen nodded. Gu Kai-chan understood. So the current number of 9 fiend insects must be close to 10 million, right? But when he heard it already exceeded that, his face changed. 12 million? Jiang Chen answered with one word. Yes. Gu Kai-chan kept guessing. 15 million, 18 million, even 20 million. The truth, around 80 million. The moment Gu Kai-chan heard that, he grabbed his chest and took a deep breath, telling him to stop talking so he could calm down. He kept muttering 80 million like he was in shock. The guy secretly felt lucky he did not reveal the full number, or the old man might have had a heart attack. After regaining composure, Gu Kai-chan seriously warned him. The Great Dreamer had sealed all external news from Great Xia, so no one outside knew the number had passed 10 million. To avoid trouble, he must never reveal his true strength again. He nodded in agreement. Then he suddenly asked, how many 9 banner worms would it take to kill Yan Zun? The question instantly put Gu Kai-chan on guard, thinking this disciple was actually planning to hunt Yan Zun. Gu Kai-chan said Yan Zun was already 9th revolution over 400 years ago. No one knew how strong he was now. Rumor said the 3 overseas islands could even craft parts of a god. To qualify for a real fight, he would need at least 100 million 9 banner worms, forming a small abyss to suppress the enemy. And that was just the starting line. Then Gu Kai-chan remembered something else. Just half a month ago, his worm army had suffered heavy losses, yet now it jumped to 80 million, more than 10 times growth. He could not understand how they reproduced so insanely fast. The answer was simple. He fed them massive amounts of ferocious beast meat from the battlefield. Gu Kai-chan froze. If beast meat was enough to multiply the swarm, that sounded easy, but the scale was terrifying. Even the Blood Dragon King or Sword God would not be enough to feed each worm a bite. After thinking it through, he proposed activating the Unrivaled Order and mobilizing the entire nation to hunt beasts for him. He was stunned. He did not expect the Unrivaled Order could be used like that, but Gu Kai-chan felt it was perfectly reasonable and said the order would be issued tomorrow. However, Gu Kai-chan warned him. In the upcoming grand contest with the 3 overseas islands, the 9 banner worms might not help. By tradition, there were 2 rounds, and the first round's rules were set by the overseas side. Given the situation, they would almost certainly ban all his external forces. He understood. With over 2 months left, he would keep expanding the swarm while also training himself hard. Hearing that, Gu Kai-chan was finally satisfied, because this disciple had never disappointed him. After his master left, he opened his status panel. Only the Tyrant War God was still stuck at First Revolution. He had to complete Third Revolution before the grand contest to advance to Fourth Revolution. The problem was that 3 divine systems coexisting would slow his leveling since experience would be split. Luckily, the upgrade mission was simple. Use related skills to kill 1,000 ferocious beasts. He told himself that to reach the peak, he could not rely on the swarm forever. Once the unrivaled order was activated, the number of 9 banner worms would explode again, maybe even reaching 800 million. But he needed to grow strong with his own power. Thinking of that, he remembered the abyss once guarded by the 8th Revolution Zhu Huang. It was the perfect base for the 9 banner worms, and also the ideal place to complete the Tyrant War God mission. Meanwhile in Madonia, the G family residence was pure luxury. The flowers around the area even glowed and resonated with each other. They had uprooted a rare peach tree from the Wood Spirit clan and successfully replanted it here. It was obvious how extravagant they were. The original owner of the peach tree was nervous, afraid they might casually dig up his own treasure next. But Ji Lingqiu just smiled and said not to worry. They were not interested in such a half-baked item. Hearing that, he awkwardly lowered his head and stepped out. The atmosphere quickly turned serious. A new era was about to begin, and the underground caves were preparing for a massive war. If Great Xiao wanted true stability, the battle with the 3 overseas islands had to end completely. The only question left was how to reclaim all 3 islands. In truth, he had been planning to retake the 3 islands 5 years ago. Countless strategies were drafted, but all ended in failure. The reason was simple. Yan Zun was far stronger than him, and without killing that man, the 3 islands could never be reclaimed. On top of that, his true body was suppressing the underground cavern, so he could not move freely. His power only worked inside Great Xia, and even head-on he could not beat Yan Zun. Relying on them alone was hopeless. Everyone realized Jiang Xuan must have another plan and urged him to speak. But Jiang Xuan said something shocking. They did not need to do anything, just protect Jiang Chen with everything they had. Everyone was stunned, because in their eyes, Jiang Chen was only a guiding pawn. Seeing their confusion, he asked back, had anyone ever wondered why he personally saved Jiang Chen when he touched a taboo back then? Great Xia looked peaceful on the surface, but under it were raging undercurrents. If the 9-winged syndrome entered the underground cavern, it would cause chaos and destroy a century of effort. It was an ancient calamity. With his ruthless nature, he should have erased it immediately. So everyone understood. Something must have happened that forced him to keep Jiang Chen despite the karmic cost. Jiang Xuan admitted it, but said no more. The more he revealed, the more karma would cleanse them. He could only share one line. Years ago, someone carried a cicada through time and returned to meet him 10 years later. The moment they heard time reversal, chills ran down their spines. That was at least 10th transmission level, maybe even beyond. They all wanted to know who it was and what he said. But Jiang Xuan cut them off. If he revealed even a little more, karma would descend instantly, and the 3 of them would die without question. In the end, they confirmed their mission: protect Jiang Chen and secretly support him. Someone even suggested keeping Jiang Chen out of the Heavenly Cloud Grand Trial. After all, the 3 overseas islands could create artificial god-level beings. It was too dangerous. Even with sword demon Feng Yun Wuji escorting him, Jiang Chen might die in the first round. But Jiang Xuan said he did not know the full future. He only knew Jiang Chen had to survive. At the same time, they must not interfere too deeply in his life, or karma would erase him as well. 3 rules only: protect, cooperate, and never overstep. After saying that, he prepared to return to the underground cavern. Before leaving, someone asked a heavy question. Would Great Xia truly be safe in the future? Jiang Xuan paused when he heard Great Xia mentioned, because in his mind, he saw a future filled with blood and despair. Even he himself did not survive in the end. Ji Lingqiu was pierced through by countless swords, a horrifying sight. And Yue Ming was shattered like broken stone, her body completely destroyed. Even after seeing such a tragic ending, he held back his tears and lied. He said Great Xia's future would be just fine. Meanwhile, at the sacred hall of Penglai in the 3 overseas islands, the leaders of 7 academies and 12 headquarters gathered under Yan Zun's order to discuss the Heavenly Cloud Grand Trial. The one presiding was Yang Ming, the strongest disciple under Yan Zun. He opened with pure dominance. This time, the 3 islands would not just win, they would crush their enemy completely. Some looked down on Yang Ming because he was only at 7th transmission, thinking he was not worthy to represent Yan Zun, but others immediately warned them. This man was the most dangerous kind. His low realm was only a facade. 400 years ago, Yang Ming was a personal guard of the human emperor of Great Xia. Then he betrayed him and led countless races to surround and kill the human emperor. For that contribution, Yan Zun accepted him and promoted him straight to first disciple. A man who could betray the human emperor had terrifying schemes and mindset. No one dared question his authority after that. Yang Ming looked down coldly and asked if anyone objected. The entire hall fell silent. No one dared make a sound. Then he announced the mission. Before the Heavenly Cloud Grand Trial, all hidden forces planted in Great Xia must act at once to stir public opinion. They must spread the narrative that the human emperor was incompetent, and that the 3 overseas islands were the true orthodoxy. And that was not all. Yang Ming declared that Sword Demon Feng Yun Wu Ji and Zhenhai King Jiang Chen must die in this trial. This was Yan Zun's direct order. No one was allowed to disobey. Only then did everyone realize the Heavenly Cloud Grand Trial was just an excuse. The real big fish was about to bite. Someone immediately asked if the 3 overseas islands were preparing to counterattack Great Xia. Yang Ming sneered and asked if years of hiding had drained their fighting spirit. According to him, a new grand era was about to open. Great Xia had been their tool for over 400 years. Now it was time for the 3 islands to step out and harvest the results. Although their top-tier power had long surpassed Great Xia, a full-scale war would still depend on lower ranks. Someone mentioned Great Xia's half-step soul realm experts and the Great Dreamers. That was the real concern. But Yang Ming laughed confidently. Who said the 3 islands would fight alone? Yan Zun was absent today because he was negotiating with the Sea Clan. When the time came, the Sea Clan would march with them to complete the grand unification. Even in this grand trial, Sea Clan prodigies would join under the banner of the 3 overseas islands. To guarantee absolute victory, the Sacred Hall would equip their geniuses with God-tier gear. God's hand, God's heart, God's eye, even divine inscriptions. The entire hall roared with momentum, ready to devour Great Xia. The next morning, Jiang Chen issued a nationwide notice. With job advancement materials running low, he activated the unrivaled order as Zhenhai King, calling on all job changers in Great Xia to hunt ferocious beasts in exchange for merit. Even students on break received the news. Some immediately dragged their friends out of the city to grind monsters, leaving others stunned and thinking they had gone crazy. After all, there were classes in the afternoon, and graduation was near. Credits seemed far more important. But once they learned Jiang Chen himself issued the order, everything changed. The unrivaled order ranked even above the National Shock Order and could mobilize the entire country. Their attitudes flipped instantly. Students who were lying around jumped to their feet when they saw the Martial Academy, fully responding to the unrivaled order. At that point, no one could sit still. Credits no longer mattered. A single Tier 3 beast meant 1 merit point, double the usual battlefield reward. The Martial Academy even added bonus credits. Anyone who hesitated would regret it for life. Outside the city, job changers flooded the wilds, crazily hunting beasts. It almost felt like there were more humans than monsters. Some teams switched targets to the Morning Lake Zone to farm harder, determined to earn as many points as possible during this wave. Even the Jiangnan battlefield responded. Some joked that a once-in-a-century unrivaled order had appeared, so they had to support their son-in-law Jiang Chen. Some were even ready to empty their family resources. Bankruptcy be damned. At the underground warehouse of the Jiangnan War Zone, only half a day after the order was issued, stockpiled beasts from all over Great Xia were transported here non-stop. Even Jiang Chen was shocked by the speed. The moment they stepped inside, they saw mountains of beast corpses. Over 20 Tier 8, more than 1,900 Tier 7, hundreds of thousands Tier 6, nearly 8 million Tier 5, and over 50 million Tier 4. The Duobao Chamber of Commerce and other Great Xia forces also contributed massive resources. It was safe to say they almost emptied their vaults for Jiang Chen. Looking at the mountain of meat, someone urged Jiang Chen to release the worms quickly. Otherwise, the warehouse would overflow soon. The moment food was mentioned, Xiao Qiao's eyes lit up like a child. It led 80 million 9-winged worms out for a feast. High tiers ate separately. Low tiers nurtured smaller swarms behind. Feeding them together would be too obvious and not enough to go around. Separation meant faster growth. Jiang Chen then summoned all the smaller worms to join the feast. From his arm, countless 9-winged worms poured out like a black tide, covering the entire area. 80 million gathered at once was pure pressure. Some even thought if they devoured this near-billion stockpile, another breeding wave would follow. But Jiang Chen shook his head. These beasts were too low tier. To trigger another massive reproduction, the amount would need to be 10 or even 100 times more. Everyone was speechless. This appetite was simply insane. Thinking about it, it made sense. This was an ancient calamity, not some pet. Being able to feed on beast meat was already unbelievable. At the current nationwide hunting speed, gathering 10 or even 100 times more might only take a month. After that, Jiang Chen went to his master Alan and said the number of 9-winged worms had grown too large to contain. He wanted to flatten the Earth abyss and turn it into their main base. Alan said it was simple, just send the army, but Jiang Chen refused. He wanted to train in the Earth abyss himself, without relying on others or depending too much on the swarm. Alan grew worried, because that place was extremely dangerous. Only after confirming the first round of the Heavenly Cloud Grand Trial had not started, did Alan reluctantly agree, repeatedly reminding him to stay safe. Jiang Chen was confident, saying he still had many trump cards unused. The 9-winged worms would stay behind to digest, and by the time he returned, it would be perfect. Before leaving, Jiang Chen quietly asked Xiao Chu why she secretly followed him. She put on a pitiful face and said staying with Dad meant endless meat, so she did not want to stay behind. He could only laugh. After raising her so long, she was completely attached. Not just Xiao Qiu, Xiao Jia also popped out and asked when the next big feast would be. Jiang Chen promised that after the grand trial, he would take him. He casually tossed them a few portions of divine demon blood essence as appetizers. But Xiao Jia seriously warned him not to make empty promises and not to favor his daughter over his son. Jiang Chen was speechless. The older these kids got, the harder they were to fool. It was not that he did not want to take them to the 9-Li Divine Emperor secret vault. He had to obtain the Amber Blade. But the fragment map in his hand pointed to the deepest area of the Heavenly Abyss Forbidden Zone in the Guanghai War Zone. It was said to house 9th Revolution God-level beings, and the vault itself was filled with danger. So he decided to wait until after the grand trial, when he was stronger. Meanwhile, Huanyue was sleeping peacefully, hugging a pillow, when she was woken up with an annoyed expression. For her, sleep was cultivation. Being interrupted felt like having her training ruined. The report came quickly. Strange waves of public opinion were spreading across Great Xia, constantly promoting the Heavenly Cloud Grand Trial, and even tying it to the righteousness of Yan Huang, claiming the 3 overseas islands were the true orthodoxy. Huanyue sneered. To her, this was clearly a prepared propaganda war. Those who took money to spread it could be dealt with accordingly. But controlling public opinion was never easy. In the end, she used her own power. Dream energy spread outward, cleansing the perceptions of countless citizens, slowly suppressing the rumors. Everyone watching could only sigh. This was truly the guardian deity of Great Xia. But Huanyue did not care. She just told them to speak quickly if there was more, so she could go back to sleep. They then mentioned Jiang Chen issuing the unrivaled order under the excuse of job advancement, collecting beast corpses. But the required amount was absurd. Even a 6th Revolution mission would not need that much. Everyone immediately understood the issue, so they changed the public narrative, claiming Great Xia was secretly forging an emperor weapon, which required massive high-tier materials. Truth mixed with lies made it impossible to trace the real motive. After settling everything, Huanyue casually asked where her younger brother was. The answer came. Jiang Chen had followed Keitian into the Earth Abyss to train. Inside the Earth Abyss, Jiang Chen was punching ferocious beasts bare-handed. He deliberately used only the power of Tyrant War God and the unbeaten Divine Fist to temper his body. But even Tier 2 beasts could not be killed in one punch. He realized that even a God-tier class could not unleash full power without proper training and upgrades. After being attacked, the beasts called more of their kind. Seeing 3 charge at once, Jiang Chen began calculating whether his current physical speed was enough to dodge. Just then, Xiao Chu thought her dad was in danger and rushed forward. With a few light moves, she sliced the beasts into pieces, terrifying the rest. Jiang Chen could only sigh helplessly. He had not trained enough, and now the beasts were scared away by Xiao Chu, so he told her to stay obediently in the worm nest and wait until he killed them before coming out to eat. But Xiao Chu was still worried. Jiang Chen explained he had more than the 9-winged worms. He had all things growth, the lightning system, and the KDN blade. These beasts could not hurt him. He just wanted to train his body. Then he charged forward again, and kept grinding the unbeaten Divine Fist. If one punch was not enough, he threw dozens in a row. If it did not die, he would punch until it did. After every fight, the system kept announcing experience gains for the Tyrant War God. Half a month passed. Jiang Chen was still buried in training inside the Earth Abyss. The experience count climbed from 916 to 998. Breakthrough was close. He now stood atop a mountain of beast corpses. First Revolution experience was finally full. Only the job mission remained. The second Revolution mission appeared. Within 3 hours, continuously kill 10 Tier 3 beasts. Jiang Chen did not rush. He calmly roasted meat and took a nap first. At the same time, he allowed Xiao Chu to devour every beast below Tier 3 in the Earth Abyss. Xiao Chu was overjoyed and led her swarm to feast immediately. Jiang Chen quickly completed the second revolution. 2 months later, he finally faced his first Tier 6 beast. The giant boss slammed down with a massive claw. Jiang Chen reacted instantly and dodged by a hair. When the first strike failed, the monster swept its tail and sprayed deadly poison. One look was enough to know it was lethal. Jiang Chen was immune to poison, but a direct hit would still hurt like hell. He soon found its weakness. To win, he had to destroy its abdomen first. He clenched his fist and unleashed the unbeaten divine fist from afar. The boss roared and lashed its venom-filled tail again toward Jiang Chen. In an instant, the ground corroded into blackened patches. It was clearly using it as life-saving ultimate move. Jiang Chen decided to stop holding back. He activated War God Transformation to test his new strength. The aura of the Tyrant War God exploded so violently that his clothes were shredded on the spot. This time, his punch shattered the boss' hard armor like rotten paper. Even Jiang Chen was surprised by the sheer power. The beast howled in pain and turned to flee, but trying to escape now was far too late. Jiang Chen chased it down and finished it with one final punch. The battle ended cleanly. The system granted massive experience. His level jumped from 61 to 69. The Tyrant War God completed third revolution. Unbeaten Divine Fist grew stronger. War God Transformation lasted longer. Combining both boosted power tenfold. Even the Imperial weapon form was greatly enhanced. Jiang Chen noticed something strange. Third revolution did not raise levels in the traditional way. It seemed the system already treated Tyrant War God as a peak-tier class. The loud battle attracted more high-tier beasts, but the Heavenly Cloud Grand Trial was about to begin. He had no time left to grind, so he allowed the 9-winged worms to feast freely. No matter the tier, devour them all. From today on, the Earth Abyss would become their new territory. After arranging everything, Jiang Chen returned to the Jiangnan underground warehouse. The first thing on his mind was finding new clothes since the old ones were blown apart. Gu Keichen was already waiting. Seeing his half-torn appearance, he asked if the Earth Abyss had been that brutal. Jiang Chen just gave an awkward smile. He could not exactly admit he blew up his own clothes. Gu Keichen reminded him to brace himself. The number of beast corpses in the warehouse would shock him. He even suspected Great Sia's secret realms were nearly hunted clean. But when Jiang Chen opened the warehouse, both of them froze. Inside were only faint bloodstains. Not a single beast corpse remained. Jiang Chen could only sigh. These 9-winged worms were eating more and more. It was outrageous. He waved his hand and summoned the gluttonous swarm back. After eating their fill, the young worms had clearly grown stronger. Some groups could now reproduce 2 or 3 times in a row. The swarm in the Earth Abyss was likely about to multiply as well. Someone asked if this round could push the 9-winged insects past 100 million. Jiang Chen said yes without hesitation. Everyone got excited, because that scale could form a small abyss and even face Yanzun head-on. But in Jiang Chen's mind, with Evolution Bloom active, the number might multiply 100 times over. Still, to complete the breeding, he had to return to Diyuan. He also asked his master to seal the entire place as a forbidden zone, so no one could enter. Once there, Jiang Chen summoned all the 9-winged insects and ordered them to reproduce. At the same time, he activated Evolution Bloom to push the speed to the limit. The system quickly announced that the 9-winged insects had begun breeding, with only 10 minutes left on the countdown. Yet in that short time, the newborn insects exploded in number like a tidal wave of life. Suddenly, chaotic whispers of disaster and destruction echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. He felt a terrifying will trying to devour him. When the swarm hit 80 billion, he shivered, afraid he was losing control. Even the world tree inside his body started to be eaten away by that overwhelming power. At that moment, Xiao Chan appeared with a warning. She said this was the 9-winged insect's instinct to destroy the world. If Jiang Chen forced it down, the abyss would assimilate him instead. The only solution was to let Xiao Chu personally control the swarm. Hearing that, Jiang Chen immediately called Xiao Chu out to help. The moment Xiao Qiao appeared, it sent out a suppressing signal to calm the newborn swarm. Meanwhile, Xiao Jia and Xiao Chan focused everything on protecting Jiang Chen's mind. Only then did Jiang Chen truly feel how terrifying the abyss was. Even the pressure from the past 9 revolutions could not compare to this. Finally, the system announced the breeding was complete. The total reached 80 billion 9-winged insects, including tens of billions of elite guard insects. Jiang Chen then ordered most of them to stay in Diwan and continue sweeping the area, never leaving without command. Looking at the massive abyss army, Jiang Chen felt that with 80 billion troops, killing Yanzun or crushing the 3 overseas islands was no longer a distant dream. At the same time, the Jiangnan base began shaking violently like an earthquake. Everyone panicked, thinking the ground was collapsing. Some guessed the tremor came from the 9-winged insects Jiang Chen was raising in Diwan, and that sparked another fear. Had the disaster gone out of control? Someone rushed to ask old Gu what was happening below, but he had no time to explain. He shouted for the entire military district to evacuate at once, activate the Grand Defensive Array, and summon Ji Jianshen for support. As he prepared to suppress the disturbance, old Gu noticed black energy swirling around his sword. It was abyss aura rising from Diwan. One glance told him the swarm was far beyond 100 million. Remembering how Jiang Chen once grew them from 8 million to 80 million in no time, old Gu trembled. Could it be 800 million this time? The thought alone made his scalp go numb. Above ground, Jilingqiu quickly set up a soundproof barrier to keep the news from spreading. Then he flew in front of Gu Keitian and asked seriously, "Just how many 9-winged insects does Jiang Chen have now?" The pressure from underground alone was enough to weigh on someone like him. But just as everyone stood on edge, the disturbance suddenly vanished. The tremors stopped completely. It seemed Jiang Chen had regained control. Even so, Jilingqiu demanded the truth. The upcoming Tianyun Grand Trial might turn into full-scale war between Daxia and the overseas 3 islands. The 9-winged insects were their trump card, so they needed to know the real strength to plan ahead. Meanwhile, Gu Keitian stood there muttering to himself. Was it 8 million or 80 million? The more he thought about it, the more it felt wrong. Could the real number be 800 million? Even he could only guess that much. Right then, Jiang Chen walked up from Diwan, his aura not fully restrained. Seeing the chaos outside, he looked confused and asked why the city was in such a mess, even activating the Grand Array. Hearing that, old Gu almost wanted to punch him for causing such chaos and still acting innocent. The scariest part was that Jiang Chen gave off almost no energy at all, yet Jilingqiu's soul trembled instinctively, even feeling the urge to kneel before him. Jilingqiu quickly explained, this was life rank suppression. Hearing the strange term, everyone around him looked confused and asked what it meant. He said life rank suppression is when a being can crush others without using energy, purely through life level. Such existences are beyond normal limits, like gods or something even more terrifying. 400 years ago, when the human emperor fell, a being at that level had appeared. Back then, Jiang Wuxian led the Godslayer Legion straight into the demon race to take revenge. But on the 7th day, they met a terrifying demon elder. The old man did not even attack. One glance was enough to force Jiang Wuxian to retreat in shock. Even a fragment of void imprint that Jiang Wuxian brought back was enough to suffocate Jilingqiu and the Great Dreamer with pressure. Only then did Jiang Chen understand why 80 billion 9-winged insects created such horrifying pressure in human eyes. But he knew that in the catacombs, it was still not invincible. There were far more terrifying beings there, and most of his swarm was still only level 1. Then Jiang Chen realized something else. If that demon elder was so strong yet did not kill Jiang Wuxian, it meant he must have been restricted by something. Hearing that, Jilingqiu asked Jiang Chen if he knew why the divine weapon ranking had never surpassed 6th tier. He answered his own question. It was because of the Heavenly Tao seal. When a new era approaches, Heavenly Tao sets a seal to maintain balance. For example, the human sword at the top of the ranking far exceeds 6th tier in reality. But under the Heavenly Tao seal, it can only display power up to that level. Likewise, 400 years ago, when the seal loosened the 9 revolutions limit, Daxia produced beings like the human emperor, Yan Zun, and many peak experts. Because of this seal, creatures above the 10th layer of the catacombs cannot act freely. If they cross the limit, Heavenly Tao will personally destroy them. Even Gu Keitian was stunned, saying this was the first time he had heard such a secret. Jiang Chen finally understood why the system said he could not continue breeding after this round. It was the limit imposed by the Heavenly Tao seal. After explaining, Jilingqiu drew his sword and prepared to leave. The Tianyun Grand Trial would begin in a few days at the Mado Warzone port, so he wanted everyone to regroup. Jiang Chen immediately raised his hand and asked to go along. Before leaving, Jiang Chen asked one more thing. When will the Heavenly Tao seal open to 10 revolutions? Jilingqiu said the seal had already begun to loosen and would likely fully open in 3 months. Hearing that, Jiang Chen felt a deep regret. He had once found a path to 10 revolutions in the ancient divine course's sea of consciousness, but someone had stolen the opportunity. The more he thought about it, the more it hurt. On the way back, he kept pressing Ji Jianshen about the 10 revolutions seal. Everyone grew curious and urged the old man to explain clearly. Ji Jianshen slowly said that once the seal fully opens, deep divine origin zones in Kunlun will form completely. This is a shortcut to 10 revolutions. The divine origin tree will bear 1 divine origin fruit each year. Anyone who consumes it will almost certainly step into 10 revolutions, but they will be stuck there for life with no chance to go further. The scene quickly shifted to the Ji family in Mado. The moment they met, Ji Xuanye made Jiang Long freeze for a few seconds. In her red dress, she looked stunning. He stared again before asking if she was really Ji Xuanyo. She immediately dragged him away and told him to stop talking nonsense. The Ji elders reminded them to be careful before the upcoming grand trial. Ji Xuanyue smiled confidently and said Meido was her home ground, and with Jianglang beside her, nothing would happen. Jianglang shot back at once, saying the one who needed protection was her, not him. That made Ji Xuanyue blush. She shyly hinted that if Jianglang truly wanted to, it was not impossible, acting just like a girl completely smitten. It was a gift from her great-grandfather. Inside was all the divine and demon blood essence accumulated by the Ji family. Hearing he was getting all that essence, Jianglang thought he misheard and asked what the condition was. The only request was simple. When they have children, let one take his surname, and if there are more, let a few carry the Ji name. Before he could react, Ji Xuanyue grabbed his hand and pulled him away, saying they could talk about kids later. Then she excitedly dragged him to meet a new friend. She said this person had promised to protect Jianglang well during the Tianwen Grand Trial. The newcomer was Su Qianqian. She politely greeted Jiang Chen and said Lei Zhen had mentioned him many times. Jianglang responded calmly, but inside he felt Ji Xuanyue seemed different today. Turns out she had befriended a little fox like Su Qianqian. The group then headed for the car. Ji Xuanyue proudly said Qianqian had reached peak 6th revolution, on par with Fengyun Wuji. Everyone knew Jianglang was only 3rd revolution, not even qualified for the Tianwen Grand Trial. But the two girls told him not to stress. If things went bad, surrendering would not be shameful. Qianqian urged them to hurry to the hotel. The moment the hotel was mentioned, Jianglang was still confused. The two girls exchanged teasing words full of hidden meaning, leaving him stunned. The atmosphere felt very wrong. The scene shifted to Penglai Island of the Overseas 3 Islands, where the top genius of the Law God Academy, Zhu Beishan, was training. He soaked in molten lava, letting his body absorb the violent energy within. Just then a bird flew across the area. Zhu Beishan instantly activated the Fire God Eye contract. Hellfire shot from his eyes like lasers. With one sweep, a 6th-tier beast was sliced in half. He was satisfied with the power, even though he had not fully mastered the Fire God Eye at 6th tier. For this Tianwen, it was more than enough. His only goal was to kill Jiang Chen of Daxia. The scene changed again to the 100-fold gravity training room at the War God Academy. Inside, a girl was fighting a giant stone man. The stone man threw a punch, but she countered instantly with a sharp kick to its head. Then she activated the Hand of God and chained multiple close combat skills flawlessly. One explosive punch shattered the stone body into pieces. It was overwhelming. This girl was Ouyang Ye, the #1 genius of the War God Academy from the Overseas 3 Islands. After training, someone entered and asked about her fusion progress with the Hand of God. Ouyang Ye said under normal conditions, her close combat coordination with the Hand of God had reached about 95%. Only the 2 gold-tier skills had not fully merged with her spiritual energy. The person praised her highly. After all, she was still mortal, yet controlling a god's arm. Achieving this level was already incredible. With her current strength, even 7th revolution might not beat her. Ouyang Ye then mentioned rumors of a 6th revolution from the Holy Temple, who could wield 3 divine body parts at once. The person confirmed it was true, and that might not even be his limit. He was the holy son of the Holy Temple, Yan Wuxi, Yan Zun's most valued disciple and the most terrifying genius of the Overseas 3 Islands. This time Yan Zun sent Yan Wuxi with one clear goal, to crush Daxia's lineup until their morale collapsed. The entire tournament would be broadcast live. Just imagining Daxia's expressions was exciting. Meanwhile, on October 24th, year 739, at the Motto Port before departure, Jiang Chen's fans filled the area, cheering wildly and calling him sea-suppressing king. The atmosphere was explosive. Still, some calmer voices urged the crowd to stop shouting about killing. Jiang Chen was only 3rd revolution, while the other side had 5th and 6th revolution monsters. For them, surviving and returning safely was already a win. Someone sighed that they once heard the term top idol without understanding it. But seeing the frenzy around Jiang Chen today, they finally got it. In all their years, they had never seen such a scene. After a long struggle, Jiang Chen finally escaped the fans. He sighed that handling supporters was more exhausting than the battlefield. The person beside him teased that being adored like this, and still complaining, was unbelievable. Someone then introduced Jiang Chen to the carefully selected teammates for this tournament. Su Qianqian was already familiar to him. Next was Meng Xingchen, the top genius of Haran Academy, a 6th revolution Confucian sage. The moment they met, he spoke with refined scholar vibes. The last was Zheng Mingchu, Wudong's #1 genius, a 6th revolution sacred giant secret master. After greetings, Su Qianqian joked that one was overly outgoing, while the other was cold and quiet, making them easy to tell apart. The mood relaxed, and everyone promised to protect Jiang Chen during the event. Once everyone gathered, Hong En stepped forward to explain the rules. He said the tournament would be held on Tianyun Island. located between Mado and the overseas 3 islands, hence the name Tianyun Tournament. The first round was the Virtual God ranking, hosted by the overseas 3 islands. The Virtual God realm was created from the soul of a 9th-tier demon-slaying whale. Inside, all equipment and external power were useless. Only true strength mattered. The test required clearing 5 solo stages and defeating 6 AI guardians. Ranking depended on completion speed. The 5 stages represented strength, speed, physique, endurance, and spirit. After passing the attribute trials, contestants had to defeat all 6 AI guardians to finish. The entire first round was individual, no interference allowed. Both sides had 100 participants, and only the top 50 advanced. The second round secret realm was provided by Daxia, and the number who advanced would directly affect advantages later, so it was critical. More importantly, the entire event would be broadcast live through water screens. Win or lose, they had to keep their dignity and not disgrace Daxia. Fengyun Wuji was appointed team captain. Jiang Chen technically lacked the rank to compete, but as the sea-suppressing king, he had to attend. So the team was told to treat him like their mascot. Hearing the word mascot, Jiang Chen almost fell over from embarrassment. Still, everyone insisted it was goodwill, so he accepted. In his mind, round 1 did not seem too hard, and round 2, focused on combat, suited him even better. However, his master warned that the 6 AI guardians in the Virtual God realm might trouble him. The realm lacked elemental particles, so Jiang Chen's lightning abilities would be heavily weakened. Even so, he stayed calm and said passing round 1 was enough. After final reminders, they officially prepared to depart for Tianyun Island. Boarding the ship, Jiang Chen was stunned by the massive battleship before him. It was even more imposing than the one used in the previous camp war. Someone explained it was a 3rd-tier divine weapon. Amid thunderous cheers of victory, everyone boarded and set off toward Tianyun Island. Upon arrival, Jiang Chen saw a strange chessboard ahead and asked about it. Someone explained it was the Star Chessboard, a 1st-tier divine weapon mainly for show and containment, not real combat. Then someone brought a stack of badges and handed them out. These confirmed identity in the Virtual God realm. Just pick your name and wear it. Someone looked around and wondered why the overseas 3 islands team had not appeared. Another calmly said there were still 10 minutes left, no need to panic. Just then, someone announced that the other side had arrived. From afar, the overseas 3 islands team approached with flashy and overwhelming presence. Ding Chuntian looked annoyed, muttering that they loved showing off, riding in on flashy artifacts just for style. But Fengyun Wuji sensed something far more serious. Their aura was terrifying. At least 5 had fused divine body parts, especially Yan Wuxi of the Holy Temple, who clearly carried no fewer than 3. Hearing this, Ding Chuntian cursed under his breath, since they did not even bother hiding their pressure. Fengyun Wuji reminded everyone that round 1 was manageable, but in round 2, they must regroup with him immediately. Su Qianqian remained confident. She said she had about a 50% chance against the Law God Academist Divine Eye user. As for the 5 Elements Academy fighter, she could hold him off if needed. He would handle the War God Academy's female genius. He even joked about teaching her poetry face-to-face, sounding like a smooth-talking priest. Then Fengyun Wuji turned serious and warned Jiang Chen that even he was not confident against Yan Wuxi. If they met him later, surrender immediately. On the other side, Yan Wuxie looked over with killing intent, clearly declaring that both Jiang Chen and Fengyun Wuji were doomed. Jiang Chen showed no fear. He pointed back at them and smirked, saying he would remember every face so he would not accidentally leave anyone alive. Just as the tension peaked, a voice echoed across the sky, and a phantom gate slowly opened. The person who appeared made Daxia's side change expressions at once. It was Yang Ming, the traitor who had vanished for years. Someone recognized that he had been hiding in the overseas 3 islands all along. Some were so furious they wanted to rush up and kill him on the spot. Yang Ming only smiled and told them not to rush. They could catch up after the match. He introduced the Virtual God ranking and announced that round 1 would be fully live-streamed. Once started, no one could withdraw. Either clear the trial or die inside. The bottom 50 would be eliminated. Daxia immediately erupted in outrage. This rule had never been mentioned before. It clearly targeted Jiang Chen, but backing out now would crush Daxia's morale and reputation. Keiqian grew truly anxious and tried to pull Jiang Chen out of the tournament. To him, his disciple's life mattered more than anything. Others tried to calm him, reminding everyone that protecting Jiang Chen was the top priority. The countdown began, signaling entry into the Virtual God realm. As the seconds ticked away, Keiqian urgently told Jiang Chen to remove his teleportation ring and withdraw. Jiang Chen firmly refused. He said clearly that if he backed out now, Daxia would lose all face. Besides, he had plans regarding reclaiming the 3 islands. Keiqian cursed him for being stubborn, but time was almost up. There was no chance to withdraw anymore. As the spatial gate opened, Jiang Chen only had time to tell his master not to worry before stepping inside. Kaichen glared at Yang Ming with killing intent, declaring that if anything happened to his disciple, he would slaughter the overseas 3 islands. Others could only say that Jiang Chen might be stronger than they imagined. After entering the virtual god realm, Jiang Chen heard the announcement. The first challenge was to break through 50 stone gates in the strength trial. He looked around and remarked that the test here was simple yet brutally direct. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen launched Invincible Divine Fist at the first gate, leaving a massive crack. But to his surprise, the crack slowly healed due to the inscriptions on the surface. He quickly realized he had to destroy the gate faster than it could regenerate. After shattering the first gate, he moved to the second. The runes were more complex, meaning rising difficulty. He estimated the gates were set at levels from 5th Revolution to 6th Revolution. Although the virtual god realm lacked lightning elements, it was not completely empty. Jiang Chen decided to enhance his fists with lightning. He unleashed Invincible Thunder Fist. One punch crushed the gate instantly. Even he felt satisfied with the result. Next, he tested Lightning Flash. His body turned into a bolt and shot forward at high speed. After confirming it still worked, he felt more at ease. Jiang Chen realized that brute force alone would let 5th and 6th Revolution fighters leave him behind. To catch up, he had to find the most efficient way to clear the trial and use his own strengths. He recalled that different spots on the gates glowed differently when struck. Dimmer areas seemed weaker. That made him suspect each gate had a specific weak point. Better to confirm on a few more gates before going all in. Meanwhile, the Void God ranking keeps updating fast. Yin Wuxie leads at gate 17. Wu Yangye and Zhu Baitian follow at gate 15. Feng Yun Wuji ranks 4th with gate 13. Su Qianqian makes top 10 at gate 11. Jiang Chen is dead last at gate 3. Overall, Great Xia only has 2 in the top 10. Some people start complaining the rules are unfair. Outside power is banned, but fused divine parts are still allowed. The other side argues that once it fuses with your body, it counts as your own strength. This round clearly puts Jiang Chen at a disadvantage. The overseas 3 islands burst out laughing, seeing Jiang Chen at the bottom. In their eyes, Yan Zun worrying about him was totally unnecessary. But Yang Ming warns them not to get careless. He says only the cautious survive. That is what makes Yan Zun truly terrifying. Even at the bottom, Jiang Chen might not be as useless as they think. Great Xia starts to worry. Jiang Chen cleared the first 2 gates smoothly, but he has been stuck at the third for too long. Some guess he is not trapped, just searching for a better way to break it. Still, everyone knows Jiang Chen's current strength is far behind the top monsters. For many, as long as he walks out alive, that is already a blessing. Old Ji even gets teased for finally saying something reasonable. Besides Jiang Chen, people also watch the Human Dragon Clan prodigies ranked 19 to 22. They are not rushing either. The difference is Jiang Chen studies the Stone Gate rules, while they casually walk up and smash them apart. Right then, Ao Jiao, the #1 genius of the Human Dragon Clan, suddenly speeds up. The others see it and start accelerating for rankings too. Ao Jiao's gate-breaking speed is terrifying. He is almost on par with the leaders. In a short time, Ao Jiao closes in on the top 10. 2 other Human Dragon Clan members trail behind at ranks 11 and 13. In less than 2 minutes, Ao Jiao storms into the top 5 and even surpasses Feng Yun Wuji. That speed is absolutely monstrous. But then someone suddenly notices Jiang Chen is gone from the bottom of the board. Inside the Void God realm, Jiang Chen is throwing punches at insane speed, shattering stone gates. Viewers realize he combined Thunder Flash to boost his burst power. With the thin lightning element here, breaking a gate in one hit should be nearly impossible. Someone checks the ranking again and screams. Jiang Chen has shot up to rank 49 and reached gate 19. His climb leaves everyone speechless. Kai Tian's eyes light up. He did not expect his disciple to enter the top 50, and Jiang Chen is still accelerating with no sign of stopping. Inside, Jiang Chen reaches gate 30. He can still continue, but the consumption keeps rising. Dragging this out will not end well. Ancient Godblood Essence is not an option since it would knock him out for a week. He can only regret that the red armor elephant bugs cannot be summoned. Right then, Xiao Chan's voice suddenly echoes in his mind. Jiang Chen is shocked she can still contact him here. Xiao Chan explains her true form belongs to light and time, which is not limited by normal space. Then she discovers something crucial. The fused divine parts of others still work perfectly inside the Void God realm. Jiang Chen instantly understands. Anything directly fused into the body without passing through this space will not be restricted. Xiao Chan confirms the red armor. Elephant bugs can actually fuse with him. They just never tried before. This place only blocks outside summoning. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen calls Xiao Jiao and tells it to merge all the red armor elephant bugs into his body. The reply is calm and shocking. It says it is busy studying. Jiang Chen almost spits blood from anger. He stares at the pile of books in Xiao Jiao's hands, totally confused where they even came from. He has no time to argue. Jiang Chen quickly promises that after this, Xiao Jiao can study as much as it wants. When it still hesitates, he even threatens to use the insect clan main body family rules. Hearing that, Xiao Jiao obediently agrees. In the next second, all 6 million red armor elephant bugs fuse into Jiang Chen's body. The moment all 6 million red armor elephant bugs finish merging, Jiang Chen's aura explodes violently. He recalls that just a few hundred once cracked the ancient god meridians. Now with 6 million, these stone gates are nothing. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen unleashes the prison-shaking tyrant god fist. The fist sweeps out like a storm. In an instant, every stone gate ahead detonates. The scene is unreal. The Void God ranking updates immediately. Jiang Chen of Great Xia jumps straight to first after clearing the strength trial. Behind him are Yin Wu Xie, Ao Qian, Ouyang Ye, Zhu Baitian, and Feng Yun Wu Ji. The scariest part is he cleared it almost in 1 second. Even the high-level elders freeze in shock. Before they can react, Jiang Chen is already at the top. No one believes a mere third turn who spent 2 months in the abyss could be this strong, especially with a god-level darkness element. Zhu Baitian's face turns dark after being pushed to 5th. He finds it abnormal and even suspects Jiang Chen used some cheating method or a temporary boosting treasure. After the first trial, Jiang Chen enters the speed test. The rules are simple but brutal. Endless sword chi shoots from stone pillars. He can either stand still and dodge for 3 minutes with 0 hits allowed, or escape the maze while dodging, but 5 hits mean death. Destroying pillars leads to instant disqualification. For Jiang Chen, this is basically a free round. He immediately activates the Eye of Void to scan the entire maze. In an extremely short time, Jiang Chen finds the optimal path. He boosts himself with Thunder Flash and dodges the sword chi pouring down like rain. At the same time, Xiao Qian uses her 3-second foresight to predict every attack trajectory. With the heaven-devouring insect guarding him, the sword ki here cannot harm him at all. Everything moves so fast that Jiang Chen clears the entire maze in just 3 seconds. The announcement echoes everywhere. Jiang Chen remains rank 1 for Great Xia after completing the speed trial and enters the physique test. Everyone feels their brains explode. Did he really just clear it in a blink? The dean of Tiangong Institute from the overseas 3 islands can no longer sit still. He cannot understand how Jiang Chen knew the maze route. Every time the Void God ranking opens, the maze changes completely, and even its creator cannot predict it. The overseas 3 islands immediately accuse Jiang Chen of cheating. Kai Tian slams the table in rage. He curses them, saying the rules in the Void God realm were made by them, and now that they are losing, they bark like mad dogs. The War God Academy fires back and tells Kai Tian to watch his mouth. He shows no restraint and curses an 8-turn expert, saying someone who speaks filth is no better. The atmosphere turns explosive. Someone mocks Kai Tian for being only Great Xia's guardian now. He gets even angrier and calls them dogs of the Immortal Clan and Sea Clan whose brains have rotted. Seeing both sides about to clash, Yang Ming steps in as referee. He declares Jiang Chen suspicious and calls for the match to be paused for investigation. Kai Tian cannot hold back anymore. He charges at Yang Ming, calling him a traitor and a beast. The old man from Tiangong Institute also rushes out. Their auras collide fiercely. Everyone senses a major battle about to erupt. Right then, a terrifying sword light slashes down from the sky, cutting through both sides' momentum. This is clearly 9th turn sword intent. The one who makes the move is Jiling Qiu. He coldly tells everyone to step back and not disturb his tea. Someone refuses and mocks him, asking if he plans to host a Hongmen banquet and act mighty, just because he is 9th turn. Before he can finish, Jiling Qiu's sword chi blasts him away. Jiling Qiu then glances at Yang Ming and says someone like him should sit quietly in his proper seat. Yang Ming is forced back to his chair. His face looks awful, but he dares not act again. At that moment, he suddenly receives a secret voice transmission. The sender is none other than Yan Zun. Yang Ming cannot understand why Yan Zun stops him now. In his eyes, if Jiang Chen keeps rising, the overseas 3 islands will lose all face at their own event. Yan Zun calmly replies that Yang Ming is capable, just too impatient. Yan Zun says Jiang Chen is only shining for a moment. If they want him dead, they can wait for the 6 generals /. If they refuse to lose now, their bigger plan will lose all legitimacy. Only then does Yang Ming grasp the true intention. Jiling Qiu sees Yang Ming's reaction and guesses Yan Zun has arrived in secret. She looks up at the sky and coldly smiles, asking why the senior still hides instead of showing himself. Space cracks open into a gate. The man steps out laughing. Seeing tea already prepared, he casually sits down to chat. Yanzun sits across from her and drinks on the wooden table. The scene feels like history from 400 years ago repeating. Someone sighs that if the human emperor were still in Great Xia, things would be different. The other side snorts, saying the fall of the nation was only natural. A country too warlike will destroy itself, yet fools still worship that man. She replies coldly that perhaps the only reason is simple. He chose death over living like a dog. Hearing that, the man narrows his eyes and asks if she wants to argue. She calmly answers that inviting him for tea is only to create a fair stage for the younger generation. After another cup, someone inside clears the third trial, while Yin Wuxie is still stuck at the second. The man admits Great Xia has produced a truly terrifying seed. Even so, he doubts that genius will live long enough to grow. Great Xia responds with full confidence, saying there will be no more betrayal this time. Jiang Chen receives the fourth trial notice. He must cross a tunnel of extreme pressure to reach the exit, and it constantly contracts. He cannot destroy it, only endure and move forward. He notices the lightning element in the Void God realm is thinning. Thunderflash might not be enough. Even with his body enhanced by Zhen Mu, he is unsure he can withstand the pressure without damaging the tunnel. If he gets stuck inside, it is over. After a brief thought, he decides to try his wood element ability. All Things Growth activates. A hollow tree trunk instantly grows through the tunnel like a pipeline. Jiang Chen then bursts forward with Thunder Flash. At first, everything feels smooth, almost too easy. But suddenly, countless spikes pierce through the tree, and the tunnel begins to shrink. He pours more energy into All Things Growth, resisting the crushing force from every side. The deeper he goes, the more terrifying the pressure becomes. With no other choice, he uses vines as anchors and launches himself forward again. Seeing sharp teeth closing in around him, Jiang Chen knows he is at the limit. The tunnel shrinks again. This is all or nothing. He unleashes one final thunder flash with maximum burst speed. At the critical second, Jiang Chen shoots out of the tunnel's exit. He barely catches his breath before the fifth trial opens. This time it is a mental test. He must endure waves of mind attacks and find the way out. This is the final round. Outside, Elder Shu is awakened to prepare for his turn. First place is almost within reach. At the divine origin land of Great Xia, Kunshan Mountain stands outside the 8 main districts. Deep within lies the entrance to a mysterious underground tunnel. Ban Qinggu appears. Dameng Bujue has also arrived. Fang Xiansheng deploys the heavenly mechanism equalization array over the entire city. The barrier nearly blocks all outside detection, sealing the whole area from view. Only then does everyone relax. After finishing preparations, they decide to directly welcome the god-slaying army. Soon a void gate opens. Teams of soldiers on warhorses step out with overwhelming presence. Facing this army, everyone feels the terror. Individually, they may not be invincible, but once their auras link together, they can even clash with a seal. This is a true army soul. Some admit Lao Jiang has built the god-slaying army into something absolutely monstrous. The praise makes Bert quite pleased, but others question why he recalled half the forces from the underground, asking if he plans to flatten End Island. Bert does not deny it, but says protecting Jiang Chen matters more right now. His instincts tell him something big is coming. Everyone is confused until Bert reveals Jiang Chen's 9 winged insects have surpassed 10 billion. Even their own side is stunned since this was never made public. Bert explains the fewer who know, the better. Only true ignorance prevents leaks. He admits even Gu Kai Tian and their group could not keep such a massive secret. He then reveals why the 10,000 races are getting restless. Ancient beings in the underground sensed something and ordered Jiang Chen killed at all costs. The primordial demon clan, ancient immortal clan, dragon clan, and demon clan have issued an ultimatum. If Great Xia does not hand him over in 3 months, total war begins. Huang Yue erupts with killing intent and declares she will slaughter however many come. But everyone knows this situation is far from simple. Bert says they could have waited until the heavenly demon seal breaks. Their urgency proves the 9 winged insects are more terrifying than imagined. Once they evolve past a limit, they become 9 nether, and those ancient beings deeply fear that existence. He guesses Jiang Chen's trip to the overseas 3 islands may bring him face to face with those ancient beings. Still, there is time to prepare. Someone vows to protect Jiang Chen even at the cost of life. Bert stops him, saying that man is Great Xia's spiritual pillar. If he falls, even he and Xiaoji cannot hold the line. He then teases her, saying despite her age, she is still a young girl at heart. He advises her to stop sleeping so much, go see Great Xia with her own eyes and spend more time with Jiang Chen. He jokes that a wife a few years older brings happiness, decades older boosts a career, and 300 years older is a rare immortal treasure. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen enters the final trial of the 5 gates. The task remains enduring mental attacks and escaping. The moment he steps in, he secretly laughs. This level of pressure cannot trouble him, even without Elder Shu's help. Suddenly, a massive monster appears and roars. Jiang Chen realizes this is the real test. He immediately calls Elder Shu to deal with it. At that instant, Jiang Chen's eyes flare with an unusual light. A beam shoots toward the monster, erasing it instantly. The creature cannot withstand even one move. The Void God ranking updates again. Jiang Chen of Great Xia clears all 5 gates and enters the 6 generals / Yin Wu Shi of the overseas 3 islands is still stuck at endurance. The outside world is stunned by the speed. Old Ji excitedly boasts that little Chen has left everyone behind again. The gap to second place is now 5 full minutes. The opposing side refuses to accept it. They argue that even a mental-type expert cannot clear that fast. Something must be wrong. Jilingqiu sets down her teacup heavily. She coldly compares it to flies ruining a good cup of tea. She then asks Senior Yanzun if he feels the same. Yanzun laughs in perfect sync and says with the two of them here, no flies would dare cause trouble. Jilingqiu casually replies she must have seen wrong. At the same time, Yang Ming secretly contacts his master. Worried Jiang Chen is far ahead of the Holy Sun. He asks if the kill plan at 6 Generals / is truly secure. His master immediately grows angry at the doubt. Yang Ming quickly apologizes. His master coldly explains that the 5 gates are not combat-focused, so tricks and medicine can help. But 6 Generals / is different. A mere 3rd turn facing 6 6th turn opponents is pure fantasy. He is not done. He reveals he secretly planted a peak expert's divine souls inside one of the 6 generals. If anything goes wrong, that soul will awaken automatically. Yang Ming worries it might be exposed. His master is extremely confident, saying the moves look identical, only the power differs, so it is almost impossible to detect. Besides, Jiang Chen is inside the trial and cannot gather proof. In his view, outsiders only know Jiang Chen is 3rd turn. A 3rd turn dying to a 6th turn is completely normal, and the dead cannot defend themselves. Inside the trial, 6 Generals / officially begins. The condition is simple: kill all 6 generals and survive. Jiang Chen appears in the middle of a sea of molten lava. The terrain is clearly designed to force death. Falling means almost certain doom. Worse, there is no lightning element here for him to use. Before he can think further, 6 6th-turn generals charge with spears in hand. Their aura alone shows they are far from ordinary. Jiang Chen immediately asks Xiao Tian to predict the next 3 seconds of attack paths. With that, he keeps leaping and dodging the relentless assaults from all sides. 3 of them wield blades and are especially dangerous. After stabilizing the rhythm, Jiang Chen clenches his fist and fully activates the Divine Elephant Prison Suppression Body. One punch crushes the first general instantly. The second thrusts his spear, but Jiang Chen grabs it barehanded with ease. Then he unleashes the prison-shaking Tyrant God art and drives a knee into the man's face. He even mocks them, saying the real weaklings are these 6 generals. The second general is kicked straight into the lava sea. He screams in despair before slowly sinking into the red magma. The remaining 2 rush forward to join forces and kill him. Jiang Chen does not flinch. He coldly says they truly will not cry until they see the coffin, then continues circulating the prison-shaking Tyrant God art. Suddenly, the situation shifts. The last general releases an aura far beyond normal 6th turn, like an 8th turn existence descending into his body. He arrogantly says Jiang Chen is worthy of awakening him, but that is as far as it goes. Outside, Great Xia is still cheering. Jiang Chen has already cut down the 4th general and looks certain to win. Yin Wu Xie, even after speeding up, is far behind. Seeing this, many from the overseas 3 islands grow uneasy. Only Yang Ming remains extremely confident, saying the one who laughs last laughs best. Jilingqiu sips her tea and deliberately asks Yanzun why Yang Ming suddenly looks so sure. Yanzun laughs loudly and says he simply lectured his subordinate. In competition, one must stay calm. Back inside, the last 2 generals close in and unleash tyrant blades slashed together. Thanks to the 3-second prediction, Jiang Chen easily dodges. He even mocks that this level of blade skill cannot earn a living on the streets. Right then, another figure descends from above with tyrant blade slash again. This time the power is clearly far stronger. The moment Jiang Chen senses the blade aura, he knows the speed is too fast to evade. He grits his teeth and chooses to block head-on. The result shocks him. The slashed tears open his shoulder, leaving a heavy wound. Worse, his body suddenly locks up, as if something pins down his aura. The other 2 6th-turn generals seize the chance and unleash Tyrant Blade slash again. This time, the twin blade auras strike his chest directly. Jiang Chen cannot react. The terrifying impact blasts him out of the battlefield zone. Blood sprays from his mouth under the intense pain. Outside, chaos erupts. Earlier, the blade aura could not even break his prison body, yet now it severely injures him. Something is clearly wrong. Someone impulsively tries to rush in to save Jiang Chen, but is held back since the trial is not over. He still roars that he will charge in even if it costs his life. Yan Zun watches and laughs, asking Jiling Chu if Great Xia is now refusing to accept defeat. She replies coldly that in their hearts, everyone knows who is right and who is wrong. On the surface, Jiling Chu looked calm, but inside he was panicking. He only hoped Jiang Chen would survive, even in defeat, or he would have no way to face Lao Jiang. As Jiang Chen kept falling toward the lava sea below, Ziqian inside his body began to stir and slowly wake up. At the most critical second, he suddenly snapped back to full clarity. The locking aura around him vanished completely. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen activated all things growth. Roots burst out from the cliff and wove into platforms mid-air. He landed safely at the last possible moment. One step later and he would have melted in lava. Once he calmed down, Jiang Chen realized something was off. A normal sixth turn could never break his prison suppression body. There had to be a trick. He immediately opened the Eye of Nihility to inspect his enemies. The data appeared fast. The first two were normal sixth turns, but the last was different. His body was sixth turn, yet his soul had reached peak eighth turn. The soul belonged to Hu Tiandao of the Overseas Three Islands, a gaudier profession expert in aura locking and demon blade shadow. Jiang Chen understood instantly. They had secretly stuffed an eighth turn soul into a sixth turn body to assassinate him. That earlier blade carried a vicious aura locking method. Outsiders would only think he was exhausted and ganged up on. Truly sinister. At that moment, the tiny insects inside him panicked and explained. The defense broke because the low-level bugs on his chest were crushed by the blade force. They were trying to heal him now. One of them angrily demanded to rush out and kill the enemy. It claimed it could even shatter the Void God realm if needed. Even Jiang Chen was shocked hearing that. But he gently calmed it down and said it was not time yet. Without the right reason, their move would backfire. He still had a way to clear this stage. The girl then scolded her useless little brother and threatened to devour Hu Tiandao and his whole bloodline if their father got hurt again. It was clear the big sister was truly furious. Ziqian stepped closer and softly said she had a plan. Jiang Chen smiled before she finished. He already thought of the same thing. Above them, the two sixth turns were confused. Jiang Chen had fallen for so long yet did not die, so they decided to go down and check. The moment they approached, countless roots exploded upward from below. Jiang Chen used all things growth to create wooden clones. In a blink, he split into three figures and charged all three enemies at once. One enemy slashed and split Jiang Chen in half, only for the body to turn into rotten wood. That was when he realized he had been fooled. Meanwhile, the real Jiang Chen had already circled behind another sixth turn. He unleashed Prison Suppression Divine Fist, while the enemy panicked and countered with Tyrant Blade Slash. Strange wooden patterns appeared on Jiang Chen's neck, and his opponent's eyes widened in disbelief. Jiang Chen had used the root network to teleport between positions. Just as the enemy thought he had killed a clone, the real Jiang Chen appeared behind him with a fully charged punch. Prison Suppression Divine Fist erupted and instantly eliminated the shield standing in front of Hu Tiandao. Jiang Chen coldly warned that if Hu Tiandao refused to reveal himself, he would crush his soul completely. At the same time, he dragged a sixth turn's blade over with roots, forcing him to show his true form. Hearing his real name called out, Hu Tiandao was shaken. He knew Jiang Chen could not be allowed to leave alive. The ranking board updated again. Jiang Chen of Great Xia had reached the sixth of the six Lay generals, while Yin Wuxi from the Overseas Three Islands had only cleared two. The audience outside was beyond excited. Even without sound, Jiang Chen's counterattack looked insane. Some viewers were so tense they felt their hearts might give out. Jiling Qiu smiled confidently and told Yan Zun to keep watching. Soon they would see who truly could not handle defeat. Back on the battlefield, Hu Tiandao went mad and unleashed Tyrant Blade Slash after slash, blade energy sweeping like it wanted to erase everything. Jiang Chen's roots were cut down again and again, but he kept dodging and coldly mocking, asking how long Hu Tiandao planned to keep pretending. Then he ordered Xiao Tian to activate full 3-second prediction mode. Hearing the reply, Jiang Chen tightened his grip on the blade and fully activated the divine elephant prison suppression body. Then War God transformation was unleashed to the limit, and the heaven-opening blade appeared in his hand. The two figures crashed into each other above the lava sea. Jiang Chen kept slashing with the human prison blade. He followed with the earth prison blade, and Hu Tiandao started to panic. It felt like every move he made was already predicted. Suppressed non-stop, he could only grit his teeth and block wave after wave. But Jiang Chen gave him no breathing room. The heaven prison blade kept descending, sharper and more terrifying each time. In the end, Hu Tiandao was blasted out of the battlefield. His body fell straight into the lava below, his screams echoing through the air. Jiang Chen stood above and coldly said that if he kept acting, Next time he would truly die. That was the last straw. Hu Tiandao released his full eighth-turn soul from the body. The pressure alone was suffocating. He snorted and said even if his identity was exposed, killing Jiang Chen would still earn him redemption. Jiang Chen just smiled and said, they really went all out just to kill him. Hu Tiandao grabbed his pitch-black demonic blade and unleashed Mad Blade Demon Shadow. Jiang Chen instantly noticed a strange locking mark forming on his abdomen. He knew he had been targeted. A killing roar echoed as countless dark blade energies turned into monstrous shapes and charged forward. The attack fell like black dragons drilling into the ground. Worse, after the first wave came an even deadlier second layer. Even with prediction, the range was too wide, and his speed could not keep up. He felt War God transformation nearing its limit, so he decided to gamble. Jiang Chen unleashed the Grand Prison Blade. His blade lights collided head-on with the enemy's attack. But deep down he knew his odds were only 50%. That was not enough. He needed one decisive move. At that moment, Xiao Tian reminded him of a move called Imperial Extreme Army Form. Whether nine-winged insects or red armor elephant bugs, they were all soldiers under Jiang Chen. He instantly understood. While Hu Tiandao kept chasing with Mad Blade Demon Shadow, Jiang Chen continuously cut off aura connections to avoid full lock-on. At the same time, he activated a brand new move. Prison Suppression Sky Armor gathered all power into his fist. This time, Jiang Chen chose to clash head-on with the demon blade using his own body. He roared that he would crush it with his bare hands. Inside him, little armor trembled as it gave everything. It even thought that if it failed, Big Sister would eat it alive. In the end, Jiang Chen's punch shattered the head of the black dragon formed by blade energy. He shouted for Hu Tiandao to get lost and praised little armor for a job well done. Without giving him time to react, Jiang Chen exploded with Prison Suppression Tyrant Heaven Fist and rushed forward. One punch smashed straight into Hu Tiandao's face, leaving him stunned. He could not understand how a third turn could have such monstrous strength. But Jiang Chen was not done. He condensed Imperial Extreme Army form, and his fist force turned into a massive flood dragon. Seeing that, Hu Tiandao felt real fear. Jiang Chen coldly declared he would shatter his soul completely. Even so, Hu Tiandao roared that Jiang Chen could never kill him. Jiang Chen answered with a storm of punches. Each blow aimed to crush his soul, and he coldly said Hu Tiandao's aura was already fading. But at that exact moment, Jiang Chen's enhancement state reached its time limit. Hu Tiandao seized the chance and retreated to create distance. He was relieved that Jiang Chen's soul state had ended, or he would have died. Seeing Jiang Chen weaken, he burst into laughter. Even if he could not kill him now, dragging it out would exhaust him to death. Facing this, even Jiang Chen thought this might truly be the end. But right at the critical moment, Xiao Qian on his shoulders suddenly called out to him. She softly said it seemed Tree Master had finished sleeping. Jiang Chen froze for a second. Before he could even process it, Tree Master made his move. A terrifying suction force suddenly exploded and dragged Hu Tiandao's soul straight into Jiang Chen's mind. The system notification rang out. Tyrant Heaven War God officially evolved into Heaven-Slaying War God. Undying Divine Fist, War God Transformation, and Imperial Extreme Army form all gained a 30% boost. Jiang Chen was stunned. Tyrant Heaven War God finally leveled up. Even after reaching third turn before, nothing happened. Looks like Tree Master absorbed that powerful remnant soul and gave him a bonus. After wiping the sweat off his forehead, Jiang Chen complained that if Tree Master had this ability, he should have acted earlier. Outside, the announcement echoed everywhere. First place on the Void God ranking belonged to Jiang Chen of Great Xia, with a time of 32 minutes and 17 seconds. Yin Wuxi was still fighting the sixth of the six Lei generals. The crowd erupted. Great Xia crushed the win, while the overseas three islands were mocked for cheating and still losing. Jiang Chen stepped out of the spatial gate, looking calm and casually asked his master if his result was decent. Everyone burst out laughing. This was not decent. He was number one. Some even scolded him playfully for making their hearts race, and immediately checked his injuries. Ji Lingqiu finally relaxed when he saw Jiang Chen return safely. He even smiled at Yan Zun's and said he did not expect Jiang Chen to walk out alive. When the eighth Thurn soul was mentioned, the other side gritted their teeth. In their eyes, Hu Tiandao deserved to die for ruining everything. Just then, another spatial gate opened, and Yin Wuxi returned from the trial. The moment he appeared, he knelt and excitedly reported to his master that he had secured first place. But Yan Zun's face was dark, while Ji Lingqiu burst into laughter. Ji Lingqiu mocked that confidence was fine, but at least check the ranking board first, or just listen to which side was cheering. Only then did Yin Wuxi turn to the board. He froze when he saw his name in second place, 10 seconds behind Jiang Chen. His eyes widened in disbelief. Jiang Chen was first. The shock was so intense that he spat out blood. Yan Zun stood up and calmed him down, saying there was still the second round, the Secret Realm Massacre. Yin Wuxi responded on the surface, but inside he was completely unhinged. He kept repeating Jiang Chen's name and swore to kill him. Ji Lingqiu slowly packed up his tea set and said wins and losses were normal, no need to overreact. Yan Zun asked if he was planning to leave already. Ji Lingqiu glanced at his cold tea and said that was enough for today. After round 2, he would invite him to taste an even better tea. Yin Wuxi stared at Jiang Chen without hiding his killing intent. He coldly told him to hide well in the next round, because he wanted to tear him apart. Jiang Chen quietly observed him too. He sensed a terrifying power hidden inside Yin Wuxi, like something that could destroy heaven and earth. It was likely connected to a divine relic set. Even with Eye of Nihility, Spring Autumn Insect, and Tree Master, he had only won by 10 seconds. Then he realized something else. In round 1, he had used many tricks, while Yin Wuxi had barely revealed his trump cards. Still, Jiang Chen felt no fear. In round 2, it would simply be a fight to the death. Half an hour later, the Void God ranking was finalized. First was Jiang Chen of Great Xia, second Yin Wuxi of the Overseas 3 Islands, third was Ao Qian, fourth Ouyang Ye. Great Xia also had Fengyun Wuji, Su Qianqian, and Zhang San in the top ranks. Ao Qian frowned at being third, but quickly regained composure. Next round, he would get serious. He also realized Jiang Chen had become important enough to require special protection. Some people looked at the ranking board and chuckled. The situation was getting interesting. Even though Jiang Chen took first place, Great Xia had too few talents advancing. Out of 50, only 12 passed, while the Overseas 3 Islands had more than triple that number. Ji Lingqiu stepped forward to calm everyone. He said surviving the Void God realm was already a blessing. Then he ordered proper rest and treatment for the injured. Once all the qualified talents gathered at the inn, Ji Lingqiu set up a barrier to block any eavesdropping. He laid out the full map of the second round's secret realm. Since the Overseas 3 Islands helped build it, they definitely prepared backup routes inside. So certain key locations had to be memorized carefully. First was Flame Wind Valley, filled with intense fire elements. For Nangong Yan, it would be perfect terrain. Next was Ice Demon Cavern, a deadly underground maze with an ice flood dragon inside. If Ding Chuntian lured enemies there, his power would peak. Then Ji Lingqiu turned to Fengyun Wuji and ordered him to regroup with Jiang Chen quickly and protect him at all costs. Su Qianqian, Meng Xingqian, and Zhang Mingchu were also assigned to guard him. Su Qianqian looked confused. Based on Jiang Chen's performance, he seemed stronger than all of them, especially with the 9-winged insects in the secret realm. But Ji Lingqiu stayed serious. What he feared was the unexpected. As long as Jiang Chen walked out alive, that alone was Great Xia's biggest victory. Everyone accepted the order. Ji Lingqiu told them to rest and gather early the next morning. One by one they left, but Jiang Chen stayed behind as if he had something to say. Sword God turned and asked what was on his mind. He casually shut the soundproof door and told him to speak freely. Jiang Chen mentioned that tension among the younger generation was normal, then brought up dealing with Yan Zun. Sword God revealed he never planned to hide anything. The amount of 9-winged bugs he held was not just 800 million. When Jiang Chen heard it was actually 80 trillion, he froze. If he knew earlier, why bother acting? Sword God planned to inform Lao Jiang, only to learn Jiang Yushen already knew and chose to keep it secret. Meanwhile, Yin Wuxi knelt before Yan Zun and requested to fuse the 10th divine fragment. Yan Zun warned that 9 fragments were already the limit. His soul was overloaded, and forcing another could shatter it. With 9, he could already crush Great Xia's talents. But Yin Wuxi reminded him that he once said 3 fragments were enough for round 1. Yan Zun turned with an annoyed look and asked if he was mocking him. Yin Wuxi bowed and apologized, but insisted Jiang Chen was not simple. To avoid mistakes, he was willing to gamble. After a long silence, Yan Zun finally agreed to let him try once. He took out an incomplete divine origin fruit, traded from the Sea Clan, using 3 spirit mines. It was the only thing that could stabilize his soul for the 10th fragment. Yan Zun emphasized that once fully activated, he would gain power equal to a 10th true god, but it would last only 3 minutes. After that, his soul would vanish completely. Yin Wuxi showed firm resolve. He wanted to kill Jiang Chen in front of all Great Xia. Fengyun Wuji or those 9-winged bugs would not save him. Yan Zun sneered. Once Jiang Chen died, Great Xia's morale would collapse, and the Dreamer's power would weaken. That would be the perfect moment for the Holy Hall to step in. Before finishing, he instructed Yin Wuxi to secretly manipulate things so Jiang Chen would personally kill Ao Geng inside the realm. Yin Wuxi was surprised since the Sea Clan were allies. But in Yan Zun's eyes, alliances were just interests. If Ao Geng died, the Sea Clan would fight Great Xia to the death. Let them deal with the Dreamer and save their own forces. Yin Wuxi instantly understood the plan. He believed that once Great Xia fell this time, the ancient immortal clan's mission would be complete. He would be crowned the new king of Great Xia, preserve the homeland's origin for his people under ancestral protection, and prove the human emperor path was always wrong. Soon after, Round 2 officially began. A stellar chessboard appeared in the sky, and the battleground was the Lingyun secret realm. The host announced the rules. First rule, every hour 1 or 2 Lingyun flags would spawn randomly, 9 in total, and whoever held the most would win. Second, the realm would last 5 hours, and no one could leave during the first hour. After the first hour, participants could use their Lingyun mark to exit. Entry locations were completely random, and the entire match would be broadcast live. The moment he was teleported in, Jiang Chen looked around and frowned. His luck was terrible. He landed in the southern black leaf forest. This place was extremely dangerous. Every hour the black leaves turned white, the ancient trees awakened, and their roots formed giant monsters, strong enough to tear apart 8th Thurn experts. Right then, a massive snake dropped from above. Its controller laughed proudly after spotting a great Xia Awakener alone. He even boasted about owning a 6-winged serpent. Jiang Chen watched the insect beasts crawling closer and quickly realized they were being controlled. His opponent was a beast tamer. A man stepped out of the forest and confidently declared that anyone who met him would be devoured by his beasts. Even without fusing a divine fragment, his control was overwhelming. But seconds later, his face turned pale when he saw who stood before him. It was Jiang Chen. Calmly, Jiang Chen released the 9-winged bugs to hunt and said he was bored without anyone to spar with. Trying beast control in front of him was pure suicide. Seeing his pets suppressed and unable to move, the man panicked and ran. Of all people, he ran into this monster first. His only hope was to lure that demoness here. He quickly pulled out a gun and fired into the sky as a distress signal. Before he could feel relieved, Jiang Chen's insects had already surrounded him. He tried to use 10,000 beasts dominion but froze. Jiang Chen laughed and asked if he still wanted to control beasts. He told him to look around and find a single fierce beast left. If not for using the signal to lure more prey, this man would already be dead. In front of tens of millions of 9-winged bugs, low-level beasts were trash. Jiang Chen just needed to wait for prey to arrive. Still, he avoided releasing more to prevent shocking the entire competition. Outside, Hong En felt his scalp tingle. Tens of millions were already terrifying, and he believed trump cards should stay hidden. But then everyone was stunned as thousands of 9-winged bugs suddenly self-destructed. No one understood why Jiang Chen allowed the distress signal. Did he really think he was invincible with just these insects? Some blamed Gu Keitian for raising such a reckless disciple. Now all talents would rush to Black Leaf Forest, where Great Xia was outnumbered. Yet Klingkao remained calm. He told everyone to just watch, especially Hong En, who claimed to be laid back. Just wait and see how Jiang Chen handled the appetizer. Hong En grew more uneasy. Klingkao had planned everything, yet now he was strangely relaxed. That meant Jiang Chen's trump card had to be more than just tens of millions of 9-winged bugs. Sword God was also worried. 800 million insects were terrifying, but could Jiang Chen really win if surrounded by divine fragment-fused talents? Meanwhile, deep inside Lingyun's secret realm, Ao Ging calmly roasted a demonic beast. He sighed that humanity's greatest achievement was good food. Sadly, beast organs were inferior to humans. He even wondered how delicious the Sea Suppression King's heart would taste grilled. Right then, he saw the distress signal shoot into the sky and instantly knew Jiang Chen had been exposed. Ao Geng burst out laughing, saying his grandpa's birthday was coming up, and Jiang Chen's head would make the perfect wine jar gift. He turned into a true dragon and shot into the sky, still remembering how Jiangnan Warzone stole 2 sea god pearls, and this time he wanted everything back with interest. In the distance, Yin Wuzhua saw the signal and smirked, thinking Jiang Chen revealing himself this fast was just careless. He activated the divine wings, and 2 massive pairs of wings spread wide behind him. In a blink, he rushed toward the signal, muttering that no matter how far, he would find Jiang Chen soon. Elsewhere, someone blocked Feng Yun Wuji and laughed, saying the Zhenhai king of Great Xia had been exposed, and he would never let Feng Yun Wuji go help. He bragged that even though he ranked 15th on the Xu Shen ranking, and Feng Yun Wuji was 5th, stalling him was more than enough, and Jiang Chen would be finished soon. But before he could finish, hundreds of slashes ripped across his body at once, so fast no one could even react. In a split second, he was chopped into countless pieces, and Feng Yun Wuji immediately sped off toward Jiang Chen. The audience outside was still confused. The secret realm had been open for less than 2 minutes, and it already turned into an all-out war. Everyone thought Jiang Chen was prey, but he was the real hunter. Not long after, Ao Geng appeared before Jiang Chen, proudly saying he came to borrow his head. But Jiang Chen just smiled and said since Ao Geng came so fast, he might borrow his head too. Ao Gung instantly activated the sea god pearl called Xuan Kong Si. He spewed out a massive flood and controlled it to fill the entire sky. Jiang Chen watched and felt the move looked a lot like Xiao Yuanshan's ability. Ao Gung spoke with resentment, bringing up how Great Xia stole 2 sea god pearls, and one of them was now in Jiang Chen's hands. Jiang Chen suddenly remembered someone once gave him that item, but since it seemed useless, he casually gave it away. Ao Gung almost went insane hearing that. To him, the sea god pearl was priceless, yet Jiang Chen treated it like trash. He roared that today he would use the sea god pearl to bury Jiang Chen, then unleashed Heavenly Dragon rising from the sea, countless water dragons charging forward. He even tried to use the sea to trap the Jushi zombies, but Jiang Chen did not want to summon too many troops yet since the prey had not gathered. Jiang Chen smirked and said if Ao Gung wanted to change the game, he would play along. Then he drew the divine weapon Tianzui and activated the prison suppression body, merging with Zhenyu Mingwang and turning the air oppressive. He swung his sword again and again, sword energy tearing through the air like it could split spaces itself. The sea god pearl's attack was cut in half mid-air, and Ao Gung stared in disbelief. Jiang Chen then shot straight upward and faced him head-on. His arm was instantly wrapped in 3,000 thunder tribulations. At the same time, the evil radiant eye opened, a giant eye appearing in the sky and raining down heavy lightning. Ao Geng's face changed as the lightning not only dealt damage, but also locked his divine sense and forcibly cut his link with the sea god pearl. He gritted his teeth and roared Jiang Chen's name in fury. This time, Ao Geng did not dare hold back and activated dragon-scale armor, along with the divine weapon Yasha. He confidently said without the Jushi zombies, Jiang Chen was nothing, and fighting the human dragon clan in close combat without the sea god pearl was suicide. But Jiang Chen only gave a cold smile and activated war god transformation. His body exploded with power. With a single slash, Ao Geng's body was split in half on the spot. Watching his dragon scales shatter, Ao Gung nearly lost his mind. He could not understand how Jiang Chen's physique was this terrifying. From above, Yin Wuzhua watched quietly and sneered, calling Ao Geng trash. But his death still completed part of the mission, and now he had seen most of Jiang Chen's trump cards. Pushed to the edge, Ao Gung swallowed the sea god pearl into his body. He used all its power to boost his defense to the limit. Then he charged into close combat again, taunting that Jiang Chen was not qualified to match his strength. In reality, his dragon scales kept shattering, and Jiang Chen mocked that other than a tough mouth, Ao Gung had nothing. Jiang Chen declared he would kill him right here today. Outside the secret realm, Honggin could not believe it. Ao Gung was peak 6th rank with true dragon blood and the sea god pearl. Even he might not win head-on. Yet, Jiang Chen was overwhelming him, and someone beside him reminded that Jiang Chen was ranked first in the first round. Jiang Chen's next sword strike was so heavy that Ao Geng had to use sea god tide armor just to barely block it. Jiang Chen realized the sea god pearl's defense was terrifying. Even war god transformation with prison suppression body could not fully break it. Maybe Uncle Ji would need to study it later. Meanwhile, Ao Geng's face twisted with madness. He awakened his true dragon bloodline and transformed into a giant dragon soaring into the sky, his killing intent exploding. Ao Gung roared that he would not only kill Jiang Chen, but slaughter his family and clan and drown Great Xia in blood. He was completely insane. Jiang Chen's body began shrinking as he realized war god transformation had a time limit, but he was not worried since prison suppression body had only consumed about 1 million scarlet armor self-exploding insects. The spectators knew Jiang Chen had taken a risk. Even if the human dragon bloodline was not pure, Ao Gung still carried true dragon blood. Once that bloodline burned completely, the divine power would be terrifying, and sure enough Ao Geng raised his dragon claw for a final strike. Many people shouted for Jiang Chen to release the Jushi zombies now, or it might be too late. But at that moment, Jiang Chen used Thunder Flash to boost his speed and dodge. Ao Geng went even crazier and burned his true dragon bloodline to chase him down. He yelled that Jiang Chen was not worthy to compete in speed, but Jiang Chen coldly replied that playing with him was enough, and now he had no more value. Jiang Chen then fully activated the divine elephant prison suppression body and unleashed 6 million force. The prison suppression sky armor instantly formed around him. At the same time, he activated War Heaven's splitting blade and Heavenly Dragon Claw together. The Huangji balance form followed right after. A terrifying slash fell and heavily wounded Ao Geng on the spot. Shocked, Ao Gung tried to flee and threatened that the Dragon Emperor Sea Clan would wipe out Jiang Chen's bloodline. Jiang Chen gave him no chance. He chased with his sword and unleashed Underworld God Spear. The spear pierced through Ao Geng's body, making him scream in agony. Jiang Chen then called out the insect clan that had been playing in the water and calmly told them to hurry up and eat. In seconds, countless insects swarmed and devoured Ao Geng completely. Just then, Yin Wuzuo flew over laughing and praised Jiang Chen for helping him complete his mission. He said Jiang Chen could now die in peace, but Jiang Chen calmly replied that seeing everyone gather like this finally made him feel at ease. At that moment, Fengyun Wuji arrived, trying to take Jiang Chen away, but he was immediately blocked by Ouyang Ye, who declared that a Saint Sun level battle allowed no interference, and Fengyun Wuji's opponent was him. Yin Wuzuo laughed proudly, saying no one could save Jiang Chen, yet Jiang Chen answered that this was exactly what he wanted. Then he summoned all the insect army at once. In an instant, a massive sea of insects covered the entire area, and Jiang Chen coldly ordered them to devour everyone except his own side. In a blink, 1 billion Jushi zombies flooded the secret realm. Everyone outside went blank. They thought he only had 1 million, but this was his real trump card. The sheer scale shattered everyone's imagination. Some forced a bitter smile, saying with power like this, Jiang Chen did not need their help at all. Even Xuan Yue was teased for having good taste in men, saying even a fox spirit like her was captivated by Jiang Chen's aura. He fought across battlefields alone, and just the Jiu Shi zombies were enough to crush an entire army. But after the shock, everyone rushed to kill enemies before the battlefield ended without them. The scene fired everyone up. This was the real Jiang Chen. Only Hong En stood frozen, realizing he might be the only one who never truly knew his disciple's strength. Elsewhere, someone warned their master that Jiang Chen was clearly hiding more, but the reply was a reminder that Yin Wuzuo was no easy opponent either. Luckily, he carried all 10 divine relic parts, so he still had a chance. After all, hundreds of millions of Jiu Shi zombies were enough to make anyone's scalp tingle. No wonder the underground world wanted Jiang Chen dead. Inside the realm, Yin Wuzuo looked at the insect sea and sneered, asking if this was all Jiang Chen had, saying it was not enough to scare him. Then he activated each divine relic part one by one, eyes, arms, legs, and the holy wings behind his back. His aura exploded as he proudly declared himself a true god. His killing intent locked straight onto Jiang Chen. Yin Wuzuo's body began to expand wildly, from 10 zhang to 100, then towering to 1,000 zhang. He said 9 divine relic parts had opened the gate of 9 revolutions, and now he possessed the 10th. The divine consciousness was fully activated. His domain expanded to its absolute limit. The spectators grew restless. Some believed Saint Sun Wei Wu would ascend to godhood today. Even if the insect sea was shocking, it might not be enough. Once the domain was formed, everything would be isolated. Even if all the Jiu Shi zombies self-destructed, they could only stall for seconds, and Jiang Chen might already be dead. Others analyzed that Yin Wuzuo's soul could handle 10 divine relic parts, meaning the gate of 10 revolutions was open. This battle would be extremely hard for Jiang Chen. Hong En turned to old Jiang and asked how he could stay calm, wondering if Jiang Chen had any trump card beyond 10 billion Jiu Shi zombies. Old Jiang replied he did not know everything, but one thing was certain, Jiang Chen would not die here. He revealed someone once returned from the future with a vessel and left 3 prophecies. Now the second was unfolding. That person had given Jiang Chen a brocade box to face ancient 10 revolution level beings, so he would not fall in Ling Yun's secret realm. After all, Jiang Chen had not released all 80 billion Jiu Shi zombies, had not killed Yan Zun, nor lured out the ancient beings. With so much unfinished, he would not die so easily. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen judged Yin Wuzuo's strength equal to the ancient divine corpse he faced in the Ji family treasury. If he released all 10 billion Jiu Shi zombies here, the realm might collapse, so he chose to test with 1 billion first. He reminded everyone they only remembered him as Zhenhai King, but forgot his more terrifying title, Calamity Overlord. As he finished speaking, another 1 billion Jiu Shi zombies were summoned. Yin Wuzuo's face stiffened. This was truly the scale of 1 billion. Jiang Chen immediately sent 300 million to clear the surrounding mobs. The massive insect sea swept across the battlefield, and the weaker ones had no way to resist. The remaining 700 million were led straight toward Yin Wuzuo. Under Jiang Chen's command, the insects merged into one gigantic and horrifying monster. Yin Wuzuo did not dodge, and instead threw a punch straight into the heart of the swarm. Yin Wuzuo laughed loudly, asking if Jiang Chen really thought these insects could stop him. Jiang Chen simply waved his hand, feeling a bit sorry for the little bugs, but instead of dying for nothing, they might as well self-destruct and end with value. Groups of Jiu Shi zombies immediately rushed in and exploded around Yin Wuzuo. The chain explosions finally injured him, tearing open a painful wound across his abdomen. Enraged, Yin Wuzuo raised his hand and summoned the 5 elements Azure Blade. He proudly declared that with this power he was no different from a god, and today Jiang Chen and these insects would be buried together. Then he began slaughtering the insect clan like crazy. The 5 elements Azure Blade, carried terrifying elemental power, so overwhelming that even spectators felt they could not withstand it. Yet Jiang Chen remained calm, ordering part of the swarm to self-destruct while the rest retreated. At that moment, Yin Wuzuo unleashed another slash, striking the royal earth shield. Jiang Chen slowly spoke, saying he was the sovereign, and the insect clan were his soldiers. Then he forcibly linked himself to the origin power of the entire insect clan. Huangji soldier form activated, and waves of insects turned into streams of energy and fused into Jiang Chen's body. His power skyrocketed into a violent surge. Inside the small thousand world, even the world tree trembled, and Guo Ren warned that with Jiang Chen's current soul strength, he could handle at most 400 million Jushi zombies. Any more and his soul would collapse, and even if he survived, he would need a long recovery. Realizing his soul was nearing the limit, Jiang Chen stopped absorbing more Jushi zombies. He slowly drew out the divine weapon Tianzui. At the same time, the Myriad Origins ancestral tree appeared, and Jiang Chen coldly declared that today he would use it to slay a god. Just the aura of the divine tree made countless spectators shiver. Some felt their souls nearly tearing apart from a single glance. People were even more shocked knowing Jiang Chen's soldier form could hold 400 million Jushi zombies, something even a 10-revolution existence might not endure, yet his body had not collapsed. Someone recalled his battle in the Void God realm, suspecting he used soldier form back then, but the silent livestream gave no proof. Now they realized they had underestimated him. Even 80 billion Jushi zombies were not his most terrifying card. No wonder the ancient beings in the underground world wanted him dead at any cost. Just imagining him fully grown and using 80 billion Jushi zombies with soldier form was enough to make anyone shiver. Right then, someone recognized the Myriad Origins ancestral tree as the same tree seen before. They remembered when Jiang Chen self-destructed 100,000 Jushi zombies against Xiao Yuanshan, and everyone present had their memories erased. Xuanwei revealed that when her dream energy entered Jiang Chen's sea of consciousness, the first thing she saw was that tree, but she was forcibly expelled. And even when Jiang Chen awakened his profession, the tree appeared. She suspected he might be a god-level spirit nurturer. But she shook her head, saying it seemed beyond the concept of profession. If ranked, the existence represented by the Myriad Origins ancestral tree was above god level, leaving everyone stunned, wondering what kind of monster Jiang Chen truly was. Everyone knew Xuanwei was an ancient mental type existence, so her words were almost certainly true, yet the idea of above god level was hard to imagine. Someone then urgently asked whether Jiang Chen's soldier form could truly stand against Yin Wuzuo. The reply was that soldier form had tiers. The lowest could mobilize only 2 layers of power, while his own had reached 5 layers. By borrowing strength from 400,000 god slayers, he once fought over 10 peak 9 revolution experts and even killed 2, and Jiang Chen now commanded 400 million Jushi zombies, with at least 10 layers of power, enough to ignite the insect clan origin and form a true abyss. Even if Yin Wuzuo were a true 10 revolution god, the result would still be death. But Yin Wuzuo only sneered from afar, claiming Jiang Chen was bluffing, and he wanted to see how long this state could last. Then he directly controlled the entire 5 elements secret realm, forcing all elements to merge together. Everyone realized he was using the power of the whole realm to crush Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen calmly told the Myriad Origins ancestral tree to go all out. In an instant, violent elements erupted everywhere. Thorn flame fire, thorn flame ice, heavenly frost metal, earth rift soil, and soul devouring wood all descended. Yin Wuzuo slashed forward, while Jiang Chen opened the abyss to meet it. Yin Wuzuo roared that he would send Jiang Chen to hell and struck the abyss, but the black rift split briefly and then closed again. Instead, all his attacks were swallowed whole. Everyone froze. No one expected the elemental power of the entire realm to be devoured like that. Jiang Chen coldly said that no matter how the Great Tao changed, all races would fade with time, but the insect clan would never be destroyed. Yin Wuzuo almost went mad and unleashed Divine Fury Slash again. Jiang Chen replied calmly that the outcome was not for him to decide. His soldier form could only fuse 400 million Jushi zombies for now. But that was more than enough to kill a false god, and when the strike came, Jiang Chen blocked it with his insect-covered arm. Yin Wuzuo was horrified to see his blade stopped bare-handed, and then Jiang Chen used 9 nether power to crack the weapon. With a single shout, the divine weapon shattered into pieces, the fragments stabbing back into Yin Wuzuo's own body. He stared blankly as his godly weapon was destroyed. Jiang Chen coldly declared that Yin Wuzuo had used all his tricks. Now it was his turn. Still unwilling to accept defeat, Yin Wuzuo screamed that he had become a god and the abyss would be flattened. Jiang Chen answered with one strike of Great Tao Blade. The terrifying slash tore through Yin Wuzuo's body, leaving countless wounds across him. His body began to lose balance in the air, and Jiang Chen used Thunder Flash to close in. Another sword, Great Dao Sky Splitter, pierced straight down. At the same time, 9 Nether Soul Devour activated, and countless juicy zombies burrowed into Yin Wuzuo's body. Jiang Chen coldly said that once the soul was destroyed, the divine power would vanish. In the next second, Yin Wuzuo's body exploded mid-air, the massive energy shaking the entire secret realm. Realizing the blast was coming, everyone fled at full speed, shouting to get far away or be swept away. As they retreated, they pulled Su Qianqian with them, knowing it was still dangerous. After gaining distance, they raised protective barriers. The shockwave felt like it could tear the realm apart. Even while being dragged away, Su Qianqian kept looking back at the battlefield. Before she could relax, someone warned her not to lower her guard. No one was sure the danger was gone. After a while, things slowly stabilized, and when they looked back, they were stunned. Jiang Chen had used Devouring Abyss to absorb all the violent energy. Turning to Feng Wuqi, Su Qianqian teased him, saying if he liked someone he should just say it instead of staring. Feng Wuqi awkwardly asked if Miss Nanggong already had a Dao companion, but she glanced at Ding Chuntiu instead, leaving him speechless and telling her to look at Jiang Chen instead. As for Jiang Chen, he had reached his limit, his body clearly unable to handle the power surge. He lost all strength and fell from the sky, making Su Qianqian panic and rush forward. But Xiao Shan appeared first and caught Jiang Chen in her arms. Seeing that, everyone understood someone was already by his side. After the earth-shaking battle, Jiang Chen was completely exhausted, and the Jiu Shi zombies slowly returned to normal. Even so, a few people with divine relic parts were still barely alive on the battlefield. After hearing the plan, everyone exchanged looks and let out a cold laugh. They decided to finish the rest fast, then leave the secret realm so Jiang Chen could recover. Outside, Yanzun crushed a table in rage over this defeat. His favorite disciple was dead, and he swore Jiang Chen would not leave Tianyun Island alive. Inside, the battle kept exploding as skills rained down with mountain-shaking force. Attacks came like a raging storm, leaving the enemy zero chance to fight back. Killing cries echoed everywhere as the battlefield fell into pure chaos. In another area, one man was locked by Taiji 8 Wind Seal, struggling uselessly. Even Blood Sea Reversal could not break it. The rest began cleaning up, combining water and fire into massive explosions that wiped out their foes. One guy tried a last counter with Fire God Eye and Zerg Dominator to turn things around. But Su Qianqian dodged with ease and even teased him, saying she would cool down his flames. She split into countless afterimages and surrounded him, leaving him stunned before he even knew what happened. Before he could react, her tails shot out and wrapped around his entire body. The tails slowly crushed his limbs one by one, the pain so intense it left him numb. Elsewhere, a female enemy was chased by Feng Wuqi until she screamed that he was the real monster. After clearing his side, Feng Wuqi stood before his teammates and ordered everyone to regroup and exit. He carried Jiang Chen on his back and said Great Xiao won thanks to the Zhenhai King, making Jiang Chen laugh at his rare joke. Those who once targeted Jiang Chen dropped to their knees when they saw their disciples dead, unable to believe the Holy Sun had fallen too. Yanzun suppressed his fury, but knew Great Sia's strength was truly terrifying. When the fight ended, he demanded the secret realm be opened to retrieve the bodies and spirits of the 3 island prodigies. Ji Lingqiu stayed calm and said the realm would open only after Great Sia's people came out. Yanzun grew even angrier, recalling how he raised Wu Zuo like a son for decades, only to be left with a corpse. He directly threatened Ji Lingqiu, saying he would not even need 10 moves to kill. He demanded Jiang Chen be handed over, or everyone here, and even Great Xia's capital, would face disaster. As the tension peaked, Ji Lingqiu called Xiao Ju out from a void gate, and she walked out casually eating skewered meat. Xiao Ju politely greeted Yanzun as uncle, making the scene instantly bizarre. Yanzun frowned, confused why a little girl was brought out, warning he would not show mercy, but Ji Lingqiu still insisted handing over Jiang Chen was Great Xia's best choice. Ignoring the threat, Ji Lingqiu turned to Xiao Zhou and asked what to do if someone wanted to kill her father. Xiao Ju answered innocently that of course she would eat him. That reply made the atmosphere even stranger. At that moment, countless old wing swarms surged in from afar like a dark tide. Only then did Yanzun realize Xiao Ju was no normal girl but the origin mother of the old wing swarms. Flames burst from Yanzun as he coldly declared no one here was worthy to kill him, and unleashed the heavenly ash fire art. Ji Lingqiu calmly told Xiao Ju to go play with her great-grandpa first, and she obediently nodded. Yanzun instantly summoned the 9 Heavens Flame Dragon, aiming to kill Xiao Ju since the swarm would collapse without its mother. He raised the heavenly sun steel wall as a sea of fire surged forward, but Ji Lingqiu blocked it with a shield. Myriad swords returned to origin clashed head-on with the flames, the impact so terrifying it chilled every onlooker. Everyone knew that battle was far beyond their level. Someone trembled, saying he had seen many fire experts, but never rules at Yan Zun's level. While everyone panicked, Xiaoju casually walked into the sea of fire like it was a stroll, asking if this little flame was supposed to be scary. Yan Zun unleashed more power, mocking the great Xia sword god as overrated before casting heavenly illumination and nameless karmic fire. Ji Lingqiu struggled to hold on and shouted for old Jiang to act now or he would not last. A cold snort echoed in the sky, then a terrifying axe strike split the sea of fire in half. Yan Zun's expression instantly changed. Jiang Xuanji's voice rang out in ridicule, saying he only tested Yan Zun, and he was already this weak. Shocked, Yan Zun asked if Jiang Xuanji had returned from the catacombs, and Jiang Xuanji replied he came back to take his life. As they clashed, everyone inside the secret realm was teleported out. The moment Yan Zun saw Jiang Chen, killing intent exploded in his eyes. But before he could reach him, Jiang Xuanji blocked with his battle axe and declared he must step over their corpses first. Xiaoju rushed to hug Jiang Chen, happy her father was back, while Jiang Chen admitted he was too exhausted to keep fighting Yan Zun. Xiaoju patted her chest and said as long as her swarm arrived, she would just eat Yan Zun. On the other side, Yan Zun summoned the elite forces of the three islands. A massive gate opened, revealing giant warships and tens of thousands of troops ready to wipe out Great Xia. Everyone realized Yan Zun still had hidden cards, but Great Xia had not shown everything either. Ji Lingqiu turned to Old Fang for support, and the old man simply smiled. Old Fang immediately activated a grand spatial teleportation array. Another portal opened, and Jiang Xuanji's legion appeared in full force. Seeing Old Fang, many were shocked to recognize the legendary spatial archmage from 600 years ago, and the human emperor's mentor. The distance from Gulong Ancient City to Tianyun Island was over 100,000 miles, impossible without this level of teleportation, to move 200,000 troops so fast. Yan Zun frowned at the sight of that old monster, yet still believed these forces were not enough to defeat him. Old Fang chuckled and said young people talk too much, then activated the space lock cube. The grand array sealed Yan Zun's warships and army completely inside. The three islands' forces panicked and tried to break it, only to find hundreds of layered seals. Old Fang calmly said they would never break his formation. Enraged, Yan Zun tried to kill Old Fang first, but Jiang Xuanji blocked him and declared himself the true opponent. Yan Zun warned that billions of old wing swarms and their mother in the ancient catacombs would attack Great Xia, and in 3 months the heavenly Dao seal would open, unleashing even stronger foes. Jiang Xuanji sneered and said if needed he would use his life to stop them, but today he would first take Yan Zun's head. With that, he unleashed Xingxiba Wu Ping. The familiar killing formation of the Godslayer army erupted, their killing intent forming a massive dragon phantom over the battlefield. The power of 200,000 soldiers poured into Jiang Xuanji, forming the war god body. As the war god domain fully opened, his body grew colossal, towering over Yan Zun. Jiang Xuanji roared for Great Xia's warriors to follow and charged with his battle axe. The remaining elite disciples rushed in behind Jiang Wuxian, their momentum shaking the sky. As they clashed, Yan Zun shouted that Jiang Xuanji was no different from the human emperor, both harming Great Xia for selfish goals, and he would eliminate him today. Yan Zun then activated all his divine components, merging into a true god Dharma body that grew even larger than Jiang Xuanji. But Jiang Xuanji did not retreat and unleashed Godslayer Dragon Soul. Yan Zun scoffed at the tiny dragon soul and raised his hand to release a heaven-shaking sea of fire. Yet in that instant, the space around Jiang Xuanji felt like it was sinking into deep water. His body swelled again, surpassing Yan Zun even after activating Thousand-Hand War God. Yan Zun still sneered, saying such tricks were not worthy to face him. Jiang Xuanji countered with Heavenly Axe Annihilation Slash, cutting straight into the flames. Yan Zun remained arrogant, treating it like a twig, trying to hold up the sky. Nameless karmic fire rained down as ninth-turn experts below plunged into chaos and ordered the juniors to retreat. Ji Lingqiu unleashed myriad swords piercing heart and swept through his enemies. Gu Kaichen was even more ruthless, killing the traitor Yang Ming with one sword and declaring he always keeps his word. Elsewhere, Ji Hangan was forced to raise Heavenly Stem Shield against Earth's wrath and its endless falling boulders. Teammates shouted while fighting, telling others to finish quickly and come support. As the battlefield shattered the heavens, Jiang Chen watched and asked if the seniors were in danger, but everyone feared Yan Zun was too strong even for Jiang Wuxian. Xiaoju showed no worry, and said her children were almost here, and she would just eat that fire old man. Jiang Chen rubbed her head and asked if she could truly swallow Yan Zun, since his body was insanely tough, and Xiaoju calculated she might need to detonate at least half her swarm. She admitted that after eating him, she would fall into a long sleep and not see her father for a long time. Jiang Chen was about to ask more when Xiaoju shushed him and said her babies had arrived. Seeing the insect tide, Yan Zun's face changed while Jiang Xuanji finally breathed out. Yan Zun noticed Jiang Xuanji's war god form was about to expire and seized the chance with a killing strike. The blow severely wounded Jiang Xuanji, forcing Ji Lingqiu to rush in and block with heavenly blade steel wall. Yan Zun pressed forward to wipe everyone out, but countless old wing swarms turned into black mist and stopped the flames. At that moment, Xiaoju officially stepped onto the battlefield, smiling and telling Yan Zun she came to eat him. The old wing mother finally revealed her true form, and the air grew heavy. In another space, ancient immortal experts discussed that if tens of billions of old wing swarms kept growing, a world-ending calamity was inevitable. They said Jiang Chen must die, but Yan Zun had to be saved since he was their carefully nurtured pawn. Someone suggested that killing Jiang Chen required crossing a space-time barrier, and the only way now was to awaken a sleeping ancestor at great cost. They added that in 3 months, once the heavenly Dao seal opened, they would restore their 10th-rank divine bodies and march into Great Xia. Others worried that in just 3 months the swarm might grow out of control, so it was better to eliminate the threat early. One voice said to keep observing, since not only the immortal race was anxious, but other catacomb forces were even more restless, and it was a matter of who lost patience first. Suddenly a terrifying energy erupted from deep below and shot into the sky, signaling the nether race had begun to move. Void Immortal Elder slowly said that once 9 nether fully formed, the nether race would use the power of life and death to open Yellow Spring and become a terrifying existence. Someone guessed they had sent an ancient monster just to kill Jiang Chen, showing their resolve, while the immortal race could simply watch and benefit. Back on the battlefield, Xiaoju maintained her terrifying 9 nether state. Jiang Chen's arm kept summoning more old wing swarms from another space, reaching 80 billion and chilling everyone. At the center of the swarm, Xiaoju activated Rise of 9 Nether. Yan Zun's divine domain began to be devoured piece by piece, and even he could not believe it was collapsing so fast. Under the power of 9 Nether, every domain was forcibly extinguished, a sight that chilled everyone. Feng Wuqi pulled Su Qianqian back and told her to stay put since this level of battle was beyond them. Xiaoju kept expanding her life nether domain. Yan Zun refused to submit and unleashed infinite karmic fire, forming a fire dragon that swept the sky. But the flames were swallowed instantly by the old wing vortex, leaving Yan Zun visibly shaken for the first time. Xiaoju gave him a dangerous smile and repeated Jiang Chen's words that his meat was tough and hard to chew. Yan Zun gritted his teeth in fury as Xiaoju cast Reincarnation Curse and Abyss Awakening. Swarms turned into a roaring tide, and knowing 9 Nether was hard to counter, Yan Zun switched targets to Jiang Chen. He rushed straight at Jiang Chen and released Fire Origin Divine Dragon to kill him first. Everyone instantly stood in front of Jiang Chen and unleashed their ultimate skills to block it. But just from the pressure of the fire dragon, they knew it was rule-level power and almost impossible to stop. Jiang Xuanji even considered opening the brocade box meant for ancient beings, as the situation was critical. Yet Jiang Chen stayed calm and said Yan Zun could not kill him, sounding absurdly confident. Even so, everyone kept shielding him and scolded him for joking at a time like this. More allies rushed forward to help, but Jiang Chen kept insisting it was unnecessary. He even muttered that acting cool like this was exhausting, and he would not try it again. At that instant, a massive old wing swarm appeared and blocked the attack. They devoured Yan Zun's fire dragon completely, and Jiang Chen just smiled, saying he told them so. Gu Keitian finally breathed in relief, realizing they had worried for nothing. Jiang Xuanji quietly put away the brocade box, glad he had not opened it. Soon after, Xiaoju happily ran back to Jiang Chen, shouting that she was back. But Jiang Chen suddenly looked past her and asked who was standing behind her. Yan Zun sensed something strange behind him, went mad with rage, and chose to burn his soul in desperation. At that moment, the figure on the boat behind Xiaoju threw down a pitch-black noose. Someone recognized it as Nether and screamed for everyone to run. Before anyone could react, the rope wrapped tightly around Yan Zun's neck. He was dragged through the air, without any ability to resist. Xiaoju sat on the boat excitedly, saying this was the dog-walking game her father mentioned. Yan Zun was strangled until he vomited blood, looking utterly miserable. The 3 islands' remnants turned pale as they watched their invincible leader hung like a dead dog before 9 Nether. Some cunning survivors took the chaos as a chance to flee. Jiang Chen stared thoughtfully at the figure on the boat, unsure what existence Xiao Ju had summoned, knowing she would likely sleep for a long time after this. Looking at his current strength, Jiang Chen could not help but wonder how far he would go in the future. The moment Yanzun died, the sky split open with a massive spatial crack. Xiao Ju immediately sensed the anomaly. From the rift, a pitch-black arm tore through space and lunged at Xiao Ju. A voice full of killing intent cursed Nine Nether again and again. Xiao Ju happily called out Tu Bo, and the man with the noose instantly used Nether Prison Lock. The being in the rift coldly said Tu Bo was once a noble existence, yet now served Nine Nether. Tu Bo only laughed and said he was nothing more than a stray dog without a master. The other side recalled how the 10 halls of Yama once obeyed Tu Bo, and now he was no longer the same, while Xiao Ju innocently pointed toward the rift. The being lost patience and roared, commanding the arm to grab Xiao Ju and swearing to kill her before she matured. Xiao Ju instantly countered with Nether Soul Devour and 9 Nether Wave. Countless old wing swarms rushed in and crazily gnawed at the arm. The existence in the rift went mad and shouted that even in death, he would drag others with him. He then cast Nether Soul Devour, targeting all of humanity. In a blink, everyone's vision went dark, as if their souls were about to be swallowed. Jiang Xuanji remembered the earlier warning and immediately opened the secret box. The moment it opened, a terrifying aura burst out and shot toward the arm in the rift. Everyone realized it was sword intent from Hu Po. The divine weapon turned into a streak of light and pierced the tearing space. With one slash, it cut off the arm completely, making the enemy scream in agony. With no choice left, the mysterious being retreated from this world. Jiang Chen stared at Hu Po, feeling a familiar aura similar to Keichin Blade, but countless times stronger. Even Jiang Xuanji was stunned that the hidden trump card was this overwhelming. Xiao Ju quickly picked up the severed arms and told the swarm to eat, since it was great nourishment. Jiang Chen felt regret that the ancient being escaped so fast, since its flesh alone could evolve many insects. At that moment, Shu Yi inside his body manifested and spread outward. Roots shot wildly into space as if hunting prey. Jiang Chen was dumbfounded, wondering if Shu Ye had its own will or reacted to his thoughts. Shockingly, the creature hiding in the rift was dragged back by Shu Yi. Everyone stared in disbelief at what was happening. Shu Yi wrapped the enemy with countless roots into a giant cocoon, as if planning to devour it. The roots tightened until even the opponent's soul was crushed. That soul turned into energy and flowed deep into Jiang Chen's mind. Inside his consciousness, he saw a seven-colored sphere forming. Jiang Chen was speechless and wondered if Shu Ye could at least talk if it was truly alive. Meanwhile, after dealing with Yanzun, Xiao Ju happily called Tu Bo to prepare to leave. Before disappearing, the man on the boat looked at Jiang Chen and smiled meaningfully. That gaze left Jiang Chen confused, as if they had known each other for ages. When the spatial gate closed, everyone realized Nine Nether's true form vanished with Xiao Ju. But soon Xiao Ju stumbled back beside Jiang Chen, rubbing her eyes and saying she was sleepy. Jiang Chen gently comforted her and promised to take her to a big feast in the future. He asked Xiao Chen to take care of Xiao Ju, and she agreed immediately. Ji Honggan rushed over in shock, asking what that strange tree was, since he had never seen anything like it. Jiang Xuanji acted mysterious and said heavenly secrets cannot be revealed, then told everyone to clean the battlefield and prepare to reclaim the 3 islands. Someone reported a few people tried to flee during the chaos, and their faces turned pale when exposed. Jiang Chen ordered the old wing swarms to force a choice of submission or death, but the insects did not even wait and tore them apart. Jiang Xuanji sighed and admitted they had worried too much, and when Ji Lingqiu asked if Jiang Chen was too ruthless, he calmly said a false human emperor could not afford mercy. On another side, Old Fang guarding Yanzun's reinforcements asked if they could withdraw now, and Jiang Xuanji politely thanked him for the help. After the crisis passed, the prodigies finally relaxed, joking that this time they won just by lying still, and one girl even shouted she would definitely pursue Jiang Chen from today on. Jiang Chen was about to lead the charge to retake the 3 overseas islands, but Jiang Chen suddenly stopped him and said it was safer for him to return to the shelter first. Over at the 3 overseas islands, Jiang Chen said he alone was more than enough to handle it. Soon, the live broadcast showed Yanzun and the top geniuses getting wiped out, shocking the entire islands. Our geniuses are all dead? Even Lord Yanzun is gone? Even a god got killed? Despair spread instantly. What will happen to the 3 islands now? Do we even have a future? Suddenly, someone pointed at the sky. A black tide was rushing in. It was the 9-winged miasma. Screams erupted everywhere. I don't want to die. The cries kept coming as the swarm swept across. The geniuses were gone. The god was slain. All hope was crushed. For Jiang Chen, this was only the end of the opening act. Now it was time for the real harvest. Penglai, Fengzhang, Yingzhou, 1 saint, 7 academies, 12 clans, and 5 billion lives of the 3 overseas islands would all bow before him. Suddenly a strange phenomenon appeared. An eerie light spread across the sky, sending chills down everyone's spine. In a blink, everyone below froze, staring blankly at the light. Then tears streamed down their faces, as if something deep within their souls had been touched. Jiang Chen was confused. Wait, that's it? Why does it feel like nothing changed? But the crowd's reaction shocked even him. The despair in their eyes turned into hope. Some trembled and asked how they had lived before. Then they all knelt. We welcome our sovereign. We bow to Lord Jiang Chen. Outsiders watching were speechless. This ability was absolutely broken. The people of Great Xia watching on screen laughed in relief. The great disaster was finally over. An old man proudly said a centuries-old problem was solved by his disciple in minutes. Jiang Chen looked over the 3 overseas islands and declared that from today on, they would forever be citizens of Great Xia. The crowd responded in unison that they would serve Great Xia for eternity. The elders sighed that Zhenhai King was Great Xia's greatest blessing. Jiang Chen turned around and laughed awkwardly, asking them to just call him Xiao Chen or his master would scold him. A familiar old voice echoed from afar, saying the brat knew his place but not enough. Jiang Chen joked back before the man even landed, making everyone burst into laughter. Jiang Xuanji patted his shoulder and thanked him, saying they would handle taking over the islands and would also help him search for the time fragment he wanted. Just then, Old Fang hurried over, urging them to return to the underground realm before chaos broke out. Jiang Xuanji immediately ordered the army back to Kunlun. The scene shifted to a grand hall within the chaotic space-time. Yuanshi Mojun addressed representatives of the 50 strongest races. He said months ago he had ordered all races to unite and take down Pojun City no matter the cost. But everyone only tried to save themselves, because the Great Era was about to begin, and no one wanted to die before dawn. Yuanshi Mojun mocked them, saying someone had claimed ties with Great Xia and secretly backed Yanzun, hoping to profit without risk. But now Yanzun was dead, and all that effort was wasted. Yuanshi Mojun declared that in 3 months the Heavenly Dao Seal would open for the 10th time, and proposed each major race send 10 10th Order experts to flatten Pojun, Tanlong, and Qisha City. The representatives quickly agreed. Yuanshi Mojun nodded. The Demon race supported it. The Dragon race joined. Even the 5 Elements race chose to fight. The Ming race directly promised 20 10th Order experts. The Abyss race matched them with another 20 top-tier powerhouses. Satisfied, Yuanshi Mojun warned that once Juyo City formed, their races would face harsh suppression, leaving only surrender or destruction. 500 10th Order experts attacking together would crush Great Xia's 3 cities like insects. A Dragon race powerhouse asked who would lead the charge, wary of the Dreamer who could borrow power from hundreds of billions of Great Xia citizens. The ancient immortal race stepped up. They would handle it. Besides 10th Order fighters, they would bring imperial weapons. Erasing the Dreamer would not be hard. The scene shifted to a parallel timeline deep within the river of time. 10 years later, Earth had expanded hundreds of times and evolved into a terrifying void state. In that timeline, Great Xia had long been destroyed. Its land was divided among the myriad races, and every blessed realm was seized. In Tianfeng City of that world, Jiang Chen stood beside Xiao Chan and asked if Tianfeng City or Chujiang City sounded better. She answered instantly that Chujiang City was better. But as soon as she finished speaking, she started coughing violently. Jiang Chen turned to her in worry. He gently supported her and told her to lean on him if she was tired. They were older now, and their bodies were clearly near collapse. Jiang Chen looked at the city and said calmly that if Chujiang City no longer existed, then this place did not need to remain either. Suddenly, that timeline's Jiang Chen sensed a familiar aura. He realized the mark he left behind had been activated by Jiang Xuanji. A trace of nostalgia flashed in his eyes. He missed them, but Great Xia was gone. Everyone was dead. The survivors were slaves or worse. Only he was still resisting. He laughed at himself, exhausted, and it seemed he could not hold on much longer. The older Jiang Chen slashed out with one strike, splitting Chujiang City in half. Before leaving, he said he hoped their Great Xia could still be saved. A furious roar followed. Time Emperor, how dare you slaughter an ancient city of the ancient immortal race? They swore to hunt him to the ends of the earth, but Jiang Chen did not even look back. He turned to Xiao Chan. Let's go. In that timeline, Xiao Chan's face had aged to the point it looked ready to shatter. In contrast, the present Xiao Chan was full of life. She looked at Jiang Chen curiously and asked if he had called her. Jiang Chen nodded and said the final time fragment was gathered, and now she could complete her life leap. Xiao Chan agreed happily. Jiang Chen immediately used divine evolution on her, and the system began analyzing and initiating the life leap. Moments later, it was complete. Evolution into spring-autumn mother worm had succeeded. The new data appeared. Xiao Chan now possessed the Eye of Time, able to consume 10 worms to see 3 seconds ahead, and at the limit even 10 years, with time reversal ability and future evolutions into 5-turn wandering lightworm, and ultimately 9-turn origin of time. Seeing the fully unlocked talents, Jiang Chen finally understood just how insane the spring-autumn worm was. It could reproduce 1 worm every hour, even as pure battle resources. That alone was terrifying. But the real horror was the last 2 abilities. The first ability was Time Reversal. Consume 10 million worms to rewind everything within 100 meters by 1 minute. But the backlash risk was massive, depending on the number and level of affected beings. The second was even crazier. Time Travel. Pay 30% of current lifespan to enter the river of time and return to the past. With a time anchor, you control the destination. Without one, you get thrown in randomly, and it burns an absurd amount of the mother worm's origin. Use it too much and you self-destruct. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. These were gaudier abilities, but the price was brutal. 10 million worms for 1 rewind. At the current rate, Xiao Chan would need over 1,000 years to gather that many. Trading lifespan was worse. 1 year only equals 1 million worms. As for time travel, overuse it and you die. Simple as that. Jiang Chen shook his head. No way he was burning his own life like that. Even if he reached a higher realm someday, he would never casually touch such life-draining powers. And forced time travel would crush Xiao Chan with backlash. In her current state, she simply could not handle the pressure of the river of time. Seeing him lost in thought, Xiao Chan tilted her head and softly asked what he was thinking about. He answered casually, "I was thinking about you." Her face instantly turned red. She covered her mouth, flustered like she might faint from embarrassment. She spun around and ran toward the tree guardian in panic. Jiang Chen stood there confused. Did I say something wrong? She quickly made an excuse, saying Xiao Qiao was still asleep, so she had to check on her. Jiang Chen nodded and thanked her for taking care of the girl. He looked up at the massive tree and asked the tree guardian if the multicolored fruit came from the Ming race ancestor. What surprised him was that it ripened on its own without soul nourishment. Just then Xiao Jia ran over with a backpack on his back. Father, Jiang Chen smiled. "Oh, Xiao Jia." The kid spun around proudly, showing off his new bag. "Father, you still remember you promised to let me go to school, right?" Jiang Chen thought for a moment and recalled that he did. He rubbed the boy's head and said, "Sure, just pick any school you like and tell them his name." Xiao Jia beamed with joy, thanked him, then transformed back to his true form and flew off. Jiang Chen watched him leave, feeling the kid really was different from normal children. He decided not to overthink it. Let the kid enjoy life. There were bigger matters now. At that moment, the special fruit function activated, and he obtained a new item called the Cosmic Light Tower. The description appeared: a supreme time treasure that could be placed anywhere. The Tower Master could set entry rules, trial rules, time flow speed, and more. It could even create avatars inside to experience trials, with rewards shared equally. Most importantly, time inside did not affect lifespan. External time was the standard. Death inside meant unlimited resurrection, but the pain was 100% real. Weak minds would break instantly. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. This was broken. The myriad races were preparing for war, and this was exactly what Great Xia lacked. He immediately decided to inform his masters and have them arrange a location to test the tower as soon as possible. But then he felt something was off. The tree guardian had to be secretly observing him. Otherwise, how could every reward be exactly what he needed each time? Jiang Chen looked at the tree guardian and sighed. "You really are like my real father." The only response was a branch pushing him straight out, as if disgusted. Jiang Chen could only smile bitterly, cold as always. In Magic Capital, the top leaders of Great Xia held an emergency meeting. Ji Lingqiu said time was running out. In 3 months, the Heavenly Dao Seal would fully open. When the underground and the myriad races attacked together, how would they resist? Huan Yue sighed helplessly. Her power only worked within Great Xia. If she had a few hundred more years, she might transform further. But someone suddenly said there was still one way. Someone guessed they meant Xiao Shen's 80 billion 9-winged miasma. But that idea was quickly rejected. Even if they could kill 10th Order, the enemy had more than just 1 or 2. And the mother worm was asleep, so Jiuyo could not be used. Jiang Xuanji clarified. After the Heavenly Dao Seal opens, Kunlun Primordial Spirit will form 10 Primordial Spirit fruits. Anyone who consumes one can directly step into 10th Order. The room instantly erupted in opposition. Using a primordial spirit fruit meant cutting off all future potential and being stuck at 10th Order forever. It was like drinking poison to quench thirst. Jiang Xuanji replied coldly that there was no time left. Without this, Great Xia would not even survive the present. He declared firmly that he would take one himself to break through. With his current combat power, he could at least drag 10 enemies down with him. When Huan Yue tried to speak, she was stopped. She could not do this. As long as she kept sleeping, she could continue growing stronger. She was Great Sia's final trump card and could not destroy her own future. Just as the tension peaked, Katian contacted them. She urgently summoned the 3 invincibles to the Jiangnan base, saying her precious disciple had brought back something that could save all of Great Xia. When they arrived, a massive radiant tower stood before them. Everyone froze. This was the Cosmic Light Tower. Katian introduced it. Lord Gu had already entered to test it. She said seriously that this supreme treasure was brought back by Zhenhai King Jiangchen. Those who enter can choose trial modes suited to their realm. Below 6th Order, there was Monster Clearing mode for fast leveling. Above 6th Order, there was Enlightenment mode to simulate breakthroughs. There were also Killing mode, Duel mode, and Challenge mode, but those were only the basics. The most terrifying feature was time acceleration. Time inside did not consume lifespan, yet cultivation speed increased drastically. The base rate was 100 times faster, while real-world time flowed normally. With focused resources, the speed could rise even higher. Everyone gasped. 3 days outside equaled 1 year inside, and if resources were concentrated on a few individuals, it could reach hundreds or even thousands of times faster. The oppressive mood instantly shifted. Great Xia finally had hope. Someone asked where Xiao Shen was. Katian said he was inside the tower. No one hesitated. They went in immediately. After entering the Cosmic Light Tower, they all looked up instinctively. Above them was endless starry space and fragments of the universe spinning, like standing in an infinite sea of stars. Someone muttered in shock, "This is really inside the tower?" In the center, Jiang Chen sat calmly waiting. He laughed and welcomed them. "You finally made it. The tea is ready. Sit down." Katian narrowed her eyes and asked if he was the master of this tower. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded, "Yes." After sitting down, Katian asked if it worked for 9th turn experts like them. Jiang Chen answered confidently that it did, but to reach 10th turn, they must first condense a godhead. He explained the special mode called the God Ascension Stairway. There were 108 steps. Reach the top, and the godhead would be nearly complete. Jiang Chen turned to Gu Lao and joked that last time he accidentally wiped out his ancient god corpse in Magic Capital, so this tower counted as compensation. Gu Lao jumped up in excitement, ready to rush into the trial. Jiang Chen quickly stopped him. No rush. First, they had to calculate time allocation. If entry numbers were limited, all energy could boost 9th turn experts. In the best case, 10 9th turn could gain 1,000 times acceleration. 1 day outside meant nearly 3 years inside. Another plan was 4 9th turn, 8 8th turn, and 12 7th turn. After quick math, 3 months outside would equal 300 years inside. Huan Yue yawned lazily and said 300 years was enough for her to sleep until the stars died. The group immediately rushed to train. 3 days later, Jiang Chen was leisurely enjoying life. He praised the Cosmic Light Tower. Even while his main body rested outside, his avatars inside kept grinding and leveling. With 3 professions, he still reached 4th turn in just 3 days. The system suddenly announced the 4th turn assessment had opened. To level further, he must complete the transfer mission. Jiang Chen laughed. Right on time. He was not worried. The Tree Guardian had already prepared a mission skip item for him. Jiang Chen directly bypassed the trial and forcefully completed 4th turn. The Zerg Overlord system notified him that he could now draw a 4th Mother Worm. Proceed or not? Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Finally, the 4th Mother Worm. He did not hesitate. Draw now. Seconds later, extraction completed. Congratulations. You have obtained the Primordial Calamity 5 Elements Devouring Heaven Emperor Locust. The description was terrifying. A being born in the first great calamity of the primordial era, formed from the origin of the 5 elements. It was the origin of the Zerg calamity. It once gnawed at the heavenly Tao itself before being destroyed. Its abilities were revealed. The 5 elements Devouring Heaven Emperor could freely transform into one of the 5 elements forms, gaining power and lifespan based on devoured resources. Genjin True Emperor, Jiamu True Emperor, Guishui True Emperor, Lihuo True Emperor, Kantu True Emperor. Jiang Chen felt chills. Xiaoju and Xiaojia were already terrifying calamity-class worms. Now he had a primordial calamity existence. This was why the Zerg were called a true natural disaster. He read further in disbelief. This thing once chewed on the heavenly Tao. Even scarier, with enough food, it had virtually no reproduction limit. Its legion scale could surpass even the 9-winged miasma. The system asked the final question. Activate the mother worm or not? Jiang Chen did not hesitate. Activate. A proud voice echoed in his mind. I am the origin of the 5 elements. Fate has destined you to contract with this emperor. Its tone was overwhelmingly arrogant. You have gained a great fortune. From now on, I permit you to become my master. Jiang Chen froze for a few seconds. This did not sound like a primordial monster. It sounded like a middle schooler role-playing a villain. Total tsundere energy. He waved it off and casually named it Xiao Wu. The locust tried to maintain its pride and nodded in approval. But the moment Xiao Wu manifested physically, Jiang Chen nearly collapsed under the weight. What did you eat to be this heavy? Xiao Wu retorted proudly that this was the weight of the Gengjin body. A mere mortal like him would not understand. Jiang Chen sighed, suddenly missing Xiao Ju. At once Xiao Wu flared up. Who is Xiao Ju? How dare you think of someone else before this emperor? I will devour it. Jiang Chen stared at the grasshopper and felt something was off. Hearing a bug talk like that was just too weird. Without hesitation, he used divine evolution on it. After evolving, Xiao Wu instantly turned into a young girl. Her panel popped up right away. 5 elements devouring Heavenly Emperor, Primordial Calamity. Nickname Xiao Wu. She holds the 5 elements origin, level 0. Affinity at 100%, permanently locked. Devour rate 0, clone count 0. Her talents were even more terrifying. Geng Metal Body devours divine weapons. Jia Wood Body grants endless vitality. Gui Water can shift mountains and seas. Li Fire burns the heavens. Kan Earth crushes the land. After reaching Fate rank, Jiang Chen can extract 5 elements essence from her, and the power depends on how much she devours. Jiang Chen muttered while analyzing. Geng Metal eats divine weapons like snacks. Jia Wood is basically an immortal healing engine. The rest cover offense, defense, recovery, and wide area attacks. In short, she is completely broken. He casually patted Xiao Wu's head and sighed. You are the perfect strategic unit. Xiao Wu lifted her chin proudly. This emperor's name already echoes across the heavens, she added smugly. Becoming my master is your honor. Jiang Chen could only go silent. Everything was perfect except that mouth of hers. He decided to ignore it and focus on the real issue. First, check the Fate rank evolution requirements. The conditions appeared. To advance the 5 elements devouring Heavenly Emperor to Fate rank, 1 of 4 sacrifices is required. 3 Heavenly Dao fragments, 3 5 elements origin crystals, 3 5 elements divine weapons at least 6th tier, or 5 portions of primordial soul spirit liquid. Jiang Chen felt a headache instantly. The first 3 sounded nearly impossible. Even in a dungeon, they might not exist. But the last one rang a bell. Deep inside Great Shias Kunlun, there should be a source of primordial soul spirit liquid. Other major nations might have similar reserves too. Just then Xiao Wu asked curiously, "What is my master thinking about?" Jiang Chen replied casually, "Nothing." He stood up. "Let's check on Xiao Jia's insect nest first." But Xiao Wu immediately protested. "I am a supreme existence." She raised her chin arrogantly. "Only a magnificent palace suits me." Even though she complained, she still gave in. "Fine, I will grant you some face this time," she reminded him seriously. "Do not waste my favor." Then she finally flew inside. At that moment, the phone hanging beside the house suddenly rang. Jiang Chen was surprised. "A phone?" He frowned. "Who is calling at this hour?" After answering, a polite female voice came through. "Hello, I am Jiang Xiaojia's teacher." She hesitated. "Are you his guardian?" Jiang Chen answered immediately. "Yes, I am," the teacher continued. "Since Xiao Jia enrolled, a different woman has picked him up every day," she added. When I asked, he introduced each of them as his mother. Jiang Chen felt a bad premonition. Did they leave their names? The teacher began listing them, making his scalp tingle. Monday was Luo Sandao, Tuesday Mu Hanqiu, Wednesday Tang Ying, Thursday Huang Jiwei. Then the last name nearly made him choke. There was also Su Chanchan, and she did not seem human. Jiang Chen wanted to dig a hole and hide. He forced a laugh. Kids have wild imaginations. But the teacher sounded serious. The problem is, when I asked them directly, every one of them admitted they are Xiao Jia's mother. This time Jiang Chen almost fainted. He punched the wall and quickly made up an excuse. "It is like this." He lowered his voice sorrowfully. "Xiao Jia's biological mother passed away not long ago, so he is emotionally unstable. Those women are just friends trying to comfort him." He finally asked the teacher to take extra care of Xiao Jia before hanging up. After hearing the whole call, Xiao Wu was furious. "They dare take advantage of my master?" She gritted her teeth with killing intent. "I will devour them all." Seeing her about to rush out, Jiang Chen quickly grabbed her. "You stay put." He held his forehead in pain. "There is not a single one around me that gives me peace." But right then, Jiang Chen's expression changed. A violent wave of dizziness hit him. His legs went weak, and he collapsed to his knees. Ugh. The system instantly spammed warnings. His soul was cursed, corrupted, and eroded by an unknown entity. Luckily, the world tree blocked everything. Jiang Chen's face turned grim. A soul curse? But where did it even come from? He rushed toward the world tree and felt more shockwaves hit. Even blocked, the disgusting aura made his skin crawl. He analyzed fast. A soul curse must be cast at close range, or someone left a soul mark on him and used it as a medium. Using the Eye of Void, he ruled out the first option. That left only the second. A soul contract? One name flashed in his mind. Did Saito Kenichi run into trouble? The curse seemed to come from Sakura Nation. Right then, Gu Kaichen called with a grave tone. "Xiao Chen, Saito Kenichi's family just arrived." She paused. "They are at the Cosmic Light Tower base. Come immediately." The moment he arrived, he flashed straight to the foot of the massive tower. A girl was already kneeling there. She introduced herself as Saito Ayaka, descendant of Saito Kenichi. The Saito clan was wiped out by 8 shrines. Even the ancestor was taken to Takamagahara. Before the disaster, the ancestor left a message. If Saito fell, seek Jiang Chen in Great Xia. From now on, she was willing to follow and serve him. Xiao Wu grumbled in his ear. These humans want to share a master with this emperor? Before she could continue, Jiang Chen cut her off and told her to shut up. Ayaka froze for a few seconds, thinking he meant her. He quickly explained and led her into the tower to save time. Gu Keichen spoke up. The whole Saito clan was destroyed, and only this girl survived? He suspected the enemy let her escape on purpose to lure Jiang Chen to Sakura Nation. He warned him not to be careless. Jiang Chen replied calmly that he already calculated everything. But in his mind, he was thinking about collecting 5 types of primordial soul spirit liquid to save Xiao Huang. Great Xia's reserves were untouchable, so the only option was to rob someone. And now, 2 chances just walked right to his door. The scene shifted to a meeting room inside Asiaki Shrine. Saito Kenichi was imprisoned deep in Takamagahara for soul interrogation. The operation to wipe out the Saito clan was complete. They intentionally let Saito Ayaka, the last heir, escape. According to spies, she fled to Great Xia. Her trail was sealed after that, but most likely she would seek Jiang Chen, the Genhai king of Great Xia. Some doubted whether Jiang Chen would really walk into a trap. To him, Saito Kenichi was just a subordinate. His death should not matter. But the shrine leader Aichio Sakukimura was certain he would come. If not, his soul would be cursed by the great god Gaki until it shattered completely. Another reported that they had read Saito Kenichi's soul memories. They discovered Jiang Chen controls hundreds of millions of zombies. Many felt they were about to face a true demon king. Sakukimura only sneered. In his eyes, that title meant nothing. Sakura Nation was far stronger than Great Xia. He then revealed a shocking secret. Blessed by Yamatano Okami, Takamagahara now had a 10th turn god. Not only that, the nation's strongest divine artifact, Kusanagi, had awakened. If Jiang Chen dared to step in, he would never return alive. The scene shifted again to the Jiangnan War Zone base. A man reported that 5 minutes ago they received orders from the Heavenly King Blade. They must gather all 5 elements resources for Genhai King at full speed. Someone brought up the last time Genhai King issued a Wushuang order to collect marriage contracts. Jiangnan reacted slower than other regions. But this time the news was internal. They had to go all in. Everyone immediately split up. Some led teams to sweep every dungeon and secret realm nationwide. Others contacted major merchant guilds for massive purchases. One even said their transport capacity was too weak last time. That mistake would not happen again. It was not just Jiangnan. Other war zones grew restless too. They cursed Jiangnan for trying to monopolize the chance in secret. But the movement was too big to hide. Even outsiders sensed something huge was coming. Soon, every region rushed in, fighting for first place. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen looked confused and asked Gu Keitian. This morning, he only asked Jiangnan for some 5 elements resources. Somehow it turned into a nationwide campaign, even bigger than last time. Gu Keitian burst out laughing. To him, it just proved Jiang Chen's influence was insane. He did not even need a Wushuang order anymore. The whole country moved on its own. Jiang Chen could only smile awkwardly. He wanted to stay low-key at first. But since things exploded like this, he might as well treat it as a national drill. War was coming anyway. Better to improve coordination now. Then Gu Keitian shared something funny. Zhenguo Wen Jiantian from Guanghai, famous for his arrogance, was secretly sending people overseas to buy supplies in bulk. Jiang Chen nodded. The pull of the Cosmic Light Tower was just too terrifying. He heard Chen Guo from the Wuxiang War Zone, entered the tower for a few days, and already broke through with a special class advancement. Then he asked why his master stopped climbing the tower lately. Gu Keitian explained calmly. He was not a class advancer, so real progress inside the tower was limited. He did not want to waste entry slots meant for others. Rumors said deep inside the dungeon, there was a special place called the Eternal Sword Domain. It held countless sword Dao imprints left by ancient experts. Jiang Chen asked immediately, was his master planning to enter the dungeon? Gu Keitian nodded. He came today to say goodbye. His path in Great Xia had reached its ceiling. He had to gamble elsewhere. Inside the dungeon there were 5 major rankings: God, Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. Jiang Chen's senior brother Qi Gang entered the top 10 of the Profound ranking after comprehending the heaven-cleaving blade. The heavenly Dao rewarded him greatly. He was close to 7th turn. Gu Keitian smiled helplessly. As a master, he could not just watch his disciples surpass him one by one. At the very least, he wanted a spot on the heaven ranking. Jiang Chen immediately praised him. In his eyes, his master surviving this long was already a miracle. Getting on the heaven ranking in the future would not be strange at all. Gu Keitian laughed loudly, clearly pleased. Then his expression turned serious. The road ahead would only get harder. The responsibility on Jiang Chen's shoulders would grow heavier. But no matter what, there would always be people backing him. Jiang Chen bowed respectfully and thanked his master. The two simply said farewell, reminding each other to stay safe. 1 week later, inside Jiangnan's underground warehouse, Xiao Wu was still devouring resources non-stop. She even complained that this pile was barely enough to fill her teeth. Jiang Chen felt a headache just watching. The 5 elements devouring locust was powerful, but its appetite was endless. The swarm had reached 15 million, yet all the nationwide resources only fed them a couple of times. Creating a true calamity scale was harder than reaching the sky. Seeing his expression, Xiao Wu snorted. "Does my master think my descendants are weak?" she scoffed. "You do not actually think their strongest ability is just 5 elements power, right?" Jiang Chen was completely confused. Xiao Wu raised her hand and gathered the entire swarm into one spot. The 5 elements were just the basics. The real terror of the 5 elements devouring locust was total power fusion. In an instant, millions of locusts fused into a colossal creature. Jiang Chen's eyes widened. Xiao Wu introduced it proudly. "This is the 5 elements devouring beast. It can touch 10th turn power." When Jiang Chen asked if it was only close to 10th turn, Xiao Wu looked down on him. The devouring beast was a true 10th turn existence. It even bypassed the heavenly Dao ceiling bug. The only problem was strength was not enough yet. The form lasted only 10 seconds. But she was confident. Keep devouring, and one day even the heavenly Dao would become her food. Just hearing that showed how insane her ambition was. Jiang Chen quickly stopped her. "Forget about eating the heavenly Dao. First, let's head to Sakura Nation for a big feast." He ordered the red armor elephant beetle to merge into his body and sent the devouring locust swarm into nest number 2. The moment Xiao Wu heard they were going to Sakura Nation, she became visibly excited. She bounced around like she was heading to a grand banquet. After handling everything, Jiang Chen called Saito Ayaka to move out. This trip was to rescue the Saito ancestor and grab a few treasures on the way. Ayaka thought Great Xiao would deploy a full army. Instead, he calmly said he was going alone. She froze. In her eyes, he was only 4th turn, while Sakura Nation still had 8 terrifying shrines. Jiang Chen just smiled faintly. Ayaka understood nothing about Great Xia or about him. She explained that foreign nations could barely gather real intel on Great Xia. Even her grandfather only called him master and never revealed more. Jiang Chen did not bother explaining. "Just follow me and you will see." But the more confident he looked, the more uneasy Ayaka felt. She even considered running if things went out of control. The scene shifted to the wilderness of Sakura Nation. A group was in shock after learning the ultra-long-range teleport could only be used once. Someone muttered they planned to save it for escaping back to Great Xia. Another replied that activating it now meant headquarters had already abandoned them. Then they mentioned the one arriving was the Zhenhai King of Great Xia. One guy scoffed, saying he never heard that title before and thought it was some spoiled noble. Completely ridiculous. The captain shouted for silence. As subordinates, they just follow orders. With Jiang Wushan guarding Great Xia, a king title would never be given lightly. They simply lacked intel. At that moment, teleportation light flashed. Jiang Chen and Sato Ayaka appeared before them. Someone cheered in excitement. The target had finally arrived. After sensing his aura, everyone's eyes widened. Damn, 9th turn and already crowned king? His background must be terrifying. The undercover leader stepped forward and introduced himself as Yan Yunfeng. Jiang Chen casually introduced Saito Ayaka as well. The moment they heard Saito clan, their expressions changed. Jiang Chen calmly added that Ayaka was now just his servant. They were even more shocked. It was obvious his trip was related to the Saito clan. Jiang Chen did not hide it. He came to save someone and take a few things. Then he directly asked for Takamagahara's location. The instant those 3 words were spoken, the 2 white moons in the sky turned blood red. The air became eerie. The undercover group panicked, faces pale as paper, screaming for everyone to run. Jiang Chen stood there, confused. One hurriedly explained. The moon above was called Tsukiyomi Kensen. Anyone without recognition who mentioned Takamagahara would trigger it. Soundproof barriers were useless. Once marked, the enforcement squad would hunt them down for blasphemy. Sure enough, a red mark appeared on everyone present. Faces turned even paler. They knew trouble had arrived. Someone trembled in anger, blaming the lack of preparation. Yan Yunfeng stepped in to calm them. Ayaka lowered her head and apologized. The Saito clan used to have certification rights, so she forgot about this rule. While everyone panicked, Jiang Chen remained calm. To him, this was nothing. He even sighed inwardly that Xuanyue really sealed information too tightly. He casually said it was just a moon. Why fear it? Then he released the 9 winged insects, sending them straight toward the sky as if to devour the moon itself. Everyone was stunned. A king title was clearly not for show. Soon the enforcement squad followed the mark and arrived, shouting about eliminating blasphemers. Jiang Chen glanced at them and laughed. 1 7th turn, 2 6th turns, and over a dozen 5th turns. He introduced himself while crushing them all and forcefully devouring every last one. His cold voice echoed, "I am the Calamity Monarch, Jiang Chen." Their screams ended as they were completely consumed. Watching the entire enforcement squad erased in seconds, everyone around broke into cold sweat. There was even a 7th turn among them, yet they died like ants. After finishing everything, Jiang Chen calmly asked if they could now continue explaining how to reach Takamagahara. Yan Yunfeng sighed. Takamagahara's information was absolutely sealed. Ordinary people had no idea where it was. In all of Sakura Nation, only the heads of the 8 great shrines might know. Even the former Sato clan only knew the name, never the location. Hearing that, Jiang Chen changed direction and asked which shrine was closest. Yan Yunfeng immediately mentioned Akahasa Shrine just ahead of the city. It was one of the top 3 among the 8 great shrines, with at least over 100,000 members. Its current chief was peak 8th turn and could borrow Takamagahara's divine power to burst into 9th turn combat strength for a short time. Ayaka grew anxious. In her eyes, even if he was strong, marching straight in would be walking into a trap. But Jiang Chen only curled his lips into a strange smile. According to him, it was not them walking into a net. He was about to single-handedly surround Akahasa Shrine. The scene shifted inside Akahasa Shrine. The higher-ups just received a divine decree from Takamagahara. The Genhai king of Great Xia had entered Sakura Nation, though his exact location was still unknown. This time, the 8 great shrines would secretly compete. Whoever found and captured Jiang Chen first would receive enormous rewards from Takamagahara. The Akahasa members were instantly excited. If they seized this merit and surpassed the current top shrine, they would become number 1 in Sakura Nation. Still, someone wondered how many powerhouses Great Xia had dispatched. An arrogant voice replied that Sakura Nation was no longer the same. With Takamagahara backing them, even if Xuanji came personally, he would die. While the meeting continued, a subordinate rushed in, panicked. Captain Kato Kiyomasa's soul lamp had just gone out. 5 minutes ago, he led the enforcement squad to deal with a blasphemer. Soon after, the entire squad lost contact. At first, they suspected a malfunction, but after checking, not only Kato, but every enforcement member was dead. Worse, even Tsukiyomi Kensen had somehow been extinguished. The news turned every executive pale. A squad with 5th, 6th, even 7th turn being wiped out so fast was terrifying enough, but the destruction of a divine object like Tsukiyomi Kensen truly chilled their spines. Yet Takara Shingen slammed the table and laughed wildly. In his eyes, this was not disaster but a heaven-sent chance. Whoever did this had to be the Genhai king of Great Xia, and that person was within Akahasa's territory. Takara Shingen stood up and ordered the entire shrine to mobilize and hunt the intruder. He believed Jiang Chen's soul had already been damaged by Yamatano Okama's curse, so he could not stir much chaos. The subordinates roared in response. But at that very moment, Jiang Chen had already appeared beneath the shrine gates. He calmly told everyone to just watch. No one else needed to interfere. Guards rushed out and shouted, asking who dared trespass. Jiang Chen glanced at them and scoffed. None of them had even reached 5th turn. He directly ordered the 9 winged insects to begin cleansing the entire place. In an instant, a black mist formed by the swarm flooded the shrine. Wherever they passed, no one survived. Akahasa disciples screamed in terror, desperately calling for their chief. At the height of the chaos, Takara Shingen and the top officials finally appeared. Seeing Jiang Chen, he sneered, "So the Genhai king is just an ignorant brat." Jiang Chen ignored the insult and asked plainly where Takamagahara was. If he spoke, he might spare his life. Takara Shingen laughed coldly, saying someone like him was not worthy of even asking about that sacred place. Seeing no cooperation, Jiang Chen lost interest in talking. Calmly, he declared that today both the shrine and Takara Shingen would die. He released even more 9 winged insects onto the battlefield. Takara Shingen immediately called upon Sakura Nation's national fortune and Takamagahara's divine power to bless himself. In his eyes, no matter how terrifying, insects were still just insects. He was extremely confident. With divine protections, a single, casual strike would be enough to wipe them all out. As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed a terrifying palm strike toward Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen calmly told the swarm to continue clearing the rest, while he handled this old man personally. Even though the 9 winged insects could crush Takara Shingen easily, he did not want to lose even a single one. He instantly activates the divine idol prison body and the slaughter heaven war god form. Then Thunder Zen explodes, and in a blink, countless bolts crash down like a lightning apocalypse. The crowd goes numb as he turns into the center of a raging thunder sea, and no one believes a fourth turn could release pressure like this. But Takara Shingen just bursts out laughing, thinking close combat with him is pure suicide. He unleashes the Elephant Tread Shock Profound Art and throws out a massive punch. Instead of dodging, he answers with a direct strike using Suppressing Prison Ming King Skyslaying. The two fists collide and the explosion shakes the heavens. Yet the result stuns everyone, as Takara Shingen's arm shatters the moment it touches that punch. With a single blow, the ninth turn is blasted away, and his entire arm vanishes into nothing. He looks slightly disappointed, saying a ninth turn who explodes from one punch is weaker than Ao Geng. After all, Ao Geng may have been sixth turn, but his combat power rivaled peak eighth turn, and Sea-Clan bodies are far stronger than humans. The spectators stand frozen as a ninth turn gets onshot, and even Ayaka starts seeing her master as a god. But suddenly, divine power wraps around Takara Shingen's ruined body and begins restoring it. Ayaka panics and explains this is Takamagahara's divine regeneration, a near-immortal gift of the 8 great shrines. Soon Takara Shingen fully recovers and laughs wildly, claiming he is truly immortal. Then he unleashes another forbidden profound art. A giant black lotus blooms beneath his feet, radiating an eerie, sinister aura. But with the eye of nothingness, he sees Takara Shingen's divine power is already fading and finds the whole immortal act pathetic. He summons Xiao Wu and tells it to try eating him, sensing strong Geng metal energy inside. Xiao Wu instantly expands into its massive form and charges forward. It grins at its prey, calls Takara Shingen low-grade food, and rushes in without hesitation. Takara Shingen hurriedly casts the forbidden Vajra shock, but Xiao Wu simply swallows the attack whole. After gulping it down, Xiao Wu mocks the Geng metal power for not even filling its teeth. Takara Shingen completely breaks down as even his forbidden spell gets devoured. In a blink, Xiao Wu appears above his head at a speed the eye can barely follow. One bite tears off his arm before he can react, and a scream echoes out. Clutching his bloody stump, Takara Shingen flees in panic while Xiao Wu excitedly vows to eat him alive. Chewing away, it complains the taste is only average, but still acceptable. Desperate, Takara Shingen activates Takamagahara's divine possession and regrows his arm instantly. Seeing that, Xiao Wu's eyes light up, realizing this is low-quality meat with unlimited regeneration. Laughing wickedly, it opens its mouth and swallows Takara Shingen whole. The loud crunching sounds make everyone's skin crawl. In no time, Xiao Wu finishes him and demands the so-called god revive again for more. When Takara Shingen never returns, Xiao Wu angrily shouts that he was tricked, while the shrine disciples scatter in terror. He stands there speechless, knowing once both soul and body are devoured, there is no such thing as rebirth, and secretly feels embarrassed by Xiao Wu's childish trash talk. The group behind him is completely frozen, unable to process how a ninth turn just became snack food. He tells them to stop staring since Xiao Wu will take time to finish eating this place, and they should check the main hall. The moment he steps inside, his eyes lock onto a painting of a massive 8-headed serpent. Ayaka explains it is the 8-headed serpent of Takamagahara, a terrifying primordial spirit that rises with the heavenly Tao seal and even guides Japan's top geniuses every year. She adds that Great Xia also has a primordial spirit in Kunlun, the Qilin, but it is nothing like the serpent. That Qilin monopolizes its territory, refuses to help humanity, and once even beat Jiang Wuxian when he tried to negotiate. Hearing that, his face darkens, and he declares that one day he will tame that beast and reclaim Jiang Wuxian's dignity. Ayaka continues, saying many nations possess their own primordial spirits. In the divine origin region of France stands a giant golden lion king named Mahesh, worshipped as a god. In the Nordic land of Asga rules Fenrir, a mountain-sized wolf who has become their king. He grows curious how they know so much, and someone reveals Qing Mai was once the intelligence commander of Great Xia's Night Watchers. He laughs and says after crushing Japan, they will visit those countries too since they are already on his list. He casually explains he is just collecting debts, and if they refuse to pay, he will have no choice but to erase their nation. The light tone of his words leaves everyone completely speechless. Suddenly, a strange cracking sound echoes through the hall. Xiao Wu has bitten through the wall and is chewing the building itself, declaring the taste acceptable as Akahata Shrine is reduced to ruins. After finishing here, his next target is the 8-headed shrine, where an emergency meeting is already underway. Kimura summons all shrine leaders and warns that after Akahata's fall, they must unite to kill Jiang Shen. But someone argues that Jiang Shen killed Takara Shingen with one punch and commands hundreds of millions of 9-winged insects. Another adds that he also controls a mysterious creature strong enough to crush a divine-powered 9th turn, making victory nearly impossible. Kimura, however, scoffs and calls Jiang Shen a demon relying on external forces. He claims they are merely 8th-generation inheritors, and that to face Jiang Shen properly, they need the great deity of the 8-headed shrine. Others protest that the heavenly Tao seal prevents the great deity from leaving Takamagahara, and they cannot alarm him over this. Kimura then calmly reveals he entered 9th turn 3 years ago, equivalent to an invincible level in Great Xia. On top of that, he wields the divine weapon Yada Mirror, bestowed by the 8-headed deity. With national destiny and Takamagahara's divine power boosting him, he claims even the insect demon will be nothing but a toy. The scene shifts to a slum outside the capital. 2 skeletal figures drag a monster corpse through the night, rushing to deliver the meat before dawn, or end up as food themselves. He appears in the sky and wonders if this is truly the capital, and Ayaka explains this is District 3, the lowest tier where commoners live in hell. She says Japan is nothing like Great Xia, as failed job changers are branded slaves and treated worse than goods. Since the job change era began, many nations have slowly turned into places like this. He asks if no one ever resisted, and Ayaka says countless uprisings were crushed by the 8 great shrines over 800 years. They once planned to overthrow the 8 shrines in Takamagahara and seize the Faith Seal, but now it seems impossible. To activate the Faith Seal, they must destroy the people's belief in their gods. Yet here, faith already feels long dead. Suddenly, locals spot them and start shouting, making Ayaka think they have been exposed. He stands above and declares that if faith is gone, he will become the guide and rebuild this nation in the name of calamity. The 9-winged insects swarm in and slaughter the cruel ones, turning the district into a scene of pure apocalypse. He tells Ayaka she will become the new god of these people, leaving her stunned. He explains that destroying the nation is only preparation, and the true goal is to uproot the 8 great shrines completely. In 3 days, he will clear all obstacles for her, and every resisting job changer in District 1 and 2 will become food for the insects. Tears stream down Saito Ayaka's face as she realizes he is reshaping the entire country. He reminds her she already knows how to build a leader's image, and she bows in gratitude. Ayaka quickly leaves to make preparations. The scene shifts to the central shrine in District 1, where leaders rage over Jiang Shen's massacre from District 3. To them, the title Zhenhai King is just a mask, and today they swear to execute this butcher. His voice suddenly echoes inside the shrine as he appears holding a captive and mocks their hypocrisy. From afar, Qian Ying and the others watch in shock, realizing this level of battle is beyond them. He laughs in the sky, pleased that all the shrine elites have gathered. With a command, the 9-winged insects surge down like a black tidal wave. Kimura orders the defensive formation activated, and a massive barrier seals the shrine. He sends others to block the insects, while he personally moves to kill Jiang Shen, believing that once the leader falls, the swarm will collapse. Kimura immediately unleashes his full domain and activates the profound art dusk of the myriad beasts. A giant phantom rises behind him, looking down at Jiang Shen like a god towering over a mortal. He then summons the divine weapon Qingming Sword, and killing intent explodes into the sky. Jiang Shen activates the divine idol prison body and fully releases the sky-slaying war god form, treating this 9th turn as practice. Kimura strikes first with Heaven Python Void Slash, cutting straight toward him. His allies hold their breath, knowing this move once let Kimura kill above his rank, yet Jiang Shen does not dodge. Facing the blade, Jiang Shen throws out sky-slaying prison suppression fist. The 2 attacks collide head-on in mid-air. Kimura's sword light shatters instantly, while the fist force keeps surging forward. Even the giant phantom behind Kimura is forced back, and he gasps that Jiang Shen blocked the slash with his body. Kimura refuses to believe a 4th turn could do this, and assumes a defensive treasure is at work. He calls upon national destiny, and draws Takamagahara's divine power into himself, while Jiang Shen hopes this boost is not too weak. Kimura stacks another layer of defensive profound art over his body. He then casts Myriad Shadow Illusion, creating thousands of clones charging forward. Jiang Shen draws the divine weapon Heavenly Sin and points it at the sea of enemies. All clones unleash Myriad Shadow Qingming Slash like a storm of blades. Jiang Shen calmly switches to the Heavenly Dao Saber. One prison-suppressing sky-slaying slash sweeps out, cutting space itself apart. Even Kimura's true body cannot block it, and Jiang Shen coldly states this is far weaker than the Azure God Clan. The crowd below panics, thinking Kimura has been killed as the barrier begins to collapse. The 9-winged insects flood in like a black tide as screams echo everywhere. Just when all seems lost, a mysterious mirror appears before Kimura and blocks the attack. It is the Yada Mirror, one of Japan's 3 divine artifacts and its strongest defense. Kimura regains confidence and claims Jiang Shen cannot break this divine weapon. Jiang Shen calmly replies that one more slash will decide it and swings again. Kimura fully activates the Yada mirror and its divine might erupts. The mirror not only blocks the strike but devours, and reflects it back. Seeing his own blade light return, Jiang Shen dodges with Thunder Flash. He barely avoids being cut down by his own attack. Even he jokes inwardly that this almost counts as self-harm. Kimura laughs arrogantly, saying Jiang Shen will exhaust himself trying to break the mirror. Jiang Shen sighs, admits his war god form still needs work, and summons Xiao Wu to test the mirror. Xiao Wu appears, scoffs at the so-called divine weapon, but admits it looks slightly tough to chew. It calls its subordinates, reveals its massive true form, and unleashes 5 elements united beast devours heaven. Kimura stares in shock, unable to comprehend what kind of monster this is. In panic, he activates the secret art blood sacrifice of the 8-headed serpent. His ultimate defensive power erupts as the blood sacrifice fully unfolds. Yet he forces a confident smile, believing this beast is nothing more than Jiang Shen's final bluff and cannot break the Yada mirror. But before he finishes speaking, Xiao Yu bites down, and the ground collapses into a massive crater. Kimura turns pale, as those fangs pierce straight through his ultimate defense. In the sky, Xiao Yu proudly commands the beast horde, and declares that as long as this queen exists, nothing is impossible. Then it dives down like a falling meteor. Its jaws open wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. It bites into the barrier, and chews happily, even praising the taste as worthy of its attention. Cold sweat pours down Kimura's face as despair fills his mind for the Yada mirror. The others stare in shock, unable to believe a divine artifact can be broken like this. Sensing death, Kimura crawls away in panic, screaming for help. But after just a few steps, a gigantic fang slams down from the sky. With his escape cut off, Kimura collapses and begs for mercy, promising to reveal everything. Jiang Shen signals Xiao Yu to stop and walks toward him slowly. He recalls all summons and seals the battlefield into his private space. In a cold voice, he asks for the location of Takamagahara and gives Kimura 3 seconds to answer. Trembling, Kimura admits no one knows the exact location, as the passage only opens during the Akitsu Grand Assembly and no one ever returns. Jiang Shen warns him to think carefully, since useful clues mean survival and lies mean death. Desperate, Kimura reveals that Takamagahara's divine power seems to originate from Mount Fuji, and the entrance is likely there. Just as he tries to continue, his throat is suddenly seized by an unseen force. Before finishing his sentence, his body explodes on the spot. Jiang Shen instantly understands that Takamagahara's divine power silenced him. His companions watch in awe as the 8 great shrines fall in a single day, and he tells them he has found Takamagahara's location. He decides to go there alone and orders everyone to return to Great Xia. Though worried, they can only retreat, knowing staying behind would just slow him down. The scene shifts to the Zhuguang Tower in trial mode. On the God Ascension steps, Jiang Yingji stands near the peak after years of trials. From afar, Ji Lingqiu congratulates him, but says he must leave to handle urgent matters. Jiang Yingji asks what happened outside. Ji Lingqiu replies that Yan Wenfang reported Jiang Shen has headed alone to Takamagahara, and billions of 9-winged insects are swarming toward Japan. Jiang Yingji wants to go as well, but Ji Lingqiu stops him since he is at the critical stage of condensing his godhood and preparing for 10th turn. Even slight distraction could ruin his future path, and Great Xia cannot afford that loss. Yet Jiang Yingji insists that whether he reaches 10th turn is secondary, because if Jiang Shen falls, Great Xia truly collapses. The scene cuts directly to Takamagahara. Inside a prison, someone mocks Saito Kenichi, saying his master truly understands him to dare come here. Though blinded, Saito Kenichi sheds tears, knowing deep down that his master has finally arrived. The one speaking is Susanoo, the top prodigy of Gao Tianyuan, slowly walking up to Kenichi and boasting that with Bachi Dashen's guidance, he has reached the 10th rank. He then asks Kenichi if he even knows what the 10th rank truly represents. And right after that, he laughs in mockery, remembering Kenichi is only an 8th rank mortal. In his eyes, mortals aren't even qualified to imagine the power of a god, and he even asks if Kenichi has any last words. But Kenichi calmly replies that his master's true strength is far beyond Susanoo's imagination, which only earns a cold sneer in return. Susanoo arrogantly claims that if his master hadn't forbidden him from leaving Gao Tianyuan, Jiang Shen would have been dead long ago, and says destroying the 8 shrines was just part of Jiang Shen's own plan to hide his strength. Now that the target has walked straight into Gao Tianyuan, Susanoo believes no matter how many summons or followers Jiang Shen has, they are nothing but trash before his divine might. The scene shifts to Mount Fuji, where Jiang Shen looks at the mountain and quietly says he's finally here, but he can't find the entrance, and casually asks Xiao Yu if she can swallow the whole thing. Xiao Yu instantly complains, saying she hasn't even digested the mirrors she just ate, and now he wants her to swallow an entire mountain. Plush is sick of eating rocks. She pouts and says the creatures here are weak and scarce, and devouring the whole mountain would take at least 5 years, which makes Jiang Shen drop the idea immediately. Right then, the world tree inside his body suddenly speaks up, saying this mountain is the birthplace of Yinghua country's divine origin. It tells him that if he wants it destroyed, just leave it to the tree, because devouring the mountain will greatly speed up its recovery. Jiang Shen is shocked since it's the first time Shura has spoken on its own, and he immediately agrees, telling it to eat freely. Still, what he cares about most is the multicolored fruit, but Shura ignores the question and reveals its massive true form, wrapping around Mount Fuji while Jiang Shen stands there confused. Countless roots pierce deep into the mountain like they're draining something, and Jiang Shen keeps urging Shura to stop eating for a second and answer about the fruit. A short reply finally echoes back, yes, and only then does he relax, satisfied. He even thinks that with the world tree here, the divine origin spirit liquids of the Holy Light Temple, Shiva Temple, and Nordic Asgard won't escape either. High above, Susanoo senses Jiang Shen's arrival and gets excited, planning to seize his origin and god-level profession rune. But when he sees the world tree devouring Mount Fuji, his expression instantly changes. At that moment, a massive eye appears in the sky, staring at Susanoo and coldly warning that if Mount Fuji is destroyed, all of Gao Tianyuan will vanish with it. The owner of the eye declares he will personally deal with the tree and orders Susanoo to fight Jiang Shen and kill Jianghui Yingji and Jiling Chu as well, saying with his 10th rank power and the Kusanagi sword, he's more than enough. Susanoo immediately bows his head and accepts his master's command. Meanwhile, Jianghui Yingji and Jiling Chu arrive near Mount Fuji, and the moment they see the giant world tree, they're completely stunned. As soon as they spot Jiang Shen, they shout his name, and He's just as surprised to see them there. But suddenly, a massive gate opens in the sky, even larger than the mountain itself. A monster steps out and roars that a mere tree dares to devour his sacred mountain, then bites straight into the roots, and everyone realizes it's only a projection of Ba Qi Da Shen, since his true body can't leave Gao Tianyuan. The monster's gaze then sweeps over the three of them, and in an instant, they feel themselves dragged into another space. Jianghui Yingji lands on the ground and scans the area warily, starting to suspect this place is Gao Tianyuan. He immediately calls out to Jiling Chu and Jiang Shen, but gets no response at all. The silence is terrifying, and he realizes they've been separated, so he spreads his divine sense to investigate. But the moment it expands, it's blocked, and the mist in the air carries a deadly poison that corrodes the body and suppresses the soul. Jianghui Yingji instantly summons the Kaitian axe. At the same time, he fully activates his martial god domain to shield himself from the pressure. He quickly discovers the situation is extremely bad, as the triple suppression from Yinghua's national fate, the Earth's divine origin veins, and Gao Tianyuan severely weakens him. His domain can now only cover about 100 meters, and his combat power drops to barely 70%, while the toxic mist keeps eating away at it. Thinking that Jiling Qiu and Jiang Shen might be facing the same suppression, he realizes the danger is far worse, and can only hope Shura can stall that primordial being. On Jiang Shen's side, he just snorts in disdain, since this level of poison is nothing compared to his poison demon profession, and if Ba Qi Da Shen truly fights Shura, it might just be suicide. Even without sensing danger, He's annoyed, because this cursed place has no clear direction, making the divine origin spirit liquid nearly impossible to find. Then he suddenly remembers Xiao Jia is extremely sensitive to high-grade materials and might help track it down. So he summons Xiao Jia, who appears looking unusually polite like an honor student, and Jiang Shen asks him to use his sense of smell to locate the divine origin spirit liquid. Xiao Jia agrees immediately, but first pulls out an 11th grade trigonometry problem, saying He's been stuck on it for 3 days and needs help. Jiang Shen freezes, because just days ago this kid was in elementary school, and now He's already jumping to grade 11. Xiao Jia proudly says He's a genius, so skipping grades is normal. Jiang Shen reads the triangle ABC problem and feels his brain spinning, like the knowledge is familiar yet completely forgotten. Right now, he has only one thought: bluff his way through first and deal with the rest later. He straightens up, puts on a cool face, and writes down an answer in one smooth motion as if he truly knows it. Xiao Jia's eyes light up, praising his father for instantly writing the result without hesitation. Jiang Shen keeps a calm face, but when asked for the solution, he quickly changes the topic, stuffs the workbook away, and says the method is complicated, and he'll teach it after they find the spirit liquid. Xiao Jia nods obediently and summons a giant Jia insect. In just a moment, the insect locks onto a direction and points forward, and Xiao Jia reports the target is that way. Jiang Shen nods in satisfaction and tells him to lead, and the father and son begin their hunt for the divine origin spirit liquid. But before long, Jiang Shen hears the sound of battle, and from the sword intent alone, he recognizes its Uncle Ji. At that moment, Ji Ling Qiu is locked in a fierce fight with Susanoo. Susanoo laughs arrogantly while attacking, mocking Ji Ling Qiu's so-called invincibility. And when Ji Ling Qiu learns he has reached the 10th rank, he realizes the situation is truly troublesome. Susanoo then unleashes Kusanagi no Tsurugi, blasting Ji Ling Qiu backward with a single strike. Without stopping, he follows up with God-slaying slash, forcing Ji Ling Qiu to counter with Wanjian Guizong. But the gap in their strength is obvious at a glance. After a violent clash, Ji Ling Qiu is driven back again and again, coughing up blood. Even his dragon sword cracks and shatters, and he can hardly believe it's been pushed that far. Susanoo strolls forward calmly, releasing blade after blade of sword energy, like Hes toying with prey, as Longqi sword strikes slice into Ji Ling Qiu and leave him covered in wounds. Right at that moment, Jiang Shen rushes in from afar and shouts Uncle Jis's name. But Susanoo only smiles viciously and manipulates the thick mist to block the path, completely blinding Jiang Shen. Ji Ling Qiu is still suppressed by endless sword energy, so he burns his divine soul and opens Tian Ren Gangbi to stall for time, yelling for Jiang Shen to go find Jianghui Yingji instead. Susanoo lets out a twisted laugh, saying the big fish has finally taken the bait, so there's no need for slow torture anymore, and hell grant Ji Ling Qiu a quicker death out of mercy. But suddenly, Jianghui Yingji appears and slams down the Kai Tian axe, forcing Susanoo to retreat. Seeing both of them together, Susanoo grows even more excited, calling them the final two prized fish ready to be sent off together. Jianghui Yingji immediately unleashes Tian Fuji Mi slash straight at him. Susanoo blocks with his sword, and the clash explodes the surrounding ground into chaos, while he laughs in delight. He admits Jianghui Yingji's axe light has touched the aura of the 10th rank, carving that path alone without Gulun Qi Lin's help. But he coldly reminds him that inside Gao Tianyuan, he can only use 70% of his power, and no genius survives here today. Susanoo counters again, knocking Jianghui Yingji back several meters, and facing a 10th rank wielder of Kusanagi is overwhelming. At last, Jiang Shen breaks through the mist and appears behind Ji Ling Qiu, calling out to both uncles. The two immediately tell him to flee southwest and find a way out, and Ji Ling Qiu reminds him of his promise to keep this land named Yan Huang, but Susanoo suddenly appears behind them. He kicks Jianghui Yingji away and coldly orders him to get lost. Then Susanoo slowly releases killing intent and walks toward Jiang Shen, declaring there's no chance to run anymore. Jiang Shen calmly tells both uncles to rest and leaves this bastard to him. Susanoo bursts into laughter, saying he likes Jiang Shen's courage, and as long as he doesn't run, hell torture and kill them all slowly. Jiang Shen ignores him and summons Xiao Yu, specifically telling her he wants Susanoo to die in the most painful way possible. Xiao Yu snorts confidently and introduces herself as the strongest eternal supreme heaven-devouring beast. But the moment she sees Jiang Shen's serious gaze, she immediately behaves and stops bragging. Xiao Yu quickly promises to complete the mission to his satisfaction. Then she summons all her subordinates. In an instant, they fuse into a gigantic 5 elements heaven-devouring beast. This time, even Xiao Yu personally joins the fight to make it flawless. The aura around the beast spirals like a massive tornado, devouring everything wherever it passes. Susanoo's face changes as he senses a terrifying 5-element storm inside Gao Tianyuan, with pressure already at the 10th rank. What shocks him most is that the monster isn't suppressed by Gao Tianyuan at all. Realizing he can't delay, Susanoo strikes first, charging with Kusanagi and unleashing Kusanagi no Tsurugi combined with God-slaying's slash. But the heaven-devouring beast catches the sword with just 2 claws, and Xiao Yu mocks him for daring to challenge her with such a dull blade. Susanoo turns pale as both he and the sword are lifted into the air, unable to pull free, unable to believe the sacred blade is restrained so easily. In Xiao Yu's eyes, Susanoo is nothing but prey pretending to be a god, and she switches legs and slams him straight into the ground. She coldly orders to beat him until He's half dead first, and her massive claws sweep down again to crush everything. Facing death, Susanoo panics and unleashes defensive techniques like Futi Profound Art, Eternal Wall, and Sumeru Particle Shield. But before the heaven-devouring beast, every defense shatters like paper, and she declares all shields before her are child's play. Gung Jin claws and Li Fire Chi erupt at once, and destructive energy rips across the battlefield like it's tearing the world apart. The heaven-devouring beast's strike leaves Susanoo in utter despair, his body shattered with no strength left to resist. Xiao Yu sneers coldly, saying since he loves slow torture, she'll indulge him to the very end. the heaven-devouring beasts rush in, each ordered to slice off small pieces, without overeating, drooling but forced to torture him slowly, instead of killing him outright. Susanoo screams miserably, feeling like thousands of monsters are gnawing at him at once, and in desperation, he cries out for his master. Jiang Shen only thinks to himself that his master might not even survive against Shu Ra right now. Xiao Jia shrinks back and watches with goosebumps, muttering that this new little sister is brutally ruthless. Jiang Xuanji watches in shock, recognizing this as the legendary Five Elements origin, finally understanding why Daxia's materials were swept clean before. He realizes they were the real joke all along, because if they had known Jiang Shen raised a true god this strong, they wouldn't have burned their souls in desperation. But Jiling Chu weakly interrupts, telling him to stop admiring and save him first. Jiang Xuanji immediately starts treatment, even teasing that Jiling Chu's handsome face looks rare and miserable like this. He says for now he can only stabilize him, and the sinister sword key inside must be removed slowly. Suddenly, black energy erupts from Jiling Chu's body, and he groans in pain. Jiang Xuanji's face changes as the extreme yin poisonous sword qi begins eroding the divine soul and rejecting all outside healing. Everyone asks if there's any solution left. He says there's only one way, let Kusanagi accept a new master, and once it does, all the sword key will merge back into the blade. Jiling Chu refuses immediately, saying it's Jiang Shen's trophy, and he can't shamelessly take it. Jiang Shen walks over without hesitation, hands him Kusanagi, and says he doesn't need it anyway, leaving Jiling Chu trembling at the sight of this fifth-tier divine weapon. Once the heavenly Dao seals is lifted, this sword can even continue evolving. Jiling Chu is still hesitating, until Jiang Xuanji smacks him from behind, telling him to stop pretending and just accept the benefit. In the end, Jiling Chu thanks Jiang Shen deeply, and Jiang Shen just smiles, saying he once gained plenty from the Ji family's ancient god corpse too. He recalls how those ancient god organs boosted the Qi Jia Xiangchong, and even played a huge role during the Ming demon beast tide in Chujiang City. Jiling Chu then calls out to Kusanagi, and his domineering aura surges as he forces the divine blade to acknowledge him. The sword quickly adapts to its new master, and soon Jiling Chu's condition visibly improves, shocking Jiang Xuanji as both poison and injuries heal rapidly. Jiang Shen tells them to rest, while he finishes unfinished business, because what Jiling Chu suffered today will be repaid 100-fold. Watching him leave, the two can only sigh that making Jiang Shen this angry means Susanoo has truly reached the peak of his life. Meanwhile, Susanoo's body is almost completely devoured, already reduced to a shriveled shell. Xiao Wu reports that his physical body is long destroyed, and even his divine soul has been sliced into thousands of fragments, and if they continue, he'll truly die. Jiang Shen nods and says they did well, telling the heaven-devouring beasts to return since Xiao Jia will handle the rest. He figures a 10th-rank divine soul like Susanoo's will be a perfect treat for Xiao Jia, which makes Xiao Wu instantly unhappy since she hunted him herself. Xiao Jia looks at Jiang Shen with pleading eyes and obediently calls him father, leaving Xiao Wu with no choice but to reluctantly give in for the junior's sake. Xiao Wu even lectures Xiao Jia, telling him to behave better next time, then casually tosses Susanoo's remains over like a reward. Xiao Jia's eyes light up at the feast. He thanks his sister sweetly and devours both Susanoo's body and shattered soul in one gulp. The moment he finishes, Xiao Wu blocks his path and warns him not to even think about betraying their master. Xiao Jia obediently replies and runs straight back to Jiang Shen's side, acting so well-behaved that Xiao Wu is left speechless. The two old men can only clutch their heads in shock, because a bug that can shred a 10th-rank soul is insane enough, and now, there's one that can swallow it whole. They can't even figure out Xiao Jia's origin, as his aura feels like it comes from Ju Yu, while Xiao Wu holds the pure Five Elements origin. Seeing them overthinking, Jiang Shen pulls his two kids closer and says, "Hell, explain it clearly." The two elders instantly set up a barrier to seal the surroundings and keep the secret safe. Jiang Shen explains that Xiao Wu is his newborn Five Elements heaven, devouring Emperor Insect, and Xiao Jia is a Hell Qi Jia Xiangchong that can fuse with his body to boost physical strength, and all those gaudier dark abilities came from Xiao Jia. Only then do they finally understand, and in their eyes, Jiang Shen truly represents Daxia's future. But suddenly, the ground trembles violently like an earthquake, and they realize it must be the battle between Shu Jia and Bei Qi Da Shi. Someone asks if they should help, but Jiang Shen calmly says that Snake is no match for Shu Jia. Jiling Qiu is even more shaken, realizing the tree might be more terrifying than the swarm of insects, even beyond a primordial being. He asks what the divine tree truly is, and Jiang Shen replies that since awakening, Shu Jia has existed in his sea of consciousness, like the origin of his gaudier profession, Yu Ling Shi, though even he doesn't know its true background. The only thing he knows is that it's unimaginably mysterious and powerful. He then reminds Jiang Xuanji that this space won't last much longer, and since their goal is the divine origin spirit liquid, they must hurry. Jiang Xuanji nods, and Jiang Shen lets Xiao Jia lead the way, as the four of them move quickly. Meanwhile, Shu Jia and Bei Qi Da, she are still fighting fiercely, and the snake spits out a massive fireball that seems ready to burn space itself. But Shu Jia's voice remains calm, even mocking the opponent for being ugly and rude. With a single branch, Shu Jia uses wind-sweeping clouds and casually sends the fireball back. The fireball slams straight into Bei Qi Da Shi, a perfect case of his own attack backfiring. Enraged, the snake unleashes a poison divine ability to corrode the entire area. Waves of black venom spread wildly toward Shu Jia, but Shu Jia treats it as nothing more than extra nourishment. Its roots pierce down and absorb all the toxins, leaving Bei Qi Da Shi staring in disbelief. Shu Jia calmly says the snake isn't qualified to understand its existence. Bei Qi Da Shi goes mad and releases endless lightning, shouting that, as a primordial being born from heavenly Tao, there's nothing it doesn't know. Shu Jia casually teases that the snake is still too immature, though trees don't really measure age. Then Shu Jia coldly says the snake has probably used up all its tricks, and Gao Tian Yuan's time is running out. It adds that it's no longer interested in playing, and someone else will take over the snake later. Bei Qi Da Shi doesn't even understand what that means. In a single distracted moment, countless ancient roots surge forward and tightly bind its body, making the snake cry out in panic. After dealing with Bei Qi Da Shi, the group finally arrives before a special ancient tree, and Jiang Xuanji immediately recognizes it as the place where the divine origin spirit liquid is stored. Jiang Shen looks to the center and asks if the fruit there is the divine origin fruit, and Jiang Xuanji confirms it is, though one has already been taken, most likely by Susanoo. He explains that every nation's divine origin spirit pool condenses 10 divine origin fruits, and once the 10th Third Heaven seal breaks, they fully ripen and bear fruit every year. The effect is insane. It can revive the dead and push a 9th turn into 10th turn, but anyone who breaks through with it is basically locked at 10th turn forever. Even unripe, it still gives about a 30% chance for a 9th turn to reach 10th turn, and boosts their strength a lot, but they'll still be stuck there in the end. That's good enough, no time to wait, so he harvests all the fruits first. Then he hands all 7 to Jiang Xuanji, and tells him to bring them back to Daxia for future use. He says he doesn't need them, because sooner or later, he'll travel to other nations and find more anyway. Ji Lingqiu laughs, saying the two old men still aren't used to how ridiculously strong Jiang Shen has become, and Jiang Xuanji can only smile awkwardly. They tell Jiang Shen to take care, then rush back to Daxia to continue cultivating while he nods in response. He looks at Xiao Wu and asks if she can directly devour all this divine origin spirit liquid. Xiao Wu puffs up proudly and says, "There's nothing this queen can't handle," then dives straight into the whirlpool. She starts crazily absorbing all the spirit liquid here, with her overpowered devouring heaven ability. Xiao Jia crawls out, feeling wronged, asking if he gets nothing even though he found this place, and Jiang Shen coaxes him to give this round to his little sister. Xiao Jia leaves sulking, saying since there's nothing left for him, he'll just go back to do homework, and Jiang Shen can't help laughing at how petty the kid is. Soon, Xiao Wu drains every last drop of the spirit liquid and licks her lips in satisfaction. She yawns, says she's full and going to sleep, and the system shows 5 elements devouring Heaven Queen has completed 1/5 of her fate tier transformation and reached level 49. Just 4 more portions of divine origin spirit liquid, and she can fully evolve, so Jiang Shen plans to search other nations next. Right then, Shu Jia's voice echoes in his ear. Shu Jia tells him to leave so it can devour the entire divine mountain, and Jiang Shen says he'll save one person first and leave immediately. After a few steps, he suddenly remembers the innate spirit and asks if Shu Jia already ate it. Shu Jia calmly says no, it refined it into a divine pet fruit instead and tells him to take it later. Looking at the snake-shaped fruit, Jiang Shen can't help complaining about Shu Jia's terrible aesthetic taste. He decides to ignore it for now and focus on saving Lao Sai first. At the same time, Saito Kenichi is tied up and badly injured, wondering if Jiang Shen really stormed Takamagahara to save him. He imagines Jiang Shen fighting Susanoo and the innate spirit, thinking he might have caused his master's death, and tears stream down. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls his name from afar, and Saito immediately wakes up in shock. Seeing Jiang Shen, he asks about Susanoo, and Jiang Shen coldly says he's dead and that even that was too easy for him. Jiang Shen walks over and cuts the ropes with his prison suppression body, telling him to get out first. The moment he's freed, Saito kneels and swears eternal loyalty from the Saito family, no matter the cost. Jiang Shen waves him off and tells him to stand up and leave first. They'll talk outside. Saito forces a bitter smile and says he can't stand because both his legs were almost severed. Jiang Shen casually tosses him a fruit and tells him to try eating a divine origin fruit. Saito is stunned, but Jiang Shen calmly says he has plenty and tells him to eat, since hell needs Saito to help manage this country later. Unable to stand, Saito lies on the ground and bites the fruit piece by piece, while Jiang Shen jokes not to choke or it would be embarrassing. Soon, a faint light starts glowing from Sato's body. His severe wounds fade away as if his body is being rebuilt from scratch. A power he has never felt before floods through his entire body. He opens his eyes with trembling excitement and says he can see again. Not only is he fully healed, his cultivation directly steps into 9th turn. Jiang Shen nods and tells him to leave quickly because this place is about to collapse, and Saito respectfully agrees. On the way out, Jiang Shen thinks about how overpowered the divine origin fruit is, especially for those below 9th turn, even if it locks them at 10th turn later. And honestly, that's even better, because if Saito ever harbors other intentions, he can still suppress him easily. After everyone leaves, the Futi tree stretches out massive roots and wraps around the entire divine mountain. The roots swell violently and crush the whole mountain into pieces in an instant. At the same time, Shujia's body erupts with dazzling light, and a pillar of radiance shoots straight into the sky. Jiang Shen looks up in shock, wondering what this thing really is. Could this be the legendary existence from ancient records? He suddenly recalls an ancient note and asks if it's the heaven and earth ancestral vein, and Shujia replies it's only a fragment of it. Legend says when a new era begins, countless ancestral veins are born on the origin star, forming spirit veins, blessed lands, innate spirits, and endless heavenly treasures. Even Jiang Shen can't help but sigh, because Shujia is truly monstrous to dig out something like this. But as he watches the canopy expand and absorb the ancestral vein, he starts to wonder if Shujia plans to swallow the entire heaven and earth ancestral vein. He remembers Shujia once said, this divine mountain was useful for recovery, so it must have been badly injured in the past. Not long after, the gigantic ancient tree completely disappears from this place. When Jiang Shen checks his sea of consciousness, he finds a new strange-colored fruit growing on Shujia's tree, proving it didn't lie this time. Meanwhile, at the ruined remains of the Beiki Shrine, a group led by Lin Lua suddenly appears, shouting for everyone to follow him and slaughter them all, promising rewards once he rules the world. The others immediately retreat up the mountain, hoping to hold the high ground and wait for their master to come save them. Ayaka grits her teeth and insists that even though it's the 3rd day, she believes her master will keep his promise. The opposing side mocks her, saying the insect demon she speaks of has probably been crushed to ashes in Takamagahara. Ayaka immediately refutes them, saying her master would never die that easily. The man sneers, saying Jiang Shen entered Takamagahara to save her grandfather, and now Mount Futi has exploded, so how could he possibly survive? Ayaka stays calm and says it only proves the battle was intense, and doesn't mean her master is dead, but the man laughs again. He says the Beiki Great Serpent in Takamagahara is an innate spirit, and if such a being died, the heavens would show a shocking sign, yet the sky is calm. Though she appears firm, anxiety rises in Ayaka's heart, because 3 days have passed and her forces are collapsing. The young man points his blade at her, and says she has 2 choices, surrender or be buried here, with the 8 Serpent Shrine. Someone behind gently steps forward and says even if they can't survive today, they have no regrets following her dream of an equal world, and Ayaka lowers her head in guilt. The man loses patience and roars that if they refuse to submit, then death is the only outcome, and orders everyone to kill them all. Ayaka coldly says they would rather die than bow, and rebuild a new 8 great shrines, and the enemy unleashes a green dragon crescent slash that tears the ground apart. He mocks her, saying a little girl like her dreams of saving the world, and without the 8 great shrines, this nation will fall under Lin Luo's rule. Ayaka's side throws up shields to protect her, but the blade aura smashes through and sends them flying, blood spraying everywhere. Seeing them weakened, the man charges again with a savage grin and tells Saito Ayaka to prepare to die. As the blade closes in, Ayaka feels deep unwillingness, wondering if this is truly where her journey ends. At that very moment, a massive explosion erupts in front of her. When the smoke clears, the one standing before her is Saito Kenichi, shielding her with his back. Ayaka bursts into tears, shocked that her grandfather is alive, and immediately asks about her master. Kenichi calms her and says their master will arrive soon, and Ayaka finally cries in relief. The enemy stares in disbelief, shocked that Saito Kenichi is still alive. But he quickly sneers, saying even if they are both 8th turn, he is a frontline berserk blade while Kenichi is just an assassin. Yet this time, Kenichi's aura is terrifying as he calmly tells him to try pulling his blade. With a single squeeze of one hand, Kenichi shatters the opponent's blade into pieces on the spot. The recoil blasts the man backward, his face filled with panic. Only then does he realize that someone who can crush his weapon bare-handed must have stepped into 9th turn. Suddenly, everyone looks behind as Jiang Shen's insect army floods in like a living natural disaster. From within the swarm, Jiang Shen slowly walks out and says, "Just because time flows differently in Takamagahara doesn't mean he died." Seeing him, Kenichi immediately kneels, while the berserk blade turns pale, shocked that even the Beiki Great Serpent couldn't kill him. The man trembles, asking how Jiang Shen could possibly return alive. Jiang Shen smirks and says the so-called sushi snake isn't dead, it just became his pet, leaving everyone completely frozen. He waves his hand calmly and tells the swarm to clean up everything. The insects instantly tear into the enemy forces until nothing recognizable remains, and the screams quickly fade. Terrified, the berserk blade drops to his knees and begs for mercy, offering loyalty in exchange for his life. Jiang Shen coldly replies that Ayaka already gave them a chance 3 days ago, and they refused. He orders total extermination, and the swarm devours the berserk blade amid horrifying screams. Watching this, Jiang Shen calculates that under the heaven seal, the number of 9-winged insects can hardly increase, so he must upgrade their quality instead. The onlookers are completely stunned, realizing this still isn't even Jiang Shen's full power, a true walking calamity beyond measure. Jiang Shen looks at the kneeling Saito grandfather and granddaughter and tells them they will manage Sakura Nation from now on, so they should show some backbone. The two immediately bow and say they understand, Master. Kenichi Saito takes a deep breath and solemnly swears before heaven and earth as the new leader. He firmly declares that he will rebuild Sakura Nation in a completely new direction, where everyone is equal and even ordinary people deserve human rights. Jiang Shen nods and says it will take a few days to clean up the mess, so he wants a proper place to rest while they handle the rest, and the two grandfather and grandson immediately comply. Soon after, the scene shifts to a luxurious high-end hotel. Ayaka stands at the door and respectfully reports that hot water is ready, and she can stay to serve him if needed, which makes Jiang Shen pause for a moment. Blushing, she adds that although she is still young, she has learned massage techniques and can assist him if he wants. Jiang Shen immediately waves her off and tells her to leave. After Ayaka leaves, Xiao Chan in his sea of consciousness laughs and teases that those girls are too sensitive, while Jiang Shen replies amusedly. He says Xiao Chan understands him best, which makes her instantly blush and flustered. Just a simple compliment is enough to make Xiao Chan completely embarrassed. Jiang Shen then notices Shu Jia, seeing that the fruits on its tree have grown larger and are glowing more intensely, with 2 new ones appearing. He touches a patterned fruit and identifies it as a divine pet fruit, triggering a notification that grants a 10-grade innate spirit, the Beiki Great Serpent. At that moment, gray mist begins spreading through the room, similar to Takamagahara, but even purer and more terrifying. Jiang Shen wonders if this is a transformation state. A status panel appears showing Beiki Great Serpent, level 299, peak 10th grade, a guardian beast of Sakura Nation with terrifying abilities like corrosion mist and judgment techniques. Jiang Shen is shocked, realizing this snake is level 299, while he is only level 133, making it one of the most terrifying beings on Earth. But he quickly concludes that the hidden Kirin in Kunlun might be even stronger, as Great Shia's foundations are far deeper. A peak 10th grade existence like the Beiki Great Serpent was still refined into a fruit by Shu Jia, proving how absurdly powerful it is. Under the heavenly seal, only those at the threshold of 10th turn can barely act, while anything beyond is suppressed. Even ancient beings in the underground cavern before were weaker than they appeared, yet Shu Jia still dragged them out through space, making it even more terrifying. Jiang Shen starts suspecting that Shu Jia might actually be a branch of a higher existence, possibly hiding its true identity. If Shu Jia truly surpassed 10th grade and still avoids heavenly Dao detection, then things are far more complicated than he thought. Just then, Xiao Chan appears and reminds him that some things cannot be revealed too early and will become clear at the right time. Jiang Shen stops thinking and looks at the snake, asking if its transformation is stable. He finds it surprisingly cute compared to Shu Jia's usual comments, though its speech style is still outdated and awkward. Xiao Jiao runs over excitedly, saying all classmates have spirit pets now. He complains that without one, he will be looked down on and bullied, clearly acting a bit dramatic. Jiang Shen laughs, thinking a demon lord of the underworld should not be worried about bullying. In the end, he agrees and lets him take it, warning him to be careful because the creature is dangerous. Xiao Jiao happily names the snake BB and declares it his mount. Hearing that, the snake instantly erupts with a terrifying aura. As an innate divine-level existence, being forced to become a mount for a kid is pure humiliation. Jiang Shen is about to warn it, but Xiao Jiao raises his hand to stop him, saying, "There's no need to interfere because he actually likes its personality." At that moment, Xiao Jiao's eyes completely change, and his aura rises sharply as he confidently claims he can tame his own spirit beast. In an instant, his presence transforms into that of an ancient monster, crushing the snake's momentum until it feels insignificantly small. The snake immediately recognizes the power before it as the origin of the underworld, capable of devouring gods and demons, and it almost cries in despair. Xiao Jiao calmly asks if it will obey now, and the snake instantly submits, calling him master. It even introduces itself obediently and expands its body to its full form, which pleases Xiao Jiao. The boy jumps onto its back, treating it like a new toy, and tells it to move out. The snake obediently carries him, while Xiao Jiao already imagines showing off at school, boasting about his 8-headed mount, and even thinking about multiple girlfriends he has claimed. Jiang Shen hears all of this, and feels his blood pressure rise, wondering when kids started comparing spirit beasts by number of heads, and casually talking about multiple girlfriends. He shouts for Xiao Jiao to come back, but the snake panics and immediately runs away at high speed. Xiao Chan walks over and calmly says kids should handle their own issues, and over-interfering only makes things worse. Jiang Shen gives up and remembers the main objective, noticing the remaining colored treasure egg he has yet to open, expecting something big like last time's cosmic light tower. When he touches it, the system instantly notifies him that he has unlocked a rare colored item, a Tier 10 Jianmu seed. He freezes for a second, repeating the name Jianmu seed. The description says it is the last remaining seed of the destroyed Jianmu tree, capable of forming its own world once grown. It can also increase national fate and accelerate the expansion of the world's ancestral veins, while its fruits contain massive heavenly Dao laws that can help cultivators comprehend the Dao. Enhancing national fortune, expanding world veins, and containing Dao laws, this thing is absurdly overpowered. What confuses him most is the creating heaven and earth aspect, wondering if it could really form a heavenly court like legends say, or just a separate world. Unable to figure it out, he turns to Shujia for answers. But as always, there is silence, and he realizes he will only understand it by planting it himself. According to the instructions, it requires divine origin spirit liquid and residual souls to take root, but Jiang Shen decides it is manageable since Great Xia already has access to the divine origin zone and can delegate the task later. Suddenly, Xiao Chan's expression changes dramatically as she covers her mouth in fear. Jiang Shen immediately asks what is wrong. Xiao Chan trembles and says she just saw a terrifying vision, tears quietly falling. She describes it vaguely, as if looking through countless layers of fog, sensing an extremely serious omen. She foresees that one of the 3 strongest pillars of Great Xia will soon fall, but she cannot identify who it is, leaving Jiang Shen completely stunned. He cannot believe it, since Great Xia now has the Cosmic Light Tower. Jiang Xuan is approaching 10th turn, and even Huanyue is a near-final defensive force capable of 9th turn resistance. Not to mention, he still controls a terrifying force of tens of billions of 9 she-plague beasts, countless crimson armor elephant insects, heaven-devouring locusts, and even the 8-headed serpent. With this lineup, he truly cannot accept that ending. Then he suddenly remembered something even more terrifying. In 2 months, the Heavenly Dao Seal will fully open, and at that time, 10th transformation experts in the underground realm will be able to unleash their full power openly. At that level, it's almost impossible to stop, and even resisting would be extremely difficult. He started considering the possibility that ancient beings beyond the 10th transformation might exist, willing to risk everything in a life-or-death exchange. But even so, he still had the tree bark. Thinking of this, he turned to confirm it again with Xiao Chan. She nodded firmly in response. That answer made the atmosphere even heavier. But Xiao Chan still tried to comfort him, saying the future is not fixed, and the river of time is constantly changing. Every action in the present can alter the direction of the future. It's also possible that because she saw that scene and told him, the future has already changed, and that outcome may no longer happen. He could only sigh after hearing that. Even though he was still worried, he hoped Xiao Chan wouldn't hide anything from him again. Xiao Chan obediently agreed. At that moment, Ayaka's voice suddenly echoed in his mind, urging him to wake up. He immediately told Xiao Chan he had to leave first. Before leaving, he reminded her again that if she saw anything in the future, she must report it to him immediately. With that, his consciousness withdrew. Xiao Qian was left sitting alone under the tree, filled with helplessness. She only wished she could be a little stronger. At that moment, Shu Ya slowly spoke. Time is one of the highest laws of the heavenly Tao and should not be forcibly interfered with too deeply. According to Shu Ya, others can only issue warnings and cannot alter cause and effect. If they cross the line, they will suffer heavenly Tao backlash. Even so, throughout countless eras, there are always a few who manage to escape fate's flow. When his consciousness returned to reality, Ayaka immediately reported that the ocean outside was in extreme turmoil, likely indicating a major event. Hearing this, he immediately thought of the Sea Tribe and ordered to take him there. On the Sea Tribe's side, the upper ranks were gathered in discussion. News had spread that Jiang Chen had stormed Takamagahara and caused chaos, with Mount Fuji even collapsing as a result of his battle with a primordial being. In their eyes, Jiang Chen had almost no chance of surviving. One of them became extremely excited, saying that if Jiang Chen truly survived, he would definitely be heavily injured. He wanted to personally kill Jiang Chen to avenge Ao Qian's son. Not only that, he also planned to take advantage of the chaos in Sakua country to seize territory and take control of the region. After the order to deploy was given, countless Sea Tribe soldiers surged up from the ocean, roaring as they declared they would kill Jiang Chen and conquer Sakura country. The Dragon King, who had endured for years, finally felt his chance had come. He even looked up to the sky and called out his son's name, declaring that today would be the day of revenge. But just as he was reveling in victory, he suddenly noticed something strange in the sky. A massive number of 9 she-plague beasts appeared in the distance. At first, he thought they were just remnants, but upon closer inspection, the scale was completely wrong. A turtle rushed over to report that their intelligence was flawed. The aura of those 9 she-plague beasts indicated this was not a battle, but a one-sided slaughter. The Dragon King forced himself to stay calm and decided not to act yet. He planned to observe from the sidelines and strike once both sides were weakened, reaping the benefits and swallowing Sakura country whole. But at that moment, a cold laugh echoed from above. Jiang Chen appeared completely unharmed, even mocking whoever spread the rumor that he was dead. Ayaka beside him directly pointed at the Sea Tribe and shouted. The Dragon King turned pale the moment he saw Jiang Chen. Not only was he alive, but his aura was completely stable, showing no signs of having just survived a great battle. What the hell happened at Takamagahara? He looked down at the Dragon King coldly and asked directly whether the Sea Tribe came here for revenge or to take advantage and swallow Sakura country. Unfortunately for them, this place was already under his control. If they still wanted trouble, they should be ready for total annihilation. The Dragon King was completely shaken. The only thought in his mind was whether Jiang Chen had truly taken over Sakura country. If so, what happened to the primordial being guarding it? Could it have been eliminated as well? That thought made his expression turn extremely ugly. His hand gripping the spear tightened unconsciously. In the end, he had no choice but to lower his head. The proud Dragon King of the Sea Tribe personally bowed and declared that his entire race would submit to the Sea Suppression King. Even Jiang Chen was slightly surprised by this sudden change in attitude, like flipping a book page. Outwardly respectful, the Dragon King was still calculating internally, trying to gauge Jiang Chen's true strength. He even pretended to care, asking about the primordial being of Sakura country, saying the Sea Tribe would avenge Jiang Chen if he was injured. Jiang Chen immediately saw through the act. It was clever, but short-sighted. Since he wanted to act, Jiang Chen decided to play along and summoned the serpent. He even casually said that the ugly serpent had already been tamed as a mount for his son, then called Xiao Ju riding BB to appear. When the colossal serpent emerged behind Jiang Chen, its terrifying aura sent chills down the Dragon King's spine. The Dragon King was horrified. Not only did Jiang Chen conquer Takamagahara, he even tamed a primordial being far more terrifying than expected. At that moment, he completely abandoned resistance. The survival of the Sea Tribe mattered more than revenge for his son. Jiang Chen smiled and asked if he was satisfied now. Xiao Jue even excitedly invited him for a ride on the serpent. The Dragon King instantly dropped to his knees. He led the entire Sea Tribe in swearing allegiance to the Great Xia, recognizing Jiang Chen as their master. All Sea Tribe members followed, shouting their oath of loyalty. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction, but still decided to add another layer of control. He activated the Faith Seal and branded the entire Sea Tribe. He knew controlling the Sea Tribe and Sakura country would greatly boost Great Xia's chances in the upcoming War of All Races. But Xiao Qian's prophecy still weighed on him, forcing him to grow stronger at all costs. He also remembered the assassination attempt against him. 4 other countries besides Sakura had participated, and coincidentally, all of them possessed divine source spirit liquids. The next target would be South Korea. Meanwhile, his master Gu Kaitian was still hunting monsters with the heaven-opening blade. Even a 7th transformation expert of the Star Demon clan was instantly slain, granting him a massive heavenly Dao reward of 10 strength. At that moment, Jigong rushed over with news that Great Xiao was in chaos, because a storyteller in Pojun City was narrating the legend of the Sea Suppression King, drawing huge crowds. The storyteller began with a grand tone, describing November 2nd, year 793 of the Job Change era, when the Sea Suppression King entered Sakara country alone. In his story, Jiang Chen was a lone hero, stepping into danger to save people, settling scores, seizing divine artifacts, and wiping out natural disasters. Gu Kaitian and the others listening from afar couldn't stop laughing. He even felt the storyteller had failed to capture his disciples' true dominance. According to the tale, Jiang Chen flattened 8 sacred shrines upon arrival, equivalent to destroying 8 major war zones of Great Xia. And that was only the beginning. He then stormed Takamagahara, battling the primordial 8-headed serpent, a being on par with Great Xia's Keelan. The earth-shaking battle even shattered Mount Fuji. Below, Yingzhan told Jiang Wushuang that he once thought he could catch up to Jiang Chen after training in the underground realm, but the gap had only widened. Jiang Wushuang could only smile bitterly, though he believed having such a goal to chase was still a good thing. The storyteller then shouted that the Sea Suppression King unleashed hundreds of billions of 9 she-plague beasts to crush the rebellion in Sakura country. The crowd complained he was oversimplifying such an epic battle. The storyteller got angry and snapped back that only the heavens knew the full details, and he already struggled to gather even this much information, telling anyone unhappy to leave. Content reference oocyte, stunned index 0. Gu Kaitian immediately stood up in frustration. He cursed the storyteller as useless and called Jigong to leave, saying he should just go ask Jiang Chen directly. But when he turned around, no one followed him. He could only storm off a bit, muttering that the people behind him had no ambition. Meanwhile, the storyteller kept going non-stop. He mentioned November 9th, year 793 of the Job Change era, when the Sea Suppression King led troops into South Korea and shattered all defenses in record time. Hearing this, Gu Kaitian quietly came back to listen again. The storyteller emphasized how civilians there were treated like livestock. Gu Kaitian sat down properly, eating snacks while waiting to see what else the storyteller could come up with. According to the story, Jiang Chen used his usual tactic again. Hundreds of billions of 9 she-plague beasts swept through South Korea like a grinding machine, purging all criminals and rescuing oppressed civilians. Then the Sea Suppression King struck directly at the Pusan divine origin land of South Korea and fought a great battle against a 10th transformation primordial being. In the end, Jiang Chen still won and Pusan was flattened. But it didn't stop there. On November 15th, he advanced into France, using the heaven-splitting technique to slaughter main gods, then attacked the Sun City in the divine origin zone. There, he fought a primordial being known as the Golden Lion King, and once again won. On November 20th, the Sea Suppression King marched north to conquer northern Europe. This time his opponent was a primordial giant wolf, but the result was the same as before. The storyteller grew more and more intense. Latest news said Jiang Chen had headed towards Shiva, a nation almost on par with Great Xia. Whether he would win again remained unknown. Gu Kaitian felt emotional after hearing it. In just a short time, Jiang Chen had gone so far. He really was stepping onto the path of a human emperor. The storyteller fully immersed himself, describing scenes like epic scripture. Sea dragons tore through oceans, and 9 she-plague beasts covered the world like a tide swallowing everything. In his narration, divine light pierced endless darkness, and the path to becoming human emperor was filled with trials. Claws tore through the sky while disasters made all beings tremble. In the end, the entire crowd shouted the name Sea Suppression King, Heavenly Genius Monarch, and Jiang Human Emperor. The atmosphere turned fiery, as if the war of all races was already upon them. At that moment, Jiang Chen flying in the sky suddenly felt something strange. He frowned and wondered who was constantly calling his name. At the same time in Shiva, countless people looked up and roared, asking who dared invade their territory. Realizing he was exposed, Jiang Chen stopped hiding. He released his insect swarm immediately and said this was their last big meal for a while, so they should eat well and evolve to 4th tier quickly. Screams echoed everywhere. The Shiva people recognized the heavenly plague insects of Great Xia and quickly reported to the Temple of Heaven. Hearing about the divine origin land and the Temple of Heaven, Jiang Chen called Xiao Wu and Xiao Jue to follow him. On the way, he saw a gigantic figure taller than mountains. Its divine aura filled the world, clearly not ordinary. Jiang Chen only smiled with interest. Shiva indeed had stronger presence than previous nations. But in his eyes, even these ninth transformation experts were still not enough to matter. The moment he finished speaking, Xiao Wu rushed forward, merging countless entities into one, and crushing the enemy with overwhelming force. On the other side, a defensive barrier called the Diamond Dome instantly appeared to block the attack. Xiao Wu was slightly surprised that its attack was stopped. Even the combined force of countless heaven-devouring locusts couldn't break it. Even it had to admit the opponent was quite strong. After all, this was one of the rare cases where someone blocked the queen's strike. Jiang Chen observed from behind and quickly understood. Shiva truly had a foundation comparable to Great Xia. That diamond dome gathered faith and human willpower similar to the Dreamer's formation, forcing 9th transformation power to rival 10th transformation strength. He also noticed Shiva had 4 top-tier temple masters at peak 9th transformation, plus 4 more high-level 9th transformation experts beneath them. Content reference Oasis, Index 0. Not to mention there were 18 8th transformation experts, and countless 5th, 7th transformation fighters, swarming like an army. This battle was clearly no longer as easy as before. Seeing the situation turn complicated, Jiang Chen immediately ordered the 9 she-plague beasts to return and support the heaven-devouring locusts. But Xiao Wu immediately got angry on the spot. She declared she could devour even the heavenly Tao itself, and didn't need any support at all. Seeing her competitive spirit flare up, Jiang Chen simply let it go and stopped interfering. Immediately after, Xiao Wu transformed into her massive heaven-devouring beast form. She charged straight at the defensive barrier, crazily tearing at it with her sharp fangs. The only thought in her mind was, if she couldn't break this shell today, her pride as the queen would be gone. Xiao Wu fought harder and harder, fully focused on crushing the barrier. Jiang Chen laughed and casually pressed Xiao Ju's head down. It turned out Xiao Wu had really been provoked. Xiao Ju cried out, feeling wronged from the hit. Inside the barrier, the Shiva forces turned pale as cracks began to appear. They knew if this continued, the formation would be breached sooner or later. The temple master immediately reinforced the energy output. A new diamond dharma wheel layer was stacked onto the barrier to stabilize the defense. Jiang Chen deliberately raised his voice so Xiao Wu could hear him. He pretended to sigh that Xiao Wu seemed to be losing, and maybe they should send in the 9 she-plague beasts and Xiao Ju to finish Shiva faster. Xiao Jue instantly understood the intent. He even asked if this was psychological provocation, making Jiang Chen quite satisfied that his art of war reading hadn't gone to waste. Xiao Wu, on the other hand, was completely triggered. She roared in fury, refusing to accept being looked down upon. She unleashed the 5 elements' power, starting with blazing Li fire that engulfed the entire battlefield. Combined with sharp gang metal energy, the barrier finally began to collapse. The people inside immediately scattered in panic, fleeing in all directions. But Xiao Wu didn't give them any chance to escape. She unleashed Gui water, pouring it down like a massive flood. The green floodwater spread everywhere, trapping fleeing enemies. Even worse, it had a powerful slowing effect that made them nearly immobile. Some stronger ones managed to fly up, but when they looked down, their faces turned pale. All fighters below 7th transformation had been corroded and melted away, and the defensive formation was basically destroyed. The temple master, though panicking, still tried to reassure everyone that the heavenly temple pagoda had not collapsed yet, and they still had a chance. But at that moment, the ground suddenly shook violently, and everyone looked down in shock. A brutal voice echoed as earth element power erupted from underground, drilling straight upward. Rocks exploded as if being crushed. From afar, Jiang Chen was also surprised. He didn't expect Xiao Wu to still be hiding such a move. She really only revealed her limits when pushed. Seeing the situation worsen, the temple master ordered all 8th and 9th transformation experts to retreat with him. He then joined his hands and began chanting with a grave expression. He burned his own soul to summon a divine descent. A massive statue behind him came to life, opening its eyes and locking onto Xiao Wu. Even Jiang Chen, watching from afar, felt the terrifying pressure. This aura was clearly far beyond previous opponents. But Xiao Wu showed no fear. She even mocked it, saying this level of pressure was nothing compared to the heavenly Tao. Still, Jiang Chen noticed her heaven-devouring beast form was being compressed significantly. The giant Arhat extended countless arms and unleashed purification power directly at Xiao Wu. Seeing herself being crushed, Xiao Wu went completely furious. She activated Poison God's Death and continuously punched back at the giant arms. Seeing the heaven-devouring beast injured, Xiao Wu became even more enraged, roaring that the opponent was courting death. She activated Wood Life Regeneration to heal her body. Not only did it restore her injuries, it also boosted her aura to a higher level, breaking free from the Arhat's suppression. Seeing the giant arms still reaching toward her, Xiao Wu's killing intent surged. She activated 5 Elements Unity, causing her heaven-devouring beast form to suddenly vanish from sight. Before the Arhat could react, violent energy fluctuations erupted inside its palm. A drill-like force suddenly pierced through from the inside. Content Referensoasight, 0 Index 0. With a single strike of Xuantik Kukdiem, the entire giant arm was shattered into pieces. Xiao Wu roared instantly and went all out. The massive Arhat projection was pierced straight through the center of its body. The temple master and all the experts behind him were blasted backward from the backlash. Jiang Chen looked at the scene and had to admit Xiao Wu's current combat power was truly monstrous. After gaining the upper hand, Xiao Wu went completely wild. She roared that she would kill everyone without leaving a single survivor, sending the Shiva forces into full panic. Seeing themselves pushed to the edge, the Shiva experts stopped holding back and took out the divine origin fruits. Even if the quality was only at 80%, swallowing 2 each gave them a chance to break through to 10th transformation. At this point, surviving after breaking through was better than dying here. With that thought, they all swallowed the multicolored fruits. Brahma's aura erupted violently, power surging beyond the threshold of 10th transformation. A massive divine shadow appeared behind him, exuding overwhelming pressure. Xiaoshan also fully descended. 10th transformation was officially completed. Bishan returned to his position, and even Hoshan Great God successfully fused. The Tuxiang deity also completed his breakthrough. Jiang Chen's expression turned heavy. All of them had actually stepped into 10th transformation. He wasn't sure if Xiao Wu could still hold on. His gaze shifted directly toward Xiao Wu. He used Time Worm to peek 3 seconds into the future, and his expression instantly changed. Xiao Wu was injured. It seemed the previous move from the Heavenly Emperor had already drained her power. Yet Xiao Wu still looked at those giant divine projections with extreme disdain. She mocked them, saying 10th transformation meant nothing, and they were still trash in her eyes. At that moment, Jiang Chen descended from above, and Xiao Wu suddenly turned her head. The instant she turned, the enemy unleashed their combined attacks. Divine Domain activated, followed by a barrage of killing moves. Demon Suppression Slash, Holy Needle Execution, Chakra Blade Sunder, Pagoda Sword Kill, and Taiji Sword Kill all came crashing down. Jiang Chen instantly turned into lightning and rushed in front of Xiao Wu. He grabbed her and fully activated his peak states. Divine Titan Prison Body, Divine War Transformation, and 9 Nether Power. A force that seemed to tear space apart was sent flying back toward the incoming attacks. But it still wasn't enough. The counterattack only blocked part of it, while the rest destroyed Xiao Wu's swarm army. Even the heaven-devouring locusts were crushed, leaving nothing behind. Xiao Wu refused to accept defeat and tried to break free from Jiang Chen's grip to continue fighting, but he shouted at her to stop and immediately recall the heaven-devouring locusts. He summoned Xiao Tian and Shu Ra to help stabilize Xiao Wu, who was now burning with rage. They both agreed immediately. Outside, the 5 enemies moved in on Jiang Chen. They coldly declared that joining forces would guarantee his death. Jiang Chen only sneered. He had originally planned to hold some trump cards for the primordial beings later, since Shu Ra was already exhausted. But since they've coordinated, he would deal with them now. He directly summoned the 4 divine beasts. 4 massive figures appeared instantly, swearing loyalty to their master. The enemies' faces turned pale. 4 10th transformation primordial beings appearing at once was beyond all expectations. The leading tiger unleashed the heaven-shaking roar. One of the enemies quickly used a demon suppression curse to block it, but the clash was too powerful, forcing him to shout for everyone to scatter. At that moment, another attack struck from afar. The sunlight golden eyes fired. The enemy screamed as his eyes were burned away. Next, the great burial sand chariot appeared and dragged one man into a sinking sand vortex. His body was pulled into a temporal whirlpool, his life force drained away inch by inch. In the end, both body and soul vanished into nothingness. The temple master of the divine temple disappeared completely. The remaining enemies were stunned into silence. A powerhouse of that level had been killed so easily. The 4 divine beasts fought even harder, each trying to outshine the others. Even the Snake Queen chose her own opponent. She charged forward and unleashed Divine Judgment Slash. Another battlefield erupted with corrosive mist and divine war dance. On the other side, Wolf Fang Teeth and Golden Wheel Guardian appeared in succession. Then came Chains of Sin and Pagoda Demon-Slaying Sword raining down. In the midst of the chaotic battle, a sudden voice rang out, telling Tuxiang to retreat. It was the remaining soul of the Temple Master, Content Referensoasight, Index 0. He immediately ordered a search for Snow Mountain summoner Zalola to ask for help. The man nodded and quickly found an excuse to escape at full speed. But he had already been locked on. He sneered, Trying to leave now? Perfect. No need to go inside to find you. Inside, Xiao Wu woke up and started struggling, trying to rush out and kill them all. The ancient tree warned him. If he kept causing trouble and disturbing its rest, it would turn Xiao Wu into fruit. Xiao Wu instantly went silent, tears streaming down his face. While crying, he blamed himself for his master being too weak, keeping his rank low. If he were stronger, he would have devoured all the enemies. Shu Ra gently comforted him, telling him to just sit back and watch the show. The enemies would all be taken care of. Outside, the 4 divine pets had already crushed the enemies. He coldly gave the final choice, submit or die. But they still refused. They believed Zalola would avenge them, and their souls would return to heaven. He calmly replied, "Fine, I'll send you on your way then. Let's see where your souls actually go." The lion roared and unleashed the heaven-shaking lion art, wiping everything out in one sweep. The snake locked onto its target and activated the snake shadow dark curse within its hunting range. Eternal sleep descended next. Before he could resist, the snake swallowed him whole. The last one met an even worse fate, as a black shadow flashed in like lightning. In an instant, his body was bitten in half mid-air. Fenrir landed coldly as if reporting mission complete. Only one final enemy remained, completely restrained by chains. A massive spear then pierced straight through him. Judgment Authority, combined with one Hornbreak Insight, finished him off. After clearing the battlefield, he descended from the sky and nodded in satisfaction, ordering all divine weapons to be collected. He also called Xiao Jia over, saying the souls of these enemies now belonged to it. Xiao Jia was overjoyed and kept thanking him. To it, even scraps were a feast. He couldn't help laughing at how this kid had become so sarcastic now. Only Xiao Wu inside was still furious, complaining non-stop that he was being unfair and not letting the emperor come out to eat. The whole sea of consciousness was now noisy like a market. He could only rub his head in frustration from dealing with these divine pets. In the end, he coaxed Xiao Wu, saying all those divine weapons were its food too, then tossed everything inside. Xiao Wu finally calmed down, proudly saying he would forgive him this time, then rushed in and devoured everything, like he was starving. He could only stay speechless and deal with it later. After cleaning everything up, he kept waiting for Zalola, but no sign appeared, so he decided to head straight to Snow God Mountain with the 4 divine beasts. Upon arrival, he immediately felt something wrong. This was Zalola's domain, where everyone's power was heavily suppressed. The innate beings explained that within their own territory, they could unleash far greater strength. Every innate being had its own domain, like Snake Woman's corrosive mist, but this place was far more terrifying. The pressure alone was suffocating. That alone proved Zalola was no ordinary existence. Suddenly, deep within the mountain, a pillar of light burst into the sky. From the light, a divine firebird appeared, radiating killing intent. It declared that anyone who killed its followers or disturbed its peace would pay the price. Then Zala's domain fully activated. The pressure crashed down, forcing him to turn serious and activate his god statue, suppressing prison body to resist. Zalola unleashed a golden wing barrage, firing countless spikes like a rainstorm. The lion immediately countered with a heaven-shaking lion roar. The two forces collided, triggering a massive explosion across the area. Without stopping, Zalola dove down from the sky with a technique that tore through space itself. The Kylan shouted for him to dodge and rushed up, using one Hornbreak Insight to clash head-on. But the bird's speed was terrifying. It slipped past the attack effortlessly. Before anyone could react, its claws had already slashed hard across the Quillan's body. The battle was clearly extremely brutal. Snake Woman immediately released poison-devouring mist from a distance to support the battle, but Zalola activated Divine Thought Shadow, boosting its speed to a terrifying level. Content Referenzo Asite, 0 Index 0. Because of that, it effortlessly dodged the toxic fog that blanketed the battlefield. Content Referenzo Asite, 1 Index 1. It even mocked them, saying a little snake had no right to flaunt its claws in front of a natural predator. Content Referenzo Asite, 2 Index 2. Right after speaking, Zalola rushed in and grabbed Snake Woman with its sharp claws. Content Referenzo Asite, 3 Index 3. It lifted her into the air and slammed her straight into the ground, shaking the entire mountain range with a deafening impact. Content Referenzo Asite, 4 Index 4. The other divine beasts of the protagonist also joined the counterattack, from Sunlight Golden Eyes to Wolf Fang, unleashing everything they had. Content Referenzo Asite, 5 Index 5. But Zalola evaded everything with insane speed, coldly laughing that even if they went all out, their weak combat skills meant nothing. Content Referenzo Acite, 6 Index 6. Seeing the situation turn bad, the protagonist tried contacting Tree Lord for backup, but Tree Lord was currently devouring a world core and couldn't assist. Content Referenzo Acite, 7 Index 7. However, Tree Lord said that if he could win on this island, It could help him condense a fruit body, so he realized he couldn't fight recklessly anymore. Content referenzo act. 8 Index 8. He immediately deployed 8 billion ancient wing insects to defend and suppress Snow God Mountain's domain, while trying to hold Zalola down with minimal losses. Content referenzo asite. 9 Index 9. A pitch-black swarm of insects surged into the sky. The 4 divine beasts shifted into a coordinated formation. Zalola was slightly surprised by the massive insect tide but still remained confident, dodging every attack. Content referenzo asite. 10 Index 10. But soon it realized the true target wasn't it, but its domain being slowly devoured by the insect swarm, forcing it to engage directly. Content referenzo acit. 11 Index 11. From above, Zalola unleashed fireballs, containing karmic reincarnation flames to crush the insects. Content referenzo asite. 12 Index 12. The protagonist responded ruthlessly, ordering the insects to self-detonate mid-air to counterattack the flames. Content referenzo asite. 13 Index 13. Zalola was shocked as its karmic flames were extinguished, replaced by a strange vortex of cursed nether energy that drove it into rage. Content referenzo asite. 14 Index 14. The protagonist activated War God Transformation, becoming the god of slaughter war, and fully released his domain. Content referenzo asite. 15 Index 15. He ordered the 4 divine pets to recover while Zalola was distracted. Content referenzo asite. 16 Index 16. Killin immediately used Forest of Light and Divine Blessing of Purification to heal the entire team. Content referenzo asite. 17 Index 17. In a short moment, everyone's condition began to recover. Content referenzo asite. 18 Index 18. Meanwhile, Zalola was still being pinned down by the insect swarm. The protagonist kept pressuring it to expose an opening. Content referenzo asite. 19 Index 19. Inside the Sea of Consciousness, Little Q cried, seeing her children self-destructing on the battlefield. Little Chan comforted her. Content referenzo asite. 20 Index 20. Little Chu slowly woke from a long sleep, feeling like she had been gone for ages. Content referenzo asite. 21 Index 21. Little Ngu, still bound, stared at her and recognized her instantly. Content referenzo asite. 22 Index 22. Memories of their early birth surfaced when Little Q always stayed behind the protagonist. Content referenzo asite. 23 Index 23. Little Ngu still had its wild instincts and tried to devour her, while Little Q mistook her as food prepared by the protagonist. Content referenzo asite. 24 Index 24. She seriously evaluated it, thinking the dish looked good and was about to eat it. Content referenzo asite. 25 Index 25. Little Chan quickly stepped in, stopping them and reminding them they were family and the protagonist was still fighting outside. Content referenzo asite. 26 Index 26. Hearing that her children were self-destructing outside, Little Q rushed out immediately, ready to settle things with Little Ngu later. Content referenzo asite. 27 Index 27. Outside, the protagonist continued controlling the battle rhythm with long-range suppression skills. Content referenzo asite. 28 Index 28. Curse of Sin, Poison Mist Corrosion, and Snake Shadow Curse all descended onto Zalola at once. Content referenzo asite. 29 Index 29. The divine bird was restrained by chains but still struggled violently, using Golden Wing Blade to break them. Content referenzo asite. 30 Index 30. The protagonist ordered Fenrir to increase suppression. Content referenzo asite. 31 Index 31. Fenrir's Sun and Moon clones rushed in with a deadly bite combo attack. Content referenzo asite. 32 Index 32. But Zalola burned them with karmic flames and escaped the bind. Content referenzo asite. 33 Index 33. It coldly mocked them, saying they couldn't even take one of its moves. Content referenzo asite. 34 Index 34. But soon it realized something was wrong. The black mist was corroding its divinity. Content referenzo asite. 35 Index 35. As the chains tightened again, Zalola finally realized it could no longer fully unleash its power. Content referenzo asite. 36 Index 36. He immediately coordinated with 8 flags to pull Zalola back into the control zone. Once the target was locked down, he gave the full assault order. Fenrir, Max, and the Curse Squad charged in with him. The objective was clear: blind its eyes, tear off its wings, and cripple its claws. The opening strike came from Sunlight Golden Eyes, firing straight at Zalola's eyes. Fenrir followed instantly with Godfall Fang, ripping into its outstretched wings. Keelan wasn't any slower, its one hornbreak insight piercing through the remaining wing. He finished it with Heavenly Sin God-slaying Dao Thunderblade, cutting off all of Zalola's claws in one slash. He even told Max to hold back a little so the target wouldn't die too quickly, before slamming down the Great Sun Burial Chariot. Zalola crashed into the mountain range below, the impact shaking the entire ground. He hovered in midair, sword pointed at the divine bird, and gave the final ultimatum: submit or die. but Zalola stayed arrogant, roaring that making a god bow was nothing but a fantasy. In its eyes, it was a naturally born supreme being. Unlike those weaklings begging for survival, it would rather die than kneel. Then Zalola ignited itself with Karma Rebirth Flame Body, turning its entire form into a massive bomb. The explosion blew him far out of the battlefield. After that, Zalola triggered Nirvana Rebirth and rose back into the sky once again. His expression darkened. After rebirth, its power had increased even further. To take it down now might require massive self-detonation from the cursed wing insects. At that moment, little Q appeared in his seas of consciousness, urgently stopping him, heartbroken over the loss of her children. Little Chiu even suggested using cursed nether initial form, even though it would force her into a long sleep afterward. But to her, it was better than watching her offspring get wiped out. He patted her head and reassured her that she only needed to assist in suppression while he handled the rest. Little Chiu immediately brightened up. He then remembered his main body's long cultivation inside the Cosmic at Time Tower. The breakthrough to third divine stage was finally close, and his accumulated experience allowed him to skip the mission requirement. The system activated. His body erupted with overwhelming power as a black pillar of light shot into the sky. His sea of consciousness and spiritual force both broke through violently, forcibly crossing multiple realms. 2 system notifications followed, one granting a choice to extract the mother worm after completing the 5th evolution, and another as a reward for the 6th evolution. He chose extraction immediately. The result surprised him. Devouring Void Primordial Ant Mother Core. Its description appeared. Void Origin attribute, absolute loyalty, and permanently bound to its master. Its key ability was Void Shackles Breaker and the power to devour void runes. To reproduce, it must absorb souls, void energy, and emotions. Only after reaching 100 devour rate could it reproduce. He found the description far too vague. There was almost no explanation of how it actually fought, and what appeared was just a tiny, weak-looking blue ant. He decided to evolve it first and see, directly using divine evolution on it. Soon, the ant transformed into a humanoid form, eventually becoming a small, lowly girl. She immediately called him Dad. He went silent for a moment, thinking she looked way too weak and timid to survive any battlefield. Seeing her faint blue glow, he casually named her Little Lan. He asked about her combat ability. Little Lan answered seriously that her fighting method was simply eating until full. He froze. She wanted to eat void energy, but he had no idea where to even get that. Then Little Lan said it already existed nearby. She pointed directly at the ancient tree inside his sea of consciousness. He nearly panicked when she said she wanted to eat Tree Lord, but she insisted there was something delicious on it. Meanwhile, Little Nu was still hanging above, watching. Tree Lord's voice suddenly echoed, saying to let Little Lan come over. He was still unsure if it planned to turn her into fruit. Before he could finish, Little Lan already dashed toward the ancient tree. Unexpectedly, she immediately began absorbing the floating Seven-colored spiritual liquid around it. Tree Lord then explained it was ancestral vein origin energy, a type of void power perfectly suited for her. He finally breathed a sigh of relief, thinking Xiao Wu was about to bite Xu Jia. But Xu Jia wasn't something easy to devour. Xiao Wu still stared at Xiao Lan with obvious annoyance, like another nuisance had just shown up. After eating her fill, Xiao Lan wiped her mouth and happily said she was now qualified for reproduction. He casually patted Xiao Lan's head and realized this little one was easier to raise than expected. But when he checked her status again, he froze. Devour progress had hit 100 at an unbelievable speed, unclear if it was her appetite or Xu Jia's energy being too monstrous. He immediately used his acceleration ability to speed up Xiao Lan's reproduction process, and another beam of light erupted into the sky. Great Tao Simplified evolved into Supreme Multiplicity. On the battlefield, Xiao Chu was still leading her offspring, desperately holding Zalola back. Countless 9 nether creatures surged in from all directions to surround the divine bird. Zalola realized it was being dragged into the 9 nether river and flew into rage, unleashing Golden Wing Frenzied Wind to slash everything apart. But Xiao Chu reinforced the seal with 9 nether curse, locking it down even tighter. Zalola spread its wings to form a barrier, then exploded with reincarnation karma flame, burning everything around it to force an escape. Xiao Chu transmitted her voice to him in panic, warning that without 9 wing kill, they could only hold Zalola for 1 more minute at most. He looked toward Xiao Lan, who was still undergoing reproduction. 1 minute was far too tight, and her abilities were still unclear, making her unreliable right now. With no other choice, he ordered the system to extract another insect mother. The system quickly completed the extraction, revealing a special origin insect mother called Fu Yu Yin Yang 18 stars, appearing as a girl holding a wine gourd. The moment she appeared, she fully materialized into human form, skipping divine bestowed evolution entirely like Xiao Lan. She stretched lazily, then looked at him with interest, saying she didn't expect her master to be this young and handsome, while reeking heavily of alcohol. He stared at her, feeling like she was a total drunkard, and immediately opened her status panel. The results left him speechless. Fu Yu Yin Yang 18 stars was a rule-level existence born from the great Tao of Yin Yang, unable to reproduce and not requiring it either. He couldn't help questioning if the system was reliable this time. But what came next shocked him even more. This drunken woman was already level 174, locked at the same level as him. Her talent, Yin-Yang Void Derivation, could analyze Tao rules, and her strength scaled with her master. He was completely stunned since she matched his level right after being summoned. While he was still stunned, she calmly raised her gourd and drank, sizing up Zalola like it was just a chicken. He immediately got annoyed, saying she kept calling everything chicken or duck, and didn't even address him properly as her master, acting even more arrogant than Xiao Wu. But she didn't care at all and just kept drinking. He was irritated enough to smoke with anger and forced her, as her master, to show her ability. Only then did she reluctantly acknowledge him as her master. Even then, her tone still sounded like she was talking to a child. She even asked if he was troubled by the bird outside. According to her, Zalala's revival came from a core deep within its sea of consciousness. Not only that, when it was still a god, it engraved void runes into the snow god mountain's void space. The link between the core and those runes allowed it to regenerate even under heavenly sealing. Hearing this, he immediately recalled that Xiaolan actually loved eating void runes. The woman smirked and said he wasn't completely hopeless after all. As for Xiaolan, she had just finished reproduction, and she would slowly teach him more about this world later. He could only give a bitter smile and called her Sister 18. Her personality was outrageous, but her power was truly absurd. If she could really see through all rules, she could instantly expose any enemy's weakness. He lifted Xiaolan onto his shoulder and called her offspring to follow him out to deal with Zalola. Outside, Zalola was still burning confidently in a sea of flames, believing the 9 nether forces could only restrain it, but never kill it. At that moment, he reappeared and told Xiao Qiu to step back and rest. Zalola thought he finally understood the power gap and laughed proudly, but he calmly said the bird had misunderstood everything. He coldly stated that he wasn't very smart, but Zalola was even worse. Enraged, Zalola charged down at extreme speed, aiming to kill him instantly, but he simply ordered Xiao Lan to make a move. The moment Zalola saw Xiao Lan, its face turned deathly pale as if facing a natural enemy. Before it could even fight back, it crashed to the ground begging for mercy and pledged immediate submission. Everyone, including him and the divine beasts, was stunned by the sudden reversal. The 4 divine beasts immediately recalled Zalola once burning its soul to revive itself. They explained that Xiao Lan was the rare primordial void soul ant, capable of devouring void runes left by gods for resurrection. Even without heavenly sealing, such beings could revive through void runes, and Zalola clearly used the same method. But once Xiaolan devoured those runes, the path to revival would be completely cut off, forcing a full cultivation reset. The divine beasts agreed they would have knelt just as fast if they were in its place. He only felt more confused, still not understanding what void runes truly were, deciding to ask Shu Jia later. Xiaolan innocently asked if the bird could be eaten. Zalola immediately shrank in fear, its arrogance completely gone. It hugged his leg and begged desperately not to let Xiaolan eat its void runes, swearing lifelong loyalty. He was speechless at the drastic personality shift, from tyrant to groveling servant in seconds. He waved it off and said, the crying was embarrassing, looking better when it was still arrogant. Instantly, it snapped back to attention and called him boss, even asking Shu Jia to seal it as proof of loyalty. Shu Jia's vines wrapped around Zalola and lifted it into the air, leaving it terrified as he calmly said it was just a loyalty guarantee. Soon after, Zalola was turned into a hanging fruit on the branch, while Xiaolan worriedly tugged his sleeve. He patted her head and said all the soul essence and emotions of the cultists here would become her food. Xiao Ju picked up Xiaolan and left, casually splitting roles like professionals handling prey. Xiaolan politely thanked her, while Shu Jia told Xiao Wu to absorb the divine essence as it prepared to devour the entire mountain. Shu Rang could only sigh in disbelief at the chaotic atmosphere. Shu Jia warned Jiang Chen that after absorbing the ancestral vein, it would enter a long sleep, and he would have to move forward alone. He nodded as countless roots engulfed the ancestral vein, absorbing it violently, leaving him with a sense of emptiness. Still, he understood he couldn't rely on Shu Jia forever. He released Zalola, which immediately bowed respectfully and called him boss again. He ordered everyone else to rest, while he planned to question Coconut Worm about void runes. He asked about void runes, and Coconut Worm snorted, saying he was finally learning the rules. She then asked if he knew what lies beyond the 10th transcendent realm, and he instinctively answered, "It must be a god." Hearing that, she immediately laughed. He was really naive. The so-called god was just imagination from those false cultivator legends. In reality, the 10th transmission is only the key to opening the path to godhood, barely stepping into the threshold. Jiang Chen froze on the spot after hearing that. Taiji Void Evolution. According to her explanation, the 10th transmission is just the starting stage of condensing a godly form, like a cocoon breaking into a new life. In ancient times, this realm was called the Mortal Ascension realm. It's only a transition away from mortality. Above it are the Divine King realm, Profound Saint realm, and then the Heavenly Sovereign realm. The Divine King realm alone is divided into 9 divine tribulation stages, from level 1 to level 9, similar to the 1st to 9th transmission stages of the Mortal Ascension realm. The 3rd level of the Divine King realm is called the Void stage. At this point, cultivators must engrave their consciousness into the depths of the void itself. The void has 36 layers, also known as the 36 heavens. The deeper the engraved imprint, the more terrifying the talent and Tao comprehension. Even if one dies, they might still use the void imprint to be reborn. Just hearing it gave chills. Jiang Chen finally came to clarity. No wonder she called him inexperienced before. Compared to that level, he really was still too weak. Thinking back, he survived mostly because the Heavenly Seal suppressed most powerful enemies. Cao Dua also nodded in agreement. With the Heavenly Seal, just the old monsters from the Jiaxi underground caves. Last time would have left him with nothing to return with. He then asked about Jia Luola, wondering if it crossed the seal purely due to overwhelming talent. She immediately denied it. Jia Luola's void imprint was only at the early layers of the 36 heavens, not enough to be invincible. It was just born with a sea of consciousness core, allowing it to exploit gaps in the Heavenly Seal. Otherwise, with Xiaolan's current level, it could only reach the first 6 layers of the void at most, not enough to fear that thing at all. Jiang Chen nodded, showing understanding. Thinking deeper, he suddenly remembered the Ming clan ancestor he once encountered at the overseas Immortal Island. That being was very likely a Divine King realm expert. If such beings from the underground caves truly went all out against Great Xia, the prophecy of one of the 3 invincibles falling might really come true. Even worse, the Heavenly Seal would fully dissolve in just half a month. If Shu Jia still hadn't awakened by then, he would have to force himself to grow stronger at maximum speed. He recalled Uncle Jiang using a single strand of amber saber intent to injure the Ming clan ancestor. Within half a month, he had to enter the Tianyan Forbidden Zone, obtain the amber divine weapon, and descend into the underground caves. The scene shifted to night inside the Chaos Time Underground. Experts of the 5 Elements clan at Foot Emperor level awakened one after another, sensing the 5 Elements origin appearing in Great Xia's territory. Not only that, Void origin and Yin-Yang origin also emerged one after another. The situation was clearly abnormal. A major storm was coming. Amid the tension, the Ju Yi Demon King of the Demon Tribe spoke with suspicion. He questioned whether these so-called origins were real, since everything felt completely illogical. According to World Order, from Heavenly Tao, rules, laws, to origins, and finally the Great Tao, everything was still in a forming stage. A new era had not even begun. He continued analyzing, saying that rules and laws were still shaping existence and not stable yet. Yet multiple origins suddenly appeared, which made no sense in the logic of heaven and earth. The 5 Elements clan Elder Fire King also spoke gravely. Even his clan did not know the reason, only confirming that the 5 Elements origin had truly manifested. He emphasized that this era was full of anomalies, and the center of all variables seemed to revolve around Jiang Chen. If he kept growing and stepped into the new era, the 5 Elements clan might even become his servants. The atmosphere in the hall turned heavy. An ancestor from another clan spoke, saying that Foot Emperor level beings had awakened and made a major decision. He declared that whoever kills Jiang Chen will be rewarded with an Emperor Origin fruit. The moment those words fell, all surrounding experts were shaken, eyes almost popping out. The Emperor Origin fruit was no joke. It was a supreme heavenly treasure containing pure Emperor Origin essence. Any cultivator, regardless of their cultivation system, could forcibly break through realms after absorbing it, gaining terrifying power growth. The ancestor of their clan issued a cold order. Once war begins, they must go all in with no retreat. The goal is to erase Great Xia and wipe out the entire Yanwang human race from this era. Content reference OA site, Index 0. The 5 Elements clan then pushed a new proposal. Besides sending over 500 Tier 10 experts as agreed, each faction must also add at least 1 Divine King Realm expert, from level 1 to level 3. Content reference OA site, 1 Index 1. He stressed that even if Jiaxi gets erased by the heavenly Tao later, the price is still worth it. The higher the combat level invested, the greater the future gains from conquering Great Xia. Content Referenco A Site. 2 Index 2. The atmosphere exploded into agreement. The Ming clan nodded, the Ancient Immortal clan accepted, the Demon clan agreed, the Abyss clan stayed silent, and even the Dragon clan finally joined in. Content Referenco A Site. 3 Index 3. The scene shifted to Snow God Mountain, where Xiao Wu was still devouring chaotic energy. Content Referenco A Site. 4 Index 4. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted again. The Empress is back. She shot straight toward Jiang Chen at extreme speed, bursting with life energy. Content Referenco A Site. 5 Index 5. Energy gathered along his arm as a complete inheritance activated. The 5 Elements Devouring Heaven Phoenix transmission was fully completed. He could now control 5 elements' origin inside his body, depending on his strength and linked descendants. Content Referenco A Seat. 6 Index 6. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up instantly. A full combat upgrade opportunity had finally arrived. Content Referenco A Seat. 7 Index 7. A prompt appeared asking if he wanted to inherit the ability. He didn't hesitate and confirmed immediately. Content Referenco A Sit. 8 Index 8. The system displayed new powers from the Phoenix and the Grand 5 Elements technique. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth abilities all unlocked. He tested them immediately. Content Referenco A Site. 9 Index 9. He punched the ground. Violent metal energy exploded, shaking and tearing space apart in chunks. Content Referenco A Seat. 10 Index 10. His arm tore and bled as he evaluated the result. The power was insane, but his body couldn't fully withstand it without the godly elephant suppressing prison physique. With his blade technique, the output would be even more terrifying. Content Referenco A Site. 11 Index 11. The wound instantly healed as wood energy activated. Vitality surged and closed the injury in seconds. Perfect for long battles. Content Referenco A Site. 12 Index 12. He switched to water movement. His body glided across the sea as water obeyed his will completely. Content Referenco A Site. 13 Index 13. A water dragon formed as waves coiled into a massive awakened sea beast. Content Referenco A Site. 14 Index 14. He raised his hand, preparing to test the remaining powers. Content Referenco A Site. 15 Index 15. Fire erupted. The blazing flames swallowed the water, turning everything into steaming vapor that was instantly torn apart. Content Referenco A Site. 16 Index 16. Without stopping, he shifted to earth power. Content Referenco A Site. 17 Index 17. The sea trembled as massive landforms rose up, forming a giant mountain in the middle of the ocean. Content Referenco A Site. 18 Index 18. Seeing this, he thought of Shu Jia. Since it devoured the earth divine vein, he could also reshape terrain here as a form of balance. Content Referenco A Site. 19 Index 19. The number of phoenixes was still small, but their growth speed was stable. The 5 elements' power had become absurdly strong. Content Referenco A Site. 20 Index 20. Xiao Wu crossed her arms proudly. Looks like you should thank this empress. Content Referenco A Site. 21 Index 21. At that moment, Shu Jia's voice echoed in his sea of consciousness. She had finished devouring and was entering deep sleep, leaving final instructions. Content Referenco A Site. 22 Index 22. First, the Tianyan journey is extremely dangerous. Second, there are always higher peaks above higher peaks. Third, if possible, find the historical immortal trace. Content Referenco A Site. 23 Index 23. Jiang Chen frowned. He understood the first two, but what exactly was the historical immortal trace? And what was it used for? Content Referenco A Site. 24 Index 24. Before he could ask more, the connection with Shu Jia faded as she entered deep sleep. Content Referenco A Site. 25 Index 25. 13 stepped in while drinking and explained. The historical immortal trace proves the Yanwang human race once existed in another era, but all records were erased in the current age. Content Referenco A Site. 26 Index 26. He added that revealing more would cause backlash, and even erase him due to his insufficient level. Content Referenco A Site. 27 Index 27. Jiang Chen nodded firmly. He understood. If there's a trace, he will follow it to the end. Content Referenco A Site. 28 Index 28. The scene shifted to the Hema Mountain Pass, where darkness covered the Great Xia border. Content Referenco A Site. 29 Index 29. Hong Jiao reported to Duan Honghai that the beast tide was closing in, now only 100 miles from the border. Content Referenco A Site. 30 Index 30. They detected the aura of 10 rank 8 demon beasts. But strangely, this beast tide wasn't aggressive at all. Instead, it looked panicked, like something was forcing it forward. Content Referenco A Site. Index 0. Hong Jiao frowned. She suspected something far more terrifying was pushing the tide from behind. Referenco A Site. 1 Index 1. Duan Honghai stayed silent and closed his eyes, releasing his divine sense to scan the area. Content Referenco A Site. 2 Index 2. His spiritual sense expanded to 300 miles, then 500 miles, but still couldn't find the end of the beast tide. Content reference Osite, 3 Index 3. His expression darkened. This situation was far worse than the previous So River disaster. Content reference Oasit, 4 Index 4. Hong Jiao suggested calling the 3 Invincibles, but Duan Honghai refused since they were at a critical breakthrough stage. Content and reference Oasite, 5 Index 5. He decided they could only fight it themselves. Hong Jiao sighed, wishing her junior brother was here. Content reference Oasite, 6 Index 6. A frontline system suddenly reported an emergency signal. A target was detected moving at extreme speed 800 miles away. Content reference Oasite, 7 Index 7. The two of them froze in shock. What did you say? Content reference Oasity, 8 Index 8. Then they recognized the signal. Clue Si Trung? The young god has arrived. In that moment, the disaster-level threat suddenly felt like prey being brought back. Content reference Oasite, 9 Index 9. Jiang Chen appeared in the sky riding the 9-winged worm, while below him the beast tide was being herded like livestock by his swarm. The entire battlefield went silent. Content reference Oasite, 10 Index 10. In an instant, the sky was covered by insects. Soldiers were shocked beyond belief. When they realized it was the human emperor, all fear of invasion vanished. Content reference Oasite, 11 Index 11. Jiang Chen looked down and spoke calmly but dominantly. Long time no see, I'm back. Content reference Oasite, 12 Index 12. All soldiers knelt and shouted the title Human Emperor, shaking the entire battlefield with absolute faith. Content reference Osaisi, 13 Index 13. He thought it had already been a month since leaving Yinghua and Siva countries, and the farther he went, the stronger his attachment to Great Xia became. Content reference Oasite, 14 Index 14. Hong Jiao couldn't hold back her emotions, wiping tears while scolding him for finally coming back and making everyone worry. Content reference Oasite, 15 Index 15. Jiang Chen laughed and teased her, saying she greeted him with complaints instead of affection. Content reference Oasite, 16 Index 16. Hong Jiao turned away acting indifferent, but her eyes betrayed her feelings as she found him more annoying yet harder to ignore. Content reference Oasite, 17 Index 17. Duan Honghai patted his shoulder, saying most people from the Cosmic Light Tower had already dispersed to break through. Content reference Oasite, 18 Index 18. He reported their strength, 12 rank 8 peak experts, 8 already in battle evolution, 4 about to finish breakthroughs, plus 28 other monarchs reaching rank 8. Content reference Oasisite, 19 Index 19. He added that more batches of monarch breakthroughs were being arranged, likely creating another wave of strong fighters before the war. Content reference Oasite, 20 Index 20. Jiang Chen nodded and left full control to him, then asked about Jiang Wushan and the others. Content reference Oasi, 21 Index 21. Duan Honghai said he had stepped onto the divine ladder. Jiang Wushen was one step from the peak, while Ji Jianshen and Da Mengjie were close to 10th evolution. Content reference Oasite, 22 Index 22. At that moment, a massive pillar of light erupted from the battlefield Jiang Wushen was breaking through. Content reference Oasite, 23 Index 23. His godhood began to condense as layers of divine power gathered. Content reference Oasite, 24 Index 24. Jiling Qiuzhen watched in shock as Jiang Wushen's body transformed, every bone and muscle engraved with divine runes, evolving into a true god body. Content reference Oasite, 25 Index 25. She realized that even without using energy, he could crush her physically. The gap had become an abyss. Content reference Oasite, 26 Index 26. Jiang Wushen spoke, releasing overwhelming pressure that shook the space itself. Content reference Oasite, 27 Index 27. He looked down and laughed loudly, still unable to fully control his newly ascended aura. Content reference Oasite, 28 Index 28. Kung Va Tun stepped down calmly, smiling as he reflected. After reaching this realm for the first time, he realized that what once looked like gods were now nothing more than weeds in his eyes. Content reference Oasite, Index 0. Jiling Qiu's face darkened completely. He felt like his pride had just been casually crushed into the ground. Content reference Oasite, 1 Index 1. Kung Va Tun patted his shoulder and told him to focus on breaking through to 10th evolution before the war. With his sword Dao, that level would be a true qualitative leap. Content reference Oasite, 2 Index 2. Jiling Qiu asked if 10th transmission was the final limit. Kung Vo Tun shook his head, saying it was only the threshold to the world of gods. Content reference Oasite, 3 Index 3. He said goodbye and left, planning to meet Huin Nuit before returning to the underground battlefield. Content reference Oasite, 4 Index 4. Somewhere else, Huin Wheat faintly sensed his arrival and immediately felt her mood sink. Content reference Oasite, 5 Index 5. Kung Va Tun met her and said he would return to the underground. If anything happened, she must deliver a brocade pouch to Jiang Tun. Content reference OA site, 6 index 6. Huin Wheat was stunned, asking why he would speak like someone facing death when Great Xiao was growing stronger. Content reference OA site, 7 index 7. She pressed him, asking whether this was intuition or something he heard from others. Content reference OA site, 8 index 8. Kung Vopten said no one told him anything. These were just 3 final warnings he left behind. Content reference OASIT, 9 index 9. First, protect Jiang Thun with all of Great Xia's strength. Second, use Amber Saber intent against ancient beings. Third, if disaster comes, give the pouch to Jiang Thun. Content reference OASIT, 10 index 10. He then stepped into the teleportation space and left. Huin Wheat stood frozen, haunted by the word catastrophe. Content reference OASIT, 11 index 11. She deduced a terrifying possibility. If disaster really came, Jiang Tun might survive, but Kung Huin Ke or Faquan City would be in grave danger. Content reference OASIT, 12 index 12. Tears fell uncontrollably, though she forced herself to believe it was only speculation. Content reference OASIT, 13 index 13. She whispered that he absolutely could not die so easily. Content reference OASIT, 14 index 14. The scene shifted to the river of time-space in Kunlun Mountain, inside the primordial divine race palace. Content reference OASIT, 15 index 15. A cold voice mentioned that the Time Emperor Jiang Chen had destroyed another city. To them, it was just a dying struggle. Content reference OASIT, 16 index 16. Someone added that a 5 Elements clan heavenly sovereign had almost killed him 2 days ago. Even if he survived, he wouldn't last long. Content reference OASI, 17 index 17. A woman questioned whether he truly escaped a heavenly sovereign. Others admitted his talent was monstrous, reaching his level under 300 years. Content reference OASIT, 18 index 18. But another voice dismissed it, saying he was already suppressed by ancient forces and only his time divine power remained. Content reference OASIT, 19 index 19. Somewhere else, inside a dark cave, the atmosphere was heavy and suffocating. Content reference OASIT, 20 index 20. Tio Tian and Qua Nun were both exhausted, their hair turning white and aura fading. Content reference OASIT, 21 index 21. Tio Tian coughed violently, every breath feeling like it was being torn apart. Content reference OASIT, 22 index 22. Qua Nun said he was fine, while she also forced herself to act strong. Content reference OASIT, 23 index 23. They realized the war of all races was about to erupt in just half a month. Content reference OASIT, 24 index 24. Tio Tian whispered that Kung Uncle might not be able to hold on either. Content reference OASIT, 25 index 25. Quan Nun asked if she wanted to return, but worried about her condition. Content reference OASIT, 26 index 26. She feared she might fall into deep sleep like others before her. Content reference OASIT, 27 index 27. Quan Nun reassured her that wouldn't happen. Content reference OASIT, 28 index 28. Still, he decided they had to return no matter what, unwilling to let Kung Uncle face disaster alone. Content reference OASIT, 29 index 29. He called out her name anxiously. Content reference OASIT, 30 index 30. Meanwhile, in reality, Jiang Chen floated in the air, watching the situation unfold as the seal was about to break in half a month. Content reference OASIT, 31 index 31. Despite preparation, he still felt unease rising inside. Content reference OASIT, 32 index 32. He sneered, eyes turning sharp, knowing his power and insect swarm had grown significantly stronger. Content reference OASIT, 33 index 33. Jiang Chen's personal status panel appeared. Level 164, 6th Transmission Realm. His identities included Calamity Sovereign, Sea Suppression King, and Human Emperor. His professions included Genesis of all things, Thunder God, and Heaven-Slaying War God. His skills included All Things Growth, Thunder Punishment, Invincible Divine Fist, Imperial Extreme Warform, and Opening Heaven Saber. His weapon was the Divinetier Heaven Calamity Blade at Tier 4. Content reference OASIT, Index 0. Xiao Ju reached level 128, stage 5, with 80 billion descendants and an average level of 89. Its abilities included 9 Nether Shock, 9 Nether Kill, and 9 Nether Curse. Content reference OASIT, 1 index 1. Xiao Jia, the armored elephant worm, reached level 45, stage 2, with 10 million descendants and an average level of 30. Its skills included Divine Elephant Suppressing, Prison Body, and Nether Divine Pool Wood. Content reference OASIT, 2 index 2. Xiao Tian, the Time Spring Autumn Worm, reached stage 32. It had 1,500 descendants and the innate ability Time Eye, allowing it to interfere with temporal perception. Content reference OASIT, 3 index 3. Xiao Wu, the 5 Elements Devouring Heaven Locust, reached off level 121 stage 5, with 150 million descendants averaging level 96. Its abilities included Devouring Heaven Beast and Grand 5 Elements Art. Xiao Lan, the Void-Devouring Soul Ant, reached level 68 Stage 3 with 20 million descendants, mastering Spatial Seal Breaking and Rune Devouring. Content reference Oasite 4 Index 4. Finally, 13, the Duality Yin-Yang Floating Cicada, reached level 164 Stage 6, equal to the host with no descendants. Its ability was Yin-Yang Void Evolution, a highly law-based power. Content reference Oasite 5 Index 5. Jiang Chen reviewed everything. The Tianwan Forbidden Zone contained ancient Gaudaman tombs and treasures, making it perfect to upgrade Xiao Jia. If he obtained the Amber Divine Weapon, protecting Uncle Kung would be much more certain. Content reference Oasite 6 Index 6. He looked toward Kunlun Mountain and planned to visit the Divine Origin Land before meeting Kung Vo Tun, while planting the Jianmu seed for further changes. Content reference Oasite 7 Index 7. He also intended to find the Keelan that once injured Kung Va Tun and settle the score. Then he asked which spirit insects could lead him to the Divine Origin Land. Content reference Oasite 8 Index 8. Xiao Wu and Xiao Jia rushed out at the same time to compete. Content reference Oasite 9 Index 9. Xiao Wu arrogantly claimed dominance after absorbing Divine Origin liquid, while Xiao Jia timidly hid behind, just wanting to breathe outside. Content reference Oasite 10 Index 10. 13 then appeared and casually threw out a yin-yang teleportation talismans, saying it would get them there instantly. Content reference Oasite 11 Index 11. Xiao Wu got angry, refusing to accept being outdone. Content reference 12 Index 12. 13 coldly told it to argue if it wanted. Content reference Oasite 13 Index 13. Xiao Wu immediately rushed into the talisman, determined to win. Content reference Oasite 14 Index 14. 13 glanced over and asked again if it really wanted to compete. Content reference Oasite 15 Index 15. Xiao Wu instantly hesitated, its arrogance fading. Content reference Oasite 16 Index 16. 13 snorted and ignored it. Content reference Oasite 17 Index 17. Above, Xiao Tian laughed, amused at how everything had natural counterbalances. Content reference Oasite 18 Index 18. Jiang Chen used a teleportation talisman and directly headed to the Divine Origin Land. Content reference Oasite 19 Index 19. He arrived at the center, where Divine Origin liquid flowed like an ocean, far purer than other regions. Content reference Oasite 20 Index 20. He took out the Jianmu seed. Content reference Oasite 21 Index 21. Then he planted it directly into the Divine Origin liquid to absorb energy. Content reference Oasite 22 Index 22. A golden light burst into the sky instantly. Content reference Oasite 23 Index 23. He felt the fate of Great Xia shift as the Earth's ancestral veins expanded. Content reference Oasite 24 Index 24. A fluctuation appeared in his body, as if Shu Jia had responded again. Content reference Oasite 25 Index 25. He tried to contact it but got no response, assuming it was still asleep or affected by Jianmu. Content reference Oasite 26 Index 26. He focused on the seed's transformation. Content reference Oasite 27 Index 27. It activated a new function, ancestral insect space capable of storing hundreds of trillions of insect troops. Content reference Oasite 28 Index 28. He realized all 80 billion nine-winged worms could now be carried with him. Shu Jia had truly prepared everything. Content reference Oasite 29 Index 29. A violent fluctuation suddenly appeared behind him like a beast awakening. Content reference Oasite 30 Index 30. A deep roar echoed through the space. Content reference Oasite 31 Index 31. He turned around, not afraid at all, but instead interested. It had finally shown up. Content reference Oasite 32 Index 32. The Keelan appeared, staring at him coldly and telling him to get lost if he wanted to live. Content reference Oasite 33 Index 33. Jiang Chen rose into the air and calmly released pressure, saying the rumors were true, it really was arrogant. Content reference Oasite 34 Index 34. He gave a clear choice, submit or die. Immediately, billions of nine-winged worms covered the sky. Content reference Oasite 35 Index 35. The Keelan laughed, completely dismissing them as meaningless numbers. Content reference Oasite 36 Index 36. Jiang Chen continued summoning more spirit races, making the battlefield increasingly terrifying. Content reference Oasite 37 Index 37. Space behind him tore open, and creatures from countless worlds emerged, their pressure shaking the ground violently. Keelan's expression finally changed for the first time, but it still stubbornly claimed this was not enough to make it submit. Jiang Chen looked at it coldly and decided that if it wouldn't submit, it had no value left to exist. Just as he was about to strike, his aura surged again. The Keelan suddenly retracted all its pride and knelt down, choosing to submit outright. Jiang Chen froze for a moment, shocked by the sudden surrender. wondering if it was real or just an act. He narrowed his eyes, questioning whether this submission was sincere or just a trick. The Qilin immediately confirmed its loyalty, stating once it acknowledges a master, it will never change its mind, clearly annoyed at being doubted. Jiang Chen still wasn't fully convinced, pointing out its arrogant tone. The Qilin admitted its pride, but said it wasn't foolish, it knew when to bow to survive and adapt. It then revealed it was once the guardian beast of Great Xia, tasked with protecting the land. But back then Great Xia was too weak, so it ignored its duty. Now that someone like Jiang Chen appeared, that responsibility was reactivated. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's suspicion eased slightly. He waved his hand, ordering everyone and the other divine beasts to withdraw. Then he casually sat on the Qilin and told it to take him to Jiang Wuxian. Before leaving, he ordered the Qilin to apologize to Jiang Wuxian. The Qilin froze in disbelief, unable to accept bowing to someone it once suppressed. Jiang Chen responded only with a cold, decisive look. That gaze alone crushed its resistance, making the Qilin feel an overwhelming pressure it couldn't endure. In the end, it gave in completely, agreeing to submit and flying in the directed way without hesitation. The scene shifted to Pojun City, where Jiang Wuxian looked up at the sky in complete disbelief. The Qilin looked down at him and apologized, saying that after witnessing Jiang Chen's rapid breakthrough, submission was no longer shameful. Jiang Chen immediately struck its head, scolding it to fix its attitude and speech. The Qilin ended up with a swollen bump on its head, forced to obey and wait outside, angry but unable to resist. Jiang Wuxian was reminded of the past, unable to believe the Qilin that once crushed him was now being controlled like a pet. After some discussion, Jiang Chen decided to gift the Qilin to Jiang Wuxian. He burst into laughter, clearly overjoyed by the unexpected gift. Jiang Wuxian froze, not understanding what he meant. He had once thought Jiang Chen's strongest card was a special weapon, then discovered the divine tree, and now realized there were even more hidden trump cards. Jiang Chen then asked about the divine mark inside his body and its true origin. He explained he had once been inside the ancient god ruins of the Ji family and fused with a fragment of that divine mark by chance. Jiang Wuxian was stunned by the claim. Jiang Wuxian said that forming a divine mark after reaching the 10th transmission realm was nearly impossible. Jiang Chen achieving it by chance was beyond comprehension. Jiang Chen directly asked what would happen if they fought. Jiang Wuxian analyzed that with Jiang Chen's current strength, he would be overwhelmingly dominant overall. Jiang Wuxian looked at his abilities, the divine tree and devouring power, and couldn't help but feel jealous, calling it absurdly overpowered. But he added that once reaching the God King realm, the situation would change, with the odds shifting to about 730 in his favor, without the divine tree's interference. Jiang Chen nodded in understanding, and shifted the topic to the ancient history of the Yanhuang human race. Jiang Wuxian explained that the Yanhuang once dominated all races in ancient times, but those records were erased and became a forbidden taboo no one dares mention. He recalled the incident 400 years ago, when the human emperor was torn apart by various races, and the cause seemed to stem from secrets uncovered in ancient history. However, even Jiang Wuxian didn't know the deeper layers of that history, despite having searched with no leads. Jiang Chen could only set it aside for now, planning to investigate further after entering the demon cavern. Thinking of that, he told Jiang Wuxian he would head to Tianyuan first, and, after finishing his task, he would return to the underground domain to regroup, reminding him to stay cautious during this time. Jiang Wuxian vaguely felt that Jiang Chen had sensed something unusual, but didn't press further, worried it might affect his state of mind. He reassured him, saying he had already reached the 10th transmission realm, and now had the Qilin and the Divine Slaughter army as support, so Great Xia wouldn't be easily shaken. The elder gave Jiang Chen a final warning, reminding him that this trip into Tianyuan meant he had to rely on himself, as the future of Great Xia would eventually rest on his shoulders. Uncle Jiang replied lightly to ease the tension. The scene then shifted to the Guanghai war zone, where the Sea Suppression King mentioned being allowed into the Time Tower trial, which helped him break through to the Chizuan level. The Uncle Yun beside him waved it off, saying there was no need for formalities. After some small talk, the focus turned to the Tianyuan Forbidden Zone, regarded as one of the most dangerous regions in all of Great Xia. Tianyuan is divided into 9 layers, like a massive labyrinth, its danger level far beyond imagination. Despite countless losses over the years, explorers have only reached the outermost layer, with the deeper regions still untouched. The outer layers of the 9 levels resemble a vast burial ground of gods and demons, with countless graves like a dense forest. The deeper one goes, the strange white mist gradually disappears, revealing an eerie emptiness. A thought flashed through his mind. If this truly is a burial ground of gods and demons, then perhaps even a god-emperor level existence that once vanished might be buried among those tombs. The woman accompanying them apologized, saying her knowledge of Tianyuan was limited to this much. Uncle Yun reassured her that everything would become clear once they entered. From a distance, Ji Hanyu appeared and waved at Jiang Chen, bringing a sense of familiarity to the strange land. She explained she was summoned by Uncle Jiang. He had heard Jiang Chen was heading into the area related to the Kuli Divine Treasury, and her family's Kuli bloodline could provide assistance. Realizing time was running out, the two decided to move while continuing to exchange information. Before entering deeper, Jiang Chen made it clear that once inside Tianyuan, all actions must follow his lead. She agreed, and the two crossed the boundary into the forbidden zone together. The moment they stepped inside, the scenery stunned them. It wasn't as dark as expected, but carried a strange brightness. Ji Hanyue looked around aside from distant graves. The place even felt like a forgotten fairyland. Despite the seemingly peaceful view, Jiang Chen reminded her not to be careless, as Uncle Yun had repeatedly warned of extreme danger. After walking a bit further, Ji Hanyue suddenly felt a strange energy enveloping her entire body. The sudden change made Jiang Chen immediately sense something was wrong. Before he could react, Ji Hanyue was swallowed by an unseen force and vanished from sight.